All the magic cores within a radius of hundreds of meters disappeared without a trace, leaving not a single one behind. The devil is coming? Run! Seeing Meng Lei approaching, the wyverns panicked as if they had seen a ghost, and flew away one after another, fearing that if they ran too slowly they would be killed by Meng Lei's lightning. The scene of Meng Lei easily defeating the Wyvern King was deeply imprinted in their minds, leaving them terrified. It was certain that they would find it difficult to forget this tragic scene for a long time to come. Duke Nicholas, are you okay? Someone asked anxiously. Quick, heal Duke Nicholas. Several light magicians cast spells quickly. Thanks to their efforts, the Wyvern King's broken wings were miraculously reattached, and its injuries quickly healed. But this time, it chose not to charge again. It was completely terrified. The lightning sword blade easily cut off its left wing. If it rushed forward again, who could guarantee that the lightning sword would not fall on its head? Marquis Gould, who is that guy? Someone couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Marquis Gould shook his head slightly. You don't know? Isn't he from your border defense army? Marquis Gould pondered for a moment and briefly explained Monray's origins. After listening, the Wyvern King frowned tightly. Just broke through to level 9? Can you also do dragon language magic? No matter who you are, I will definitely avenge you, said the Flying Dragon King, gritting his teeth. Meng Lei's operation was extremely efficient. In less than 10 minutes, he had collected all the magic cores within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. To his disappointment, he only collected a total of 28,743 magic cores, less than 300 million gold coins. Meng Lei frowned, his gaze sullen as he swept the Flying Dragon Legion towards him. If those idiots hadn't eaten some of them, we would definitely have broken through the 300 million mark. 300 million. 300 million. Assholes, you took tens of millions of my money. This account is settled. If I get the chance in the future, I will definitely catch you all in one fell swoop and dig out your magic cores as compensation. Meng Lei glared at the Dragon Legion and prepared to leave, but at that moment, Marquis Gould strode forward and stopped him. Mr. Magician, please stay. Meng Lei had no good feelings towards the Border Defense Army, so he didn't even bother to pay attention to them and directly rode the magic flying carpet into the sky. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. My Lord Marquis, this guy is too arrogant. A personal soldier was indignant and shouted angrily. Marquis Gould's face was gloomy. After leaving the Dragon Blood Great Wall, Meng Lei did not return to the valley where the villagers were temporarily staying. Instead, he pondered a question. Why wait until the ant tide rushes out of the Warcraft forest before passively resisting it? Why not take the initiative and kill them at their doorstep? How can you get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Besides, he has a magic flying carpet. What can the ant tide do to him? Thinking of this, Meng Lei suddenly became enlightened and headed towards the Warcraft forest decisively. Old Dean, all the monsters in the monster forest have been eaten by ant swarms. Does that mean there will be no monsters in the forest for a long time? In the future? While flying, Meng Lei chatted with the broad-minded and knowledgeable old man. He could always learn a lot from chatting with him. That's not true. The old man smiled strangely. In fact, after each ant tide, the monsters in the monster forest don't disappear. Instead, they grow even more numerous. They reoccupy every corner of the forest, turning the monster forest back into their paradise. How is this possible? Meng Lei looked confused. Didn't you say that the monsters would be eaten by the ant swarm? Why are there so many more? Are all the monsters hiding? This shouldn't be possible. There are ant swarms everywhere. Where can they hide? They certainly didn't hide, and were eaten by the ant tide. But after the ant tide, more monsters will appear in the monster forest. The old man smiled mysteriously, twirling his beard. As for the reason, that's a secret. A secret belonging to the monster clan. Yes, a secret. It's a secret you'll only know after you ascend to the Saint Realm. Then you'll understand that this world is vast, and what you know is just the tip of the iceberg. A secret that can only be known after being promoted to the Holy Realm? Meng Lei rolled his eyes, not satisfied with the old man's explanation, but he didn't ask any more questions. Although 10 billion gold coins was an astronomical figure, it was not out of reach. He firmly believed that he would be able to earn 10 billion, break through the 9th level, and become an existence above all other living beings. Sanctuary, it's just a matter of time. After speeding all the way, they once again entered the outskirts of the monster forest, but found no trace of the ant tide. However, as they continued to go deeper, the red ant tide slowly appeared. The scale is getting bigger and bigger. The number is increasing. At first, they were just a small group of scattered soldiers. In the end, it converged into a surging red wave. The ant tide was like a flood that broke through a dam, running rampant in the Warcraft forest and spreading to every corner. Wherever it went, only piles of bones and bloodstains were left. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A giant python over 30 meters long and as thick as a bucket was fleeing rapidly through the jungle, followed closely by a rolling red torrent. Meng Lei was very familiar with this giant python. It was called the Thorn Forest Python and was a second-level python-type monster he encountered when he first entered the Warcraft forest. He remembered clearly that it was this thorny forest python that attacked him. If he had not run fast fast enough he would have died in the snake's mouth. However, only half a year had passed, and Meng Lei no longer took the thorny forest python seriously and could kill it with just a breath. Times have really changed and things and people are no longer the same. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The thorn forest python tried its best to escape, but it was only a level 2 monster after all, and was soon caught up by the ant swarm. A shrill scream was heard, and then there was no sound at all. The ant tide continues to advance. The thorn forest python completely disappeared, torn to pieces by the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, leaving not even a trace of residue. It's absolutely crazy. Witnessing this scene, Meng Lei couldn't help but feel cold all over. I'm afraid such tragedies are happening everywhere in the entire Warcraft forest. This is what an ant tide looks like. The old man nodded inside. This is just inside the monster forest, where only monsters are being devoured. If the ant tide breaks into the human kingdom, it would be a truly horrific sight. I witnessed with my own eyes the scene of billions of people being devoured by a tide of ants. Overnight, billions of people disappeared without a trace, and the area thousands of miles around was transformed into a ghost town. The tragedy was heartbreaking. That was the true catastrophe of humanity. Even though so many years have passed, every time I think about it, it still makes me shudder, as if it happened just yesterday. Meng Lei couldn't help but gasp, and his back suddenly felt cold. In just one night, more than 1 billion people just disappeared? This is the scariest thing about the ant tide. The old man said in a heavy voice, it will devour everything it can eat, whether it's a monster or a human. As long as it's edible, it will never let it go. Ant tide is a disaster. A natural disaster that no one can stop. Meng Lei agreed. Since it is a disaster, we must stop it. I don't believe that the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are really endless. If it is really endless, then wouldn't the goal of 10 billion be achieved? 7th level magic, Sea of Fire and Purgatory. A white fireball with a diameter of 100 meters fell from the sky and exploded in the center of the ant tide. The roar shook. The earth flames shot up into the sky, and the area within a radius of several miles instantly turned into a sea of fire. Crackle. Large numbers of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were burned to ashes. The center of the red ant tide instantly turned into a vacuum. Wealth value skyrocketed. Meng Lei's joy was beyond words, and he immediately threw a white fireball with a diameter of 100 meters at the ant tide. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of fire quickly submerged the ant tide. Then the flames spread to the back of the ant tide. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon language magic really works. Looking at the blazing white flames on the ground, Meng Lei was extremely satisfied with this 7th level dragon language magic. Not only was the casting speed faster, the power was 2 to 3 times that of ordinary magic, and the magic power consumption was less than 60%. The advantages were obvious. Less than 60% of the magic power can burst out 2 or 3 times the power. This is the difference between dragon language magic and ordinary magic. Dragons are the darlings of the elements, so dragon magic is naturally more powerful. Back then, I devoted my entire life to studying dragon magic. Mentioning dragon language magic, the old man's face lit up with pride. In the past, dragon language magic was the exclusive domain of dragons, and only dragons could perform it. Not even the dragon people can do it. It was because of his unremitting research, Amos Crocker, that the secret of the dual magic of water and fire in dragon language magic was uncovered, making dragon language magic no longer exclusive to dragons. It is no exaggeration to say that he has made an indelible contribution to the research of dragon language magic and can be regarded as the founder of dragon people's use of dragon language magic. It's a pity, Dean, that you only know the dragon language magic of water and fire. Meng Lei said greedily, if you could also master the dragon language magic of thunder, earth, and wood, that would be perfect. Who made you such a pervert? Possessing 4 magical talents, the old man responded unhappily. I only have magical talents for fire and water. I can only delve into dragon language magic in these 2 categories. I can't learn anything else. But what? Meng Lei asked with a puzzled look on his face. More than 20,000 years have passed since I was born, and the development of dragon magic must have made great progress. You can go back to the academy, and you should be able to learn the 3 types of dragon magic, thunder, earth, and wood, suggested the old man. That makes sense. Meng Lei's eyes lit up. After this ant tide is over, school will almost start. I'll go back to the academy and give it a try. I should have a chance to learn it. The old man twirled his beard and nodded. He strongly agreed that Meng Lei should learn the other 3 types of dragon language magic. It would be a waste not to utilize such precious magical talent. Thunder, fire, earth, and wood, 4 types of talents, really making people envious and jealous. Let's go to the next place. Meng Lei glanced at the wealth value and then controlled the magic carpet to fly to the next area. In the Warcraft forest, ant tides rose and fell. In less than half an hour, Meng Lei discovered several waves of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. In this regard, Meng Lei has only one solution: burn. It was burning so hard that the sky was dark, burning till the sun and moon lose their light. Burn it till nothing is left. He burned and searched along the way. Another swarm of ants was discovered. It was not large in scale, but it stretched for 7 or 8 kilometers and there were quite a few of them. This is another fortune. Meng Lei was in a good mood and was about to release magic to destroy the swarm of ants, but he was surprised to find that this group of ants did not seem to be chasing prey, but were instead running for their lives. What's going on with this ant swarm? There is clearly a group of ironback lizards not far to the left. Why don't they chase them? Can't they see them? Meng Lei asked in confusion. Yeah, it's really strange. The old man was also confused. All the way here, all the ant swarms were chasing prey like crazy, but this ant swarm ignored its prey. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed at the ant tide and whispered, "Hey, little brat, look over there. Is there something in the center of the ant tide?" This ant swarm is not large, with only about 1 or 2,000 bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, which is a relatively small group. But the strange thing is that they did not plunder food frantically like other ant swarms, but fled desperately in one direction, even ignoring the nearby armored lizards. This unusual behavior makes people suspicious. Monlei, look at the center of the ant tide. The center of the ant tide? Meng Lei was a little confused. Nothing special, except the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants and the bloodthirsty. Wait, what is that? It's too far away, and I can't see clearly. Meng Lei immediately controlled the flying carpet to approach the center of the ant tide. There, he saw a strange bloodthirsty iron crystal ant. This little guy is only 1/10 the size of an ordinary bloodthirsty iron crystal ant and is about the same size as a puppy. It is covered with a glittering golden shell and has a pair of golden wings on its back, like butterfly wings made of pure gold. It mixed in with the ant tide and moved forward with the main force. The other bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were running with their heads down and did not notice Meng Lei's existence at all, as if they could not see him. But this wolf pack husky was different. When it discovered Meng Lei above its head, its eyes flashed with ruby-like light, revealing fear and anxiety, and its expression was surprisingly human. This little golden ant has its own independent consciousness. This was the first thing that Meng Lei thought of. Old Dean, is it also a bloodthirsty iron crystal ant? Meng Lei thought of this again. The old man did not respond to Meng Lei, but just stared at the little golden ant, his eyes full of shock, excitement and disbelief, as if he had seen a rare treasure. Old Dean? Meng Lei called out with some dissatisfaction. Huck! The old man woke up as if from a dream, exhaled a long breath, then turned to look at Meng Lei. His eyes suddenly became complicated, with envy, jealousy, and a hint of relief. Dean, why are you looking at me like that? Meng Lei felt uneasy at the old man's gaze. You little brat. I now seriously suspect you're the dragon god's illegitimate child. Your luck is unmatched. The old man's face was filled with grief and indignation. First it was the god-killing spear, then the golden leaf, and now this again. I really don't understand why all the good things happen to you. Oh, Meng Lei was surprised. Old Dean, are you saying that this little guy is also a divine weapon? It's a living thing. How could it be a divine weapon? The old man shook his head slightly, but his tone suddenly changed. But it's better than a divine weapon. It's not a divine weapon, but it's better than a divine weapon? Meng Lei was completely confused. Old Dean, can you explain it more clearly? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Do you know what this little guy is? The old man pointed at the little golden ant. I've told you before that ant-like monsters are a very special group. Their self-awareness is extremely weak, and all commands come from the Ant King. The old man pointed at the little golden ant and said, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the king of this group of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. It's the Ant King? Meng Lei's eyes widened, then he shook his head repeatedly. This little guy is not even as good as a level 5 magical beast. How could it be the Ant King? Old Dean, you are not mistaken, are you? Any bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is a level 6 magical beast. Would they obey the orders of a small golden ant that is weaker than a level 5 magical beast? What a joke. The old man twirled his beard and smiled. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are the strongest, most brutal, and most powerful of all the ant-like magical beasts. Their king is at least a level 9 magical beast. Is this little guy a level 9 magical beast? Meng Lei sneered. The aura emitted by the little golden ant was extremely weak, even weaker than that of the big-headed soldier next to it. How could it be a level 9 magical beast? I don't believe you. You old man have so many tricks up your sleeve. It's true that it's not a 9th level magical beast now, but that doesn't mean it won't grow into one. The old man smiled and twirled his beard. In this world, no creature is immortal, and no creature is born powerful. Bloodline inheritance, the replacement of the old with the new, that's the truth. Meng Lei frowned. Old Dean, you mean? The meaning is simple. Although this little fellow is weak, it is the newly born Ant King. The old man's eyes lit up. Boy, do you know what this means? Meng Lei fell into deep thought. Old Dean, you don't want me to subdue it, do you? You're not that foolish, the old man said excitedly. Do you know how many people dream of taming the bloodthirsty iron crystal Ant King? Once you tame the king, you control a vast army of ants. The old man looked at Meng Lei and said, you've seen the horror of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant swarm. Imagine what would happen if this ant swarm fell into the hands of one person. Meng Lei was silent for a long time, and finally he exhaled. That will probably be an unimaginable disaster. That's right, disaster, the old man said solemnly. If it falls into the hands of good people, it might be slightly better. But if it falls into the hands of evil people, it will definitely cause a monstrous massacre and widespread suffering. Menglei nodded silently, feeling the same way. Unfortunately, the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is a subterranean creature and rarely appears on the surface. The Ant King is also always hidden in the mysterious underground world. It is almost impossible to subdue it. The old man sighed. Throughout the history of the Sky Continent, people have tamed all sorts of magical pets, even powerful sacred beasts as mounts, but no one has ever successfully tamed the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant king. Has no one really ever succeeded? Menglei asked in surprise. Absolutely not, the old man answered firmly. It's so difficult. So, you're incredibly lucky, the old man said with a complicated expression, because right before you is a juvenile ant king. If you can successfully subdue it, you'll break history and become the first to do so. Subdue it? Menglei swallowed, his throat dry and his heartbeat accelerating. If he could subdue this little golden ant, he would have an army of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants? An endless army of ants that can destroy everything? Menglei swallowed, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Done. Menglei growled and attacked without hesitation. Lightning balls shot out from his fingertips, instantly covering all the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Amidst the crackling sound, the entire ant army was firmly engulfed by the raging electric current. The ant horde twitched and spasmed violently, and then fell to the ground one after another. Only the little golden ant hid in the center of the ant tide, trembling and staring at Menglei with horror on its face. It was obvious that it was scared. Ha ha, you're mine now. Menglei laughed loudly, jumped off the magic carpet, and appeared in front of the little golden ant. He exclaimed in amazement, it's hard to believe that this little guy is controlling the entire ant army. Stop talking nonsense and quickly set up the contract magic circle, the old man shouted sternly. Remember, this time we have to set up the master-servant contract magic circle. Master-servant contract? Why? Menglei was puzzled. When he tamed little Teddy before, the old man repeatedly reminded him to set up an equal contract. Why did he change it this time? The principle is simple, the old man explained. It doesn't need to cooperate with you in battle, nor does it need to have a tacit understanding with you. All it has to do is absolutely obey your orders and be loyal to you without reservation. I see. Menglei nodded. Menglei admitted that the old man's advice made perfect sense. Since they were his own army, he naturally had to obey orders unconditionally. Once the command was issued, it would be carried out with swift and decisive action, without any ambiguity. Thinking of this, signing a master-servant contract with the little golden ant was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Menglei thought for a moment and made a decision. The magic circle glowed with colorful light and slowly rose. A powerful force descended from the darkness and enveloped the little golden ant. Squeak, squeak. The little golden ant seemed to understand what was about to happen, and its eyes were filled with fear. Then, two golden lights shot out from its eyes and hit Menglei's eyebrows. The next second, a thunderous sound erupted in Menglei's mind, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed dramatically. The towering ancient trees vanished into thin air, and the dense bushes disappeared completely. Instead, there are tall buildings, exquisite small gardens and green lawns, which is exactly the place that Menglei remembers so much. Here, Menglei was shocked. Kola, slow down, slow down. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Menglei turned around and saw his wife taking their 2-year-old son for a walk in the neighborhood. The son was stumbling ahead, and his wife was chasing after him. Menglei's eyes were moist and tears were shining. Suddenly, a husky ran towards them. The son was frightened and panicked. He quickly ran into his mother's arms, crying heartbreakingly, Kola, don't be afraid, Mom is here. The wife hugged her son tightly and comforted him gently. Menglei could no longer suppress the emotions surging in his heart, and walked forward quickly, his longing surging like a flood. However, in the old man's eyes, Menglei stood there motionless, as if he had been acupunctured, with a dull look and a confused expression. Just in time. Then, he waved his hand violently, removed the master-servant contract magic circle, and replaced it with an equality contract magic circle. Stinky boy, what are you doing? The old man asked in surprise. Why did you change the formation so suddenly? Before he finished speaking, 2 drops of blood quickly appeared in the center of the magic circle, then merged into one and split into 2 drops, drilling into the eyebrows of Menglei and the little golden ant respectively. The contract was established and the magic circle dissipated immediately. The surrounding scene changed drastically in an instant. The tall buildings disappeared, and his wife and son also disappeared with them. They returned to the dense monster forest. Kola, wife, where are you? Menglei rushed over with all his might, but found nothing. What the hell are you doing, little brat? The old man's voice rang out. Everything was fine. Why did you change to the equal contract magic circle? Menglei was shocked. He looked around and then at the old man, muttering to himself, what happened to me? What happened just now? I understand. The old man frowned, his face full of annoyance. It's all his fault. The old man pointed at the little golden ants on the ground. Menglei turned his head and saw that the little golden ant was extremely weak, like a deflated ball, with its head drooping and its eyes dull, as if its whole body was hollowed out. How could it it suddenly become like this? Meng Lei frowned, his heart full of doubts. You've been attacked, little bastard, the old man sighed. When you suddenly changed the contract formation just now, I thought it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Now it seems that you were attacked by the little guy's mind and were controlled by him. I was controlled by it? Meng Lei's whole body trembled, and he couldn't help but recall the scene just now. It was too real, as if he was there. Am I really under its mental attack? He wondered. The old man's eyes were complicated. The bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Lance King is a non-attributed magical beast, but if we must classify it by attributes, then it should be classified as a dual-attribute magical beast of strength and spirit. Spiritual magic? Meng Lei frowned slightly. It's over. Spirit magic is extremely rare, so it's not counted among the 10 branches of magic, but it does exist, the old man explained. Spirit magic is extremely terrifying because it attacks the soul. Ordinary defenses are completely ineffective and impossible to defend against. The old man looked at Meng Lei and said, just like before, you were distracted for a moment and then you were attacked by its mental attack without even realizing it. So scary? Meng Lei couldn't help but look at the little golden ants on the ground. That's not all, the old man sighed. This little creature was just born, and its mental attacks are still immature. If it were a full-grown ant king standing before you, that instant attack would be enough to shatter your soul and kill you instantly. Meng Lei felt a chill down his spine. The bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Ants King excels at mental attacks. Even if this little creature is just born, it can easily catch a 9th-level Grand Mage like you. You can only imagine how terrifying it will be when it grows up. The old man shook his head. It was with this in mind that I made you sign a strict master-servant contract with it, so that I could control it in the future. I didn't expect, but it's okay. After signing the equal contract, it will coexist with you as an equal, sharing life and death, and it can also bring you great help. This little guy is so perverted? Meng Lei was speechless. Squeak! The little golden ant also recovered a little at this time, looked up at Meng Lei, and his big ruby-like eyes revealed complex emotions. Helpless, unwilling, relaxed, relieved. There's still a hint of closeness? It seemed to be very clear that after signing the equal contract, it would become the closest existence to this completely unfamiliar human being in front of it. Transcend racial boundaries. Beyond blood ties. Transcend the barriers of hatred. From now on, we will live in mutual benefit and depend on each other for life and death. Little guy, how dare you use a mental attack on me? Meng Lei squatted down and looked at the innocent little golden ant with a complicated expression. The scene just now made him feel resentful towards this prickly little guy. Squeak! The little golden ant called out twice, stretched out its head and rubbed Meng Lei's hand. There was a look of intimacy in its big eyes, and a gentle emotion surged in the depths of its soul. Looking at the humble and pleasant little fellow, Meng Lei gradually felt relieved. After all, anyone facing the fate of slavery would desperately resist, so it was completely understandable that the little fellow would use mental magic to attack him. This is actually pretty good. Meng Lei smiled and touched the little golden ant's head. A slave who obeys orders and is absolutely loyal is good, but wouldn't it be better to have a partner who shares weal and woe and has a tacit understanding with you? Is there a shortage of puppet-like slaves in this world? There will never be a shortage. A master-servant contract can do it. But is it interesting to spend the whole day with such a slave? You're shining like you're wearing golden armor. How about I call you Xiao Jin from now on? Okay, okay. The little golden ant responded happily. Xiao Jin's IQ is obviously higher than Teddy's. As soon as the contract is signed, he can communicate with Meng Lei's soul, which is far beyond Teddy's reach. Xiao Jin, why are you here? Meng Lei asked the first question, which was also a question that he and the old man were concerned about. Logically speaking, the Ant King should stay underground, and new Ant Kings like Xiao Jin should stay in the old nest. What should I do if I get caught by bad guys? Look, didn't I catch him? Woo woo woo. Xiao Jin cried bitterly, tears falling like pearls from a broken string, looking like a very aggrieved young wife. It turned out to be the emperor of the bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Ants. But fate had been cruel. Just 1 month after inheriting the throne, it was attacked by another clan from the underground world. The 7th-level monsters in this underground world are individually much stronger than the bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Ants, but their numbers are relatively rare. Therefore, the overall strength of the two races, the bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Ants and the subterranean demon spiders, are comparable, and both are dominant beings in the underground world. But the two tribes are naturally incompatible. The bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Ants are huge in number and occupy a vast territory, while the burrow spiders, although limited in number, specialize in hunting bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Ants for food. For thousands of years, the two tribes have been in constant friction and frequent wars, and each wants to eliminate the other in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, their strength is equal and neither can completely defeat the other. Until a month ago. A month ago, the old Ant King passed away, and Xiao Jin ascended the throne of Ant King at a young age. After hearing the news, the subterranean demon spiders seized this golden opportunity without hesitation, and a war broke out that concerned the fate of the two tribes. The result speaks for itself. The bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Ants were defeated, their nest breached by the crypt worshipped spiders. Xiao Jin, who had just secured the throne, was driven out of the Golden Throne Hall before he could even gain a firm foothold. He fled the underground world in a hurry, protected by his followers. Finally, I met Meng Lei. Meng Lei and the old man looked at each other, speechless. Xiao Jin's fate was truly bizarre. He had just become the Ant King when he encountered a catastrophe. After finally fighting his way out of the encirclement, he nearly became Meng Lei's slave. The dignified Ant King has fallen to this point. It's so hard for me. Alas, poor baby. Xiao Jin, don't cry. Meng Lei gently touched its head and comforted it. When you have enough strength, we will return to the underground world together and avenge our people. Xiao Jin nodded his golden head vigorously, his eyes determined. He was the Ant King, determined to fight his way back underground and take back everything that belonged to him. This was his mission. So, the most important thing for you now is to work hard to improve your strength, become stronger as quickly as possible, and prepare for revenge. Monroe encouraged. Seeing Xiao Jin's change from sadness to joy, Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had dealt with Xiao Jin, it was time to continue hunting the ant swarms and earn gold coins. Meng Lei froze, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Since Xiao Jin was the Ant King, was it really appropriate for him to wantonly hunt down its people? That's not right. Since Xiao Jin is the Ant King, why should I hunt down the ant tide? They are my army now. Meng Lei's eyes lit up. If we kill them, where can we find such an invincible ant swarm? Wouldn't it be better to keep them? They can still be of great use. Thinking of this, Meng Lei suddenly became excited. Xiao Jin, can you control the ant swarm? The old man's eyes flashed when he heard this. If Xiao Jin could really control the ant swarm, this dilemma would be easily resolved. However, the two were destined to be disappointed. Xiao Jin shook his head and said, I have just become the Ant King and my mental strength is still very weak. Without the help of the clan-suppressing artifact, I can only control a little over 2,000 of my subjects at most. What? The old man was also dumbfounded. Without a clan-suppressing artifact, the maximum you can control is 2,000 bloodthirsty iron crystal ants? This is too outrageous. Young Ant Kings generally have weak mental strength and are completely unable to control such a large group. To solve this problem, the greatest Ant King in our history specially created a clan artifact, the bloodthirsty golden nest. Xiao Jin explained, with the help of the bloodthirsty golden nest, the young Ant King can indirectly control all his people. But the bloodthirsty golden nest is connected to the ant colony, so it can't be taken away. So, the bloodthirsty golden nest is still in the underground world? Meng Lei slapped his forehead, completely speechless. Xiao Jin, you were such a failure as the Ant King. Not only were you driven out of the nest, but you even lost the clan's sacred artifact. The old man suddenly thought of something. So, the ant tide in the monster forest is completely out of control? Yes, I can't control them, and they can't go back underground. They can only roam around on the surface. They're doomed, and they'll be killed sooner or later. Xiao Jin shook his head and sighed. Are they finished? The old man's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, I'm afraid it's not them who will suffer, but others. Once the ant tide gets out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable. Old Dean, what should we do now? Meng Lei also realized the seriousness of the situation. The ant tide is out of control, and they can't go back underground. The old man's face was more serious than ever. They will scurry around like headless flies, devouring everything they can eat. Once the monster forest is devoured, they will rush out of the forest and spread to other places. The ant tide is inevitable. The old man took a deep breath. Monley, this ant tide is completely different from any other in history. It will be more ferocious and terrifying than ever before. You must be mentally prepared in advance. I understand. Meng Lei's heart tightened, and he looked at Xiao Jin with a hint of apology. Xiao Jin, in order to protect my compatriots from being swallowed by the ant tide, I can only apologize to you. It doesn't matter. Xiao Jin shook his head. Ordinary people have short lifespans. Even if they weren't killed, they wouldn't reach adulthood. That puts my mind at ease. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Jin didn't resent him for this, things would be much easier. Let's go, Xiao Jin, let's go, ahem, to the next place. Wait a moment. Xiao Jin quickly crawled to the corpse of a bloodthirsty iron crystal ant and did something that stunned Meng Lei and the old man. Its two golden tentacles suddenly shone with golden light, and ripples spread out, covering an area of 100 meters. The next moment, an incredible scene appeared. All the corpses of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants that were illuminated by the golden light melted quietly like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, turning into pools of red liquid. Xiao Jin opened his mouth and sucked. The red liquid floated up strangely, and then flew into his mouth like a young swallow returning to its nest. Burp! Xiao Jin burped, and the aura on his body actually quietly increased a bit. Meng Lei and the old man looked at each other in shock. Xiao Jin actually has this ability? Monroe is unbelievable. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are level 6 magical beasts with bodies as hard as steel. Even magical weapons with the bonus of fighting spirit can hardly cut through their corpses. And Xiao Jin could actually melt them with just a ray of golden light? This power is countless times more terrifying than 120% oleum. Old Dean, what kind of ability is this? useless. Meng Lei couldn't help swallowing. I don't know. The old man shook his head. Since ancient times, people have known very little about the bloodthirsty iron crystal and king. Apart from knowing that they are dual elemental magical beasts of strength and spirit, almost nothing else is known. In less than a few minutes, all the corpses of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants turned into red liquid and were swallowed by Xiao Jin one by one. After eating hundreds of thousands of pounds of corpses, Xiao Jin's body didn't change at all except for a slight improvement in his aura. Where on earth are all these ant corpses put? Meng Lei took a breath and was shocked again. After all, we still know too little about the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant king. The old man sighed softly, filled with emotion. After devouring all the ant corpses, Xiao Jin burped contentedly, then returned to Meng Lei and rubbed his golden head against him, his affection evident. Meng Lei's eyes were complicated. Xiao Jin, you ate so many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Where are they hiding? In my stomach. Xiao Jin blinked his big eyes. We bloodthirsty iron crystal ants have huge appetites. Ordinary people can hold 100 times their own body weight in food. And as the ant king, I can hold 10,000 times my own body weight in food. 10,000 times? Meng Lei trembled all over and almost peed his pants with fright. The old man was also shocked and his whole body tensed up and his face turned pale. Both of them were completely shocked by the data. However, this was not the end. Xiao Jin continued, I'm still a juvenile, and I can only hold so much food. The real old ant king is much more powerful, and can swallow a mountain in one gulp. When talking about the old ant king, Xiao Jin's eyes were full of admiration. It was obvious that the image had been deeply imprinted in his young mind. A big mountain. Meng Lei and the old man fell silent for a moment. Meng Lei finally sighed. Now I understand why the ant horde is so terrifying. Each bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is a mobile, oversized space magic device. No wonder it's so terrifying. The old man was knowledgeable and had a deeper understanding. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. The stomachs of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants should have their own space, especially the ant king, whose stomach space is even more extraordinary. It turns out that this clan is not only a dual element monster of strength and spirit. There are also spatial attributes? That's right. It also has spatial attributes. The old man nodded slowly. In our world, in addition to the 10 most basic and common types of magic, there are also some extremely rare but real magics, or rare magics that once existed but have been lost, such as soul magic, space magic, necromancy, time magic, and so on. Space magic, necromancy magic, time magic? Meng Lei murmured. The history of the Sky Continent is extremely long. The creatures born in different eras are different, and the mainstream magic they practice is also different. The old man sighed. As time passes, many rare and powerful magics gradually disappear in the long river of history, but there are always scattered traces left. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are a typical example. While their strength isn't top tier, they possess the rare triple attributes of strength, spirit, and space. The space attribute, in particular, is deeply ingrained in their blood, truly astonishing. Meng Lei took a deep breath and couldn't help feeling shocked. Let's go look somewhere else. The old man waved his hand. Since this little guy is such a big eater, let him eat to his heart's content. The magic carpet took off into the sky and disappeared into the jungle in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it had arrived above another raging army of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. After a few thunderballs hit, the army of about 3,000 ants was instantly destroyed and became a delicious meal for Xiao Jin. Seeing Xiao Jin swallowing 3,000 ant corpses, Meng Lei and the old man were still shocked. 3,000 corpses, eaten all in one breath? This is a real foodie. Compared to it, even the Dragon Clan has to admit defeat. The only thing that made Meng Lei sad was that while Xiao Jin was devouring the ant corpse, he also swallowed the magic core of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant. 3,000 magic cores are equivalent to 30 million gold coins. Xiao Jin, you are the biggest stumbling block for me to enter the Holy Land. Meng Lei gritted his teeth. Only if Xiao Jin swallows so many magic cores can his strength increase faster. For its growth, I can only endure it. Everything is for Xiao Jin, for Xiao Jin's future. However, when Xiao Jin devoured a swarm of more than 30,000 bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, Meng Lei finally couldn't bear it anymore. Xiao Jin, next time you devour the ant corpse, can you leave the magic core for me? It's really hard for me. Meng Lei originally thought that Xiao Jin would be embarrassed, but he didn't expect it to agree so readily. It opened its mouth and spit out magic cores, which immediately fell like rain. Swish swish. After a while, the eyes were filled with fist-sized red magic cores. There were so many of them that they almost hurt Meng Lei's titanium dog eyes. The magic cores are useless to me and they take up space. I just couldn't bear to throw them away, so I ate them all. If you need them, I can always give them to you. Xiao Jin blinked her innocent eyes and said something that almost broke Meng Lei's heart. It's useless to you? It takes up space? You just can't bear to throw it away? This is a triple critical hit. Meng Lei almost vomited 3 liters of blood. If I had known this would happen, why would I have endured it? With so many magic cores, selling them would bring a huge sum of money. In an instant, Meng Lei was full of energy. Traveling around around, hunting crazily. 1 share, 2 shares, 3 shares, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. In just one afternoon, Meng Lei slaughtered 60,000 bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, making a net profit of 600 million gold coins and 60,000 magic cores. His wealth soared to an astonishing 10,8762, 2034 gold coins, a full billion. If you count all the magic cores, gems, Titan dragon ape corpses and other treasures that need to be cashed in, his net worth has exceeded 2 billion. This is a shocking number. This means that Meng Lei has taken 1/5 of the step towards the Holy Land. Money, money, money. I have money. So what if I have money? So what if I have money? System. Quickly exchange 600,000 attribute points for me and add them to my physical fitness. I want to break through to level 9. 6 million gold coins disappeared in an instant. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to become a 9th level warrior. Please continue to work hard and strive for higher breakthroughs. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline, fire demon bloodline. Wealth value, 10,8162, 2034 gold coins. Constitution, level 9 warrior, 1003872/100,000,000,000. Spirit, 9th level mage, 1342073/10,000,000,000. Magic power, 9th level mage, 112264/10,000,000,000. Level 9 warrior, 9th level magician. The 4 elements of thunder, fire, earth, and wood, the great magician. Meng Lei stared at his attribute panel, feeling the power surging out of his body. His heart was filled with unprecedented strength and excitement, and his state was also extremely peak. Now I feel, one punch can shatter a mountain. This feeling of being filled with strength is so wonderful. What are you daydreaming about, little brat? A loud shout suddenly rang in his ears, waking Meng Lei from his deep thoughts. Old Dean, what's wrong? What are you thinking about all day? This is the monster forest. Don't try to kill yourself, the old man scolded. Your magic communicator is ringing. Meng Lei took out his magic communicator, and a chubby round face popped up on the screen. Hey bro, are you okay? Meng Lei wanted to say that he was in great shape, but he was afraid of attracting criticism from the old man, so he had to respond perfunctorily. Why did you suddenly think of me? The fat man chuckled, suddenly took out a golden helmet, put it on his head, and immediately looked like Peppa Pig wearing a golden helmet, which was very funny. Brother, am I handsome now? The fat man winked and said with a cocky look on his face. Ha 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 ha. Meng Lei couldn't help laughing out loud and almost laughed to death. Hey, 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 what are you laughing at, brother? The fat man was a little dissatisfied. Ahem, no, I'm not laughing. Meng Lei suppressed his laughter, coughed twice, and asked, Fatty, what's the matter with you? What are you doing? Toss? I really want to toss. The fat man's face was bitter. Brother, do you know where I am now? Dragon Blood Great Wall, Beha Pass. Oh my god, why did you run over there? Are you trying to kill yourself? Meng Lei asked in surprise. Don't you know that there's an ant swarm erupting on the Dragon Blood Great Wall? You think I want to come? The fat man smiled bitterly. I'm staying at home well and comfortably. If I wasn't forced to do so, I would never want to go to the Dragon Blood Great Wall to die. Meng Lei was stunned. I just broke through to become a 4th level magician 2 days ago. My grandfather said that I only have the realm but not the strength, so I need to train harder. The fat man said helplessly, so I was sent to the academy and joined the old student team organized by the academy to help resist the ant tide, and then I was sent here. Meng Lei was speechless. The fat man had a good talent for magic, but his family actually asked him to resist the ant tide. What was this old man thinking? After arriving at the Dragon Blood Great Wall, I and a group of senior students were assigned to Beha Pass and became gatekeeper magicians. Fortunately, our team leader is that old fellow Dirk. The fat man lowered his voice and said, although old man Dirk is strict and rigid, he is very powerful. With him, a 9th level great magician, leading the team, we still feel safe. Teacher Dirk is also at Beihiguan? Yeah, Abe and Donna are there too. You haven't forgotten Donna, have you? Donna Elam, the beauty queen of our class, the fair-skinned, beautiful dragon girl from the Frost Kingdom. When Donna was mentioned, the fat man immediately became energetic and his eyes lit up like a 100-watt light bulb. That's her. When did she become the class beauty? Hey, I sealed it. The fat man smiled cunningly and winked. She was just asking you why you didn't come. I told her you went to the Warcraft forest to train. Guess what this girl said? She said that not only are you extremely talented in magic, but you're also very hardworking and completely worthy of being number 1 in our class. She even said you're her idol and she admires you very much. The fat man smiled obscenely. Brother, you have to thank me. Brother, I helped you a lot. Thank you? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. The fat man chuckled smugly. Thank you for not exposing you. I'm the only one who knows that your home is actually in the Warcraft forest. You went to the Warcraft forest to train, but you were actually just going home, right? Meng Lei rolled his eyes and was too lazy to say anything more to this guy. Brother, tell me, shouldn't you thank me? The fat man laughed cunningly. Hee hee, I'm a loyal man. I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice even 2 swords for my brothers, let alone such a small matter. But I've helped you so much, you'll definitely feel bad if you don't show some appreciation. How about this, after school starts, let's go to Juxian building. The corners of Meng Lei's mouth twitched. Since you don't object, I'll take it as your consent. Wahaha, Juxianlo, TSK, I'm going to give you a good meal. The fat man cheered loudly. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Hart, who are you talking to? Why are you laughing so happily? Hey, classmate Donna. The fat man turned around and said, I'm talking to your idol. Speaking of which, your idol is really a ruthless person. He actually dared to hang around in the Warcraft forest. Isn't he afraid of being eaten by the ant swarm? Oh, is classmate Meng Lei still in the monster forest? The clear and pleasant female voice sounded again, and a beautiful face with fiery red horns and fair skin appeared in the magic communicator. It was Donna Elam. Mr. Meng Lei, you're still in the monster forest? Donna said in surprise. I heard the monster forest is overrun with bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Isn't it dangerous for you to stay there? This damn fat guy. Meng Lei forced a smile and said, I'm just outside the Warcraft forest. There aren't many ants, so there's no danger. That's good. Donna hummed softly, Mr. Meng Lei, please pay attention to your own safety. If you encounter any danger, remember to protect yourself. I will, thank you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. At this moment, bursts of loud and clear horn sounds suddenly came from the communicator, like muffled thunder exploding out of nowhere. What's up? This was followed by waves of panicked roars. Ant tide is coming. Attention everyone, the ant tide is coming. Attention everyone, the ant tide is coming. Ant tide is coming? Donna and Fatty's expressions changed instantly. Fatty said anxiously, brother, the ant tide is coming. I have to go and meet them. I can't say any more to you. I'm hanging up. After saying that, the fat man hung up the communicator. Meng Lei looked at the magic communicator that had returned to silence and murmured softly, a swarm of ants is actually rushing towards Beha Pass? I hope the number is not too large. The Dragon Blood Great Wall stretches for thousands of kilometers, and the defense line is extremely long. A tide of ants may appear at any location at any time. Therefore, every checkpoint must be guarded by someone, but in this way, the military force at each checkpoint must be limited, and the number of magicians that can be assigned is even smaller. It is precisely because of this that the School of Magic has arranged for students to come to support. There is no other way, magicians are too scarce. The students can only take on the task at hand. But after all, students' strength is limited. Although it is more than enough to resist the general ant tide, it will be troublesome if they encounter a large-scale ant tide. A tide of ants appeared at Beha Pass. As long as the number is small, it is not a big problem. At this moment, the magic communicator rang again. Brother, we are done. The Dragon Blood Great Wall stretches for thousands of kilometers. There is a checkpoint every 100 miles, and there are hundreds of checkpoints in the entire Dragon Blood Great Wall. Beha Pass is one of them. Beha Pass is named after its proximity to the Beha River. The North River flows from west to east, originating from the Titan Plateau where the Titan Empire is located, passing through the Warcraft Forest and the Dragon God Empire, and finally flowing into the East Sea of the Endless Deep Sea. It is one of the largest rivers in the Sky Continent and nourishes countless lives. At this moment, the Beha River was surging with waves, and bloodthirsty iron crystal ants with red bodies came walking on the water, attacking the Beha Pass like thousands of troops. The ant tide is coming. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Attention everyone, the ant tide is coming. Attention everyone, the ant tide is coming. The resounding horn blast cut through the air, awakening all the officers and men at Beha Pass. Soldiers, archers, crossbowmen, and guarding magicians quickly took their positions. The black-robed old man Dirk now also led dozens of college students to the top of the city wall and came before the Marquis Seisha Dodgson, the commander of Beha Pass. Marquis Seisha, all the magicians of the Fire Dragon Academy have assembled and are waiting for your command. Dirk now looked at the female general in front of him with a hint of respect in his eyes, and many students also looked at her with admiration. Celia Dodgson, the commander of Beha Pass, a dragon warrior with green dragon blood, the only female general among more than 100 border defense generals. She is powerful and defends the country and the border. She is as brave as any man and is a role model for women. She is also an idol in the hearts of countless girls. Teacher Dirk, the situation is critical. I won't be polite with you. Marquis Seisha has green wings on her back, green horns on her head, and a green armor that sets off her slender figure, making her look heroic and imposing. Her eyes were cold as she stared directly at the dozens of student magicians from the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. Level 6 magicians, step out. 7 or 8 6th grade students stepped out in response. They were all 6th level magicians and were about to graduate this year. Personal soldiers, take them to the intermediate mage tower. As you command, Lord Marquis. Level 5 magicians, step out. Personal soldiers, take them to the low-level mage tower. As you command, Lord Marquis. In the blink of an eye, most of the students brought by Dirk now were taken away, leaving only a dozen level 4 magicians without arrangements. Among them were a fat man wearing golden armor and holding a golden magic wand, who was heavily armed. The expression expressionless Abe, and the fair-skinned dragon girl Donna. Fatty and others looked at Marquis Seisha with anticipation, hoping to be assigned to the Mage Tower, but they were disappointed. Marquis Seisha said, "To operate the Mage Tower, you must be at least a level 5 magician. Your strength is too low, so you can only stay on the city wall to defend against the enemy." Fatty and the others looked at each other in silence. As magicians, they naturally understood the value of artifacts like the Mage Tower. They had just considered going in to investigate, but they hadn't expected this outcome. However, Marquis Seisha had no time to care about their feelings, because the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants all over the mountains were sweeping over like a red torrent. There is no end in sight. There is no end in sight. Stretching for hundreds of kilometers. There is no end to the journey. Seeing this terrifying scale, Dirk Noel's face became extremely solemn. "Marquis Seisha, how could this ant tide be so fierce? It's more terrifying than any previous beast tide." Marquis Seisha's face was gloomy. "The radiation area is probably more than 300 miles, and there are still endless ants pouring in. I'm afraid." She didn't say the rest of the words, but everyone understood the meaning. The situation is extremely dangerous and the city is difficult to defend. "Can't hold it?" Fatty and the others felt a tightness in their hearts as they saw the ant horde coming in like a raging sea, emitting a murderous aura that made people feel cold in their hearts. How could they have the courage to resist? "Can we withstand so many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants?" One student's face was as pale as paper. "What nonsense!" Dirk now shouted coldly, "As a gatekeeper magician, how can you be afraid before the battle? Listen, you are magicians trained by my Fire Dragon Magic Academy. No matter when or where, don't forget your identity as a magician, and don't bring shame to the academy. So what if you're weak? You can still go out and kill the enemy. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is a level 6 monster. If you kill one, you'll win. Do you understand?" The fat man and the others were shocked, and their fear gradually disappeared. Dirk now nodded slightly and continued, "But, while you may kill the enemy, remember to protect yourself. I don't want to bring any of your bodies back with me. Do you understand?" "I understand." Dirk now took a deep breath. The strong ones all started out as weak. Who hasn't been nervous, scared, and fearful? The key is to adjust your mindset and overcome fear. Be ashamed and then be brave. Strive to make progress. Only after going through hardships can you truly become a strong person. But if you become timid and retreat when faced with a little setback, and are hesitant, then no matter how outstanding your talent is, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. Follow my command, crossbowman, fire. Seeing that the vanguard of the ant tide was approaching, Marquis Seisha waved the giant sword in his hand and gave the order to attack. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, crossbow arrows wrapped in lightning, fire, storm and ice whizzed out and then exploded in the ant tide. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants suffered heavy casualties in an instant, and several vacuum zones appeared in the boundless ant tide. When Fatty and the others saw this, they were cheered up. With such powerful weapons, how could they be afraid of the ant tide? However, the ant tide was not affected at all. It still stepped on the corpses of its companions and surged forward. The gap created by the explosion was quickly filled up and everything returned to normal. Fatty and the others were stunned. They had killed so many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, but the ant tide was not affected at all? Were they not afraid of death? This is exactly what makes the ant tide so terrifying. Dirk Novi explained in a deep voice, "Ordinary beast hordes fear death and struggle to unify their minds, but ant hordes are fearless and only know how to move forward courageously. They will never retreat unless they are completely wiped out. How is this possible?" Fatty and a group of newbies were frightened, but what happened next made them realize that this was just the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. The crossbows exploded repeatedly, and dozens of shots were fired at the center of the ant tide, but it didn't even cause a ripple. The ant tide comes like a tide, one after another, endlessly. Kill the ones in front, and there will be more to come. They can't be killed all, which makes people feel extremely desperate. Is this an ant tide? Fatty and others gasped. At this moment, they finally understood. Why did the kingdom issue a special beast tide warning? Why did the college organize senior students to resist in such a big way? Why is the royal city in such an uproar, as if the end of the world is approaching? With such a terrifying ant tide, how could there be any room for survival? The red ant tide stretching for hundreds of miles was like a raging wave, madly crashing into the dragon blood great wall. The soldiers defending the city fought to the death. Countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were frozen, burned to ashes, scorched by electricity, pierced, and cut into pieces. But it still couldn't stop the advance of the crazy ant tide. They came in layer by layer, continuously, fearlessly, and endlessly. Attacks have no effect on them. The ant tide is getting closer and closer, and may engulf Beha Pass at any time. I can't stop it. It's impossible to stop it. We'll be torn to pieces. Seeing this scene, some students broke down and lost control, crying and screaming like crazy, completely losing their minds. Shut up. Don't affect the morale of the troops. Dirk now glared. Several students were struck hard, stunned by the mental suppression, and fell to the ground. Take them away. Dirk now waved his hand and shouted. Several soldiers immediately carried the students away. Dirk now looked at their departing backs and sighed softly. day. These students are mentally broken. Even if they wake up, they will suffer from serious psychological trauma and will find it difficult to achieve success in the future. But Dirk didn't feel sorry. Because these students are born with fragile minds, no matter how high their magical talent is, there is no hope for their future achievements, and they will never achieve great things. Listen up. Dirk now glanced at Fatty and the others. Thinking you can become a strong person just by relying on talent? Wishful thinking. Talent is just a stepping stone. A truly strong person must go through hardships and setbacks. A truly strong person must undergo the baptism of blood and fire, endure countless life and death battles and failures, and endure pain and torture that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Dirk now's eyes were grim. Talent is nothing, and rank alone is useless. If you collapse on the battlefield, harming yourself and others, you're ultimately useless. Fatty and the others felt a tightness in their hearts and couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look directly into teacher Dirk's eyes. Dirk now took a final look at everyone's face, turned around, stepped onto the parapet, and launched an attack. O almighty wind spirit, please use the air as your bow and the light as your arrow. Carrying my unwavering will, I will tear through the distant void, the storm of death. Buzz buzz buzz. The wind elements between heaven and earth gathered madly, and a black tornado with a diameter of hundreds of meters, a height of hundreds of feet, and composed entirely of sharp wind blades slowly took shape. 9th level magic, Deathstorm. The Deathstorm, carrying the devastating power of destruction, instantly landed in the center of the ant tide. With the earth-shaking roar, countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were swallowed by the storm and instantly turned into powder. Dirk now waved his magic wand, and the Deathstorm began to spin rapidly on the battlefield, sometimes appearing here, sometimes there. Wherever it passed, the ant swarm disappeared in an instant. That's amazing. Teacher Dirk is so majestic. As expected of Teacher Dirk, the fat man and others were immediately cheered up, and all the officers and soldiers swept away the haze and finally saw the dawn of victory in their eyes. The lethality of the Deathstorm is truly astonishing. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were strangled. If the Deathstorm was unleashed a few more times, the ant tide would be completely crushed. Everyone, let's charge forward too. Teacher Dirk is right, even if it means biting. The students' morale was greatly boosted, and they climbed onto the parapet one after another, imitating Teacher Dirk's movements and chanting magic spells in unison. In an instant, various magical elements converged and intertwined. The brutal battle scenes continue. A strong bloody atmosphere enveloped the entire battlefield. Time passes little by little. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. Despite the desperate resistance of all officers and soldiers, the ant tide showed no signs of abating. Instead of weakening, the offensive became more fierce and violent. We have to thank Dirk Novi, the 9th level great magician, for his desperate resistance. If it weren't for him, Beha Pass would have fallen long ago. We can't hold on. The ant tide is too fierce. We can't hold on at this rate. The defending commander, Marquis Cishia, had a gloomy expression on his face. Where exactly are the reinforcements? How long will it take for the fastest reinforcements to arrive? Replying to the Marquis, at least 1 hour. The personal guards reported back quickly. An hour? At this rate, I can't even make it through half an hour, let alone an hour. Marquis Cishia gritted his teeth and said, hurry, urge the reinforcements immediately and make them speed up. After that, she strode up to Dirk now and asked in a deep voice, Teacher Dirk, the reinforcements won't arrive for another hour at the earliest. How long can you hold on? Dirk now's face was solemn. 9th level magic consumes a lot of mana. I can't last more than an hour, but I can always cast 6th and 7th level magic. The killing power of level 6 or 7 magic is limited. Beha Pass will be breached in less than an hour. Cecilia shook her head repeatedly. Then how long can you persist in releasing large-scale 9th level magic like Deathstorm? She asked, staring at him intently. Half an hour at most. Dirk now smiled bitterly. A large-scale 9th level spell like Deathstorm consumes an astonishing amount of mana. If I persist for another half hour, all the mana I've accumulated throughout my life will be exhausted, and it will take a long time to recover. Half an hour. Cecilia fell silent. At this moment, a personal soldier came running over breathlessly. My Lord Marquis, the situation is dire. The ant tide 30 miles away has already attacked the city wall. My Lord Marquis, the city wall 100 miles away has also been occupied by a tide of ants. Your Excellency the Marquis. More than 10 personal soldiers came one after another, and the news they brought back was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Everyone's face was pale and their hearts were filled with despair. All 19 city walls were breached by the ant tide. 19 in total. Will there be more and more in the future? I couldn't hold it after all. Marquis Cishia muttered in despair. Actually, the moment I saw the scale of the ant tide, I knew I couldn't hold it, but I still underestimated its power. Sigh. Dirk now sighed and remained silent. The ant tide stretches for 300 miles, which means that the defense line of more than 300 miles is hit by the ant tide at the same time. How many soldiers and magicians are there at Behiguan? In the absence of reinforcements, the city's destruction is almost inevitable. Teacher Dirk, before the ant tide arrives, quickly evacuate the students. They are the the future of the kingdom, and we cannot afford to let them down. Don't worry, Xixia sighed and said in a deep voice. Dirk now closed his eyes, a look of painful struggle on his face. He understood what retreat meant, and he also understood what breaking the city meant. But he could do nothing. He really can't do anything. He is alone after all. He was unable to reverse the collapsed situation and save the people from danger. After a long struggle, Dirk now finally made up his mind and waved his hand to release a flying magic ship. All students, board the ship immediately and retreat. Teacher Dirk, are you just giving up like that? The fat man simply couldn't accept this decision. If we leave, and the ants burst through the defense line and rush in, what will happen to the people in the city? They will become prey to the ants. There's no other way. I really can't do anything. Tears welled up in Dirk now's eyes. The ant tide is coming with such force, our defenses are riddled with holes. It's like a dilapidated ship drifting on the vast ocean, leaking everywhere. There's no way to stop it. I really can't do anything. After hearing this, the fat man fell silent. Human power is ultimately limited. How can we possibly resist natural disasters? Dirk now wiped away his tears and said, let's go. There's no point in staying here any longer. The right thing to do is to leave as soon as possible. Got it, teacher. The fat man and the others lowered their heads and boarded the spaceship one by one. Marquis Xixia, what are you going to do? Dirk Novi turned to look at Marquis Xixia and asked in a low voice. We can only retreat. Marquis Xixia had a complicated expression on his face. I've guarded Beha Pass for over 10 years, but today is the first time I've chosen to abandon the city gate. I'm truly unwilling to do so. Dirk now remained silent. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, look, what is that? Could it be reinforcements? Everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted as they saw a black dot rapidly approaching from a distance. It turned out to be a magic flying carpet. There is a person standing on the flying carpet. Who is he? Are you here to help us fight the ant tide? He rides on a magic carpet and he doesn't look that powerful. Everyone soon became disappointed. The ant tide could break through the city defenses at any time. Seeing that the army was about to retreat, even 100,000 people would be of no avail. Not to mention there's only one person, and he was riding a magic carpet, so he was obviously not a powerful character. Only the fat man was holding a telescope, staring at the man with a complicated expression, and suddenly exclaimed, oh my god, isn't that my brother? Abe and Donna were both stunned. You said that was Monlay? That's right, it's him. I asked him to come over to help, but I didn't expect him to actually come. He's worthy of being my brother, so loyal. The fat man's face was full of excitement. Who is Monray? Hearing this, Marquis Xixia perked up. What level of expert is this? A 9th level grand mage? Can he help us resist the ant tide? He is my student. Dirk now smiled bitterly. His strength is about that of a 5th level magician. Cecilia's expression suddenly changed. Give the order to retreat. The magic flying carpet flew at high speed and arrived at the top of Beha Pass in a blink of an eye. Everyone looked at the handsome young man on the flying carpet. He has become stronger, especially the pair of eyes, as bright as stars, shining with dazzling brilliance and captivating brilliance. Teacher Dirk, long time no see. Monlay jumped off the magic carpet and gave Dirk Noel a wizard salute, showing great respect for this strict head teacher. This kid, he ran to the monster forest without making any noise. He's really brave. Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by the ant tide? Dirk now looked at Monlay with a look of satisfaction on his face. Monlay completely met his expectations of a talented magician, exceptional talent, hard work, determination, and humility. I made the teacher worried. Menglay smiled slightly, then looked at the fat man and the other two. Before he could finish his words, the fat man had already pounced on him. Wearing glittering golden armor, he almost blinded Menglay's titanium eyes, and his bulky body pressed directly on Menglay. If it were someone else, they would have been suffocated by the fat man. Brother, I'm so glad to see you. The fat man's face flushed with excitement. I didn't expect that you would actually come after I just casually mentioned it. Brother, you are so loyal. Menglay thought to himself, I came here for the ant tide. He rolled his eyes and pushed the fat man away with disgust. You are resisting the ant tide. Resisting the ant tide. Why are you dressed like this? Are you showing off? Hey, you don't understand this, right? The fat man patted the golden scales on his chest and said proudly, this is top-level magical armor, engraved with 948 magic circles. It not only protects the body, but also automatically gathers magical elements, greatly shortening the casting time. Okay, you have a point. Menglay didn't bother to pay attention to him and nodded to Abe and Donna instead. Abe still had no expression on his face, just nodded slightly, still looking indifferent. Donna, on the other hand, seemed particularly enthusiastic. With a sweet smile on her face, Menglay, classmate, I haven't seen you for more than a month, and you seem to have become even more powerful. Menglay smiled slightly, turned his gaze to the swarm of ants all over the mountains, licked his lips, and revealed a greedy look. If he could kill all these bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, how much would his wealth skyrocket? At least a few billion, I'd say. Monray, retreat with us. Dirk now noticed his gaze and sighed. School is about to start. It will be safer if you come back to the the academy with us. Retreat? Why retreat? Meng Lei was slightly stunned and asked doubtfully. The ant swarm is coming with such force. If we retreat, won't the civilians in the city suffer? Dirk now opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Facing this top student, he found it difficult to speak. Should we tell Meng Lei that the city cannot be defended and that he can only abandon the civilians in the city and let them be devoured by the ant tide? Don't retreat? What else can we do? At this moment, the previously silent Marquis Cixia spoke coldly. The ant tide stretches for 300 miles. The defense line is too long, and reinforcements can't arrive in time. Don't retreat? Are we going to stay here and die? Meng Lei nodded slowly, showing his understanding, and then said to Dirk Knoll, Teacher Dirk, please forgive me. I can't go back with you. Not going back? Dirk now was stunned for a moment. Then what do you want to do? Destroy the ant tide. After saying these 4 words, Meng Lei jumped onto the magic carpet and rushed towards the ant horde like a moth to a flame. What are you doing? Come back now. Dirk Novi's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted to dissuade him, but it was too late. Meng Lei had already rushed out. Humph, your courage is commendable, but you're so stupid. Marquis Cixia snorted coldly. A mere 5th-level magician dreams of annihilating the ant swarm army. How arrogant and delusional. This guy, Mr. Meng Lei. Fatty, Abe, and Donna looked at Meng Lei's back, their faces filled with anxiety. Abe's face changed drastically, and he cursed anxiously, You idiot, who do you think you are? You are so stupid that you would rather die than be killed. Brother Hart, is he the genius in your class? A senior 4th grader wondered. He's too impulsive. Rushing headlong into the ant swarm is tantamount to courting death. An ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating one's own abilities. No matter how high one's magical talent is, one's IQ is still speechless. This is the first-year headmaster? Ha, not so great. Shut up. The fat man's face turned pale and he completely exploded. A bunch of fools, stumbling and struggling to become a 4th-level magician, and you still have the nerve to laugh at others? Ha, our magical talent is indeed not as good as his. An old student retorted directly, but we are not like him. We know we can't win, but we still rush forward and die. What is this? Stupid. Idiot. That's right. Do you know how difficult it is to train a magician in the academy? Another senior student said sternly, the best environment, the best equipment, the best teachers, countless resources and costs. We finally trained a magician. Are we going to waste it like this? I'm telling you, your lives belong not only to you, but also to the academy, the kingdom, and the dragon blood chief. Shut up. At this moment, 2 roars suddenly rang out, interrupting the spit-filled argument. Everyone looked over in astonishment, only to see Teacher Dirk and Marquis Cixia staring at Meng Lei in horror. What's so shocking? The old man, the fat man, Abe and others followed their gaze and saw an incredible scene before their eyes. Meng Lei stood steadily on the flying carpet, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his robe rustling. He looked heroic and handsome, and already had the charm to attract girls. But this is not the most important thing. The most crucial thing was that there were 10 giant fireballs with a diameter of hundreds of meters floating above his head. Those fireballs were extremely huge, extremely hot, and so dazzling that people could not look directly at them. They emitted astonishing heat, even making the sun hanging high in the sky look dim. The fat man and others opened their mouths wide, all stunned. Dirk Novi and Marquis Cixia were even more shocked than anyone else. They recognized the origin of this magic. Teacher Dirk, isn't he a level 5 magician? Marquis Cixia asked dully. But this, what on earth is going on? I don't understand either. Dirk now pinched himself hard, wondering if he was hallucinating. A boy who is not even 16 years old. He was just a level 5 magician a month ago. Now he actually releases 9th level magic? As the dragon god is my witness, are you kidding me? Brother, he. The fat man opened his mouth so wide that a duck egg could fit in it. Abe and Donna were not much better off. They were all dumbfounded and speechless in shock. As for the old students, they looked like they had seen a ghost. Their eyes widened. They had never seen such a huge fireball in their lives. Skyfire meteor, fall. Meng Lei roared in front of everyone, and 10 scorching suns fell like meteors, hitting the ground hard. Boom! Accompanied by a devastating roar, the bright sky dimmed in an instant, and 10 mushroom clouds as huge as mountains rose into the sky, blocking the sunlight and making the sky dirty. The sea of fire is burning, scorching the swarm of ants, scorched the earth. It also shocked the hearts of everyone present. The firelight danced on everyone's faces, clearly reflecting the horror in their eyes. From powerful warriors ranked at level 9 like Dirk Novi and Marquis Cixia to every ordinary soldier, all were shocked beyond words. 9th level magic, Skyfire meteor? A senior 4th grade student suddenly exclaimed, this is the 9th level fire magic, Skyfire meteor. Dragon god, this is 9th level magic. 9th level magic? Are you sure? Another senior student gasped in disbelief. 10 suns across the sky, shining like shooting stars, 100 feet in diameter, a raging fire burning the sky. The old student swallowed his saliva furiously. This magic is exactly the same as the one recorded in the Skyfire meteor. What else could it be? But he's just a first year. How could he possibly unleash 9th level magic? Even the instructors at the academy can't can't do it. I can't say it. Listening to the discussions of the old students, Fatty, Abe, and Donna felt a sharp pang in their hearts. 9th level magic Skyfire Meteor? This is actually 9th level magic? When did you become so powerful, brother? The fat on the fat man's face was trembling. Besides, doesn't he only have talents in lightning and earth? Where does his fire talent come from? He also has earth-related talent? Dirk now turned his head suddenly and asked in surprise. Abe and Donna also looked at the fat man. The fat man nodded repeatedly. When school started, he and I took the earth magic class together. Later I found out that he really has a talent for earth magic. Thunder, earth, and fire. Dirk now's mouth twitched. This kid is actually a 3-element magician. How ridiculous. I, his teacher, was completely unaware of this. Really? Unknown talents in earth and fire, and a 9th level great mage. Abe muttered to himself, how many secrets does this guy have? It's quite mysterious anyway. The fat man shook his head and sighed. I really don't know how he avoided the magic test in the first place. I clearly saw that day that he only tested his affinity for the lightning element. Yes. Everyone was shocked. Very good. At this moment, Meng Lei in the air took action again. He flew over another ant swarm, raised his hands high, and slowly chanted an ancient, mysterious, and obscure spell. And asterisk and %u and hashtag at % and asterisk. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The faces of Dirk Novi, Marquis Seja, Abe, Fatty, and Donna suddenly became extremely ugly. Buzz buzz buzz. Surging fire magic gushed out from Meng Lei's body, and under the control of vast mental power, it madly pulled the fire elements within a radius of 1 kilometer. Boom boom boom. A large amount of fire elements converged, forming a giant flame 1,000 meters high, suspended in the sky. The flames sometimes gathered, sometimes spread out, sometimes grew long, sometimes short, and sometimes was squeezed flat. It was as if a mysterious force was kneading this huge fire, trying to shape it and create a body. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a thick white arm made entirely of flame suddenly stretched out from the giant flame. The muscles on my arms are knotted. The meridians are bulging and the texture is clearly visible. Immediately afterwards, the second arm, legs, head, appeared one after another. After a while, a fire giant 3 times as tall as the Empire State Building appeared between heaven and earth. Its entire body was made of blazing flames. It was tall and strong, standing upright, like a fire god walking on earth. Dragon God is above. There was a cry of surprise from the top of the city wall. Everyone looked at the fire giant floating in the air, and their scalps tingled and their whole bodies were chilled. 9th level magic. The god of fire has descended. This is the 9th level of magic, the descent of the god of fire. Shouldn't the flames of the fire god's advent be red? Why is it white? Also, its size is too exaggerated, almost comparable to a forbidden spell. Listening to the elders' exclamations and doubts, Dirk Novi, Marquis Seja, and others understood clearly in their minds, because they knew that this was dragon language magic. 9th level dragon language magic. The god of fire has descended. That's why its power is so terrifying. Is Monlay also a dragon man? Dirk Novi felt a little disappointed. He originally thought that Monlay was a pure human genius, but he didn't expect that he was also a dragon man. That's right. How could the human race have such a powerful monster? Dirk now laughed at himself with a wry smile. I didn't expect that brother is also a dragon person. The fat man opened his mouth wide, a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. I knew it. His body is so abnormal. He was able to easily beat Lance right after entering the academy. He doesn't look like a human at all. A 1,000-meter-tall flaming giant descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground, crushing countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants to death. Meng Lei hid between the flaming giant's eyebrows, controlling the behemoth and launching a fierce attack. The fire giant opened his mouth wide and fired dozens of fireballs like a mortar, shooting crazily. Amid the rumbling explosion, countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants died tragically. The fire giant raised his palm as big as a football field and slapped it hard. With one palm, a large number of ants were killed or injured instantly. The ground was charred and corpses were everywhere. The giant opened his mouth and spewed out a 100-meter-long fire dragon, which rushed into the ant tide and bombarded it wildly, causing heavy casualties. The fire giant launched a frenzied slaughter, using the Buddha's palm, spitting fire dragons from its mouth, trampling with its huge feet, and firing a barrage of fire bombs. After a series of fierce attacks, countless gullies, vacuum zones, seas of fire, and impact craters appeared in the ant swarm. It's full of holes. It's horrible to look at. How brutal. This is too cruel. Everyone's heart was beating violently as they felt the shocking scene. The fire giant swept across, and countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were killed on the spot. This is simply a massacre. This brutal massacre lasted for several minutes, and the fire giant finally gradually dissipated. It's finally over. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, white petals suddenly fell from the sky. Countless petals fell one after another, illuminating the surroundings in a vast expanse of white. The scenery of the north, thousands of miles of ice and snow. When these white petals fell on the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, it was like sparks being sprinkled on gasoline. With a roar, the iron crystal ants seemed to be ignited and burned instantly. 1, 2, 3. Wherever the petals fall, everything is on fire. The area within a radius of several kilometers turned into a sea of fire. All the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants in this area automatically caught fire. The scene was much quieter than the massacre by the fire giant, but even more weird and chilling. Seeing such a horrifying scene, everyone's heart tightened and they couldn't help but look up at the top of their heads. After confirming that there were no more petals falling, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, what kind of magic is this? Someone asked in a low voice. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any such magic in the records of 9th level magic. Someone answered. No, think about it carefully. Marquis Cechia turned to look at Dirk Noel and asked, Teacher Dirk, do you know this magic? I don't know. Dirk now said with a wry smile, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a self-created 9th level magic. I didn't expect that this kid Meng Lei could actually create 9th level magic. I'm really not as good as him. Self-created 9th level magic? Cecilia trembled slightly, with a hint of shock in her eyes. The fiery rain of petals fell silently and peacefully. But people's hearts were in turmoil, especially those of Dirk Novi and Marquis Cechia, 2 9th level warriors, whose hearts were filled with turbulent waves. Release 9th level magic, which can be said to be a common achievement. Almost all 9th level great magicians can do it, and it is not uncommon to pay a huge price to release forbidden spells. But creating your own 9th level magic is completely different. 9th level magic is the highest level among ordinary magic. It is difficult for ordinary 9th level magicians to create 9th level magic by themselves. How many magical elements should be drawn in? How should they be arranged? And how can one precisely control them with mental power? All of this tests the magician's understanding of the magical elements and the situation of heaven and earth. Without deep accumulation, it is impossible to create 9th level magic by himself. At least, Dirk now believes he can't do it. Teacher Dirk, your disciple is truly a monster. Marquis Cechia took a deep breath and said, I heard from the students that this disciple is a first-year student. How old is he this year? Asked Cecilia. Under 16. 16 years old, a 9th level great magician who was less than 16 years old? Cecilia trembled all over and almost wet her pants. Is this still a human being? The fire rain of petals continued to fall silently, and large groups of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were burned to ashes. No one could tell exactly how many died. All Meng Lei saw was his wealth value jumping wildly. Since coming to Beihiguan, his wealth value has doubled and successfully exceeded the 2 billion mark. This feeling is so great. He stood proudly in the void, feeling the breeze on his face, admiring the wildly burning sea of fire, his face full of intoxication. The pleasure of controlling powerful forces is truly incomparable. It was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The sea of fire raged with a wave of his hand. Burn everything with a flip of your palm. This feels so wonderful. Hey little brat, my doomsday fire rain is pretty good, right? The old man floating beside him stroked his beard and looked at the white petals falling from the sky, his face full of relief and joy. There's nothing more satisfying than seeing the magic you've created shine brightly. Hee, incredibly powerful. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly, praising the magic without reservation. It appears quiet and silent, but it burns everything in silence. It combines beauty, violence, and poetry. It can be called the best of fire. That's right. Don't you even look at who created this magic? The old man was so proud that even snot bubbles appeared. You are quite knowledgeable. However, Doomsday Rain of Fire is just an ordinary magic, not a top-notch one. Isn't this the best? Meng Lei asked in surprise. Ha, what's that? The old man twirled his beard and smiled. I've been trapped underground for so many years, and I've always enjoyed thinking about things. I've created a lot of water and fire magic, and no less than 100 forbidden spells. What's that to the Doomsday Rain of Fire? There must be at least 100 forbidden spells? Meng Lei swallowed, a glint of greed in his eyes. Old Dean, you are truly amazing. My admiration for you is like the endless torrent of a river, or like the overflowing Beha River, which is unstoppable. The old man glared at him and said, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm telling you, these magic spells I created are my precious treasures. Don't even think about getting your hands on them. Old Dean, is that how you see me? Meng Lei was a little unhappy. I admit, I do want to learn these magics, but it's entirely for your sake. For my sake? Think about it. You've created so many great and magical spells, yet they've never been known to the world. Don't you think it's a pity? Meng Lei said with regret. What's more, if you were gone one day, wouldn't these magics be completely lost? That would be such a pity. The old man was stunned, with a complicated expression. Meng Lei continued to sigh. These are the fruits of your painstaking efforts, countless efforts and brain cells, and the fruits of your hard work to create them. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, heartbroken. If I disappear with you like this, it will be the most serious and tragic loss in the entire history of magic in the Sky Continent. The old man stroked his beard and his face darkened. What this kid said does make some sense. Once I die, won't the magic I created be lost? Then what do you think we should do? The old man asked, staring at Meng Lei. You can teach them to me. me," Meng Lei said sincerely. "I will carry them forward and make their names resound throughout the Sky Continent. I will also let your crystallized wisdom be forever recorded in the annals of magic and passed down from generation to generation." "You're right, they really should be passed down." The old man nodded repeatedly, convinced. "We can't let them be lost in vain." A look of joy appeared on Meng Lei's face. Hee, it finally worked. Countless magic spells, hundreds of forbidden spells, these are all priceless treasures, and cannot be bought with money alone. "But why should I pass it to you?" the old man asked, staring at Meng Lei. "I can make them into magic scrolls and send them to the academy so that more people can learn them." "Wouldn't this help promote magic and make my name recorded in the history of magic forever?" the old man asked. Meng Lei's face suddenly froze. Hee, you still want to fool me? You are still too young." The old man saw Meng Lei's embarrassed expression and laughed out loud. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. His heart, which had been shocked by this kid for a long time, finally got some comfort at this moment. "Old Dean, you really are." Meng Lei's face was full of black lines. This old man actually pretended to be stupid. It was really infuriating. "Come on, stop looking at me like that," the old man scolded with a smile. "You're my only descendant. Who else should I pass it on to if not you? Am I supposed to pass it on to someone else?" I knew it. Meng Lei became happy again. "Stop talking nonsense and go clean up the ant swarm." The old man waved his hands impatiently. "Kill them as soon as possible, then go find the little golden ant. I'm a little worried about leaving it alone in the monster forest." "Got it." Meng Lei put away his smile, his eyes flashing with fire. "Since we need to hurry, let's make the flames more intense." Everyone witnessed a scene they will never forget. Meng Lei stood proudly in the air, his voice shaking the earth like thunder, like the god of fire descending to the world, issuing a majestic and mighty judgment. "Ninth level magic, Skyfire Meteor. Ninth level magic, the god of fire has descended. Ninth level magic, Doomsday Rain of Fire. Ninth level magic, Solar Storm. Ninth level magic, Judgment of the god of fire. Ninth level magic, Exploding Fire Dragon. Ninth level magic, Hellfire. Ninth level magic, Judgment Fire Lotus. Ninth level magic, Wrath of the god of fire." 9 consecutive ninth level magic spells, like a flaming beast that broke free from the gates of hell, suddenly appeared and shone brightly in the sky. Fire meteors fell from the sky. The fire giant roared. The sky is filled with a rain of fiery petals. The fire tornado rolls and spins. The flowing fire blade splits the void. The ferocious fire dragon roars like thunder. Black flames corrode and annihilate. The brilliant fire lotus blooms in the sky. The god of fire roared, and the sky and the earth lost their color. Everything between heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only a raging sea of fire, as if it was going to burn this filthy world to ashes. There is no other color between heaven and earth, only the blazing flames dancing in everyone's eyes. The sea of fire stretched for hundreds of miles, covering the mountains, rivers, and the earth. A large tide of ants turned to ashes. Countless ants were burned to death and disappeared completely. Under the violent bombardment of 9 ninth-level magic spells, the ant army was riddled with holes. Although its number was still huge, it seemed to lack stamina. With just a few more rounds of attacks, the ant tide will surely be wiped out and completely destroyed. This is the voice of everyone. As if Meng Lei had heard everyone's thoughts, he began a new round of bombardment. Various ninth-level magic spells came down one after another like endless ammunition. Boom! An hour has passed. The flames on the ground gradually died out, leaving only wisps of rising smoke. The mountains and plains were covered with charred marks, and the air was filled with a strange smell of smoke. An ant swarm stretching over 300 miles? They disappeared completely. A few managed to escape, but most perished in the sea of fire, leaving behind only charred corpses and grave-like ashes on the ground, and of course, their magic cores. The ant tide just disappeared like that? All officers and soldiers stared blankly at the charred land that looked like a wasteland, feeling as if they were in a dream, as if they were in another world. An hour ago, the ant horde surged towards us with overwhelming force, suffocating us. We were filled with fear, despair, weakness, and powerlessness, can only retreat helplessly, and an hour later, the ant tide disappeared? If this is not a dream, then what is a dream? Even if it was a dream, it couldn't turn around so quickly. Monster! It's a monster! Marquis Sishia's mouth twitched as he said. He continuously released 9th level magic for over an hour and actually burned the ant tide completely. I've never heard of such a terrifying 9th level magician. Whether it's spellcasting speed, magic power reserves, or the use of mental strength, they have all reached the pinnacle. I'm far inferior to him. Dirk now took a deep breath. I really don't know what this kid has been through. He's changed so much in just 1 month. Fatty, Abe, and Donna looked at each other with complicated expressions on their faces and turbulent waves in their hearts. Although I've long known that there's a big gap between me and my brother, I never dreamed that the gap would be so huge, the fat man said with a wry smile. Abe and Donna were shocked. Monroe is extremely talented. The speed of cultivation is extremely fast. There should be a gap. But why is it so big? I really can't understand it. The 3 fat guys were hit hard and began to doubt their lives. Monray in your class is a complete pervert. An old student was shocked. Have you ever seen a 9th level great magician who is less than 16 years old? Unheard of, unseen. Another senior student shook his head repeatedly. Throughout the entire history of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, there has never been such a monster. I'm afraid only the Dragon God Empire could produce such a prodigy. This kind of monster can't be measured by common sense. Comparing yourself to him is just asking for trouble. When the fat man and the other two heard this, they felt a lot more relieved. He is a monster, why should I compare with him? Thinking of this, the three of them felt much better. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the distant sky, and then a group of big birds flew from a distance, forming a black mass that covered the sky and the sun. Dragon Legion. It's the Dragon Legion. My Lord Marquis, the Dragon Legion has arrived. It's only now. Humph. Marquis Cecilia snorted coldly, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. If he had arrived an hour ago, she would have welcomed him with open arms. The ant tide is gone. If you come here now, wouldn't that be like eating for free? Roar, roar, roar. The Flying Dragon Legion had no idea of this. In the blink of an eye, they were above Beha Pass, roaring together, and the overwhelming dragon power swept down like a tide. The Flying Dragon Legion, their daily show of force, is delivered to your doorstep. It must be said that the Flying Dragon Legion's tactics were indeed quite effective against ordinary soldiers. Countless soldiers were overwhelmed, struggling to breathe, swing, and unable to hold their weapons steady. These bastards. Seeing this scene, Marquis Cecilia was furious. She was already familiar with the Dragon Legion's vicious behavior, and every time she saw it, she was furious, but she could only watch helplessly. Dirk now frowned, extremely dissatisfied with the Dragon Legion's actions. The fat man cursed angrily. These bastards disappeared when we were fighting off the ant tide, and then showed up to show off their presence after the ant tide was destroyed. What a bunch of bastards. Is this the famous Flying Dragon Legion? Donna looked up at the flying dragons in the sky, a hint of admiration in her beautiful eyes. It really lives up to its reputation. It's in no way inferior to the Frost Dragon Wolf Legion of our Frost Kingdom. Roar, roar, roar. The wyverns had excellent eyesight and could clearly see everything happening on the top of the Beha Pass. They watched the trembling common soldiers and officers, feeling satisfied with the deterrent effect of this show of force. Afterwards, they prepared to begin their descent, carrying out routine cleaning of the battlefield and undertaking the heaviest tasks. However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded, as if a muffled thunder exploded in the ears. The sound was extremely familiar, so familiar that it was creepy. The 100,000 flying dragons froze all of a sudden, their roars stopped abruptly, and they all looked in the direction where the sound came from. They were immediately frightened and trembled all over, with cold sweat pouring down their faces. Dragon God, why is this devil here? The wyverns were shaking like sieves, their wings so stiff that they could hardly fly. The corners of the wyvern king's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart. Almost 100,000 alpacas flew through his mind. This guy is simply haunting me. Why do I always run into him? A bunch of losers. I see you guys everywhere. The one who frightened the dragon army as if they had seen a ghost was none other than Meng Lei. He had no sympathy for these greedy, ugly creatures. What? You want to steal my magic core again? I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, I won't mind blowing your heads off and digging out your magic cores. Upon hearing this, the wyverns were immediately terrified, and the nightmare from a while ago instantly reappeared before their eyes. Then, the 100,000 wyverns made a move that stunned everyone. They flapped their wings and flew away for their lives. He wished he could grow 2 more wings so that he could fly even faster. In an instant, the dragon army that was once as powerful as a rainbow and covered the sky disappeared without a trace, leaving only the 2-legged dragon king floating alone in the air. The other flying dragons all ran away, escaped without a trace. The people on the city wall were stunned. This is the Flying Dragon Legion? Donna opened her mouth, a little stunned. How could it be completely different from the Dragon Legion she had imagined? It seems like you were scared away by your brother? The fat man blinked. What on earth did this brat do to the Dragon Legion? Dirk Now's mouth twitched. When the Dragon Legion saw him, they were so scared that they fled. It must be that the Flying Dragon Legion offended him, and he abused them terribly. It was so horrible that it left a psychological scar. Marquis Cecilia laughed excitedly. Ha, this kid did what I wanted to do but couldn't do. It feels so good. It feels so good. Ha, I wonder what Nicholas will do next. Dirk now couldn't help but look at the lonely Wyvern King. This guy was comparable to a 9th level magical beast and would never let this go easily. The Wyvern King stared at Meng Lei fiercely, his eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, Meng Lei only said one sentence, and the Wyvern King was so frightened that he didn't even dare to show his face and ran away with his face covered. What? Don't you want to grow another wing? Looking at the fleeing dragon army, everyone was shocked and felt extremely happy. These guys who claim to be an elite legion are nothing but a group of outright bandits, greedy and ugly. Everyone has wanted to teach them a lesson for a long time, but unfortunately their strength is limited, so they can only watch them act arrogantly. Now, I finally got what I wanted. With just a few words, Meng Lei scared the Flying Dragon Legion into fleeing in disgrace. It was really satisfying. The ant tide has finally been eliminated. The old man twirled his beard and looked down at the charred earth, then heaved a long sigh of relief. You have made a great contribution to this matter. Perhaps you can even earn the title of Earl. It was quiet all around. The old man frowned slightly and couldn't help looking at Meng Lei, only to see that the boy was smiling foolishly, with the corners of his mouth stretched to the back of his ears. He was as excited as an old widow who had been single for 38 years and had someone climb over the wall to get her out of trouble. She was so happy. The old man was furious and shouted, "What's wrong with you again, you little brat?" Meng Lei shuddered all over and complained, "Old Dean, why are you so loud? You scared me. What are you grinning about? Look how happy you are." The old man glared at Meng Lei. "Hey, secret." Meng Lei grinned, his eyes once again fixed on the wealth value. Looking at the glittering number and the densely packed zeros behind it, his heart felt sweet, as if he had eaten honey. Wealth value, 753972, 1863 gold coins, a full 7.5 billion. What an astonishing number. More importantly, only 2.5 billion away from the 10 billion mark. This means that as long as he earns another 2.5 billion gold coins, Meng Lei will be able to break through the 9th level limit and enter a new realm, the Holy Land. And on the black land beneath his feet, there are piles of 6.5 billion gold coins, or to be more precise, 650,000 magic cores. Collect them all, and then sell it. You can summon the dragon. Wahahaha. Meng Lei laughed out loud, as wild as wishing, then dived to the ground, his mental power spreading like a tide, covering an area of 1 kilometer in radius. Swish, swish, swish. The magic cores spontaneously emerged from the ground without wind, like potatoes, and then disappeared without a trace, all being sent into the space ring. Swish, swish, swish. Run all the way and collect all the way. Meng Lei was like a hard-working little bee, diligently collecting magic cores. The scene made the fat man and others on the city wall salivate. 1 magic core costs tens of thousands of gold coins. The fat man's eyes turned red. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants that my brother just killed must have cost at least 100,000 gold coins, right? Hiss. That's 1 billion gold coins. 1 billion? Everyone was shocked and almost wet their pants with excitement. 10 billion? 10 billion. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. Meng Lei was extremely fast, but even so, it took him more than 3 hours to collect all the magic cores. He didn't count the exact number. Anyway, there are too many to fit in. The old man's space magic device is almost full. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass. No one can become rich without unexpected wealth. The ancients never lied to me. Meng Lei returned to the city wall with great satisfaction, and met the fat man's jealous eyes. Woo woo woo. 1 billion gold coins. Fatty, I'm so jealous that I'm about to split apart. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Meng Lei patted the fat man's chubby face. It felt good. Jushin Building. We must go to Jushin Building after school starts. Here we go again. The fat man grabbed Meng Lei's collar and yelled hysterically, "One time is not enough. I must treat you several times. No, eat every day. Only Tian Tian Juchenlu can soothe my wounded heart." Woo woo woo. 1 billion gold coins. If I had that much money, I'd sleep on a mountain of gold and eat and drink to my heart's content. Meng Lei rolled his eyes at him, finally understanding what he meant. It turned out that this guy was jealous of him. However, if you knew that I now have a net worth of tens of billions, would you be so jealous that you would immediately commit suicide by swallowing feces? Maybe, right? This kid, Dirk Novi, Abe, and Donna all stared at Mon Lei, their emotions tangled. 6 months ago, he'd been a poor, rural kid enrolled at the academy in coarse linen, yet now he'd become such a formidable figure? Mr. Meng Lei, you've performed a great service in resisting the ant tide this time, Marquis Cetius said with admiration. I will report this truth to the king and ask him to reward you handsomely. Meng Lei looked at the green dragon woman in front of him with confusion. Monrey, this is Marquis Cetia, the commander of Beha Pass. Dirk Novi quickly introduced her. She's also the top female commander of our fire dragon kingdom. So it's Marquis Cetia. I've heard of you for a long time. Meng Lei suddenly realized. It's just a little fame, not worth mentioning. Marquis Cetia waved his hand. But you, Mr. Meng Lei, have annihilated the ant swarm with a single blow. After this battle, you will surely reverberate throughout the kingdom and become a household hero known both within and beyond. Marquis Cetia, you are too kind. Meng Lei smiled, not taking the words seriously at all. Reputation and the like were unimportant. A few gold coins and magic cores were more practical. Seeing him so calm, Marquis Cetia couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Having achieved such a great feat, he must have received a generous reward, yet he was playing it down so nonchalantly. His mentality was nothing like that of a 15 or 16-year-old. Afterwards, Meng Lei chatted with everyone for a few more words before preparing to leave. Xiao Jin was still in the monster forest, so he had to be brought back quickly. What a pity. Marquis Cetia sighed. I was planning to hold a celebration banquet to thank you for your heroic defense of the city, but I didn't expect you had something urgent to attend to. Resisting the ant tide is my job. I dare not take credit for it. Meng Lei smiled, then greeted Dirk Novi and the the others one by one, and finally said to the fat man, "Fatty, regarding the magic core sales, it all depends on you. Leave this to me." The fat man patted his chest confidently. "I will definitely complete it perfectly." Meng Lei patted the fat man's shoulder, then got on the magic flying carpet, left the Beihiguan Tower, and flew towards the Warcraft forest. An hour later, he found Xiao Jin's hiding place, but the little guy in front of him was in a very bad condition because it's in trouble. More than a dozen gray-white spider-like monsters surrounded it, and black spider webs were spread all around it, completely blocking all escape routes. Xiao Jin was like a kitten surrounded by a group of elephants, shivering and shaking like a sieve. He was weak and helpless, which made people feel pity for him. Ka ka ka. These huge spider-like monsters are more than 10 meters long and have 8 silver spider legs like spears. Their legs are covered with steel needle-like hairs. They emit a fishy odor that makes people's scalps numb and their whole body hairy. The crypt spider. It's actually the crypt spider. A cold light flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. They actually tracked us all the way here. These guys are really haunting us. Xiao Jin is the Ant King. How could the subterranean demon spider let him go so easily? The old man shook his head and sighed. Anyone would wipe out the entire ant colony to feel at ease. Poor child. Meng Lei snapped his fingers and more than a dozen fire spears shot out from the air, instantly piercing through the heads of the burrow spiders and nailing them to death on the spot. Seeing this, Xiao Jin couldn't help but tremble all over. Then he could see Meng Lei's figure clearly, and was immediately surprised and happy. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline of the Golden God-slaying ant. Golden God-killing ant? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Could it be that he had gained new blood? But what exactly is the Golden God-killing ant? Just as Meng Lei was stunned, countless dazzling golden lights suddenly penetrated his skin, burst out from his body, and instantly illuminated everything around him. Immediately afterwards, the golden light turned into a golden flame as sticky as paste, covering Meng Lei's entire body and then burning fiercely. A heart-wrenching pain erupted from his body, invading his nerves like a surging wave. Meng Lei roared as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. He bent down and pounded the ground with his fists, his face ferocious. "Monrei, what's wrong with you?" The old man was frightened out of his wits by this sudden change. "What's wrong with you, little brat? Don't scare me." "No, it's okay." Meng Lei endured the pain that was more severe than Lingqi, and forced a miserable smile. I'm fine. I'll be fine in a while." "You're still saying you're fine after all this?" The old man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "What on earth happened to you?" Hey. Meng Lei smiled bitterly, but couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The sticky golden flame seeped out from his body like blood and flowed back into his body, burning the skin, burning the body, circulates continuously, spreading throughout the body, unfettered and free to roam. Wherever the golden flame passes, everything is transformed. Bones, meridians, skin, blood, organs, heart and lungs, every inch of flesh and blood, every corner, they were all completely transformed by this golden flame. The pain is like a surging river. The violent impact was like the yellow river flooding, with no sign of restraint. Why is this happening? The old man was extremely anxious. In a trance, a strange ant shadow with golden scales all over its body and 16 pairs of golden butterfly wings on its back as if made of gold, suddenly appeared behind Meng Lei. It bared its teeth and claws, its claws flew. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. The old man looked at the suddenly appearing handsome golden ant and exclaimed in surprise, Yellow, gold. Absolutely not. This creature has long been extinct. It's impossible." The old man tried his best to deny it in his heart, but he suddenly found that Xiao Jin was actually crawling on the ground, staring at the golden shadow behind Meng Lei in horror, trembling like a sieve. The old man was very familiar with this expression. When a sub-dragon creature encounters a pure-blooded dragon, its bloodline is naturally suppressed. This is exactly why Meng Lei is terrified at this moment. The old man first glanced at Xiao Jin, then looked at the faint shadow of the golden ant emerging behind Meng Lei, and his heart gradually sank. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the changes began. Accompanied by a creepy crisp sound, Meng Lei's skin squirmed violently, as if countless insects were crawling underneath. Blood-stained golden scales emerged from the surface of his skin like mushrooms after rain. 1, 2, 3. Then it spread rapidly, and within a few breaths, Meng Lei's whole body was covered with strange scales shining with golden light. At the same time, blood-stained golden barbs penetrated his flesh and bones on his forearms, calves, knees, elbows, etc., grew slowly, and emitted a cold light. Finally, 2 tentacles covered with golden scales and like triangular thorns slowly emerged from Meng Lei's forehead. Only then did everything finally stop. At this moment, Meng Lei seemed to have turned into a half-human, half-ant monster covered with golden scales, with golden tentacles on his forehead and barbs on his elbows. The pain receded quickly like the tide, and consciousness gradually returned. Meng Lei gasped for breath, as if he had walked through the gates of hell. The pain just now, which was worse than death, was more than 10 times more painful than when he fused the blood of the fire dragon and the flame demon. Meng Lei swore in his heart that he would never experience torture more severe than death again. Man Ray. The old man opened his mouth to call out, but found that Meng Lei in front of him had become so unfamiliar that he was even a little afraid to recognize him. Old Dean. Meng Lei forced a smile, but in the old man's eyes, the smile looked evil and weird. His pupils turned blood red, exactly the same eyes as Xiao Jin. Meng Lei, what on earth is going on? After all, the old man was not an ordinary person. He quickly suppressed his astonishment and asked anxiously, I can't explain it either. Meng Lei clenched his fists and felt the surging power in his body. That power was many times stronger than when he broke through to the 9th level warrior. Every muscle, every bone, every inch of flesh and blood contains extremely terrifying power. He has been reborn. Old Dean, just think of this as another kind of bloodline awakening. Man Ray whispered, bloodline awakening? The old man's face changed drastically. Could it be that you really have the blood of the golden god-slaying ant hidden in your body? Meng Lei did not answer, but continued to feel the surging power in his body. He bent his legs slightly and jumped up. His legs were like two super springs, instantly bursting out with powerful force, sending Meng Lei flying. He rushed into the sky like a rocket, and in the blink of an eye he reached a height of hundreds of meters. Dragon God is above. The old man looked up at Meng Lei, who had turned into a small black dot, with his mouth opened into an O shape big enough to fit a salted duck egg. This height is really amazing. However, this is not the end. The next moment, Meng Lei fell from a high altitude and punched the ground heavily. With a loud bang, violent power erupted. The strong wind blew violently and the mud flew everywhere. The earth shook and the rocks collapsed. A huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters was deeply engraved on the ground, and Meng Lei stood in the center of the pit, like a falling meteorite. This. The old man was stunned. This power. I'm afraid it's enough to rival the strength-type 9th level peak monster. Warcraft is famous for its strong physical body, and power-type Warcraft is the most powerful warrior among them. Not to mention the powerful level 9 peak monsters, they can compete with humans who have just entered the Holy Land with their strength alone. And Meng Lei's power is so strong that it is unbelievable. Although I don't know what the golden god-killing ant is. Meng Lei looked at his fist, his heart filled with excitement beyond words. But its power must be incredibly strong. After all, I only fused its bloodline, and its power has reached this level. In terms of strength alone, it definitely surpasses a pure-blooded fire dragon. Also, if you are really struggling with this issue, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move to achieve a complete fusion of bloodlines. Taking the strengths of each school and integrating them into one? What do you think? It's quiet at night. Not even a single insect chirp can be heard. In the cozy grass, the bonfire is burning quietly. A pork leg sprinkled with seasonings was hung above the campfire, with golden fat dripping down, making a sizzling sound and the aroma filling the air. Meng Lei stared at the golden pork leg, wishing he could swallow it in one bite. He was extremely hungry at the moment, hungrier than ever. He knew that this was the after effect of being transformed into an ant. Although it only lasted for a few minutes, it did drain his physical strength. Becoming an ant is so exhausting. My body, which is comparable to a 9th level warrior, can only last for 5 minutes. Monroe was unbelievable. A 9th level warrior. Every time my bloodlines fuse, my body gets strengthened. After fusing the first 2 bloodlines, my body has improved 2 or 3 times. And this time, after fusing with the blood of the golden god-slaying ant, my physical body has actually improved tenfold. A full tenfold. Meng Lei stared at the attribute panel, still in shock. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline, flame demon bloodline, golden god-slaying ant bloodline. Wealth value, 75 4172, 1863 gold coins. Constitution, level 9 warrior, 1015, 85 8710, 0000, Spirit, 9th level mage, 134 5142/10000000. Magic power, 9th level mage, 112 9328/10000000. Before the fusion, the physical strength was 1 million. After the fusion, the physical fitness has reached 10 million. That's a full 10 times difference. Meng Lei found it hard to believe, and his mind couldn't help but recall the changes in his physique when the first 2 bloodlines were fused. Before and after the fusion of the fire dragon bloodline, 800, 2400. Before and after the fusion of the flame demon bloodline, 7000, 14878. The results are obvious. Let's not talk about other aspects for now. Just looking at the enhancement and improvement of the physical body, the golden god-slaying ant bloodline far surpasses the fire dragon bloodline and the flame demon bloodline. The question is, what exactly is the golden god-killing ant? Why is it so perverted? Meng Lei's gaze unconsciously fell on Xiao Jin. This bloodline must have fallen from it. Could it be that Xiao Jin is the golden god-killing ant? Or, does it contain the blood of the golden god-killing ant? If this is true, then Xiao Jin's origin is quite terrifying. He is definitely not just the king of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Noticing Meng Lei's gaze, Xiao Jin instinctively felt a little afraid. The aura emanating from Meng Lei made it feel uneasy. easy, Xiao Jin, don't be afraid. Meng Lei gently stroked its head and comforted it softly. Xiao Jin gradually relaxed and obediently enjoyed his comfort. After Xiao Jin calmed down a bit, Meng Lei couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, Xiao Jin, do you know the golden god-killing ant? Golden god-killing ant? Xiao Jin looked up at Meng Lei, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he shook his head. I don't know. You do not know? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. I really don't know, Xiao Jin answered firmly. Meng Lei frowned. It's normal that it doesn't know. The old man suddenly interrupted, his eyes complicated. The golden god-killing ant is a legendary creature, long extinct, and very few people know about it. A legendary creature? Meng Lei was shocked. Yes, a legendary creature. Back then, the entire world was still ruled by the ancient titans. They controlled the sky and dominated the earth. Ancient titan. He is the only ruler of the sky continent. Until one day, the old man's eyes flashed, gold rain fell from the sky, an ant plague broke out, and the reign of the ancient titans came to an end. Why? Later, people discovered that the golden rain falling from the sky was the eggs of a creature called the golden god-killing ant. As the ant eggs burst, the baby ants are born. Disaster breaks out from here. Countless golden god-killing ants frantically devoured everything edible, livestock, humans, monsters, elves, orcs, and of course, including those ancient titans. The ancient titan fought back hard, but the golden god-killing ant was too powerful. Not only was it invulnerable to swords and guns, but its power was also endless. This battle resulted in the deaths of countless ancient titans, and the heavy losses ultimately ended their reign. What happened next? Meng Lei asked hurriedly, since the golden ants are so terrifying, who stopped them, and who can stop them? The old man looked up at the starry sky and slowly uttered two words, gods. Yes, it's the gods. His eyes sparkled. The gods dwell above the starry sky, overlooking the entire world. They heard the ancient titans' pleas and witnessed the disaster that befell the sky continent. So, they came. Ancient books record that on the day when the gods descended, countless divine lights descended from the sky, like pillars of light, connecting heaven and earth, illuminating the entire sky. Even the sun hanging high in the sky was eclipsed by the divine lights. Then an earth-shattering war between gods broke out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the wind raged. Floods and earthquakes are rampant. Corpses were everywhere and the mountains and rivers were shaking, until finally, even the sky continent was torn apart. Meng Lei couldn't help but gasp. It is said that the sky continent back then was much more vast than it is now, 5 or 6 times larger. The old man sighed. However, after that great war, the continent was shattered into countless fragments. Today's sky continent is just one of the larger fragments. Some of the other fragments floated in the endless ocean, becoming isolated lost continents, while others were submerged in the deep sea, forever buried at the bottom of the ocean. How could this war be so horrific? Meng Lei was deeply shocked. After all, the ones participating in the war are the gods. The old man shook his head and sighed. The power of the gods is far beyond your imagination. The Holy Land is like an ant compared to a dragon, or a candle compared to the sun. It cannot be measured by numbers. Do gods really exist in this world? Meng Lei looked up at the twinkling stars in the night sky, deep doubts welling up in his heart. Does God really exist? Of course they exist, the old man said without a doubt. Gods are higher beings that transcend mortals. They are omniscient, omnipotent, immortal, and possess a life form completely different from that of mortals. They truly exist on the other side of the starry sky. Meng Lei was stunned and asked doubtfully, Oldine, have you ever seen a god? The old man's eyes were filled with admiration, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The dragon god that we in the Dragon God Empire believe in is a true god. I have had the honor of seeing his true appearance with my own eyes. The dragon god actually exists? Meng Lei was shocked. Hearing the legend of the dragon god every day, his ears were calloused. He thought that the so-called dragon god was just an illusory belief like the Taoist, Buddha, and God on earth. The dragon god actually exists. This is the sky continent. Even mythical creatures like dragons and titans can exist here, so why can't the dragon god? Meng Lei gradually felt relieved, but then, his doubts came to his mind again. Since God really exists, can humans become gods? Can I become a god? Of course humans can become gods. The old man answered Meng Lei's question with certainty. In other words, all life on the sky continent has the potential to become gods. He looked up at the starry sky, gazing at the brilliant galaxy, and sighed leisurely. I heard that many of those high and mighty gods were cultivated from lower life forms. Meng Lei suddenly became excited. Then how do I become a god? The old man twirled his beard and smiled. According to ancient records, there are many ways to become a god, but for the vast majority of living beings, there is only one path to godhood. That is, the path of law. A god is also known as a controller of the law. In other words, as long as you master the laws of heaven and earth, you are a god. Master the laws of heaven and earth? Meng Lei murmured softly. The laws of heaven and earth are the true meaning and essence of all things in the universe. They are the rules and regulations that all things in the world must follow. The operation of all things is inseparable from the laws of heaven and earth, the old man explained. The laws are supreme and contain incredible power. The old man laughed and said, it is precisely precisely because the gods have mastered the laws of heaven and earth that they are omnipotent and immortal. Old Dean, how can we master the laws of heaven and earth? Meng Lei asked. You kid, you haven't even grasped the power of heaven and earth, and you're thinking of mastering the laws? You're too ambitious. The old man scolded with a smile. The power of heaven and earth is the external manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. If you want to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, you must first master the power of heaven and earth. The old man restrained his smile and said seriously, only by clearing away the fog of the power of heaven and earth can we touch the deeper laws. Monroe fell into deep thought. Simply put, level 9 is the threshold for mastering the power of heaven and earth, the old man concluded. Only when you reach the Holy Land can you truly begin to study the laws of heaven and earth. No matter what, the power of heaven and earth is always the prerequisite. I understand. Meng Lei nodded slowly, but began to think in his mind. He can use the system's Krypton gold to break through the 9th level limit and become a sanctuary. In other words, he doesn't have to control the power of heaven and earth to reach the realm of sainthood. This would have been a good thing. But Meng Lei suddenly realized that even if he became a sanctuary, he might just be a pseudo-sanctuary with only a physical body, mental strength, and magic reserves, but without the true sanctuary cultivation. Just like before, he clearly possessed a physique as strong as a 9th level warrior, but lacked the fighting spirit to match it. It can only be considered a pseudo 9th level. This is, by analogy, he is likely to become a pseudo-sanctuary. So, if I meet the true Saint Domain, won't I be beaten to a pulp? His heart tightened. Ultimately, I still have to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. This is such a headache. Meng Lei was a little depressed. The system's Krypton gold could only improve his physical body, mental strength, and magic power reserves, but it could not enhance his understanding of the power and laws of heaven and earth. Does this mean that from now on I have to comprehend the power and laws of heaven and earth step by step just like everyone else? What's the use of this damn system? Meng Lei cursed inwardly, then asked, Old Dean, how can we master the power of heaven and earth? You'll have to slowly comprehend this on your own. The old man shook his head. The power of heaven and earth cannot be seen or touched. If you've comprehended it, then you've comprehended it. If you haven't, there's nothing you can do. No one can teach you. Meng Lei frowned. So profound? The old man smiled and twirled his beard. You've become a 9th level great mage at such a young age. This is your greatest advantage. Is this considered an advantage? Meng Lei frowned slightly. The old man snorted. Life is short and lifespan is limited. Even a 9th level great mage can only live for 100 years, so short that it's not worth mentioning. Many people are already gray-haired by the time they reach the 9th level. How much time do they have left to comprehend the power of heaven and earth? Meng Lei nodded, thinking that this made sense. You don't have to worry about dying young. You have plenty of time to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. You're more than a step ahead of others. The old man stroked his beard and looked at Meng Lei. But your biggest disadvantage is that you have such a strong magical talent that you possess affinity with the 4 elements of thunder, fire, earth, and wood. Is this also a disadvantage? Meng Lei was surprised. The old man said solemnly, having 4 talents means you will need to spend 4 times or even more time than others to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. The difficulty is greatly increased. Meng Lei frowned in thought. So I suggest you give up all 3 and choose only one to comprehend. The old man smiled. You have great talent. If you only practice. 1. I am confident that you can touch the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth and successfully break through to the saint realm. Monroe was silent. To be honest, he didn't want to give up any of them. It would be a shame to throw away such hard-earned talents. Let me think about it. He shook his head. Think about it carefully, little brat. The old man smiled and twirled his beard, not forcing him any further. He understood Meng Lei's feelings very well. If someone possessed 4 magical talents at the same time, he would not be willing to give them up easily. But at this moment, something must be chosen. Otherwise, there would likely be delays on both ends, wasting a great deal of time. For a level 9 great mage with a short lifespan, this was absolutely intolerable. Yeah, I understand. That is. Meng Lei nodded slightly, and then changed the heavy topic, asking, Old Dean, after the gods descended, did they kill all the golden god-killing ants? The old man nodded slightly. The golden god-slaying ants are indeed powerful. Some individuals can even compete with gods, but they are ultimately no match for the combined might of the gods. In the end, the golden god-killing ants were completely destroyed by the gods. To prevent them from reviving, the gods even wiped out all the descendants who inherited the bloodline of the golden god-killing ants. At this point, the old man looked at Meng Lei with a complicated expression. However, unfortunately, there are still some fish that slip through the net, and you are obviously one of them. There are so many fish that slip through the net, who knows exactly how many there are? Meng Lei touched his nose and thought to himself, the real one who slipped through the net was Xiao Jin, not me. I'm just a bystander who accidentally picked up the bloodline of the golden god-killing ant. You must remember this, little brat. The old man suddenly became more serious than ever before. No matter what, never let anyone know that you have the bloodline of the golden god-slaying ant. Otherwise, you will be in great disaster. I know it clearly, Old Dean. Meng Lei's heart tightened and he nodded to indicate that he understood. This was a matter of life and death and must not be taken lightly. As long as you understand. The old man nodded slightly. At this moment, the earth suddenly shook violently, like thousands of troops galloping, making a dull and chaotic roar. Ant tide is coming? Meng Lei looked up and looked around. No, not an ant tide. The old man shook his head. Such a big commotion must be some larger creature. You must be alert. The earth was shaking more and more violently, trees were broken one after another, and a group of burrow spiders with 8 legs and hideous faces, over 10 meters in size, appeared. There were astonishing numbers, with no end in sight. They surrounded Meng Lei and blocked all his escape routes. Crypt spider. Meng Lei raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Are you here to deliver food? A sharp and piercing hissing sound suddenly rang out, and the subterranean spiders retreated to make way for it. Dong dong dong. Accompanied by dense and dull vibrations, a monster that was more than 20 stories tall and completely blood-red walked in slowly. 9th level peak demon beast, the Crypt Demon Spider King. It was really hard to write these 2 chapters today. It was like constipation. I had to squeeze and delete a little, squeeze and delete a little. It made me really hurt down there. This huge blood-red monster stood on the ground, like a peerless ferocious beast from the 9 nether hell, emitting an aura of tyranny and evil, which made people feel cold and tremble all over. The Crypt Spider King. The old man's pupils shrank sharply, and he shouted sternly, Stinky boy, this is a 9th level peak demon beast, the Crypt Spider King. It is extremely difficult to deal with. You must be careful. Without the old man's reminder, Meng Lei had already felt the murderous aura from the subterranean demon Spider King. In terms of momentum alone, it is far more terrifying than the Titan dragon ape he had encountered before. How could Meng Lei dare to be careless? The 8 spider legs of the subterranean demon Spider King were like 8 towering trees, covered with several meter-long scarlet steel needles, flashing a bloody cold light in the reflection of the campfire. Its 8 eyes first glanced coldly at Xiao Jin, then turned to Meng Lei, with a cold light flashing in its eyes, and it actually spoke in human language. Human, get out. Otherwise, die. Oh my god, he can actually talk. Meng Lei was shocked. It was clearly said that only the Holy Domain monsters could speak human language, so why could this 9th level monster also speak? It's obvious. This Crypt Demon Spider King has broken through. It's no longer a 9th level demon beast but a Holy Domain demon beast. The old man said anxiously, although you have just broken through and your aura is still a little unstable, the Holy Land is still the Holy Land. It will be difficult for you to compete with it with your current strength. Prepare to run. I'm afraid we have to abandon this little ant king. Breakthrough? Meng Lei's heart tightened, and his muscles tensed. He had no fear of the 9th level monsters, but the sanctuary monsters were completely different. That is an incomparable existence. But, the sanctuary monsters seem to be very valuable? Meng Lei's eyes flickered, and a crazy idea suddenly emerged in his mind. If he could kill this Holy Domain monster in front of him. The moment the subterranean demon Spider King appeared, Xiao Jin was so frightened that he was shaking all over, trembling like a sieve, and trying his best to get behind Meng Lei. His fear reached the extreme. Human, get out. The subterranean demon Spider King became impatient when he saw Meng Lei's silence. He raised his head and let out a roar. The deafening sound waves almost shattered Meng Lei's eardrums. Go away? Hee hee, I just don't want to go away. Meng Lei slowly stood up, grabbed the roasted pork leg on the campfire and tore a big bite. He stared at the subterranean demon Spider King with a hint of madness in his eyes. Why not? Slaughter it. Kid, what are you trying to do? The old man was shocked and shouted hurriedly, don't do anything stupid. You are no match for this subterranean demon Spider King. Going head on with it will only get you killed. You'll know if you're a match for me after you fight. Meng Lei said calmly, chewing on a roasted pork leg. Old Dean, how much do you think this subterranean demon Spider King would sell for? What do you want to do? Are you crazy? The old man was so angry that he almost exploded. The power of the sanctuary monster is beyond your imagination. Listen to me and run away. With your strength, you can definitely escape. Meng Lei just shook his head slightly. Old Dean, just tell me how much the subterranean demon Spider King is worth. You stubborn ass. The old man fumed, puffing his beard and glaring. The sanctuary demonic beast is a priceless treasure, with no market value. It only appears occasionally, and is worth billions of gold coins. Although this subterranean demon Spider King has just broken through, it is still a sanctuary demonic beast after all. It can be sold for at least 5 billion gold coins. 5 billion? Then I can at least make a difference of 2.5 billion? Meng Lei licked his lips, the madness in his eyes became even more intense, and his laughter resounded throughout the field. Evil beast, your life is mine. System. Exchange all wealth and add it to the physical fitness item. The wealth value instantly returned to 0. 7,500 471,283 gold coins evaporated in an instant. At the same time, an attribute value of up to 75 for 172186 was suddenly injected into Meng Lei's body, and the surging heat current hit his body like a wave. A terrifying aura that penetrated the heavens and the earth burst out from Meng Lei, and the strong wind swept in all directions, shaking the world. The grass Grass and trees were broken and the dust was flying. The bonfire was overturned and the scene was a mess. When the old man saw the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from Meng Lei, his eyes widened and almost popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? He couldn't believe his eyes. The Crypt Spider King was slightly surprised, but only slightly. Although Meng Lei's aura had greatly increased, it still remained at the 9th level. A mere 9th level, like an ant. The subterranean demon Spider King did not take it seriously at all and was absolutely confident in his own strength. Old Dean, I won't give up on Xiao Jin, and I will never run away. Meng Lei licked his lips, his eyes burning with bloodlust and madness. Just open your eyes and watch carefully. I'm going to kill this beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Lei rushed out instantly. At this moment, his speed soared to the limit, and his physical fitness of more than 76,433,077 made him feel that his whole body was filled with explosive power. Die, you evil beast. Meng Lei's fist carried a terrifying force that could destroy the world, and he roared and punched the abdomen of the subterranean demon Spider King. You little ant, don't overestimate your own abilities. The subterranean demon Spider King snorted coldly, and the blood-red spikes on the 8 spider legs broke away from the legs, turning into a dense rain of swords, and suddenly shot towards Meng Lei. As fast as lightning. The number is as dense as a downpour. Block all directions. I swear to pierce Meng Lei into a sieve. You're just in time. Meng Lei laughed loudly, and dazzling golden light burst out from his body. He instantly turned into a golden sun, and his body shape suddenly changed. Dazzling golden scales, ferocious golden barbs, shining golden body, golden god-killing ant transformation. At this moment, Meng Lei's aura surged again, his speed suddenly increased, and then he disappeared strangely in midair. Puff, puff, puff. The dense rain of steel needles missed and pierced into the ground one after another, but Meng Lei suddenly appeared under the belly of the subterranean demon Spider King and punched him hard. An extremely violent force suddenly erupted, and the belly of the subterranean demon Spider King was like a drumhead, making a roaring sound like a bronze bell, and then sending out circles of ripples. Unfortunately, this force was unable to penetrate it. Meng Lei's face changed suddenly. It's over. After just spending money, his physical fitness reached 760 million. After transforming into an ant, his physical fitness increased several times, and he had already broken through the 1 billion mark, entering another realm. This means that his body after transforming into an ant is already comparable to that of a strong man in the Holy Realm. If that's the case, why can't it penetrate the abdomen of the subterranean demon Spider King? Boy, you think too simply. The old man shook his head inside. Once a demon beast enters the holy domain, its strength can rival that of a human in the middle or even late holy domain. How can you kill it so easily? Just as he finished speaking, a crisp sound was heard. The old man looked in astonishment and saw a black spear piercing the head of the subterranean demon Spider King. Fortunately, I was more careful. 1015, 8587, original constitution. Plus 7, 5417, 2186, all wealth value exchange. Equals 7, 6433, 0773, current constitution. Adding on the several times of the ant transformation, it steadily broke through 1 billion and entered the sanctuary level. I think the bosses have no objection. Finally, let me say one more thing. Don't use words like jump or finish it early to make excuses. I am the author. Are you the author? I have prepared outlines for 9 volumes, and I am only in the middle of writing the 2nd volume, so it is still a long way to go before I finish. I'm just asking for a ticket. Just by the way. Moi, *3, epsilon *. To be honest, Meng Lei felt that he had become a little swollen recently, and the feeling was that he had swollen into a ball. The experience in the Warcraft forest, the sudden outbreak of the ant tide, coupled with a series of Krypton golden opportunities, made his strength soar like a rocket, jumping several levels. Look back. Before coming to the Warcraft forest, he was only a level 7 warrior and a level 6 magician. However, in just over a month, he became a 9th level warrior and a 9th level magician. Once the trump card is revealed, it can be compared to the Holy Land. The speed of strength improvement is astonishing. This also made Meng Lei's self-confidence soar. When facing the Holy Land demonic beast, the Crypt Demon Spider King, his first reaction was not to run away, but to kill it. This is a holy beast. How much wealth can we make if we kill it? So, Meng Lei gambled everything he had and attacked frantically. But to his surprise, his full-strength attack didn't cause any damage to the subterranean demon Spider King. This is so infuriating. I risked my life, and you didn't even move? Luckily, I used the god-killing spear when I attacked just now. Otherwise, today would be dangerous. Meng Lei dodged repeatedly and jumped out to a safe distance, secretly thanking himself for his original decision. No matter when, you must leave yourself a way out. The ancients never lied to me. This kid is so insidious? The old man was stunned. He thought Meng Lei would kneel down. After all, his opponent was a holy domain monster. Going up rashly is tantamount to seeking death. I didn't expect Meng Lei to be so cunning. While attacking, he didn't forget to use the god-killing gun to attack from behind. Successfully tricked the Crypt Spider King. The god god-killing spear pierced through the head of the Crypt Demon Spider King, but it did not fall down. The huge pain hit its nerves. The Crypt Demon Spider King let out a shrill scream, and his eyes were full of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. It raised its blade-like front legs and slashed at Meng Lei fiercely with astonishing speed. If this slash fell, it could even split the dragon in half. Hey, I can't hit it. Meng Lei flashed and quickly retreated, then snapped his fingers, and suddenly a fireball with a diameter of 100 meters appeared above his head. Fire, sea, purgatory. Fall. The sea of fire and purgatory fell from the sky and hit the head of the Crypt Spider King accurately, covering its eyes. Meng Lei controlled the god-killing spear and stabbed it straight into the eyes of the subterranean demon Spider King. The spear went in with a puff sound. The subterranean demon Spider King let out a shrill scream. The immense pain almost made it go berserk. Meng Lei remained unwavering. He reappeared in the abdomen of the subterranean demon Spider King and shouted, "Where is the god-slaying spear?" The god-killing spear turned into a stream of light and flew back into his hand. Meng Lei tightly gripped the god-killing spear, thrust it in suddenly, and slashed. With a creepy hissing sound, a deep groove was cut into the abdomen of the subterranean demon Spider King. Puff! The scarlet, smelly blood poured down like a waterfall. Meng Lei sneered, and in an instant, a 10-meter-long lightning arrow appeared. That is the 8th-level magic thunder arrow. Meng Lei threw the arrow casually, and the lightning arrow pierced through the void and pierced into the ravine accurately. No matter how tough your skin is, I don't believe your internal organs are equally strong. Meng Lei suddenly jumped back, and just as he jumped away, the lightning arrow exploded, lightning raged, blood splattered, and a huge hole was blown out in the abdomen of the subterranean demon Spider King. Clatter! Colorful intestines and internal organs mixed with minced meat and blood fell to the ground with a muffled bang 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 sound. A disgusting stench hit his nose, and Meng Lei almost couldn't help vomiting the overnight meal. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and stepped back hastily. What kind of shit did this bastard eat? Why does it stink so bad? The continuous blows obviously caused heavy damage to the subterranean demon Spider King. It used its 8 long legs to desperately dig out its internal organs, trying to stuff the foul-smelling organs back into its stomach. But that big hole can't be stuffed in at all. It was in vain. The internal organs could not be put back, and the physical strength was rapidly draining away. The body became weaker and weaker, and the roar became weaker and weaker. Finally, the subterranean demon Spider King fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes dim, as if he would die at any moment. Ah, it worked. Meng Lei appeared on a big tree, looking at this huge monster that was dozens of meters tall even when it was lying down. His heart was excited and his blood was boiling. The Crypt Spider King. He was killed by himself. Can I now even kill the sanctuary? Meng Lei murmured to himself, feeling like he was dreaming. You little bastard, you actually killed the Crypt Spider King. An old man appeared, twirling his beard as he looked at the weakened Crypt Spider King. He said in disbelief, even with a divine weapon like the god-slaying spear, the fact that he was able to kill the Crypt Spider King is truly impressive. Ha, it was just a fluke. Pure luck. Meng Lei laughed loudly twice, and swung the god-slaying spear from the air, stabbing madly at the head of the Crypt Spider King. Although this guy was dying, who could say how long it would take for him to die completely? Seeing that his wealth value was empty, Meng Lei felt very uneasy, so he urgently needed gold coins. Lots and lots of gold coins. Puff, puff, puff. He stabbed wildly, and the head of the subterranean demon Spider King was riddled with holes, like a sieve. This powerful sanctuary demon beast finally died in resentment and humiliation. It is really unwilling. The mighty subterranean demon Spider King has just broken through the Holy Land and annihilated the bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Ant Clan, his age-old enemy. He is now full of vigor and ambition, ready to make great achievements. Who would have thought that excessive joy would lead to sorrow? Just when he reached the pinnacle of his spider life and had no time to enjoy it, he met with this misfortune. Not only did he fail to wipe out the remnants of the bloodthirsty Iron Crystal Ants, he even lost his own life. As the saying goes, spiders have unpredictable lives. Who knows which will come first, tomorrow or death? Ding! Kill a Crypt Spider King and obtain 5.2 billion gold coins. The system prompt sounded at the perfect moment. The cold voice sounded like heavenly music to Meng Lei's ears, making him intoxicated. Although it's dangerous, but I made the right bet. These 5.2 billion gold coins, plus the 5 billion magic cores, that's a full 10 billion gold coins. And this stinking corpse, making a fortune, making a fortune. The battle is over and the forest has returned to peace. The bonfire was still burning, and in the open space not far away, a huge monster more than 10 stories high was lying quietly. That was the corpse of the subterranean demon Spider King. Meng Lei was gnawing on the delicious roasted pork leg while admiring the corpse, feeling extremely happy. Killing the Crypt Spider King is risky, but it brings rich rewards. First of all, there are 10 billion gold coins, including magic cores. Not only did he get back all the 7.5 billion he invested, but he also made an extra 2.5 billion. This deal is totally worth it. Secondly, there is the corpse of the subterranean demon Spider King. Sanctuary Warcraft, every part of it is a treasure, priceless. This subterranean demon Spider King King could fetch at least several billion. This is another considerable profit. Finally, there was the 760 million gold stats. This meant that as long as Monraken spent 2.4 billion gold coins, he could break through the 1 billion mark at any time and officially enter the Saint Realm. Ha ha ha. As he ate and drank, thinking in his mind, Manglei couldn't help but burst into laughter. His uninhibited laughter echoed in the quiet forest, like the cry of a night owl, chilling people's hearts. What are you so proud of? The old man was sitting cross-legged on a big tree. After hearing Manglei's laughter, he couldn't help but hum inwardly, feeling unhappy. He was just asking Manglei how he became so strong inexplicably, but the answer he got was just 2 words, secret, which completely infuriated the old man. He taught Manglei wholeheartedly and without reservation, but this little bastard hid everything from him. Therefore, the old man was extremely unhappy. Since you want to keep me in suspense, fine. The old man cursed inwardly through gritted teeth. If I answer your questions again, you'll be my ancestor. Manglei, however, was completely unaware and continued to eat and drink, smiling broadly. Seeing the old man's strange expression, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, Old Dean, can your space magic device still hold the body of this subterranean demon Spider King? The old man snorted coldly. My space magic device has long been full, don't you know? Manglei frowned slightly, and was in a dilemma. Such a valuable corpse must not be thrown away. But where should it be installed? Get a few more space rings? But this subterranean demon Spider King is more than 10 stories high. How many space rings would it take to hold it? Manglei couldn't help but look at Xiao Jin, thinking that its belly was quite big. Could it be used as a space ring? Thinking of this, Manglei immediately asked, can I put it on? My belly is so big. Xiao Jin nodded his head, his face full of affirmation. After what happened before, he became even closer to Manglei. Great! Xiao Jin, you're amazing. Manglei was overjoyed. Xiao Jin, quickly collect the corpse of the Crypt Spider King. We are going to do something big. You will definitely be very happy. Xiao Jin had no objection and immediately crawled to the corpse of the Crypt Spider King and opened his mouth to suck. In an instant, a scene that stunned Manglei and the old man appeared. The void around the corpse of the subterranean demon Spider King began to twist, like ripples on the surface of a lake, with circles of ripples enveloping the corpse. Then, the corpse flew towards Xiao Jin quickly, shrinking as it flew, until it arrived in front of Xiao Jin and became only the size of a grain of rice. Then, Xiao Jin swallowed it in one gulp. Manglei was shocked and asked in disbelief, Old Dean, is this space magic? No, space magic has long been lost. The old man shook his head. This is just a simple space skill, but even so, it is already very amazing. The bloodline of the Golden God-slaying ant is indeed extraordinary. Golden God-killing ant bloodline? Manglei's mind was stirred. Hadn't he just merged with the blood of the Golden God-slaying ant? Could it be that he really had this kind of spatial ability? Thinking of this, Manglei hurried to check. The mental power quickly spread to the stomach, but after looking for a long time, there was not even a trace of anything. His stomach was still so big that it couldn't even hold the corpse of the subterranean demon Spider King, and it could hardly hold the roasted pork leg he had just eaten. The corners of Manglei's mouth twitched. He was happy for nothing. It's installed. Xiao Jin burped with satisfaction and crawled over happily. Xiao Jin, you're awesome. Manglei adjusted his mood, touched Xiao Jin's head, and asked with a smile, Xiao Jin, do you want to go home? Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment, a look of frustration on his face. Of course I want to, but I can't go back. The ant tide has been taken over by the Crypt Spider Clan, and even the bloodthirsty Golden Nest. I'm glad you want to go home. Manglei reached out and picked it up. You should know the way home, right? Let's go to your house now. How about it? Xiao Jin's eyes lit up instantly, full of anticipation and hope. Really? Of course it's true. Manglei said with a smile. The Crypt Spider King is dead, and those remaining minions are just chickens and dogs. They can't stop us at all. Xiao Jin was so excited that tears of happiness even welled up in his eyes. Let's go. Manglei laughed, hugged Xiao Jin, and rushed into the dense and dark forest. The Warcraft forest is now a forbidden zone for both humans and Warcraft. The swarms of ants will tear any living creature they encounter into pieces. But Manglei moved freely as if nothing was there, rushing around without any scruples. Under Xiao Jin's guidance, he soon found an entrance and stepped into the underground world. The so-called entrance was nothing more than a cave leading to the ground. It was deep, dark, and dead silent, and the entrance was as tall as several people. Manglei was full of curiosity about this. He looked around while listening to Xiao Jin introduce the underground world. The underground world is mysterious and even more complex than the surface, filled with many spatial layers. Many underground creatures live in these layers. These interlayers are connected by countless caves and tunnels, like a vast underground maze. Without the guidance of underground creatures, it's very easy to get lost. Once you get lost, you'll be trapped underground, which means you're doomed. That's right, get lost. Xiao Jin nodded his head and continued. Take our bloodthirsty iron crystal ant tribe as an example. Surrounding our bloodthirsty golden nest, the tens of millions of square kilometers of our base camp are our territory. This area is filled with billions of burrows, holes, passages, and tunnels of of varying sizes, densely packed across the land like tree branches. There are simply too many to count. It can be said that the entire ant tide is a huge maze. Without the guidance of the creatures, no outsider can find the bloodthirsty golden nest. This is the home we rely on for survival and self-protection. Xiao Jin raised his little head, his eyes filled with pride, but he quickly lowered it again. It's a pity that the crypt spider tribe is an exception. They are sworn enemies of us bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, and they know the distribution of the ant tides very well. This is why the confrontation between the crypt spiders and the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants has lasted for tens of thousands of years, and in the end, the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were defeated. And it was a crushing defeat. If it weren't for Meng Lei, even Xiao Jin, the contemporary ant king, would not have escaped the fate of being wiped out by the subterranean demon spider. He would have been completely defeated. Xiao Jin was very depressed about this. You're still young, this isn't your fault. Meng Lei patted Xiao Jin's head gently. Besides, the final result is that you're alive, and the crypt spider king is dead. That's what's most important, isn't it? Xiao Jin nodded repeatedly, and his mood gradually improved. Yes, it's still alive. Being alive means there is still hope. They wound their way down. Sometimes there are strange rocks, sometimes there are cliffs, sometimes the undercurrent surges through the channel, sometimes it's a bottomless abyss. The terrain was extremely irregular and dark. If it weren't for Xiao Jin's guidance, Meng Lei would not have the courage to continue. If you slip and get lost while walking here, you will surely die. There is no possibility of survival. Old Dean, have you ever been underground before? No. The two walked along, chatting all the way. Finally, a very spacious underground cave appeared in front of them. Xiao Jin introduced it. This is the space mezzanine. Space interlayer? Meng Lei turned his head and looked. The space mezzanine is extremely huge, with no end in sight. It is hundreds of feet high and appears extremely wide and vast. What's amazing is that the ground, walls and ceiling are covered with large areas of luminous plants, like a forest, illuminating the entire mezzanine as if it were daytime. Meng Lei was shocked by the scene before him. The glowing forest was like a dazzling gem, emitting a dreamy glow, so beautiful. The night view of the forest on Pandora in the movie Avatar is probably just like this. Meng Lei muttered to himself, who would have thought that such a beautiful place existed in this dark underground? The creator is truly amazing. The old man was also greatly shocked. He stroked his beard and gazed at the glowing forest, his words full of emotion. Rustle, rustle. Just as the two were immersed in the beautiful scenery before them, dozens of gray-white crypt spiders suddenly jumped out, trampling on the glowing forest wantonly, plowing out deep gullies. Crypt spider. Xiao Jin growled, his eyes filled with hatred and anger. This interlayer of space originally belonged to the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, and the subterranean demon spiders were strictly prohibited from trespassing. However, at this moment, these hateful invaders are roaming around here so brazenly, which is really infuriating. Crypt spider? Ha ha. Meng Lei went deep underground just to eradicate the subterranean spider clan. Now that he sees them, how could he show mercy? The god-killing gun flew out instantly. Puff, puff, puff. The god-killing spear drew a phantom, accompanied by a crisp and pleasant sound. Before dozens of subterranean spiders could react, they were pierced through the head by the god-killing spear and fell to the ground dead one after another. A bunch of stinking eyesores. Meng Lei retracted the god-killing spear and glanced at the corpse of the crypt demon spider. He was too lazy to even pick up the magic core. He simply disdained the hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Keep going. Passing through this space layer and entering a dark and quiet tunnel, Meng Lei and the old man continued to move forward, and the beauty and magic of the underground world gradually appeared before their eyes. The space mezzanine is displayed everywhere. Patches of glowing forests come into view. Meng Lei and the old man feasted their eyes and finally came to a completely different space mezzanine. This is a golden space. Golden earth. Golden sky. Golden walls. Golden plants. Everything was drenched in golden light, gleaming brightly and illuminating the entire world. This vast, flat golden land was dotted with holes. These holes are as big as wellheads, and there are millions of them, evenly distributed on the ground, densely packed and neatly arranged, with a spacing of less than 10 meters, and exactly the same size. Like a hornet's nest, it looks like a beehive. The holes were filled with honey-like golden liquid, and some were soaked with plump white ant eggs. Meng Lei and the old man opened their eyes wide. This is our clan's sacred artifact, the bloodthirsty golden nest. Xiao Jin was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. All of my people were born from here. The bloodthirsty golden nest has a mysterious connection with us. The young ant king can command all the tribesmen through it. It's amazing. Meng Lei and the old man were shocked, while Xiao Jin looked at the quiet bloodthirsty golden nest with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Before the invasion of the crypt spiders, the bloodthirsty golden nest was extremely bustling with activity. The queen ant was laying eggs day and night, and worker ants were coming in and out. But now, the bloodthirsty golden nest was chillingly silent. The ant eggs soaked in the holes were motionless, obviously already dead. The bloodthirsty golden nest is desolate and depressed. Xiao Jin, don't be sad. As long as you, the ant king, are still alive, the glory of the past past will eventually return. Meng Lei smiled and consoled him. The most important thing right now is to take control of the bloodthirsty golden nest first and then recall the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants that are roaming outside so that they won't continue to wreak havoc. Yeah, I see. Xiao Jin nodded, flapped his little wings, and drilled into the center of the bloodthirsty golden nest, a hole with a diameter of about 2 meters. Soon, a mysterious and desolate horn sounded from the depths of the bloodthirsty golden nest, as if conveying some unknown message. Old Dean, can you understand what this horn sound means? Meng Lei looked at the old man. The old man shook his head, puzzled. I guess this is the unique way the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants communicate. Of course not. What they didn't know was that the desolate sound of the horn penetrated the golden world, passed through the thick rock layers, and finally reached the Warcraft forest on the surface. A magical scene happened. All the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, no matter where they were in the Warcraft forest, no matter where they were, no matter what they were doing, all stopped. They seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, uniform and motionless. The one who was chasing the monster stopped. The attack on the city stopped. Wandering around stopped. Why did the ant tide stop? Countless humans and animals threatened by the ant tide were bewildered as they watched the ant tide recede like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the ant swarm disappeared completely. If someone were to look down from the air at this moment, they would see an incredible scene: thousands and thousands of ants swarming in from all directions and finally converging to the same place. That is the entrance to the underground world. Finally, they all crawled into the entrance and returned to their own world. The sun rises and the morning light fills the earth. In front of the solemn and dignified college gate, there was a constant stream of traffic and people. The golden armored guards had sharp and cold eyes, and they patrolled the students coming in and out like hawks. Alex, honestly, how many gentle and lovely maids have you ruined this winter vacation? Get out. Don't ruin my reputation. Humph, everyone knows that you, Alex, are a notorious pervert. You've been holding it in at the academy for half a year. It would be strange if you didn't pick up all the girls when you get home. Asshole, you'll die if you don't say a few words. Standing in front of the majestic gate, listening to the laughter and playfulness coming from his ears, Meng Lei's eyes lit up with a new look. The crypt spiders were slaughtered. Xiao Jin stayed in the underground world, set up the Warcraft village in one day. Meng Lei set off, and after a night of travel, he finally returned to the academy. I can't help but feel that things and people have changed, but this is also a new beginning. His mind is full of plans. He has endless longing for the future. In sharp contrast, the old man next to him was trembling slightly. His eyes were red, and he was struggling to calm down. But this is not difficult to understand. When he left here, he was the dean of this academy and an honorable Holy Land magician. But after returning to his hometown after 20,000 years, he felt as desolate as a lonely ghost. The world has changed dramatically, and things and people are no longer the same. I didn't expect to come back. The old man stared at it for a long time and sighed softly. I've been trapped underground for 20,000 years. I've always dreamed of coming back to take a look. Today, my wish finally comes true. Old Dean, there's nothing to see outside the door. Come on, I'll take you inside. Meng Lei smiled and took out the magic badge from the space ring, put it on his chest, and then walked towards the gate of the academy. The golden armored guard's eyes fell on Meng Lei. After seeing the magic badge on his chest, he did not stop him and let him in. Old Dean, let's go to Shanglong Square first. Holy Dragon Square? What is that place? You'll know when you get there. Walking through the quiet and peaceful Champs-Élysées, you will see dozens of statues of various shapes. Old Dean, this is Holy Dragon Square. Meng Lei pointed at the holy statues and said with a smile, putting so many statues in such a large area is such a waste of space. The old man frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he still walked to the nearest statue and looked at it carefully. Fred Flit, the 348th and current dean of the academy, a great sanctuary mage, a powerful holy mage of thunder, skilled in thunder, magic and thunder dragon language magic. He was the first person to successfully decipher the secrets of the Titan god's thunder. They jointly created 1058 types of lightning magic and lightning dragon language magic, making outstanding contributions to the research and development of lightning magic. After reading the resume on the sanctuary statue, the old man was slightly stunned. The current dean is quite good. He even broke the Titan thunder. It's really amazing. Titan thunder? Meng Lei showed a puzzled look. Titan god thunder is a lightning magic used exclusively by the Titan Empire's royal family, the Thunder Titan. Its power is several times, even dozens of times, more powerful than ordinary lightning magic. Even thunder dragon language magic cannot compare to it. The old man slowly explained, I participated in the war between the Empire and the Titan Empire. I personally experienced the power of the Titan thunder. I still remember it vividly, several times or even dozens of times. Meng Lei's whole body trembled slightly. Stinky boy, you have a natural talent for lightning. If you want to learn lightning magic and Titan thunder, the current dean should be a good instructor, the old man said with a smile. I'll try my best. Meng Lei seemed to be thinking about something, but he was unsure. The dean has always been elusive and rarely appears in the college. Meng Lei only only met him once at the opening ceremony and there has been no news of him since then. Where should I find someone? Don't worry, you have the blood of a fire dragon flowing in your veins, so you're considered a member of the royal family. And this little fellow named Fred Flit is obviously also a member of the royal family. If you go and ask him for advice, I'm sure he won't refuse. The old man smiled and twirled his beard. A member of the royal family? A strange light flashed in Menglei's eyes. Let's go check out the other statues. A hint of curiosity flashed in the old man's eyes. I really want to know what outstanding descendants the Academy has cultivated in the past 20,000 years. Dexter Drinkwater, the 319th Dean of the Academy, a great earth-based holy mage, who created 82 forbidden spells. Auguste Phillet. The old man looked slowly, sometimes nodding in approval, sometimes remaining silent, occasionally shaking his head and sighing. He didn't miss any statue, and just like that, an hour slipped by. Finally, the old man stopped in front of the third-to-last statue, his expression suddenly becoming complicated, with anger, unwillingness, regret and sorrow intertwined in his expression. This was the first time he showed such an expression, and Meng Lei couldn't help but wonder, does the old man know the owner of this statue? Adolf Holman, the most talented, shortest-serving, and youngest graduating student in the history of the Fire Dragon School of Magic. He is also the youngest 8th-level mage, 9th-level Grand Mage, and Holy Domain Mage in the history of the Dragon God Empire. He broke through to the Holy Realm at only 38 years old. Man Ray had heard of Adolf Holman's deeds before, but at that time he simply regarded it as the glorious history of his ancestors, with no other thoughts in his mind except wonder and admiration. But now, his heart was filled with disbelief. The strongest record of the 3 colleges, the youngest record of the 3 empires. This is simply amazing. Even more shocking is that, based on the position of the statue, Adolf Holman must have lived 20,000 years ago, a contemporary of the old man. This means that the records he set have remained unbroken for over 20,000 years. This is the true unparalleled. Meng Lei became very interested in this great god. Well, Dean, do you know Adolf Holman? He is my disciple. The old man said in a deep voice, the only disciple. So he is your disciple. The old man was the dean back then. It was normal for him to accept Adolf as his apprentice since he was gifted. The old man sighed and said, Adolf was only 9 years old when he first entered school, yet he possessed an unprecedented all-around super physique. It can be said that there has never been anyone like him before and there will never be another like him since. A super physique with all attributes? Meng Lei was stunned. What kind of physique is this? You know the 10 elements of magic, right? Full attributes means he has affinity for all 10 magical elements, and they're all superb. The old man spoke slowly in a low voice. 10 series, super? Meng Lei was shocked all over and almost lost consciousness with fright. Earth, water, wind, fire, wood, gold, thunder, light, darkness, and ice. It's so terrifying. Meng Lei has always believed that he has a good talent for magic. He is superb in thunder, fire, and wood, and top-notch in earth. Although he cannot be said to be the best in the world, few can match him. But now, there is someone who possesses superpowers in all 10 types of magic. How could a person possess such a perverted magical talent? Man Lei murmured in disbelief. So Adolf is the most talented person in the history of the Academy, and to this day, no one can surpass him. The old man sighed quietly. It is precisely because of his unparalleled magical talent that Adolf's cultivation speed is extremely fast. After only 1 year of enrollment, he broke through to level 6 magician and applied for graduation. After that, he traveled the continent alone, embarking on an even more glorious and amazing life, becoming an 8th level magician at the age of 17, promoted to 9th level Grand Mage at the age of 25, break through the Sate realm at the age of 38. The old man said slowly, in that era, Adolf was like the blazing sun, illuminating the entire era. It's no exaggeration to say that all the geniuses of Adolf's generation could only look up to his brilliance and were unable to compete with him. Meng Lei was shocked, but what confused him even more was that there was an indescribable bitterness and self-mockery in the old man's tone. Old Dean, shouldn't you feel proud to meet such a disciple? Meng Lei couldn't help asking. If it weren't for what happened later, I would have been very proud. In fact, before that happened, Adolf was always my pride and I was proud of him. The old man sighed and smiled bitterly. That thing? In the 148th year since Adolf achieved the sanctuary, thousands of abyssal monsters suddenly emerged from the sky continent. The old man's voice was filled with sadness. The monsters of the abyss are bloodthirsty and brutal, vicious by nature, and born to kill. They are simply the embodiment of death and evil. Abyssal monster? Meng Lei was shocked. No one knows where the abyss monsters come from, but when they appear, they set off a raging storm of killing. Countless lives died tragically. Countless genocides. Even the 4 great empires are under great threat. Thus, a war broke out that engulfed the entire continent and affected all races. After a long and bitter battle, we were on the verge of victory, but at the most crucial moment of the decisive battle, Adolf betrayed us. Pain crossed the old man's face. He detonated 1,358 mage towers, killed nearly 1,000 members of the sanctuary, destroyed the coalition's defenses, and ultimately led to a disastrous defeat in the decisive battle. Meng Lei was incredulous. Why would Adolf betray me? What on earth did he want to achieve by doing this? At first, I was completely baffled. The old man shook his head and sighed. It wasn't until later, when we defeated the abyss monster and captured Adolf, that we understood the truth. What is the truth? Because Adolf is a devil. The old man closed his eyes and recalled. It turns out that he is a spy sent by the abyss world to the sky continent. He has been lurking for many years, secretly preparing to invade our world. Demon. Meng Lei was stunned, and his eyes involuntarily turned to the statue of Adolf, which was solemn, sacred, and majestic. Such a person is actually a devil. It's unbelievable. Although we ultimately defeated the abyssal monsters and expelled them from the sky continent forever, the price we paid was heavy, and I've always felt deeply guilty about it. The old man sighed. After that, I resigned from the position of dean, left the academy, and began to travel the continent. From then on, I no longer interfered with worldly affairs. Even after I was trapped underground, I never returned. Old dean, this has nothing to do with you. Meng Lei shook his head. It's all Adolf's fault for hiding it too well. The old man shook his head. You don't have to comfort me. It's been many years since the incident, and I've long since let it go. It's just that seeing Adolf's statue suddenly filled me with emotion. After saying this, he left the statue of Adolf and walked to the second-to-last statue to examine it carefully. Amos Crocker, the second dean of the Fire Dragon School of Magic. The old man said with a strange expression, looking at my own statue, I feel strange. Even I feel that way. After leaving Holy Dragon Square, the two continued strolling in the academy. The old man recalled the past and gave instructions, while Meng Lei listened and collected the scattered attributes. Strolling in the garden, free and easy. Isn't that Monray? Oh my god, it really is that pervert. I'm afraid he's coming back to apply for graduation this time, right? It's very likely. Now that you're this strong, there's no point in staying in the academy. I'd also like to apply for graduation. Applying for graduation? Isn't Meng Lei just a freshman? What kind of graduation is he applying for? It's spread throughout the academy, and you still don't know? You're so ignorant. I despise you. What's going on? Meng Lei is now a 9th level great mage. I guess he came back this time probably to apply for graduation. 9th level grand mage? Him? Are you kidding me? Would I lie to you? I heard that a few days ago, an ant tide broke out, and Meng Lei appeared at Beha Pass and repelled the ant tide with his own strength, showing unparalleled strength. Is it true? It's not just hearsay, is it? Who heard it from someone else? It's spread all over the academy. If you don't believe me, go ask around. Meng Lei has extremely sharp hearing, so the students' discussions naturally did not escape his ears. He laughed secretly in his heart. His identity as a 9th level great magician was indeed well deserved, but he had no plans to apply for graduation for the time being. The dragon language magic of thunder, earth, and wood has yet to be mastered, and Titan thunder is even further out of reach. Graduation? What a joke. At this moment, the magic communicator suddenly rang. Meng Lei opened it to answer it, and a big fat head popped up on the screen. Brother, are you back? You got the news pretty quickly. You found out as soon as I returned to the academy. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. I have placed a lot of spies in the college. As soon as you come back, I will be the first to know the news. The fat man laughed. You just arrived at the college, so I won't say much. I have 2 things to tell you. The fat man went straight to the point. First, your heroic performance in resisting the ant tide has reached the palace. My old man said that the king is planning to hold a celebration banquet and reward you. The fat man laughed excitedly and said, TSK, with your current cultivation speed and your performance at Beha Pass, I can at least make you a lifetime earl. A lifetime earl? I'm still just a viscount. Earl for life? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. He didn't care about empty titles like nobility. So what if he was made a marquis or duke? But the title of nobility is not just an empty title. More importantly, it brings practical benefits, such as privileges, such as territory. What Meng Lei values most is the territory that belongs to him. In this world completely controlled by the aristocracy, owning an exclusive private territory means countless benefits. This was his first reaction. In the territory, you are the local tyrant. Do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. What's the second thing? I've already contacted the 3 major chambers of commerce in the capital and 13 magic core buyers. You can meet them anytime after you return. After hanging up the magic communicator, Meng Lei was secretly happy. During the time he was in the Warcraft forest, he had accumulated quite a lot of magic cores, which could definitely be sold for a good price. My heart is full of anticipation. Just then, the magic communicator rang again. Meng Lei looked and saw that it was the class teacher Dirk Novi calling. Monray, you're back? Yes, Mr. Dirk. I'm glad you're back. Dirk now breathed a sigh of relief. Where are you now? If you're not busy, come to my office. Someone wants to see you. I'll be right there. After hanging up the communicator, Meng Lei said apologetically, Old Dean, I'm sorry, I can't continue to hang out with you. Go ahead. The old man waved his hand and helped me find out about dragon language magic. Meng Lei nodded and walked towards the the faculty building. Half an hour later, he arrived at the door of the faculty building. Suddenly, the old man who had been floating beside him changed his expression and immediately returned to the space ring. "Old Dean, what's wrong with you?" Meng Lei asked in confusion. "There are powerful people from the Holy Realm here," the old man replied through telepathy. Holy Land. Meng Lei's heart tightened, and he immediately dared not ask any more questions. The old man was a soul body, and ordinary people could not see his existence, but the strong in the Holy Land could sense it. Once discovered by the sanctuary, you will be in big trouble and may even lose your life. I didn't expect there would be a Saint Realm expert in the faculty building. Meng Lei looked at the building in front of him and thought to himself, I wonder if it's the dean or one of the vice deans. With thoughts racing through his mind, Teacher Dirk's office was right in front of him, and Meng Lei knocked on the door. The door opened and Teacher Dirk came out. He looked Meng Lei up and down, his face full of joy. "You are finally back. Come in." The office was as quiet as ever, but the bookshelves were filled with magic books, making it look a bit crowded and messy. Meng Lei glanced at the bookshelves, and a thought flashed through his mind. Teacher Dirk has so many books in his collection, could there be any books about dragon language magic? Just as he was thinking about it, Teacher Dirk said, "Mon Lei, let me introduce you." Meng Lei was slightly stunned. "Is there anyone else here?" Following Teacher Dirk's gaze, Meng Lei saw a short, fat, ordinary-looking old man with red hair. This person had no aura, was plain and unpretentious, and as ordinary as anyone you could find in the crowd. But Meng Lei's heart was not at peace. With his sharp perception as a 9th-level great mage, he could sense even one more cat. However, at this moment, he did not even notice the existence of this old man. Could he really be an ordinary old man? Dirk now introduced with a hint of respect. "Mon Lei, this is Dean Fred." "Dean Fred?" Meng Lei was confused. "He's Dean Fred? That's impossible, right?" "Ha, don't you think it's not similar?" The old man laughed heartily, and the expression on his face changed rapidly. After a while, his appearance changed completely. 2 horns grew on his head, and his eyes were full of majesty. It was exactly the appearance of the Dean in Meng Lei's memory. So it really is the Dean. Meng Lei quickly saluted. "Greetings, Dean. Get up, let me take a good look at you." Dean Fred looked at Meng Lei with a smile. "He is worthy of being the most outstanding talent our college has recruited this year." "He is indeed extraordinary. Thank you, Dean." Meng Lei responded modestly, but he knew in his heart that this person was from the Holy Realm, the lofty sanctuary. "Mr. Meng Lei, I heard that you are already a 9th-level great magician?" Dean Fred asked with a smile. Meng Lei did not deny it. It was impossible to deny it. After all, there were so many witnesses, and he had no intention of denying it. "Teacher Dirk said that you were only a 5th-level magician when you left the academy, but in just over a month, you broke through to the 9th-level Grand Mage." Dean Fred's eyes gleamed. Such a breakthrough speed is truly astonishing. Even Adolf, the most powerful abyssal demon genius in history, couldn't achieve it this fast. "Mr. Meng Lei, I really want to know how you did it." Dirk Novi also looked at Mon Lei, his eyes full of confusion. Mon Lei's cultivation speed had already exceeded the scope that could be described by the word fast. It was simply unreasonable. "Of course, I'm just curious and don't mean to force you. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to," Dean Fred added. "Can I not say it? I don't believe it. If I don't tell you the whole story today, I'm afraid you'll think I'm a devil spy like Adolf, right? Besides, I also want to learn his Titan Thunder. How can I learn it if I don't convince him today? This is actually my biggest secret. I didn't intend to tell anyone." Meng Lei seemed a little embarrassed, but since you asked, I have no choice but to tell you. I just hope that the Dean and Teacher Dirk can keep it a secret for me. "That's for sure." The two nodded repeatedly. "Actually, I had an adventure." Dean Fred and Teacher Dirk looked at each other. "This winter vacation, when I was training in the Warcraft Forest, I accidentally met an ancestor and received his guidance." Meng Lei spoke slowly in a low voice. "What do you want to do, little brat?" The old man's exasperated question came to his mind. "Why did you give me away?" "Old Dean, this happened suddenly, so I can only apologize to you first," Meng Lei said quickly. "But don't worry, I'm just letting you take the blame. I won't let you suffer any loss." "Take the blame? You unfilial son." The old man was so angry that he almost exploded. "Get his advice?" Dean Fred and Teacher Dirk looked at each other. "Monroe still has ancestors?" What kind of ancestor could help Meng Lei break through from a 5th-level magician to a 9th-level great magician with just a little guidance? That ancestor's name was Amos Crocker. Meng Lei completely sold out the old man. "Amos Crocker?" Dean Fred frowned and pondered for a moment, then his expression suddenly changed. "Are you talking about Dean Amos, the second dean of the academy 20,000 years ago?" Meng Lei nodded heavily. "It's actually him." Teacher Dirk's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Mon Lei, are you saying that Dean Amos is still alive? Didn't he disappear?" "As far as I know, Dean Amos resigned from his position because of his disciple Adolf. Since then, there has been no news or trace of him." Dean Fred stared at Meng Lei and said, "Now you say he has been living in seclusion in the Warcraft Forest. Mr. Meng Lei, I find your words unbelievable." "I know this is unbelievable, but it's the truth." Meng Lei took out a red dragon scale and said, "This is what our ancestors gave me. They appointed me as the current head of the Amos family and asked me to restore the family's glory. Dean Fred stared at the red dragon scale in Munley's hand, and Munley handed it over. Pure-blooded sanctuary fire dragon scales. This is truly the scale of a pure-blooded sanctuary fire dragon. Dean Fred stared at the red dragon scale, his face filled with shock. Isn't Dean Amos a dragon man? Could it be that he is cultivated to the pinnacle of the holy realm, transformed himself into a pure-blooded fire dragon? No, he should be far beyond the peak of the holy realm. Meng Lei shook his head. I guess our ancestor has already entered another realm. I was fortunate enough to see his true form as a fire dragon, and it was over 1,000 feet long. Thousands of feet? That means. Dean Fred couldn't help but gasp. Dragons are one of the most powerful races in the sky continent, and their strength is proportional to their size. The stronger the strength, the bigger the body, the stronger the strength. When an ordinary dragon reaches adulthood, its strength can be comparable to that of a 9th-level magical beast, and its size can reach more than 20 meters. Once it breaks through the holy realm, its size will exceed 50 meters. As their strength increases, their size also increases. However, even a giant dragon at the peak of the holy domain is only about 100 meters long, and the dragon body is thousands of feet long. This is definitely not the size that a peak dragon in the Holy Land can have. Even the Dragon King above the Holy Land is not so huge. Could it be that Dean Amos has surpassed the Dragon King? Dean Fred's eyes flickered, his heart full of doubts. In the words of other races, that is, a demigod. Demigods possess some of the abilities of gods, but have not yet completely escaped from their mortal form. Only when they have truly transformed into gods can they be called gods. A being beyond demigod, could that be? Dean Fred couldn't help but gasp. No, impossible. No gods have been born in the sky continent in nearly 10,000 years. How could Dean Amos possibly become a god? Could he be the one from 10,000 years ago? Dean Fred's eyes flashed, and countless thoughts emerged in his mind. For a moment, he was a little bit unbelievable about Meng Lei's words, but there was one thing he was sure of: Monroe had indeed met Dean Amos. More than 20,000 years have passed, and the Amos family has long been buried in the dust of history. It is extremely rare for people to know about this family, let alone Monley, who is only 16 years old. How would he know about the Amos family? That piece of pure-blooded fire dragon scale can't be fake, because ordinary people can't produce such a thing. Stolen from a dragon? Robbing? Haha, is that possible? The fact that Meng Lei can cast dragon language magic, especially the dragon language magic released at Beha Pass, is enough to explain the problem. Some of these fire magics are exactly the signature techniques of Dean Amos 20,000 years ago, while others are unprecedented fire magics that have never appeared on the continent. This can only be created by Meng Lei himself. In summary, it is highly likely that Meng Lei met Dean Amos. In this case, it makes sense that he broke through to the 9th-level Great Magician in just over a month. Something strange. As for whether Dean Amos has really become a god, Dean Fred is skeptical for the time being. This matter is really too unbelievable. Without solid evidence, it is hard for him to believe it easily. Monley, I didn't expect you to have such an adventure. Dean Fred exclaimed in admiration. I never expected you to be a descendant of Dean Amos. You're truly a blessing to the Academy and the Kingdom. Thanks to the mercy of our ancestors. Meng Lei responded humbly, as if a real movie star had appeared online. Mr. Meng Lei, since you are a member of the Fire Dragon Kingdom's royal family, could you please let me see what you look like after transforming into a dragon? Dean Fred requested. No matter how much Meng Lei's words were exaggerated, bloodline was the most convincing evidence. Only by possessing the blood of the fire dragon can you dispel all doubts. No problem. Meng Lei nodded slightly, then activated the fire dragon blood in his body and transformed into a dragon man. Excellent. Excellent. Pure fire dragon bloodline. Dean Fred stared at Meng Lei's transformed appearance and nodded repeatedly, finally feeling relieved. Student Meng Lei, Dean Amos once made great contributions to the Academy. Since you are his descendant, is there anything you can help me with? After making up stories for a long time, Meng Lei was waiting for this sentence. He was not polite at all and immediately made his request. High-level dragon language magic and the secrets related to Titan Thunder are all kept on the top floor of the library. Dean Fred smiled broadly. Originally, only those who met special requirements were eligible to enter, but since you are of a special status, Meng Lei, I will grant you permission to study here. Thank you, Dean. Old Dean, that was really thrilling just now. After leaving the faculty building, Meng Lei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a look of relief on his face. Finally fooled Dean Fred. You bastard boy, how dare you let me take the blame? I don't have an unfilial son like you. The old man was furious and shouted harshly. There was really nothing I could do just now. Meng Lei smiled and said, if I can't convince Dean Fred, then neither dragon language magic nor Titan Thunder will work. I might even be accused of being an abyss demon. That would be a sure thing. Although Dean Fred usually does not show his true colors, Meng Lei is deeply touched by the political scrutiny he receives. If he is not satisfied, the consequences will be disastrous. In the final analysis, it's just a side effect of my practicing too fast. Sigh, it seems I have to be more low-key from now on. Humph, you've made such rapid progress, even Adolf feels ashamed of himself. I'm afraid you really are a demon from the abyss. The old man snorted coldly. No, I have to investigate thoroughly to avoid being fooled by you again. I got screwed last time, and I don't want to be fooled by you again. Meng Lei rolled his eyes at him and said, Old Dean, don't you know whether I am an abyss demon or not? It's not worth it to lie to you. The old man snorted, you're so secretive, who knows? No matter what, I still have to find out. Then go ahead and investigate, but don't make any mistakes. Meng Lei curled his lips and changed the subject. Dean Fred said that the dragon language magic and Titan Thunder are both on the top floor of the library. I'll go check it out now. Hurry up. Run forward, the old man urged anxiously. This library covers a vast area and is one of the most magnificent buildings in the academy. It is also spectacular when viewed from the entire royal city. There are two sculptures standing in front of the library. A magic book, a magic wand. Books represent knowledge. The wand symbolizes magic power and the spiritual power that holds them up in the air. It symbolizes the three major sources of power of a magician. Meng Lei stood in front of the library, looking up at the magnificent white building, and couldn't help but admire. It's worthy of being the largest library in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Don't just sigh, go in and take a look, the old man urged. Meng Lei stepped onto the stairs and entered the library smoothly with the help of the magic badge on his chest. In the center of the spacious hall stood a magic light screen, displaying the library's collection. The entire library has 6 floors. The first floor is filled with general knowledge books, such as Chronicles of the Continent, History of the Development of the Dragon God Empire, Encyclopedia of Magic Materials, 100,000 Species of Warcraft, etc. The second to fifth floors are dedicated to storing magic books, which are classified from low level to high level. There are 10 storage rooms on each floor, each storing a different type of magic. And the top floor, the magic light curtain does not display any information. It means that it is not open to the public. What I'm looking for is on the 6th floor. Meng Lei was excited and took the magic ladder directly to the 6th floor. After getting out of the suspended stairs, Meng Lei walked into the empty corridor. All the libraries were closed. He walked all the way to the end, not seeing a single person. He came across an open library, frowning, as it was completely empty. He wondered, what on earth could there be to see here? Just as he was wondering, a beam of colored light suddenly shot down from above his head, enveloping him. The next moment, Meng Lei suddenly disappeared. The world was spinning, and the environment before my eyes changed drastically. It was no longer an empty corridor, but a library filled with bookshelves. It may seem empty on the surface, but it actually hides a world of mystery. This is the real top floor of the library. Look at what kind of dragon language magic is here. Detailed explanation of the 7th level of Thunder Dragon language magic. A must-read for level 8 Earth Dragon language magic. Wood Dragon language magic 9th level selection. Water magic. Complete collection of forbidden spells. This small library not only houses all kinds of advanced dragon language magic, but also thousands of ultimate forbidden spells. It is no exaggeration to say that this place encompasses all the powerful magic in history, as well as the wisdom of countless ancestors and masters of the Fire Dragon Kingdom over the past 20,000 years. No wonder it's hidden so secretly. Meng Lei was amazed. Every magic book here is priceless. Losing one is a huge loss. Every generation has its own talented people, each leading the trend for hundreds of years. The old man sighed, just the water and fire forbidden spells alone, which I've never seen before. There are 1,907 and 2,348. It seems that the development of magic has never stopped in the past 20,000 years. Meng Lei smiled and shook his head. As long as the magic is passed down, progress will never stop. Every era has its own genius. This is inevitable. That makes sense. The old man nodded slightly and said, hurry up and find the Titan Thunder. I really want to know its secret. Okay, old Dean. Meng Lei quickly searched and finally found a book in a corner titled The Secret of Thunder Titan, The True Explanation of Titan Thunder. The author was Dean Fred. Meng Lei flipped through the book with great anticipation, and the old man came over. But after reading only the preface, both of them frowned. Titan Divine Thunder is a thunder method exclusive to the Thunder Titan. Its power is hundreds or even dozens of times that of ordinary thunder methods. It can be called the strongest thunder method, the king of all thunders, and the best of the thunder system. But unleashing Titan Thunder is extremely demanding. One must possess the bloodline of the Thunder Titan and rely on that bloodline to guide this powerful force. Possessing the bloodline of the Thunder Titan? Meng Lei was speechless for a moment. In other words, without the Thunder Titan bloodline, it is impossible to control the Titan Thunder? Isn't the current Dean a royal? How could he possibly possess Titan Thunder? The old man frowned. Could it be that he truly possesses the bloodline of the Thunder Titan? Meng Lei was shocked, then continued reading, and indeed, he found the relevant explanation. It turned out that Dean Fred was a rare dual bloodline holder, possessing not only the bloodline of the Fire Dragon, but also the bloodline of the Thunder Titan. Dual bloodline? Meng Lei couldn't help but frown. He has both both the blood of a fire dragon and the blood of a thunder titan. Is Dean Fred a dragon man or a subgiant? How can he be the Dean? That's not a problem. The old man shook his head. Having the blood of another race doesn't mean you're from that race. We can't generalize. After all, the Sky Continent has existed for countless years, going through many eras. Racial integration is common, and there have even been foreign invasions. After so many years, how could there still be a truly pure-blooded race? Even pure-blooded dragons, pure-blooded titans, and elven royals cannot guarantee that they are completely free of the blood of other races, let alone humans. The human race is the weakest and has been a vassal of all the other races for thousands of years. Its bloodline is incredibly complex. It can be said that deep within every human race's bloodline, there are many invisible alien bloodlines hidden, such as dragons, titans, orcs, but they are all too thin and difficult to awaken. The old man sighed and said, the current Dean is a dragon man, so it's no surprise that he has titan blood in his body. Meng Lei was silent, then nodded slowly. The principle is actually very simple. How is it possible for absolutely pure blood to exist? Since you live in this world, it is impossible to guarantee that your bloodline is pure and unmixed. Just like a basin of pure water placed in the air, it will be contaminated by various impurities sooner or later, which is impossible to avoid. This is fusion. Just like you have the blood of the golden god-slaying ant, you may also have other bloodlines hidden within you. I wouldn't be surprised if you awaken the Titan bloodline one day. The old man shook his head slightly. So, the current Dean has the bloodline of the Thunder Titan. You can't treat him as an alien or an enemy just because he has awakened the Titan's thunder. In fact, in our Fire Dragon Kingdom and even throughout the Dragon God Empire, there are many owners of special bloodlines, including subgiants, half-orcs, and half-elves. Although these people have alien blood, they are powerful and can still become nobles and hold high positions. Meng Lei nodded slowly and said with emotion, with the blood of the Fire Dragon and the awakened Titan bloodline, Dean Fred's strength is probably terrifying. That's for sure. Otherwise, how could the Fire Dragon Kingdom's #1 Thunder Master be so boastful? The old man nodded slightly and closed the book, The True Explanation of Titan Thunder. No need to read any further. You have no destiny with Titan Thunder. Focus on studying your dragon language magic. No chance. Meng Lei felt a little unwilling. A strange look flashed in Meng Lei's eyes, and then he put the book back to its original place. For the next few days, he stayed on the top floor of the library, concentrating on studying the 3 series of dragon language magic. At this moment, his mental strength was extremely strong, his memory was extraordinary, and he could remember everything he saw. A 9th level dragon language magic spell, as long as Meng Lei watched it a few more times, he could follow the pattern and perform it smoothly. Time flies when you're busy. Before you know it, the day has flown by. As dinner neared, Mon Lei received a call from the fat man. Brother, we've already arrived at Juxian building. You're the only one missing. When will you come over? Already here? What time is it? Meng Lei suddenly woke up and looked down at his pocket watch. It was already time for dinner. Damn it! He was so engrossed in watching. He slapped his forehead and said quickly, Fatty, please entertain me first. I'll be right over. Don't worry, leave it to me. The fat man smiled and said, but you have to hurry up. The people here are all very busy and time is very tight. It was half an hour later when Meng Lei arrived at Juxianlu. When he entered the private room, the fat man was busy serving guests. Brother, you're finally here. The fat man invited him to take a seat and introduced him with a smile. Everyone, this is the most powerful genius in the history of our Fire Dragon Magic Academy, Meng Lei, and also today's seller. Everyone looked at Meng Lei, their eyes full of curiosity, enthusiasm, and anticipation. Of course they had heard of Meng Lei's name, especially the Battle of Beha Pass, which made his name famous among the kingdom's top leaders. Who doesn't know that Meng Lei single-handedly repelled the Ant Tide? Who doesn't know that he has hundreds of thousands of magic cores in his hands? As businessmen, what they care about most is undoubtedly this batch of magic cores. This is a huge business worth hundreds of millions or even billions. Who wouldn't be tempted? Brother, everyone here is a representative of the kingdom's 3 major chambers of commerce, as well as 13 magic core buyers, and the manager in charge of the capital's business. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, the topic quickly got to the point. A representative from the Luxiwaya Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 major chambers of commerce, stood up and said, Master Meng Lei, I heard that you harvested a batch of bloodthirsty iron crystal ant magic cores at Beha Pass. How many were there? The others nodded. They came here today just for this batch of magic cores. This is a huge business. If they can get a bigger share, they will definitely make a lot of money. The fat man couldn't help but look at Meng Lei. Mon Lei thought for a moment. Counting my harvest in the monster forest and the 2 times I fought off the Ant Tide at the Dragon Blood Wall, the total is about 750,000, right? Although he did not count them in detail, judging from his wealth value, it was roughly like this. Of course, this is not entirely accurate, because while wealth is constantly accumulating, it is also consumed to replenish physical strength, magic power, and mental strength. Therefore, estimating the number of magic cores based solely on wealth value is not completely accurate. The actual number is certainly more than 750,000. 750,000? Everyone's eyes widened. Meng Lei felt that they seemed to think the number was too small, and frowned slightly. I didn't count the exact number, but it should be more than 750,000, probably closer to 800,000. The 16 merchant representatives simultaneously gasped, their eyes lighting up as they looked at Meng Lei with fervent passion. Even if a level 6 magic core earned an extra 100 gold coins, 800,000 would be 80 million. Profit of 80 million gold coins. This is definitely a huge business. Besides, the value of each magic core is far more than 100 gold coins. If it sells well, it may be worth hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Master Manlei, our Middles Trading Company is willing to purchase 400,000 magic cores. Please name your price. As long as it's reasonable, we'll make the deal immediately. 400,000? You're so arrogant. There are only 800,000 magic cores in total. Your Middles Trading Company swallowed up half of them in one go. Doesn't that mean the rest of us will get nothing? That's right. I don't want too many. 100,000 will be enough. I'll pay 11,000 gold coins for each magic core. What do you think, Lord Meng Lei? Lord Meng Lei, you are a young talent who has made great contributions to the country in resisting the Ant Tide. Our Luxiwaya Chamber of Commerce does not want to take advantage of you. We will purchase one magic core for 13,000 gold coins. The quiet box suddenly became lively. As soon as Meng Lei opened his mouth, the 16 representatives rushed to buy. Seeing the situation in front of him, Meng Lei immediately realized that he had seriously underestimated the value of this batch of magic cores. One core was actually sold for 10,000? Luckily, this matter was handed over to Fatty. If I did it myself, I would definitely sell it at a low price just to save trouble. How much less will that mean? Meng Lei glanced at the fat man approvingly, raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down, and said with a smile, "Everyone, listen to me. First, in addition to these 800,000 level 6 magic cores, I also have 40,000 to 50,000 level 7 magic cores, which can also be sold to you." 40 to 50,000 level 7 magic cores? When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. When leaving Jushin building, the fat man looked at Meng Lei with red eyes. If he was not weak enough, he would definitely rob him. Brother, you're rich now. Really rich. 114,700 million gold coins. A full 14.7 billion gold coins. How should I spend so much money? How do you spend it? Just spend it like that. Meng Lei's face was calm, but his heart was filled with excitement. Selling all the magic cores and corpses brought him a total of 14.7 billion gold coins, adding to his original wealth of 5 billion. His wealth suddenly soared to 19.7 billion. Take a look at the properties panel. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline, flame demon bloodline, golden godslaying ant bloodline. Wealth, 197, 2892, 5,768 gold coins. Constitution, level 9 warrior, 7, 6433, 1943 10 0000 0000. Spirit, 9th level great magician, 135, 6253 10 00000000. Magic power, 9th level great mage, 113, 2358 10 00000000. 197 billion gold coins, plus the corpse of the Crypt Spider King. It can still be sold for at least 5 billion. That's 24.7 billion gold coins. 24,700 million gold coins. It's enough for me to enter the Holy Land. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Meng Lei couldn't help laughing out loud, and the wild laughter echoed in the fat man's ears, making the fat man so angry that he gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. The fat man beat his chest and stamped his feet. Back then, I was born into a golden dragon family, a duke, and received the best education. But now, I'm still poor and destitute, living off my parents. And you? I became a billionaire out of nowhere. God is so blind. Meng Lei laughed and said, Fatty, there's one thing I haven't told you. You might hit me if you hear it. While I was training in the monster forest, I accidentally found the corpse of a sanctuary monster. My preliminary estimate is that it can be sold for a few billion, right? Meng Lei rudely rubbed the fat man in the heart. Saint Domain monster corpse? Accurately picked it up? The fat man's eyes widened, almost to the point where water could drip out of them. Is this true? Meng Lei had never seen a fat man's eyes so wide. The fat man jumped up directly. Wahahaha. The next morning, Meng Lei went to the library as usual and continued to study the 3 types of dragon language magic: thunder, earth, and wood. As for the sale of the corpse of the subterranean demon Spider King, he left it to the fat man to handle. Although the fat man was about to be burned to ashes by the blazing flames of jealousy, when Meng Lei took out the supreme luxurious reward red envelope of 1 million gold coins, his jealousy was immediately extinguished. Fatty suggested that priceless treasures like the sanctuary beast should never be sold casually like magic cores, and more and richer buyers should be contacted. So, the best way is auction. Meng Lei readily agreed, and handed the matter of contacting the auction house house to the fat man, while he continued to concentrate on studying the magic of the library. In the evening, Fatty sent a message that all contacts with the auction house had been completed. Meng Lei immediately rushed to the auction house and took out the corpse of the subterranean demon Spider King. The Crypt Spider King's appearance shocked everyone. Its bloodthirsty and brutal appearance and ferocious and terrifying face filled everyone with fear. Such aura, such size. That's right, it's definitely a sanctuary monster. Oh my god, it's really a sanctuary monster. The person in charge of the auction house immediately made a judgment and confirmed that it was undoubtedly the corpse of the holy domain demon beast. He then told Meng Lei that it would take a few days to promote it before it could be auctioned at a higher price. Monroe had no objection to this. After 10 days of pre-promotion, the filming of the Subterranean Spider King started smoothly and was sold at a sky-high price in the presence of many powerful people, dignitaries, and wealthy businessmen in the royal capital. After deducting 10% of the auction fee and handling fees, Meng Lei netted 6.1 billion gold coins, 197 plus 61, a total of 25.8 billion. Meng Lei's wealth reached an astonishing 25.8 billion gold coins, setting an unprecedented record. 2.58 billion attribute value. It's enough for me to enter the Holy Land. Although it's a fake sanctuary, it's still a sanctuary after all. Ha ha ha. Oh, intersection. Oh. That night, Meng Lei did not rush to spend money to enter the Holy Land. Instead, he withdrew countless gold coins, piled them on the bed and the floor, and then lay down on them. In my previous life, I always dreamed of rolling around in a pile of money. Today, it finally happened. Although it was a little rough on his feet, Meng Lei felt extremely satisfied in unprecedented peace when he smelled the scent of gold. In fact, happiness is sometimes that simple. He muttered to himself, growing increasingly tired. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and the magic lamp lit up. Meng Lei turned around and saw Bei walking in. Monroe was surprised. Although the two were roommates, they lived on opposite floors and never talked to each other or visited each other. Why did Abe come here suddenly? Bei looked at the room full of gold coins, his face filled with bewilderment. Usually aloof, he was almost blinded by the dazzling golden light. Meng Lei, do you still have this kind of habit? It's true that you can only judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart. Go and take a look. I made a little money recently. Meng Lei scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. I want to try the feeling of lying on a pile of gold. You know what it feels like. You are more like a dragon than a dragon. Bei's mouth twitched, and he returned to his indifferent expression, staring at Meng Lei with complicated eyes. Abe, what's wrong with you? Meng Lei asked in confusion. You look weird today. Bei didn't say anything, just looked at Meng Lei quietly. After a long time, he suddenly turned around and walked towards the door. When he reached the door, he stopped. Monrei, I'm leaving. If there is another chance, let's meet in the imperial capital. After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. Meng Lei was confused, and when he came to his senses, Bei had disappeared. Abe, where are you going? He hurried out the door, but found that Bei had disappeared without a trace, and there was no one even upstairs. Meng Lei hurriedly took out the magic communicator to call. The other party disappeared out of thin air. Standing in the empty living room, Meng Lei became increasingly confused. Bei usually kept quiet, but today he suddenly said something so inexplicable. What could he mean by that? That night, Meng Lei was completely sleepless. Since learning to meditate, he hardly sleeps, and when he does sleep, it is always a sound sleep. But tonight, he tossed and turned in bed, which was rare. As soon as he closed his eyes, all he could think of was Bei's eyes with a strange light, which kept appearing in his mind, making him upset and unable to sleep. The next morning, Meng Lei went to the library as usual. On the way, he saw many unfamiliar figures, all of them wearing armor, sturdy and strong, holding various weapons. Warriors appeared in the academy, and there are quite a few of them. This caused the students to whisper among themselves, discussing topics like the Imperial Elite Competition. Meng Lei was confused, but he didn't take it to heart. The elite competition is the elite competition. It has nothing to do with him. The most important thing for him now is to learn dragon language magic, then leave the academy to venture out, hunt high-level monsters, accumulate wealth, and at the same time comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Things in the academy did not interest him. The green dragon is a wood-attributed dragon. Its body is weaker than dragons of other attributes, but it masters two types of magic: wood dragon language magic and poison magic. Wood dragon language magic can command countless plants and control their growth. This is why green dragons are called the masters of plants. They are even more powerful than the flower demons among the elves. Poison magic. The lightning magic took 5 days. The earth magic also took 5 days. Today was Meng Lei's 11th day at the library, and he began to delve into wood dragon language magic. Although he had acquired the wood magic talent the shortest, his training speed was exceptionally fast. On the one hand, his mental power is extraordinary. He can stand high and see far. Whether he is accumulating wood magic or learning wood magic, he is astonishingly fast. On the other hand, it's all thanks to that gold leaf. The golden leaves were entrenched in his sea of consciousness, constantly absorbing the wood elements between heaven and earth, making Meng Lei seem like a powerful magnet, and the speed at which he accumulated wood magic power was jaw-dropping to others. With all these advantages combined, it is difficult for him to slow down. Just as Meng Lei was immersed in the mystery of the wood dragon language magic, the communicator suddenly rang. He frowned slightly and took out his communicator. It turned out to be Teacher Dirk calling. Strange, what does Teacher Dirk want to talk to me about? Full of doubts, Meng Lei connected the magic communicator. Monrei, I heard that you've been spending every day in the library recently. How's your mastery of dragon language magic? Teacher Dirk asked with a smile. Not bad, I gained a lot. Meng Lei answered truthfully. Your talent is simply abnormal. Teacher Dirk was full of praise, and then turned to the main topic. Monlei, there is something I need to tell you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared. Meng Lei showed a puzzled look. The annual college exchange competition is about to begin. Dean Fred has specially appointed you as this year's captain to represent Fire Dragon College in the competition. College exchange competition? Meng Lei was stunned, and immediately thought of the figures of those soldiers on campus. Teacher Dirk explained, the college exchange tournament, fully known as the Empire College Elite Exchange Tournament, is held every 4 years. Contestants are from all students enrolled in the Dragon God Empire. They must be no older than 30 years old. Both warriors and magicians are welcome to participate. Students who perform well in the exchange competition will not only receive generous rewards, but also win great honor for the college. There are even rumors that this year's rewards even include the qualification to enter the Imperial Heritage Land. Therefore, the dean and the leaders attach great importance to this exchange competition. The dean even specifically asked you to participate at the meeting this morning. At this point, Teacher Dirk asked, Monrei, do you have any questions? The exchange competition among the major elite colleges in the Empire. Meng Lei said with some embarrassment, Teacher Dirk, as a member of the academy, it is only natural for me to represent the academy in the exchange competition. But am I being a bit of a bully by participating? Teacher Dirk was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. Meng Lei, are you afraid, afraid that it won't be challenging enough? Yeah, that's about it. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly. He didn't reject this kind of competition. After all, it was an opportunity to broaden his horizons, pick up attributes, magic, bloodlines, etc., and enrich his arsenal. But if he were to compete with a group of kids, it would be boring, as it would feel like he was bullying them. If that's the case, then you have nothing to worry about. Teacher Dirk smiled and shook his head. The rewards for the exchange competition are more generous than you can imagine. It will attract many strong participants. Therefore, in addition to the students on campus, there are also many strong people from outside the academy who register to enter the academy just to obtain the qualification to participate. Many students who should have graduated have been reluctant to leave and have stayed in the academy for years to pursue further studies, also for the purpose of participating in the competition. Can we play it this way? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. If this happens, won't we fresh graduates be at a disadvantage? There's nothing I can do. The rewards are too generous. Teacher Dirk shook his head helplessly. Honestly, if it weren't for the age difference, I would have signed up too. It's not fair. This is too unfair. Meng Lei was completely speechless. Is this an academy exchange competition or a gathering of powerful people in society? There's nothing we can do about it. The graduating students are generally younger and weaker, which makes the exchange competition less entertaining and less competitive. Teacher Dirk smiled and said, so, we have to relax the competition standards to allow more strong people to join. But there has to be an age limit of 30 eventually, otherwise some shameless old fogies will show up and we won't be able to have fun anymore. Meng Lei shook his head. Teacher Dirk, when will the exchange competition start? Where will it be held? What preparations do I need to make? The official competition will begin in half a month, and the venue will be in the Imperial capital. But before heading to the Imperial capital, our Fire Dragon Kingdom must first undergo a round of screening, which is also known as the qualifying round. Teacher Dirk explained, according to the rules of the exchange competition, each kingdom can only have 50 participating places, and these 50 places must be selected through a qualifying round. Only 50 places for one kingdom? Meng Lei was silent, speechless in his heart. There are over 70 colleges in the Fire Dragon Kingdom's royal city alone. Combined, the number of students in all the colleges in the country exceeds 100,000, and there are also powerful people in society. So many people, but only 50 places? The competition is incredibly fierce. Burn it for me. So, I have to participate in the qualifying round first? Meng Lei raised an eyebrow and asked. Teacher Dirk nodded slightly. The qualifying round will begin in 2 days and last for a week. The winners will travel to the Imperial capital on the 10th day to represent the Fire Dragon Kingdom in the exchange competition. I see. Meng Lei nodded slightly, already having a plan in mind. Monlei, this year's qualifying competition is being hosted by Douglas School of Magic. Remember to attend on time in 2 days. I understand, Mr. Dirk. After hanging up the magic communicator, Meng Lei continued to study the wood dragon language magic, vowing to learn it within 2 days and master the wood magic as soon as possible. 2 days later, Meng Lei got up early, got ready, and walked out of the apartment. As soon as I walked out the door, I ran into Fatty and Daniel. They were both in high spirits, as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Brother, the qualifying championship belongs to you. We congratulate you in advance," said the fat man with a chuckle. "I hope it's as you said." Meng Lei smiled and waved his hand, releasing the magic carpet. "Let's go together." "Brother, you're really something. You're worth tens of billions, yet you're still driving a shabby flying carpet. Aren't you afraid of losing face?" The fat man looked at the flying carpet with disgust, then waved his hand and summoned a golden magical hovercraft. It looked like an eagle, but had a dragon head and was covered with golden dragon scales. 4 words: crazy, cool, mighty and domineering. "Come on, take my seat." The fat man shook his long hair and said with a cocky look on his face, "Oh my god, isn't this the latest edition collector's edition Dragon Eagle magic car? It's worth over 5 million gold coins. Where did you get it, fatty?" When Daniel saw the golden car, he was stunned and gasped. "Ha ha, I've made a little fortune recently following my brother," the fat man said proudly. "You know, you used all the red envelopes I gave you to buy a car." Meng Lei looked at the fat man and thought to himself that the red envelopes he had given him only added up to 2 or 3 million gold coins. "Ha, fatty, I don't have to worry about food and clothing. All I need is a high-end car that matches my status. To be honest, I've been coveting that old man's car for a long time." The fat man chuckled and said, "I've always wanted to play around with it secretly, but unfortunately the old man is watching too closely, so I never had the chance. So I secretly swore to myself that I must buy a car that's even cooler than his. Now that I have finally achieved my wish, I am very happy." Spendthrift. The corners of Meng Lei's mouth twitched. "Ha, let's go." The fat man opened the car door and said, "Today is the day for me to kill everyone. I must ride in a decent car that is worthy of my status." "Brother, get in the car. The magic car worth 5 million is naturally very cool." As soon as it took off, it attracted countless envious eyes. But this fat guy was deliberately showing off, walking around the campus slowly, and his speed was extremely slow, causing everyone to cry out in envy and jealousy. Listening to the screams, the fat man's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he left the academy in high spirits. Then, he started showing off again. "Drive slower where there are many people, and faster where there are fewer people." The smug look on his face really made Meng Lei want to beat him up. "Fatty, at this rate, you won't even be able to get into Douglas College next year." The fat man smiled awkwardly, pulled the control lever, and the magic car suddenly accelerated, turning into a stream of light and speeding away. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at Douglas College. "It's only a few minutes' journey, but you delayed us for an hour." Meng Lei glanced at his pocket watch, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Fatty, you're really in trouble." There was a huge crowd in front of Douglas College, with several long lines forming. Meng Lei was overwhelmed by the sight. With so many people, how long will the line last? The fat man pointed at the banner above and said, "Brother, look, it says there's a special channel for contestants." Meng Lei looked in the direction the fat man pointed, and sure enough, he saw several banners hanging at the gate of the courtyard. One of them was written with large gold-plated characters, "Contestants, please use the special passage through the side door." The remaining banners indicated other information, such as how much outsiders had to pay to enter the academy to watch the game, where the entrance was, the viewing process, etc. "Oh my god, the viewing fee is a whopping 2,000 gold coins. The quadrennial college exchange competition is a grand event for the entire Dragon God Empire. Geniuses and strong people from countless colleges gather together, and many nobles, businessmen and civilians are also attracted. The level of attention is far higher than that of the World Cup on Earth, as can be seen from today's qualifying matches." The crowds were packed, the scene unprecedented in grandeur. Even though the spectator fee was a whopping 2,000 gold coins, it couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. 2,000 gold coins per person. How many billions can you make in a day? Meng Lei shook his head and sighed. He had worked so hard to earn billions, but Douglas College could easily earn hundreds of millions? Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Meng Lei greeted the fat man and walked towards the special passage for the contestants. Compared to the huge crowd of spectators, the number of contestants was significantly smaller. Meng Lei entered Douglas College and went to the registration office. There are quite a few contestants queuing up to register, but most of them are strong and sturdy warriors. There are far fewer magicians, less than 1/10 of the number of warriors, or even less than 1/20th. "Hello, please show me the magic badge." Man Ray handed over the magic badge. The student in charge of registration took it and placed it on a magic device similar to a card swipe machine and swiped it lightly. With 2 beeps, Meng Lei's identity information was displayed. This magic badge is like a student ID card or ID card on Earth, storing all the identity information of the holder: name, age, college. Monray, 16 years old, fire. Are you Monray? The student in charge of registration exclaimed and looked at Meng Lei with surprise. His fiery gaze seemed to be as if he sought his idol, and his excitement was beyond words. The sound was so loud that the contestants in line all looked over and stared at Meng Lei. Meng Lei was slightly stunned. "I know him." The student nodded repeatedly, slowly, speaking incoherently. Who in the entire city doesn't know you, Senior Meng Lei? You're the youngest 9th level Grand Mage in the history of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, and the hero who repelled the Ant Tide. How could I not know you? Well, news travels fast. Monroe smiled. He is Meng Lei? He is really young. I didn't expect even Meng Lei would be here. I hope I don't run into him in the qualifiers, or I'll be in trouble. Who is Meng Lei? Is he powerful? Oh my god, you don't even know Meng Lei. The registered contestants pointed and whispered. Recently, Meng Lei has undoubtedly become the most sought-after figure in the royal city. He's reached the 9th level of Grand Mage before the age of 16, and even single-handedly repelled a swarm of ants. What a remarkable talent. Therefore, he is known as the 9th level Great Magician with the fastest cultivation, youngest age, and shortest cultivation time in the history of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. These three bests are so respectable. For a moment, the contestants looked at Meng Lei with mixed expressions. Some looked solemn, some sneered, some were envious, and some were full of fighting spirit. Definitely a strong opponent. Despite being watched by everyone, Meng Lei remained calm and composed. When he first arrived in the Sky Continent, he might have felt uncomfortable, even uneasy. The breeze blows on my face, and my heart is as calm as still water. Senior Meng Lei, registration is ready. After leaving the registration office, Meng Lei followed the landmarks and instructions and came to a magnificent and towering palace. The palace has two gates. In the middle stood an information board. Warriors enter through the left door. The magician enters through the right door. This level is an audition level, testing basic strength. Only those above level 7 can pass. Those who are less powerful, proceed with caution. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Level 7? Life is in danger? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise in his heart. Level 7 may not seem to be the top level, but it is not a level that fresh graduates can easily reach. This level can almost eliminate all fresh graduates. Of course, except for geniuses like him. Minimum level 7. The words on the information board hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Many contestants looked hesitant, and at this moment, a person suddenly rushed out from the left door. The man seemed to be thrown out and fell to the ground with a thud, his chest heaving violently and breathing heavily. He was drenched in sweat and looked miserable. What's going on? Someone asked in a low voice. Failed, someone doubted. The contestants all looked over, and one of them, a burly man holding a giant axe, stepped forward with concern. Dude, what's wrong with you? Why are you so embarrassed? The man smiled bitterly and said with lingering fear, gravity space. There is a gravity space inside. Those who are not strong enough don't go in. Gravity space? Everyone's face changed. After I went in, the further I went, the stronger the gravity became. Halfway through, I felt so heavy that my bones almost broke. I couldn't hold on any longer, so I had to withdraw. So terrifying, the burly man asked repeatedly, how strong are you? Late 6th level. Late stage of level 6, and you're only halfway there? After hearing this, the contestants immediately retreated a lot. Many of them were only so strong, but this person couldn't even do half of it. Gravity space. Meng Lei suddenly realized, it turns out this level is really a test of basic strength. What is the foundation of a warrior? A strong physique, of course. Use gravity to test your physical fitness. Those who are physically strong will be able to pass through. Those who are weak will definitely be eliminated. This is a test of hard power. There is no room for luck. Gravity space, I have never felt it before. Meng Lei's eyes turned and he walked into the left door resolutely. Isn't he a magician? Why is he going through the warrior channel? The onlookers were confused. As a magician, why don't you go through the magician's door, but instead go through the warrior door? What's going on? The so-called gravity space looks like a closed corridor or a tunnel. The ground, walls and ceiling are engraved with gravity magic circles, exerting heavy gravity at all times. As soon as he stepped in, Meng Lei felt his whole body heavy, as if he was wearing invisible shackles. This is the existence of gravity. But this gravity was nothing to Monroe. He walked slowly with ease, as if taking a walk. Afterwards, he walked out of the gravity space in one breath as if nothing had happened, and successfully passed this so-called audition test. Then, he came to a place similar to a fighting arena. In front of him was a fighting stage several meters above the ground, surrounded by rows of spectator seats. This scene was extremely familiar. I had seen it before when I participated in a fight in the flame fighting arena. Why are you here in the fighting arena? Meng Lei wondered. The people in the audience were very excited and immediately fixed their eyes on Meng Lei, with anticipation and excitement flashing in their eyes. It's the 100th one. Ha, it's the 100th one. Finally, we've gathered 100 people. The competition is about to begin. What's going on? Meng Lei was even more confused. What do you mean by the 100th? At this moment, a staff member came running over. Sir, you are the 100th contestant to pass the audition test. Please immediately step onto the fighting stage and prepare to participate in the ring competition. After listening to the staff's explanation, Meng Lei finally understood. The ring competition is immediately followed by the auditions. The ring competition is not a one-on-one match, but a free-for-all among hundreds of people. Every 100 contestants formed a group and fought fiercely fiercely, and only 10 people were left in the end. These 10 players will advance to the next round. Meng Lei had really bad luck, as he happened to be the 100th person to pass the audition test, so he had to join the ring melee right away, without even time to breathe. A free-for-all in the ring? Who came up with this idea? It's insane. Meng Lei complained helplessly, but he still stepped onto the fighting stage. Instantly, he felt the hostile gazes of the other 99 contestants. 100-person melee. Only 10 people can escape alive. Everyone is an opponent. Dear guests, dear audience, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the qualifying round of this exchange competition. I am today's host, Jim. A middle-aged dragon man in a magic robe stepped onto the stage and began a brief and passionate pre-match speech. Then, he explained the rules of the melee. Although they were called rules, there were actually no rules at all. The only core was, do your best and stay in the ring. No matter if you are modest and low-key, or domineering and overwhelming, as long as you can hold on the stage, you win. This competition mechanism is obviously extremely unfair, and it is even more cruel for players like Meng Lei who only passed the basic test last. Moreover, there are many loopholes. It is possible that acquaintances will form alliances, the weak will join forces, the strong will be targeted, etc. In the end, the one who remains may not be the strongest. But there is nothing we can do about it. This is the rule. In this society with strict class divisions and where the strong are respected, fairness does not exist at all. Now, I declare the first qualifying match officially begin. As soon as the host finished speaking, the whole audience immediately fell silent, and countless pairs of eyes stared at the fighting stage. The originally peaceful fighting arena suddenly exploded. 99 contestants acted almost simultaneously. Some rushed towards the nearest player without hesitation, some immediately withdrew from the battle circle, and some directly formed a team. The fighting arena suddenly became a mess, with demons dancing wildly and fighting continuously. The audience's enthusiasm accumulated over the years also burst out at this moment, screaming as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Alan, come on, kill these bastards. Victory is yours. Jarvis, watch your left. Left, idiot. Little devil, this is not the place for you to come. A strong man rushed towards Meng Lei with fierce eyes and a ferocious face. Dad will take you home now. Everyone knows that you have to squeeze the softest persimmon. Meng Lei looked at this weakling who was so young that he had almost no hair. The strong man had already set his eyes on him and pounced on him as soon as the game started. Meng Lei didn't move at all, allowing the strong man to pounce on him. At the moment when the strong man was about to get close, he slightly turned sideways to avoid the attack and slapped with his left hand. The strong man was like being hit by a speeding train, and was knocked away instantly and flew out of the ring. What's going on? The strong man got up and stared blankly at the edge of the high ring, then looked at his own position, with a confused look on his face. How the hell did I get down here? Amos, you idiot! An angry roar came from behind him. The strong man turned his head with difficulty and saw a fat woman with a plump figure and a face full of flesh staring at him fiercely with a ferocious look. Dear, dear. The strong man shuddered. Amos, you good for nothing, idiot, good for nothing, trash. I spent 1,000,000 gold coins to get you a spot, and you're just going to waste it like that? The fat woman's flesh trembled. When I get home today, I will peel off your skin and let you experience all kinds of torture. Dear, The strong man's face was pale and his whole body was shaking like a chicken. Meng Lei listened to their conversation and felt no sympathy at all except laughing to himself. Why does it have to happen to me when there are so many people to blame? You can only blame your bad luck. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from his ears. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows and tilted his head slightly. A flying knife with a cold light flashed past his ear. Meng Lei turned around slowly and saw a thin figure in black standing 3 meters behind him. The man's head and neck were wrapped tightly, with only a pair of cold and ruthless eyes exposed. However, the astonishment in his eyes could not be concealed. At such a close distance, with your back to me, you actually dodged my flying knife? Meng Lei suddenly appeared in front of the thin figure. Their eyes met, and he whispered, my mental power covers the entire fighting arena. You want a sneak attack? That's ridiculous. The thin figure was shocked and felt a piercing pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw Meng Lei's fist hitting his abdomen. A surge of power came, and the thin figure was blasted out of the fighting stage like a cannonball. A mid-level 8th level assassin. Meng Lei sighed inwardly. He's certainly quite powerful, but I'm unlucky to run into him. He turned and looked at the others. The melee is still fierce. Apart from the 2 people who were knocked off the stage by him, other contestants also began to make some gains, eliminating 1 person almost every 2 seconds, and the number of people on the ring decreased rapidly. 90, 80, 70, 60. 5 minutes later, there were only about 20 people left on the fighting stage, and the situation gradually became clear. Except for Meng Lei and a few strong men, the rest of the contestants were mostly small groups. A fence has 3 stakes. 1 hero needs 3 helpers. In this chaotic arena fight, even a small group of 3 people can gain a huge advantage and get a lot of benefits. Not to mention that many small groups seem to have been prepared in advance, with as many as 5 or 6 people, and one team even had as many as 10 people. A team of 10 people. Wow, this means a lot. Victory belongs to our War Dragon team. The War Dragon squad is the team of 10. They cooperate well with each other and are capable of both offense and defense. They are like a tiger coming down the mountain, quickly harvesting the remaining players. Boom boom boom. A 5-man team was defeated by the War Dragon team. Boom boom boom. A lone strong man was knocked off the ring by the War Dragon team. Boom boom boom. In a blink of an eye, besides the War Dragon team, only Meng Lei, a magician and a 6-man team were left on the ring. The Tiger squad quickly turned to attack the 6-man team. Under the current situation, the 6-man team posed the greatest threat. As long as they were killed, Meng Lei and the magician would not be a threat at all. You two, join forces to take down the War Dragon squad. The 6-man team felt tremendous pressure and hurriedly recruited Meng Lei and the magician. As long as we unite to kill the Tiger squad, we can win. Yes, there are only 8 of us in total. The magician's eyes flashed, and he immediately agreed to the proposal of the 6-member team and formed an alliance with them. Meng Lei was stunned. Alliance? Kill this guy first. I've been watching him for a long time. He's extremely powerful. We can't let them form an alliance. Otherwise the situation will be troublesome. Seeing this, the War Dragon team temporarily gave up the fight with the 7-man team and turned their target directly to Meng Lei, killing him. They were composed of 10 dragon men, some of whom had double horns on their heads, some had dragon scales on their faces, and some had long dragon-shaped tails. These 10 dragon men were very powerful, and their performance in the ring had just shocked countless spectators. Seeing them rushing towards Meng Lei, the audience screamed and cheered. Come on, go Dragon Squad, kill him. Victory belongs to you. War Dragon Squad, I love you. Boom boom boom. The Dragon Squad was like 10 Tyrannosaurus Rex, crushing down with the aura of tearing everything apart. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get off the stage and save us from getting our hands dirty. Asshole, you deserve this day. Seeing this scene, the sturdy man and the thin figure who had been knocked off the stage by Meng Lei before were all delighted, with pleasure flashing in their eyes, as if they had already seen Meng Lei being beaten into a pig's head and then being knocked off the stage. Ha, I was actually underestimated. Meng Lei remained calm and composed, his eyes locked on the War Dragon squad that was crushing him. With a wave of his right hand, all the thunder elements within a radius of 1,000 meters instantly gathered together crazily. In an instant, a ferocious silver monster appeared and hovered above the fighting stage. Thunder Dragon? The audience was stunned and the cheers stopped abruptly. The members of the dragon fighting team all looked up and saw a giant dragon with a wingspan of over a kilometer, formed entirely of lightning, appear above their heads. Those hollow eyes stared coldly at them, and a violent pressure swept across the entire arena. Even from a distance, the War Dragon squad could feel the terrifying pressure brought by the Thunder Dragon. It's horrible. Instantly, everyone swallowed their saliva, cold sweats broke out, and a thought suddenly flashed through their minds. If I get hit by it, I'm afraid I'll really die. Just as he was thinking this, the Thunder Dragon floating above his head suddenly let out a loud and high-pitched dragon roar, then flapped its wings and swooped down to the fighting stage. The fighting stage exploded instantly. 100-foot-long Thunder Dragon smashed down heavily, and amidst the earth-shaking explosion, violent thunder and lightning instantly covered the entire fighting arena. The electric current is raging and the smoke and dust are billowing. The audience only felt the fighting arena shaking violently, their eardrums buzzing, and some even temporarily lost their hearing. Crackle! The raging electric current gradually subsided, revealing the fighting stage shrouded in lightning. Everyone's eyes were suddenly stunned. The fighting platform that was several meters high disappeared, and was replaced by a charred deep pit. Meng Lei stood quietly at the edge of the pit. All the members of the War Dragon team on the ring disappeared without a trace, and at the bottom of the deep pit there were more than a dozen charred woods lying. Let's call them wood because they are pitch black all over, just like burnt firewood. How could this happen? Where is the fighting arena? Where's the Dragon Squad? What level of magic did that Thunder Dragon just use? Why was it so terrifying that it even blew up the battle arena? That's 9th level magic. Violent Thunder Dragon. 9th level magic? The audience couldn't help but gasp. No wonder it's so scary. It turns out to be 9th level magic. Is this young man a 9th level great mage? 9th level grand mage? How is that possible? Everyone's eyes fell on Meng Lei at the same time, their eyes full of shock, disbelief, and disbelief. Although there are many 9th level great magicians in the royal capital, most of them are middle-aged. It is unheard of for someone like Meng Lei to reach level 9 at such a young age. Although I had heard of someone recently, I didn't expect it to be him. Could he be Meng Lei? Someone shouted in a low voice, which immediately caused a sensation in the audience. What to do? Everyone stared at the young man standing on the edge of the deep pit, their eyes full of fanaticism and amazement. 16 years old, 9th level great mage, the greatest genius in the history of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. He is Man Ray. The whole audience erupted in deafening cheers. Countless people shouted Meng Lei's name, especially some noble ladies and rich girls. They stared at him with greedy and fiery eyes, as if they wanted to devour him. As for the dozen or so pieces of charred wood lying at the bottom of the pit, no one paid any attention to them. I'm so so famous now? Meng Lei glanced at the excited audience, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Those stars in my previous life made money like picking up money. Can I try it too? No matter how much admiration you receive, if it cannot be transformed into real money, it is just castles in the air. This is a good way to make money. We can discuss it with Fatty and see if we can get some endorsements to make some extra money. Just as Meng Lei was thinking silently, the host Jim hurried over with a complicated look on his face. Host, did I pass? Meng Lei asked lightly. Of course we passed. But, Jim pointed to the dozen or so pieces of charred wood at the bottom of the pit and said with a wry smile, 100 people fought and only 10 remained, and now you're the only one left. That's fine, as there were occasional lone saplings in previous years. But the problem was, among the dozen or so people killed by Meng Lei, 10 were dragon people. You know, there are powerful forces behind these 10 dragon men. Although life and death are irrelevant in the qualifying round, if they die here today, the people behind them will never let it go. Don't worry, they're not dead. To the host's surprise, Meng Lei shook his head and laughed. They just passed out. A pea can wake them up. After the ring match ended, Meng Lei left the fighting arena directly. There were still 2 days of ring melee to come. You have to go through these 2 days of melee before you can enter the next round. In other words, these 2 days are a rest period, and Meng Lei plans to take the opportunity to get some endorsement fees or something. So, he contacted Fatty and told him about his plan to make money through endorsements. Fatty was confused. Meng Lei couldn't help but hang up the communicator and immediately returned to the library, burying himself in studying with dragon language magic, and never mentioned making money from endorsements again. There is no such thing as celebrity endorsements in the Sky Continent. This is so embarrassing. Meng Lei was in the library, oblivious to what was happening outside, while the qualifying round was in full swing. After 2 days of fierce competition, the auditions and arena battles finally came to an end, and a total of 412 people successfully advanced. Next, the second round of selection begins. Compared to the chaotic arena fight full of loopholes, the second round seems much fairer because this round is a random 2-player PK. Double PK in progress. 2 days later, there were 206 people left. Another day passed, and there were only 103 people left. But qualifying round has finally arrived at the last day. That day, Meng Lei got up early and took the fat man's luxury car to Douglas College. The fat guy is particularly excited today and talks nonstop. Brother, I have good news for you. His Majesty the King, Her Royal Highness the Queen, and all the adult princes and princesses will be here to watch the game today. Not only that, countless princes, ministers, dignitaries, and presidents of major colleges will also be in attendance. It's no exaggeration to say that today is definitely the most important day since the start of the qualifying tournament. You must perform well. If a princess takes a fancy to you, you will have to work hard for the rest of your life. It's okay for other princesses, but if you can win the favor of the 9th princess, you will be rich. Are you horny? Meng Lei rolled his eyes and said unhappily, do you think I need to climb the ladder of success by climbing the ladder of fame and power and conquering princesses to reach the pinnacle of life? That's not right. The fat man was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, that's right, brother, you're not even 16 years old yet, and you're already a 9th level great mage. You'll definitely enter the Holy Land in the future, and your future is limitless. After chatting and rambling along the way, we finally arrived at Douglas College. Today's Douglas College is completely different from the past. Martial law is in effect within a radius of 1 kilometer. Teams of palace guards in golden armor stood guard every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, blocking all roads in and out of Douglas College. In the sky, a group of majestic dragon eagle knights are floating, closely guarding the academy's airspace. It can be said that Douglas College is surrounded by an iron wall and copper wall at this moment, and not even a fly can fly in. The fat man stopped a kilometer away from the academy and pointed at the palace guards in front of him and said, Douglas College is under martial law. Brother, I can only take you here. Meng Lei thanked him and asked, Fatty, are you going to watch the game today? The fat man's face suddenly turned stern. I would like to go in, but the fee for watching the battle is as high as 100,000 gold coins, which I can't afford. The qualifying round has been going on for 7 days now. The number of contestants is gradually decreasing, but people's enthusiasm has not diminished, but has become even higher. Therefore, the viewing fee is rising day by day, from 2,000 gold coins to 8,000 gold coins and then to 16,000 gold coins. Today, it finally broke through 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins is actually not a lot, but the fat man spent all his savings to buy this luxury car, so how could he afford 100,000 gold coins? Let's go! Since you pick me up and drop me off every day, I'll pay for the 100,000 yuan viewing fee. Forget it. Go! Of course. I love you, bro. The fighting arena was packed with people, but strangely, it was unusually quiet. There was no noise, no clamor, no shouting, and no yelling at the top of one's lungs. The audience, contrary to their usual behavior, sat upright, occasionally whispering and discussing. The viewing fee of 100,000 gold coins prevented a large number of small nobles and middle peasants from entering. Most of those who could actually enter were well-educated educated middle and high-level nobles. The reason why the audience remained so quiet was mainly because of the presence of the Fire Dragon King and many princes and ministers. Not only did the Fire Dragon King Philite 66 and Queen Diana come together, but all the princes and princesses were also present. In addition, some senators of the Senate, as well as many princes, ministers, civil and military dignitaries were present in person. It is no exaggeration to say that every distinguished guest present today has a prominent status and is an important figure in the kingdom. With them by our side, who dares to act arrogantly? Therefore, the fighting arena that was once bustling with activity now seemed a little depressing, and the audience looked at the VIP box with awe and respect from time to time. Especially the 103 contestants sitting in the contestant seats. They were very excited, with excitement and anticipation in their eyes. After years of silent hard training, today I can finally show my strength in front of the king and all the civil and military officials in the court. Who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't be excited? Even Meng Lei couldn't help but look at the box above his head, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Of course, what really amazed him was not only the identities of these people, but also their strength. The old man told him that there were hundreds of powerful Saint Realm warriors sitting in the entire fighting arena, which almost scared Meng Lei to pee his pants. How can it not attract attention when so many powerful Saint Realm masters come? In just 20,000 years, the Fire Dragon Kingdom has accumulated such a profound foundation. Time is indeed the most powerful cheating tool. The old man's slightly sighing voice echoed in his mind, and Meng Lei nodded silently. Saint-level warriors have long lifespans and are extremely difficult to kill. As long as there is no turmoil like the large-scale invasion of abyss monsters, the number of powerful people in the sanctuary will only increase. Therefore, there is no doubt that the Fire Dragon Kingdom is much more powerful today than it was 20,000 years ago. However, what shocked Meng Lei the most was not the appearance of the 100 saints, but the gifts they gave him. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Physical fitness plus 3,576. Who are you? Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Spirit plus 2,918. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Who I am? Ding! Fusion successful. Obtaining the forbidden spell, Heavenly Fire. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Wealth plus 129,632. Ding! Dropped object detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Gaining the 9th level magic, multiple storms. The cold system prompt sound kept ringing in his mind, and Meng Lei was overjoyed. In less than 10 minutes, he obtained 39 8th level magics, 9 9th level magics and 5 forbidden spells. As for other low and medium level light balls with attributes such as magic, physique, spirit, wealth, etc., there are countless of them. The harvest from this short period of time made Meng Lei earn a lot of money. It was really a windfall and a pleasant surprise. He was so happy in his heart, and the smile on his face was in stark contrast to the nervous and excited contestants around him. At this time, an old man in a black magic robe stepped onto the fighting stage and said loudly, "Welcome everyone to the final day of the qualifying competition. I am today's host, Norman Abbott." The host said in a clear voice, "First of all, let us welcome His Majesty the King and Her Royal Highness the Queen with warm applause." Pa pa pa. Thunderous applause broke out in the fighting arena. Next, please welcome His Majesty the King to give a speech. Pa pa pa. The central private room slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a fiery red dragon robe stepped out. He stepped onto the air, soaring through the sky, and steadily reached the top of the fighting arena. Everyone in the audience looked at him, their eyes filled with awe, respect, and admiration. He has a majestic and tall figure. The eyes are sharp and majestic. With her long fiery red hair casually spread out, she exuded a heart-stirring domineering aura, as hot as the scorching sun, burning people's eyes so much that they dared not look directly at her. He is the strongest man in the kingdom. Philite 66. The powerful pure-blooded holy fire dragon. The current Fire Dragon King has ruled for 637 years. This is the Fire Dragon King. Meng Lei's eyes narrowed, feeling a tremendous pressure. He felt that if the Fire Dragon King wanted to, he could smack him to death with a single blow. The gap between the two was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth, like a bottomless chasm stretching between heaven and earth. I'm still too weak. Meng Lei sighed inwardly. I can only bully those below the Saint Realm. I have no chance of winning against Saint Realm masters. At this moment, a ball of light flashing with fiery red light slid down from the Fire Dragon King, and the system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. A fragment of the fire element law obtained. Fragments of the fire law? Meng Lei widened his eyes and almost jumped up. Fire law fragment, he exclaimed. Oh my god, I actually picked up something like this? Hurry, merge quickly, he shouted in his heart. Suddenly, a vast amount of information poured into my mind like a flood bursting through a dam, wreaking havoc in the depths of my mind. Countless insights about the element of fire came flooding in like a tide, and Meng Lei felt that the scene before his eyes had turned into an endless sea of fire. Nothing but fire. The amazing thing is that these flames, which are made entirely of fire elements, are no longer a simple accumulation of flames, but are closely connected by red lines. Dense red lines spread across every part of the flame, covering the entire sea of fire and connecting every fire element. The beating and burning of the fire element is completely controlled by these red lines. If the beating fire element is a puppet, then these lines are the silk threads that manipulate the puppet. Meng Lei intuitively felt that if he gently moved one of the lines, the power of the flame would instantly increase tenfold. Of course, the flame can be completely extinguished at any time. Fire, law? Meng Lei muttered to himself and couldn't help but reach out and pull out one of the lines. The flames were extinguished instantly, and the sea of fire in front of him disappeared in an instant. He shook his head and suddenly woke up. Only then did he realize that Fire Dragon King Filet 66 had finished his speech and returned to the box. On the fighting stage, two contestants were fighting fiercely. How long has it been? Meng Lei asked himself in a low voice. He clearly felt that only a moment had passed, but in reality, it seemed like a long time had passed. Why did the attribute panel change? Race, human, Fire Dragon bloodline, Flame Demon bloodline, Golden Godslaying Ant bloodline. Wealth, 259, 7643, 5428 gold coins. Constitution, level 9 warrior, 7, 6987, 7006/10 Spirit, 9th level Great Magician, 138, 8760/10 Magic Power, 9th level Great Mage, 114, 5467/10 Law, Fire Law, 0.1%. Fighting Chi Techniques, several. Another law enlightenment? Meng Lei stared at the newly appeared column on the attribute panel in surprise, a glint in his eyes. This must be related to the law fragment I just picked up. I just don't know if I can earn gold for it. If you can spend gold, that would be awesome. He silently gave the order. System, exchange 1 billion gold coins and add them to the rules column. The wealth instantly decreased by 1 billion, and the rule column indeed changed from 0.1% to 0.2%. 1 billion gold coins, only an increase of 0.1 percentage points? Meng Lei couldn't help but take a breath. This is 1 billion gold coins, but the improvement in the comprehension of the laws obtained in return is so meager. Based on this calculation, it would cost 100 billion gold coins to fully comprehend the laws of fire. 1 trillion. Meng Lei fell silent. It should be a good thing that one can actually earn money by comprehending the laws, but the price is too high. 1 percentage point costs 10 billion, and 100 percentage points costs 1 trillion. I'm in such a difficult situation. He smiled bitterly. Where am I going to get the money? Meng Lei was secretly distressed, but he didn't notice that a group of people in the box where the king was were staring at him. The red-haired Philite 66 asked with a smile, Fred, is he the little guy named Monray? Dean Fred nodded slightly and replied with a smile, yes, your majesty, he is Monlay. You're still really young. Philite 66 looked at Meng Lei and exclaimed, who would have thought that such a little guy could be a 9th level great mage? That's right. This is the first time we've seen a 16-year-old 9th level great magician in the history of our Fire Dragon Kingdom. The people on the side were also amazed. The elegant Queen Diana also looked at Monlay with a sharp gaze. Dean Fred, your academy has truly cultivated an amazing genius. Dean Fred was secretly proud of himself, but he said humbly, thank you for the compliment, your majesty the king and your highness. The queen. Meng Lei simply encountered some unexpected adventures, which led to his current level of cultivation. It's pure luck. While being modest, he did not forget to glance at the other elders in the box, with pride in his eyes. He does have talent, but he's still too young, a burly, dark-haired old man said bitterly. Whether he can achieve anything in the future depends on his continued hard work and development. His current performance can't determine everything. Another elder echoed, that's right. Geniuses emerge in droves, but only a few can ultimately reach the pinnacle of the Holy Land. This little fellow is still young, so it's hard to tell for now. Although he has excellent talent, his current strength is still lacking if he wants to achieve something in the exchange competition. The other old men in the box also expressed their opinions lightly, with disdain on their faces, but their words could not hide the sourness. 9th level Great Mage. This is undoubtedly the first person in history. No one can deny this. The only thing they can find fault with is that Meng Lei is too young. At such a young age, there are countless variables. Who can say how far the future can go? Sour grapes. Dean Fred shook his head and chuckled. No matter what, Meng Lei is indeed ahead of others now. He still has plenty of time to break through to the Saint Realm. The deans all snorted coldly, but did not continue to refute. I heard that the War Dragon Academy also has an amazing genius. I wonder who it is. Filet LX6 knew very well the undercurrents among these deans, so he did not expose them. Instead, he changed the subject and looked at the burly black-haired old man with a smile. The old man immediately smiled. Your Majesty, that young man's name is Francis Matthew. He is a 6th-year student at our academy. He is 28 years old and has reached the peak combat power of level 9. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the contestants' seats, the smile on his face becoming even more pronounced. "Your Majesty, look, it's Francis' turn to appear. That young man with silver hair is him." Violet LX6 raised his eyebrows and looked down through the transparent glass of the box. He saw a silver-haired young man wearing silver armor and holding a giant sword walking onto the fighting stage. The young man's eyes were sharp and cold, like an ice sculpture, giving people a feeling of alienation and inaccessibility. He possesses the extremely rich bloodline of the Frost Dragon, yet he possesses no dragon-like features at all, Queen Diana said softly, her red lips parted. "This Francis must have awakened his Frost Dragon bloodline someday, right? Your Majesty, you have a keen eye." The burly old man nodded slightly. Francis awakened the bloodline of the Frost Dragon at the age of 18. He usually maintains his human form, and only transforms into a dragon man when facing a powerful enemy. As expected, Queen Diana chuckled. At such a young age, he possesses such strength, surpassing many pure-blooded dragons. Crackle! All the deans and elders nodded in agreement. Pure-blooded dragons are indeed powerful. When they reach adulthood, they can be comparable to 9th-level magical beasts and are far superior to ordinary mixed-blood dragons. But the facts are not absolute. Some gifted mixed-blood dragons cultivate at speeds far exceeding those of pure-blood dragons, and Francis is clearly one of the best. The battle has begun. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Francis' opponent was a one-horned bald man holding a huge axe. He was as big as a bull and had amazing explosive power. However, Francis cut the one-horned man's throat with just one sword, quickly ending the fight. What a powerful ice front. There's no rival among the 9th level. I will definitely be able to enter the Holy Land in the future. Everyone in the box couldn't help but applaud. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Francis's sword was not only a perfect combination of body, strength, and fighting spirit, but also carried a kind of momentum. Momentum, follow the trend, and accumulate momentum. This momentum refers to the momentum of heaven and earth. With the momentum of heaven and earth, he went with the flow and his combat power suddenly skyrocketed. The one-horned bald man is also a 9th-level warrior. In terms of strength and speed, he is comparable to Francis in human form. However, Francis stabbed him in the throat with a sword. The difference lies in the understanding of the power of heaven and earth. Francis's understanding of the power of ice has reached an astonishing level. He took advantage of the power of heaven and earth and struck down the bald man with a single sword strike. "This little guy is getting more and more powerful now," a dean said with emotion. The others nodded in agreement. "Ha, isn't that Meng Lei? Why is he on the field too?" a burly old man suddenly said in a low voice of surprise. Everyone looked and saw Meng Lei stepping onto the fighting stage. "It's this little guy's turn so soon?" Violet LX6 said with interest. "Everyone's been praising him lately. I want to take a closer look today. His talent may be unprecedented, but he's too young." The burly old man shook his head. Compared to his peers, he's certainly impressive, but performing well in an exchange competition is probably going to be incredibly difficult. "That's right. This kid's biggest flaw is his age and lack of training time." The deans all spoke up. "Fred, if it were me, I wouldn't let him play this year. I'd save him for the next exchange tournament." After hearing these words, Dean Fred's face darkened, but he was speechless. Meng Lei is indeed amazing. His cultivation speed is unprecedented, but he is still too young and his practical experience is far from enough. Not to mention the exchange competition where many strong players gather. Even among today's players, the weakest one is at the peak of level 8. Can the young Meng Lei be on par with them? She's quite pretty, and about the same age as our little 9. Queen Diana looked at Meng Lei with her beautiful eyes, then turned to the pink-faced girl behind her, her words full of meaning. King Felito 66 laughed heartily, glanced at the pretty girl, and said jokingly, "Xiaojiu will inherit the throne in the future. If you really like this kid, marrying him as your princess wouldn't be a bad idea." The pink girl blushed suddenly, her delicate pink dragon horns were also dyed red, and her cheeks were as red as cherries. At this moment, Meng Lei's opponent appeared, a man covered in green dragon scales, with green horns on his head, green wings on his back, and a long, emerald green tail. "Ha, it's Chester." Seeing the green dragon coming on stage, a blonde old man in a magic robe clapped his hands and laughed. "Fred, the #1 genius in the history of your Fire Dragon Academy is going to be embarrassed." Everyone cast doubtful glances. Chester was once the top genius of our Dragon Academy. He practiced both magic and martial arts. He's 29 years old this year. His warrior strength is at the early 9th level, and his magic strength is at the mid-8th level. The blonde old man glanced at Dean Fred and said proudly, "Because his blood contains the power of the green dragon, Chester not only masters what dragon language magic but is also proficient in poison magic. It's poison magic which is specifically used to defeat magicians with weak bodies." Meng Lei is in trouble now. Everyone nodded. Poison magic is extremely terrifying and can only be mastered by the green dragon lineage. It is completely different from ordinary magic and can kill people without being seen. Once infected, one will be poisoned, which can severely reduce combat power or even lead to death. The warrior may be able to hold on for a while, but the magician with a fragile body cannot resist for long. Poison magic is the magician's nemesis. Monray is so young, he probably has no experience in dealing with poison magic. This is dangerous. Dean shook his head inside. Dean Fred's face became even uglier, and he felt uneasy. At this point, the battle officially begins. Chester took the initiative and chanted the obscure and complex dragon language magic loudly. Thorny vines appeared out of thin air and turned into dozens of poisonous snakes that pounced on Monlay. At the same time, pink flowers bloomed around the arena, emitting a thick pink poisonous mist that enveloped the entire fighting arena. Level 8 Wood Dragon Language Magic Poisonous Mordant. Level 8 Poison Magic Bone-Melting Poison Mist. The outcome is decided. The blonde old man laughed. Fred, hurry up and get someone to stop this fight, or your title of the greatest genius in history will be gone. Fred snorted coldly, but his heart was tense in his throat, ready to stop the fight and save Meng Lei at any time. At this moment, facing the flying thorny vines and the poisonous fog that filled the air, Monlay flicked his fingers lightly, and a fireball the size of a basketball slowly flew towards Chester. A first-level magic fireball isn't even enough to tickle me, Chester sneered, not even bothering to dodge. However, just as the fireball was about to hit him, the fireball, which was the size of a human head, suddenly expanded and instantly turned into a fire lotus with a diameter of 100 feet. The 100-foot-long fire lotus instantly engulfed Chester, submerged all the vines, and even covered most of the fighting arena. The fireball technique suddenly transformed into the fire lotus of judgment? How can a first-level magic become a ninth-level magic? The deans in the box stood up one after another, their faces full of shock. In the eyes of ordinary people, magic is like magic tricks, which are both cool and have amazing lethality, but magicians know that there is a strict set of rules for releasing magic. The way of chanting magic spells, the number of magic elements pulled, the arrangement and combination of elements. There are fixed patterns and rules, and any mistake will cause the magic to fail. This means that Fireball and Fire Lotus of Judgment each have their own release steps. Once released, the form is fixed and can never be changed halfway. It's impossible to cast a fireball first and then a Fire Lotus of Judgment the next moment. If someone could do that, it would only be a sleight of hand, a magic trick, not true magic. This is the most basic common sense among magicians and the consensus of everyone. However, at this moment, in full view of everyone, Meng Lei broke this iron rule. The fireball spell turns into the Fire Lotus of Judgment. Level 1 magic becomes level 9 magic. Dragon God, am I seeing things? The whole audience was in an uproar. Many people stared with their eyes wide open, some rubbed their eyes, and some even almost jumped up. The entire audience was shocked and speechless. In the box, King Philite 66, Queen Diana, Dean Fred, the blonde old man and other deans also opened their mouths wide. They were more shocked than others because they understood the mystery and found it incredible. The fireball that has been released cannot turn into the Fire Lotus of Judgment for no reason, just like stone cannot turn into gold out of thin air. But that doesn't mean it can't be done. Stone can actually turn into gold. Fireball can also be transformed into Fire Lotus of Judgment. The law can do it all. It is because they know that the law can do it that they are shocked. Dean Fred, when did this little fellow comprehend the law? Felito 66 looked at Dean Fred, his eyes filled with shock. As a fire dragon specializing in the laws of fire, he was the person with the most say in the matter. The fireball technique transformed into the Judgment Fire Lotus, definitely touching upon the laws of fire. Although it was only superficial, laws were laws, and once laws were involved, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Your Majesty, to be honest, I don't know either. Dean Fred shook his head and smiled bitterly. I always thought he was just a 9th level great mage, but I didn't expect him to comprehend the laws. After all, he's too young. Felito 66 nodded slowly. Yes, he is indeed too young. Becoming a 9th level great mage at the age of 16 is already astonishing enough, not to mention comprehending the laws. The deans nodded one after another, with complicated expressions on their faces. What a tender age. Most people only start to enter school and learn the basics of magic at the age of 16, let alone comprehending the laws. That is simply an unattainable dream. I have already comprehended the law. A gleam flashed in Philite 66's eyes. It's only a matter of time before this little fellow is promoted to the Holy Realm. Your Majesty is right. Everyone agreed that for a 9th level great magician to be promoted to the Holy Realm, mental strength, magic power reserves and understanding of the laws are all indispensable. The most difficult thing is to comprehend the laws. Most of the 9th level experts spend their entire lives trying to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, but they cannot reach the threshold in their entire lives. But Meng Lei is different. He has already comprehended the laws of fire. All he needs to do next is to improve his mental strength and magic power reserves, and promotion to the Holy Realm will be a natural result. In other words, Meng Lei's sanctification is almost a foregone conclusion, and it is not far from realization. Such a gifted person is perfect for Xiaojiu. Philite 66 suddenly turned around, looked at the pink-haired girl behind him, and asked gently, Xiaojiu, what do you think of this Meng Lei? Father. The pink-faced girl's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she felt extremely shy. Boom boom boom. The fire burned fiercely, and wherever the fire lotus reached, dozens of thorny vines turned into ashes in an instant, and the red flowers scattered all over the arena were also burned to ashes. The green dragon Chester reacted extremely quickly and jumped out of the sea of fire the moment he was hit by the fire lotus of judgment. Apart from a few strands of hair being burned off, he suffered almost no damage. His strong physique was fully revealed at this moment. However, at this moment, Chester looked at Meng Lei with horror on his face. Fireball has evolved into the 9th level magic judgment fire lotus? How on earth did you do it? Meng Lei smiled faintly, but he was secretly shocked. He had just randomly adjusted a few red lines to try to increase the power of the fireball, but this was the result. It's worthy of being called a law. The power is simply terrifying. Meng Lei was suddenly in awe of the word law. No wonder one must comprehend the law to reach a high level of cultivation. The changes just now are the best proof. Smelly boy, when did you comprehend the laws of fire? The old man's voice came in his mind, his tone full of shock. Let's talk about this later. I have to win this PK first. Meng Lei looked at Chester and waved his hand. Several fire pythons appeared out of thin air and swooped over from several directions. After the previous lesson, Chester didn't dare to underestimate these fire pythons anymore. He flashed like lightning, dodging the attacks while suddenly rushing towards Meng Lei. You are a 9th level grand mage, so your body must be weak. As long as I can get close to you, you're dead. Chester's eyes were cold, and he burst into extreme speed, arriving beside Meng Lei in an instant. At this moment, he exerted his strong body to the extreme. Want to fight me in close combat? Meng Lei chuckled, stopped casting magic, and stood there quietly, allowing Chester to pounce on him. Seeing this, Chester's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. What on earth does this guy want to do? Why is he not moving at all? However, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Chester roared, suddenly jumped high, his muscles tensed, and all the strength of his body was concentrated in his right fist. Boy, take my punch. The violent fist was like a destructive force, smashing towards Meng Lei with unstoppable force. How terrifying is the power of a 9th level expert. If this fist hits, any great mage will be killed on the spot. Just in time. At the critical moment, Meng Lei did something that no one expected. He stretched out his left foot, pulled back his right leg, lowered his waist and stood firm, and rushed forward with a punch. He's crazy. Seeing this scene, people almost jumped up. Countless rich girls, noble ladies and socialites who admired Meng Lei clenched their hands and covered their chests. The timid ones even closed their eyes. In the box, Violet 66 and others frowned, their faces full of confusion, not understanding why Mon Lei took such a risk. Mon Ray is good at magic. Chester is stronger than the flesh. Using your own weaknesses to challenge the other party's strengths, isn't that courting death? Fred, what on earth is this kid trying to do? The burly old man frowned and asked, is he trying to kill himself? You ask me, who should I ask? Dean Fred's face was distorted and he almost went crazy. Crack! The collision of the two fists was like a comet hitting the earth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and a violent gale shockwave swept across the entire ring with them as the center. The next moment, something happened that no one could imagine. Chester in midair suddenly screamed and was blown away like a cannonball. He stumbled back to the ring, almost sliding to the edge before he managed to steady himself and stopped. His right arm was twisted and deformed, and his entire right arm and body were trembling slightly, with a painful expression on his face. On the other hand, Meng Lei stood firmly in place, calm and composed, his expression unchanged, his breathing steady, and he even blew lightly on his fist. He looked calm and composed, in stark contrast to Chester. Everyone widened their eyes, speechless with shock. Inside the box, the blonde old man's tongue was slightly tied as he asked in disbelief, isn't Chester a 9th level warrior? How could he be knocked away by just one punch? Needless to say, the burly old man replied with a wry smile. This little fellow named Meng Lei's body is even stronger than Chester's. Preliminary estimates suggest he's at least mid-level 9, possibly even late. The deans looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. Only 16, 9th level great mage. He also possesses the strength of a 9th level warrior. Is he a monster? Fred, how did this kid cultivate? He's only 16 years old, and he's so abnormal. Even the usually calm Violet 66 could not hide his surprise, his eyes fixed on Dean Fred, eager to find out the secret. Fred smiled bitterly and said, I don't know the specifics, but from what I can judge, this little fellow is very likely backed by a Dragon King level expert. Violet 66 was shocked, his eyes as sharp as a knife fell directly on Fred. Fred, are you serious? The other deans also looked at Fred, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. After all, a Dragon King level being was no small matter, so how could he speak so carelessly? Fred still smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I can't tell whether it is true or not. I have never seen that powerful man with my own eyes, but I think it should be correct. Doesn't this imply that there really is a demigod level being behind Meng Lei? Violet LXS remained silent, tapping the armrest of the chair with his fingers, his expression complicated and incomprehensible. The other deans also fell into deep thought, and the box suddenly became unusually quiet. Only the pink-faced girl and the princes and princesses looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, on the fighting stage, Chester felt a sharp pain in his right arm, filled with horror and disbelief. As the former top genius of Dragon Academy, he had been reluctant to graduate just to showcase his talent at this exchange tournament and achieve fame. However, he was defeated by a 16-year-old boy in the qualifying round. Chester was deeply shocked and even began to doubt his future. "Do you want to continue?" Menglei's voice sounded calm and confident. "I give up." Chester looked at Menglei deeply, his expression lost, and staggered off the fighting stage. He knew that if he continued to fight, it would only be more humiliating. Admitting defeat was his only option. In this PK, Menglei wins. The host's voice resounded throughout the fighting arena. "Monray! Monray! Monray!" The audience erupted in roars like a tsunami, and people shouted Monroe's name crazily, their enthusiasm so fervent that they were almost out of control. Menglei smiled slightly, turned around, and walked off the ring. The PK competition continues. An average of 5 minutes per game. There are about 10 sessions in 1 hour. The PK lasted from morning to afternoon, and until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 51 PK games finally ended, and 52 winners were finally produced. One of them was a bye. The doubles PK competition is officially over. Next, let's move on to the most exciting challenge. The host returned to the battle stage, his voice high and passionate. All losers and eliminated contestants can challenge any of the 52 winners. Defeat them and you'll take their place and become the new winner. But everyone only has one chance to challenge. There is this segment. Menglei was a little surprised when he heard the host's words, but after thinking about it carefully, he could understand it. The 52 winners selected so far are by no means necessarily the strongest, and there are many who are more powerful among the eliminated candidates. After all, the melee in the ring is full of loopholes, and the limitations and singleness of two-player PK may also cause many strong players to lose unexpectedly. The challenge competition is an opportunity to fill the gap. As long as you seize it, you can grab a spot. I declare that the challenge officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flew over and landed on the fighting stage. He was a strong man, about 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with strong muscles and full of explosive power. "My name is Meng Dan, and I'm here to challenge him." The strong man held 2 heavy hammers in his hands, with the right hammer pointing at the contestant's seat, and his voice was low and powerful. The entire audience looked over, their eyes locked on the challenger sitting in the contestant's seat. Instantly, the audience was excited and their anticipation was instantly ignited. Monray was actually challenged. "Menglei, teach him a lesson. Let him know how powerful you are." "I'm being challenged?" Menglei was confused. The challenge is the last chance, and there is only one challenge qualification. Any normal person would know to pick an opponent who is weak or does not look strong. But now, Menglei has become the target of the challenge, and the first challenger to come on stage has directly named him as the one he wants to challenge. "Do I look weak?" Menglei stood up and walked towards the fighting arena, feeling extremely unhappy. "I fought off the ant tied at Behiguan, blew up the arena in a melee, defeated Chester in a doubles PK, and earned a great reputation. Every match was a crushing victory." "It actually left a weak impression? Good, very good. Ha ha, this little guy is the first one to be challenged." Phylight LX6th couldn't help but laugh. "Tell me, everyone, why would this big guy challenge this little guy? Does he really look weak?" "Your Majesty, I think there are 2 reasons. A burly old man laughed and said, "First, this little fellow named Menglei is really too young. Although he has made a great reputation, seeing is believing, and others are still not convinced." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Secondly, it's because he's so famous." The burly old man smiled and said, "Among the 52 winners, this little fellow is definitely the most famous, a 16-year-old 9th-level great magician, the greatest genius in history, the hero who repelled the ant tide at Beha Pass, and so on. He's more famous than any other contestant. Whoever defeats him will replace him and become famous overnight. Become famous in one battle. All we cultivators seek is fame and fortune. Who can resist the temptation of fame and fortune? That makes sense." Everyone nodded again. The burly old man continued, "Of course, there are those who refuse to accept defeat. They won't resign themselves to being defeated by a 16-year-old kid, so they'll naturally challenge him." At this point, the battle has begun. The bronze hammer brute, Meng Dan, was incredibly powerful, charging at Menglei like a raging buffalo. Judging from his imposing presence alone, his physical strength was incredibly strong, not inferior to that of the green dragon Chester. "Go to hell, kid!" the sturdy man roared, raised his hammer high, and smashed it hard at Menglei. This hammer contained terrifying power, enough to kill any level 8 monster. "You dare to challenge me with just this little power?" Menglei snorted coldly, and his right fist suddenly burst into a fiery red light, and he punched towards the heavy hammer. Crack! The sledgehammer collided with the iron fist, and the strong man felt an immense force coming from the sledgehammer. With a click, his tiger's mouth was broken, and a piercing pain came. The sledgehammer slipped out of his hand and the strong man retreated with a scream. Menglei kicked the sledgehammer, which flew out like a cannonball, hitting the strong man's stomach accurately and knocking him out of the fighting arena. "Fire Dragon fighting Chi?" Looking at Menglei's fist, Phylight 66th was slightly startled. He even practiced the fire dragon manual? Everyone looked at each other and then at Dean Fred, their eyes full of confusion. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Dean Fred smiled bitterly. Only members of our royal family are qualified to practice the fire dragon manual. Non-royal members are not allowed to practice it. Firelight 66 tapped the table lightly. As far as I know, this little fellow is of commoner origin. He probably hasn't gone to the Zonzengyuan to check his bloodline yet, right? The Fire Dragon Kingdom's definition of royalty is both broad and simple. Anyone with pure fire dragon blood is royal. No matter whether you were born into a royal family or a rural family, as long as you have the blood of the fire dragon, you belong to the royal family. But the prerequisite is that you must go to the Zonzengyuan to test your bloodline, and only after confirmation can you officially become a royal family. Only those who become royals are qualified to practice the fire dragon manual. One was not born into a royal family. Second, no blood test. Where on earth did he get the fire dragon manual? Dean Fred hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, the powerful dragon king behind him should also be from our royal family. Felito 66th was greatly shocked. How could such a powerful person exist in the royal family of my fire dragon kingdom? Why have I never heard of him? Your Majesty. Dean Fred was about to respond when the little princess beside him clapped her hands excitedly and shouted, Father, look, that man has been challenged again. Violet LX6 frowned slightly and looked towards the fighting arena. Dean Fred and others also looked over. When they saw this, everyone was shocked. On the fighting stage stood a beautiful and heroic woman. Her long fiery red hair fell like a waterfall. She was wearing a fiery red dragon scale armor that looked majestic, and she had two spiral fiery red horns on her head. She has exquisite curves, a beautiful face, and exudes an irresistible heroic spirit. She is heroic and imposing. How could it be her? Everyone glanced at each other, then at King Felito 66, their expressions somewhat complicated. Queen Diana snorted coldly and glared at the king. This girl, Violet 66 coughed twice and sighed with emotion. I haven't seen her for a few years. She has grown so big. The heroic woman standing proudly on the fighting stage is none other than the 8th child of the 66th Fire Dragon King Violet, Elizabeth Violet. When it comes to other princesses, most people know very little about them. After all, princesses mostly stay in the deep palace and ordinary people rarely come into contact with them. But the 8th princess is different. Everyone knows about the 8th princess. Her deeds were even made into stories, sung in the streets and alleys, and became a favorite of bards. The reason why the 8th princess is different from others is that she was not born to the queen or concubine, but was the accidental result of King Philite 66's accidental outing to steal wild food. Dragons are naturally indulgent and promiscuous, so it is not uncommon for the Fire Dragon King to go out and have an affair. But what brought shame to the royal family was that His Majesty, the king of a country with 3,000 beauties, actually casually visited a prostitute. In the Fire Dragon Kingdom and even the entire Dragon God Empire, Chicken Girl is the most humble and lowest existence, even lower than the 4th level human civilians. Because her mother was a rooster girl, the 8th princess has been looked down upon since she was born, especially the ridicule from the royal family. However, unexpectedly, the 8th princess born to this chicken girl was not defeated by fate, but instead showed amazing magical talent and cultivation aptitude. Graduate from the Magic Academy in 3 years. Complete Dochi Academy studies within 2 years. Such talent made many royal families ashamed, and the Fire Dragon King Violet was also quite surprised. He did not expect that the seeds he accidentally sowed would bear such excellent fruits. In the Sky Continent, the strong are respected, and everyone admires and respects the strong. Naturally, Violet 66th is particularly fond of this outstanding child. Unfortunately, the 8th princess has been looked down upon since childhood and has an extreme hatred for the royal family, especially for her irresponsible father, King Felipe Vivi. Violet 66th had no choice but to let it go. In the following years, the 8th princess went out to practice and rarely appeared in public. Time can smooth out everything. After a few years, people gradually forgot about this amazingly talented 8th princess. Unexpectedly, she appeared in the qualifying round, and it was the final round of the challenge. Time flies, the burly old man sighed, stroking his beard. I remember when the 8th princess was just a little girl, and now she's grown into a graceful young lady. The blonde old man nodded slightly. Back then, the 8th princess studied magic at our Douglas Academy. She was so young then. The deans were filled with emotion. For these long-lived saints, there was almost no sense of time passing. But for ordinary people, the traces of time are extremely obvious. In just a few years, their appearance and temperament are very different. Time is like a knife. Each stroke urges people to mature. Time is like a knife. Each time it cuts you deeper into old age. I haven't seen this girl for a few years. How strong is she? Violet LXS looked at the most outstanding princess with complicated eyes. The others were also curious when they heard this. Given the amazing talent that the 8th princess once displayed, after not seeing her for a few years, to what extent has she progressed? At this time, on the fighting stage, Meng Lei, who had just returned to the contestant seat and hadn't even sat down yet, was pushed onto the fighting stage again. He looked at the heroic and beautiful dragon girl in front of him and cursed MMP in his heart, not knowing whether he should say it out loud. Challenged again. Do I look like a pushover? Why are you all targeting me? Meng Lei felt extremely uncomfortable and decided to be ruthless this time to let these blind bastards see how powerful he is and stop bothering him. The host announced loudly and quickly jumped off the stage. Hosting such a high-intensity battle was a life-threatening job. If one wasn't careful, one could be implicated. Facts proved that the host's caution was very wise. Just as he jumped off the fighting stage, Meng Lei exploded. 9th level magic. Violent Thunder Dragon. 9th level magic. Thunder Tribulation Field. 9th level magic. Thunderstorm Meteorite. 9th level magic. Thunder God is coming. 9th level magic. Soul-stealing Thunderstorm. Boom boom boom. 5 consecutive 9th level magic spells were released in succession, with an interval of less than 2 seconds, instantly covering the already small fighting stage. Thunder rumbled, lightning intertwined, and electric currents danced wildly. The small fighting stage instantly turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. The poor 8th princess was completely submerged by the lightning before she could even make a move. The audience was so shocked that they were speechless. The big guys in the box twitched their lips and were stunned. What's wrong with this kid? Firelight 66th was furious. How dare he attack Xiaoba like that? Does he want to die? The deans looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. On the fighting stage, it's all about strength, regardless of life or death. No matter how hard the opponent attacks, it's not excessive. Besides, how could Meng Lei know that the person opposite him was a princess? This bastard. If anything happens to Xiaoba, I will never forgive him. Mon Ray, Mon Ray, Mon Ray. Compared to the angry king, the audience went completely crazy when they saw Mon Ray being so violent. They all shouted hysterically, as if they were injected with stimulants. The crazier Meng Lei got, the more excited they became. Those 5 9th level spells were so cool and so violent. No one should dare to challenge me now, right? Meng Lei stood at the edge of the ring, glanced at the contestant seats, with a warning in his eyes, as if saying, don't bother me. Sure enough, most of the contestants felt Meng Lei's gaze and lowered their heads, their hearts frightened by the thundering means. 5 9th level magic spells directly covered the entire arena. Is this person still human? How cruel. One contestant broke out in a cold sweat, secretly delighted. This guy is too violent. Fortunately, that woman attacked first, otherwise he would have been dead. Crackle. The lightning gradually dissipated, revealing the covered battle arena. People's eyes gradually widened, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. The fighting stage was completely gone, and in its place was a charred deep pit. At the bottom of the deep pit, a person was half kneeling. His beautiful red hair was burnt and his fair and crystal clear face was also stained with burn marks. He looked like he had just escaped from a fire scene. If I were to use one word to describe the princess' miserable condition, it would be miserable. However, the princess did not seem to be seriously injured. She glared at Meng Lei on the edge of the deep pit, her body trembling slightly and her eyes red. Okay, I understand. Damn bastard. I'll kill you. Elizabeth drew the long sword from her waist and suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Meng Lei. Her ferocious expression and bloodshot eyes seemed as if she wanted to tear Meng Lei into pieces. Oh my god, is everything okay? Meng Lei screamed and quickly stepped back. Asshole, I'm going to chop you to death. Elizabeth swung her sword wildly like a madman. The sharp blade grazed Meng Lei's scalp several times. If Meng Lei had not reacted extremely quickly, he would have been chopped into pieces. Damn it, this is never going to end. Meng Lei was burning with rage, and suddenly golden scales appeared on his fists. His fists instantly turned golden, and he punched out to meet the long sword that was chopping down. Crack! The long sword hit the fist, and with a crisp breaking sound, it was split into 2 pieces. Elizabeth was so shocked that she was speechless. Meng Lei snorted coldly and kicked Elizabeth in the lower abdomen. With a scream, Elizabeth flew backwards like a falling dead leaf. He fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his expression instantly became listless. There are so many people, but you just choose to challenge me. When will this end? Meng Lei snorted coldly, turned around and went straight back to the contestant seat. Win. Monroe wins. The host ran up and announced the result of the game loudly, then asked with concern, Miss, are you okay? Elizabeth ignored his concern and struggled to stand up, clutching her stomach. Under the gaze of the audience, she left silently, her back lonely and stubborn. This bastard. Violet 66 was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He smashed the armrest of the chair with one palm, and his eyes were as ferocious as a tiger staring at its prey. How dare he treat Xiaoba like this? How can I tolerate him? Seeing this, everyone hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Your Majesty, don't worry about life or death on the fighting stage. Even if Meng Lei accidentally killed the 8th princess, it wouldn't be wrong. Besides, he already showed mercy. Show mercy? Felito 66 laughed in anger. First, 5 9th level magic attacks, and then a heavy punch. You say he showed mercy? Your Majesty, with Meng Lei's strength, if he hadn't shown mercy, the 8th princess would have been dead long ago. Your Majesty is very perceptive. That's right, Your Majesty. This guy just broke the 8th princess's sword with a single punch. His body is incredibly strong. If he really wants to harm the princess. The deans also spoke up in agreement. Felito LX6 finally calmed down a bit, but his teeth were still clenched as he said through gritted teeth, that little bastard was really too cruel. Doesn't he have even a hint of sympathy for women? Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions. After all, who would dare to care for a woman's tenderness when they are on the fighting stage? If you don't fight hard, wouldn't that be like asking for death? Is everyone like your majesty, not even sparing a prostitute? Maybe, Man Ray is still young and mentally immature, said Fred. Finally, it's quiet. Returning to the contestant's seat, Meng Lei saw that the fighting stage had quickly recovered into shape thanks to the efforts of the staff. He let out a long breath, then lay down comfortably like Guyu. However, as soon as he lay down, he heard the old man's angry scolding, "Stinky boy, how many times have I told you not to expose the golden god-slaying ant bloodline in front of outsiders? Do you think I am just a deaf ear to you? It's not that serious." Meng Lei raised his eyelids and slowly responded, "I just transformed my hands into ants. How can outsiders recognize the bloodline of the golden god-slaying ants? Old Dean, please don't make a fuss." "What a fuss? Humph, ignorance is bliss." The old man snorted coldly, "Once it's exposed, you're done. Forget it, I won't nag you anymore. Remember this and don't use it in front of others casually in the future." Monroe rolled his eyes. "Humph, you're still impatient." The old man was a little dissatisfied. "By the way, you haven't told me when you comprehended the law of fire? If I remember correctly, you haven't even comprehended the power of heaven and earth, so how can you comprehend the laws directly?" Elsewhere, thanks to the efforts of several staff members, the fighting arena was quickly restored to normal. Just as the host announced the continuation of the challenge, a silver figure suddenly darted onto the stage. This person is no stranger to everyone. He is the other genius that Filet LX6 and others had discussed before, a 28-year-old 6th grade student from War Dragon Academy, Francis Matthew. Why did he get on stage? Isn't he the winner? Who is he challenging? Seeing Francis, Filet 66 and the others looked at each other in confusion, and then looked at the burly old man in confusion. "Dean Jeanlong, what is Francis going to do?" The burly old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't know either. Monray, I want to challenge you." Meng Lei was so angry that he almost went crazy. Francis stood proudly on the fighting stage, wearing silver soft armor and holding a silver sword. He had a slender figure and a handsome face. If Panin were reborn, Song Yu would be no different from him. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he attracted countless wealthy ladies, whose eyes were full of admiration and their mouths were almost drooling. "Wow, so handsome. He's so handsome. This guy is really a natural beauty." Even Filet 66 and others in the box couldn't help but praise Francis's handsomeness. Although strength is respected in the Sky Continent, the love of beauty is human nature, and people with good looks have an advantage in any world. I really find it strange that he dared to challenge that little bastard. How interesting. This is going to be exciting. Filet LX6 tapped the table lightly, a hint of interest on his face. "Your Majesty is absolutely right. One of these two has a deep understanding of the power of ice and is practically invincible below the Saint Realm. And the other one is even more astonishing. He has directly comprehended the law and can instantly release 9th level magic. His body is also extremely powerful. Their duel is truly a tit-for-tat, a clash of the strongest. This little guy Meng Lei has already mastered the law of fire. His talent far exceeds Francis's, but the only drawback is that the training time is too short. In addition, the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts makes the cultivation methods too chaotic." The burly old man stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "Therefore, his physical body, mental strength, and magical reserves have not yet reached their peak." This gave Francis the opportunity to win. That's right. Now is the perfect time for Francis to defeat Meng Lei. Otherwise, once this little guy cultivates all his attributes to the extreme and directly enters the Holy Realm, Francis will have no chance of winning. The deans expressed their opinions one after another, their eyes full of intense interest. Meng Lei was clearly ahead of Francis in his understanding of the laws. This was his advantage. However, his disadvantage is that he is too young, has practiced for too short a time, and his attributes have not reached their peak, which makes him slightly inferior to Francis. Now is the perfect time and the only chance for Francis to defeat Man Ray. Meng Lei was completely oblivious to the discussions in the box. He was filled with rage, the urge to run away and the urge to strike intertwined in his heart. He stepped onto the fighting stage, glanced at Francis, then turned to look at the contestant seats. His voice was not loud but it was clearly heard throughout the fighting arena. "Who else dares to challenge me? Come on." Oh, everyone was stunned. What on earth is this little fellow talking about? Filet LX6 subconsciously scratched his ears, suspecting he had misheard, and the deans looked at each other in confusion. "Who else wants to challenge me? Come on, this is totally inhumane. This child is too arrogant." The burly old man's face was gloomy. "How dare you humiliate Francis like this? It's really too much. At such a young age, he's so arrogant. Are all geniuses twisted and weird?" Even Dean Fred was speechless. Frankly speaking, he also felt that Meng Lei's attitude was too arrogant. This is clearly a naked humiliation. Francis completely exploded, his eyes glaring coldly, his eyes emitting an icy chill. You're looking for death. The cold voice echoed in the fighting arena, and then Francis disappeared from the spot. Clang! As the sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed rang out, a cold and sharp sword tip was already close to Meng Lei's throat, only a few centimeters away. Feeling the cold sword energy coming from his neck, Meng Lei flashed and quickly retreated, and the next moment he had jumped 10 meters away. Want to kill me? Very good. A cold light flashed in Meng Lei's eyes, and he slowly uttered 3 words, meteor fall. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the fighting arena. It was deep and bottomless, as if someone had torn it open. The audience exclaimed in unison. The expressions of many sanctuary masters suddenly changed. The next moment, a giant meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters and wrapped in black flames suddenly passed through the crack and rushed towards the fighting arena at lightning speed. It sped along, making a loud rumbling sound that made all the spectators' ears tinnitus and heads buzzing, leaving only the roaring sound. Fire-type single target forbidden spell, meteor fall. Madness. This is sheer madness. The burly old man cursed angrily and disappeared from the box in an instant. Forbidden spell. Francis stared blankly at the black meteorite that kept falling, feeling the terrifying destructive power it brought, and his face suddenly turned pale. Am I finished? This was the only thought in his mind, and he could only watch the meteorite getting closer and closer. He knew that there was no escape. This meteorite is huge. The distance is too close. There is no time to dodge. The distance of dozens of meters was reached in the blink of an eye, and the meteorite fell with a loud bang. Just when Francis thought he was doomed, a burly figure suddenly appeared. With a buzzing sound, the black meteorite shattered instantly, turning into countless black gravel that fell like rain. The burly old man stood proudly on the fighting stage, his robe rustling. Dean. Francis stared at the old man blankly, his throat trembling slightly. The burly old man glared at Francis coldly, then turned his gaze to Meng Lei, his face extremely gloomy. Little kid, you dare to release the forbidden spell here? You are too brave. Meng Lei smiled faintly and said nothing. Isn't this all right? Although he said so, he was secretly shocked in his heart. Meteor fall is a single target fire attack forbidden spell with incredible power. Ordinary masters of the Holy Land did not dare to take it head on, but this old man smashed it to pieces with just one punch. His strength is really unbelievable. The burly old man snorted coldly and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Do you want to continue? Monroe looked at Francis. No need for that. I give up. Francis looked at Meng Lei deeply, then jumped off the fighting stage without looking back. But his voice came over. But just wait. One day, I will defeat you. Meng Lei curled his lips. This time, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he turned and looked at the contestant's seat. Anyone else? If so, come on together. I don't have time to play round-robin games with you. There was dead silence in the contestant seats. All the contestants lowered their heads almost at the same time. No one dared to look directly into Meng Lei's sharp eyes, and no one dared to challenge him. They were all frightened by the power of the falling meteor. Some recognized it as a forbidden spell, while others did not. However, this did not affect the terrifying shock brought by the falling meteor at all. Everyone felt like death was coming. As long as they were hit by a falling meteorite, they would definitely die, with no possibility of survival. With such fear looming over them, who would dare to challenge easily? No one? Meng Lei asked twice more, and after confirming that no one responded, he left the fighting stage and returned to the contestant seat to sit down. Filito 66th frowned. He's acting far too recklessly. There are tens of thousands of spectators watching here, and he actually dares to unleash a forbidden fire spell? How audacious. If Dean Zhanlong hadn't intervened in time, who knows how many casualties would have occurred. He must be severely punished. You're so cruel and ruthless at such a young age. What will happen to you in the future? Dean Fred, this is your dereliction of duty. How dare he unleash a profound forbidden spell like meteor fall in front of so many people? I wonder if he got kicked in the head by a donkey, or if he simply doesn't care about the lives of the audience. Severe punishment. Must be severe punishment. The deans all began to condemn severely, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Meng Lei's behavior. Philite 66th nodded slightly. He has made great contributions in resisting the ant tide, and he is of royal blood, so he should be made an earl. I plan to reward him after the exchange competition is over, but for now, forget it. The challenge continued until 8 p.m., and 52 winners were finally selected. Then the king gave a speech. The qualifying round is officially over. Meng Lei and the fat man left the fighting arena and went to Jushin building to feast on meat and wine. They ate and drank to their heart's content until almost dawn before returning to the academy to rest. Before, I always thought that my strength was just enough to handle this exchange competition, but now, lying on the sofa, Monroe recalled the battle in the afternoon. First, it was Elizabeth, then Francis. Although he defeated them both, the process was not easy. In order to defeat Elizabeth, he turned his hands into ants, which was equivalent to exposing part of his trump card. In order to defeat Francis, he released the forbidden spell, Meteor Fall, which cost hundreds of millions of gold coins. It seemed seems easy, but it is not. The qualifying rounds are already so tough. What about the official exchange matches? The opponents we'll meet will definitely be even stronger. Improve your strength without delay. Meng Lei immediately opened the property panel. Wealth, 258, 7654, 6539 gold coins. Constitution, level 9 warrior, 7, 6987, 9108/10000000. Spirit, 9th level grade mage, 138, 8760/1000000000. Magic power, 9th level grade mage, 96, 8678/1000000000. System, exchange 2.4 billion gold coins and add them all to your physical fitness. The wealth value shrank by 2.4 billion in an instant. At the same time, a surge of heat rushed through his body, quickly spreading to every corner, madly strengthening his body. Meng Lei felt as if his body was riding on a rocket, constantly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. 800 million, 880 million, 900 million, 990 million. Finally, his physical body broke through the 1 billion mark and entered a whole new realm. A terrifying aura emanated from him, instantly enveloping the entire room. At this moment, Meng Lei felt his whole body was light, as if he had merged with the world. As long as he wanted, he could fly high into the sky at any time and travel 90,000 miles with the wind. This feeling, Meng Lei did not resist at all. Then, he slowly rose like a balloon, and finally floated quietly in the air, motionless. You little brat, you actually broke through the Saint Realm? The old man flew out of the space ring and stared at Meng Lei floating in the air, his eyes almost popping out. In the past, Meng Lei always became stronger inexplicably. Although he was shocked, he could still barely accept it. But this time it was different. Meng Lei actually reached the Saint Realm. That is the Holy Land that countless people dream of but is out of reach. The old man had to be shocked. It seems like only one step away, but it is like an insurmountable chasm. Countless people are stuck at the peak of level 9 and find it difficult to break through in their entire lives, but Meng Lei has quietly stepped into the Holy Realm. It's totally unreasonable. Yes, I broke through the Holy Land. Feeling the surging power in his body, Meng Lei felt stronger than ever before, and he could smash a mountain with one punch. The most important thing is that I can still fly. Without any external force or tools, it just flies naturally, as if by instinct. Is this the power of the sanctuary? You're such a pervert. The old man was a little overwhelmed. I inexplicably comprehended the laws of fire, and now I have inexplicably become a holy realm. Why? How did he do it? The old man was really crazy. If possible, he really wanted to knock open Meng Lei's head and see what secrets were hidden inside. Old Dean, don't be impatient. Meng Lei chuckled and said, you will see more inexplicable things in the future, and you will gradually get used to being shocked. The old man snorted coldly, extremely dissatisfied. Whenever it comes to key issues, this brat always keeps his mouth shut, either avoiding the topic or changing the subject. It's really too much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to become a Saint Realm warrior. Please continue to work hard and strive for further breakthroughs. Ding! It has been detected that the host has reached the Holy Realm and meets the system upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Are you going to upgrade? Yes, host. Monray is full of expectations. Ding! System upgrade will consume 10 billion gold coins. Wait, 10 billion gold coins? Meng Lei was stunned. It's just an upgrade, but it costs 10 billion gold coins? He glanced at his wealth value, which was only 23.4 billion. After the upgrade, wouldn't he only have 13.4 billion left? Ding! Host, the system will be more powerful and functional after the upgrade, and will be able to better serve the host. Host, would you like to upgrade immediately? More powerful? More perfect? Meng Lei gritted his teeth and said, rise. Ding! System upgrade begins. Upgrade time, half an hour. During the upgrade, the system will shut down all functions. Please wait patiently. The system sound suddenly fell silent, and even the attribute panel disappeared. Meng Lei lay back on the bed, his eyes full of anticipation. What functions will be added after the system upgrade? The wait is always long. Half an hour was just a short moment, but it felt like a century had passed. Finally, the familiar and cold voice sounded in my mind again. Ding! The strongest pickup system has been upgraded. Ding! The strongest pickup system is at your service. The upgrade is finally complete. Meng Lei was overjoyed. System, tell me quickly, what new functions have you gained after the upgrade? Host, after the system upgrade, 2 new functions have been added based on the original pickup function. They are infinite pickup and brutal plunder, the system said coldly. Unlimited pickup? Brutal plunder? Meng Lei blinked. That sounds exciting, but I'm not quite sure about the details. System, please tell me more. Unlimited pickup, you can randomly pick up items dropped from other planes, including but not limited to money, bloodlines, law fragments, godheads, artifacts, and so on. Price, 10 billion gold coins per time. Randomly pick up drops from other planes? System, what exactly do other planes refer to? Monroe asked doubtfully. Replying to the host, there are countless spatial planes in the vast universe, just like like quicksand and stars scattered throughout the universe. The sky continent is just an ordinary material plane, the system explained. Countless spatial planes? Menglay nodded silently to show his understanding. In other words, the infinite pickup function can retrieve things from other dimensions? That's right, host. The system answered in the affirmative. Menglay suddenly became excited. It can even take things from other planes. This function is really abnormal. But, what does the 10 billion gold coins mean? And there is a fee? Host, unlimited pickup is a paid feature. Each use requires a payment of 10 billion gold coins. Use it once. 10 billion gold coins? Isn't this robbery? Monroe almost jumped up. 10 billion gold coins is not a small amount. It means that he has to kill a sanctuary beast like the Crypt Demon Spider King to get enough money to use this function once. What is this function? The cost is outrageous. I only have 13.4 billion gold coins right now. If I use the unlimited pickup, I'll become a pauper. Menglay's mouth twitched as he angrily said, "You're too ruthless, damn system. I'd rather starve to death than use this feature. 10 billion at a time? Forget it." Ding. Friendly reminder, there are many planes in the countless planes of space that are more advanced than the sky continent. These advanced planes are inhabited by powerful beings far superior to those in the sanctuary. By using this function, the host has a certain chance of picking up items dropped by these higher beings. Oh, a more advanced plane of world? A powerful life far beyond the Holy Land? More advanced. Far beyond. Menglay licked his lips. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had to admit that he was moved. According to previous rules, the more powerful the life, the more precious the items dropped and the higher the value. Just think about it. A leg hair dropped by a creature in the sanctuary may contain a fragment of the law. So what will a powerful life form that far exceeds the Holy Land drop? Just thinking about it makes people excited. Menglay rolled his eyes and coughed twice. System, what's the use of this brutal plundering function? Brutal plunder, alternative pickup function. You can forcibly seize any item from the target creature, including but not limited to money, blood, vitality, mental power, understanding of laws, and artifacts. Oh my god, this function is too perverted. Menglay took a deep breath. Seize by force? Isn't this plunder? But hey, I like it. System, is this function charged? Brutal plundering is also a paid feature, and the fee is determined by the strength of the target being plundered and the value of the loot. The system responded coldly. Pricing based on goals and items. Menglay nodded slightly. That sounds reasonable. However, judging by the vicious nature of this damn system, I guess the things I really want to plunder will definitely not come cheap. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Menglay shook his head. System, open the attribute panel and take a look. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline less than 50%, flame demon bloodline less than 45%, golden godslaying ant bloodline less than 10%, wealth, 1.35 law source crystal, constitution, sanctuary, 10, 6987, 9108/100 billion, spirit, 9th level great magician, 138, 8760/1 billion, magic power, 9th level great mage, 96, 8678/1 billion, law comprehension, fire law, 0.2%. The attribute panel has changed a lot. Looking at these numbers, Menglay felt curious and many questions arose in his mind. System, what do the percentages behind the three bloodlines represent? That's the degree of blood fusion in the host's body. Fusion degree? So that's how it is. Does the appearance of this number mean that I can increase my bloodline fusion by spending money in the future? That's right, host. TSK 50%, 45%, 10%. Ha, the fusion degree of the golden godslaying ant bloodline is only 10%? It seems that the golden godslaying ant bloodline still has great potential for development. Menglay continued to look down. Wealth, 1.35, law source crystal? System, isn't the unit of wealth gold? How did it become a law source crystal? The law source crystal is a rare crystal that contains the laws of heaven and earth. It is also the universal currency among the Holy Lands. The exchange rate is 1 law source crystal equals 10 billion gold coins. That's pretty much the same ratio as spending money to increase your understanding of the rules. A 1 percentage point increase also requires 10 billion gold coins. He continued to read. 100 billion? The limit of the sanctuary is actually 100 billion. What a bummer. In other words, if I rely solely on Krypton gold to break through to the realm above the sanctuary, I'll have to accumulate 1 trillion gold coins? 1 trillion. Where the hell am I going to get all that money? Menglay couldn't help but curse in his heart. A few tens of billions of gold coins are still reasonable, and hunting a few sanctuary monsters can almost make up the money, but 1 trillion gold coins, that requires hunting 100 sanctuary monsters. Where can I find so many holy domain monsters? The road ahead is long. It's been a long road. Menglay suddenly felt under great pressure. It costs money to improve the degree of blood fusion. It costs money to improve your physical, mental, and magical strength. It still costs money to improve your understanding of the laws. It's all about money, money, money. How much money do I have now? Menglay took a quick look at the wealth. There were only only 1.35 law source crystals, or 13.5 billion gold coins. What could he do with this little money? It's not enough at all. Nothing is enough. For the first time, I realized how poor I was. Meng Lei sat up from the bed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 10 billion gold coins, enough for one unlimited pickup. Curiosity killed the cat. This is exactly his mentality now. Although I know that infinite pickup is just picking up random items, with so much space in the plane, it is still uncertain whether I can pick up useful treasures. But he just wanted to try. Higher plane world. Life exists far beyond the sanctuary. What if you can pick up a treasure? How about give it a try? Meng Lei's breathing became a little rapid, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "System, I want to use the unlimited pickup function. Using this function requires paying one law source crystal. Do you confirm your intention?" The system responded coldly. The wealth instantly decreased by one law source crystal, leaving only 0.35 law source crystals. I'm completely broke now. Looking at the remaining wealth, Meng Lei clenched his fists, full of anticipation. I must pick up something good. If I pick up junk, I will lose a lot. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the God-slaying rat bloodline. Do you want to fuse it? God-killing rat bloodline? At dawn the next day, the fat man came to the outside of the apartment and shouted at the top of his voice, "Brother, are you up?" After a while, Meng Lei came out wearing a brand new magic robe. "What the hell are you yelling about so early in the morning?" "Ha ha ha." Meng Lei responded unhappily. "Hey, aren't you going to the imperial capital today? I'm here to see you off." The fat man chuckled and suddenly stared at Meng Lei with a look of confusion in his eyes. "Why are you looking at me?" Meng Lei glared at the fat man. "Brother, you look different." The fat man walked around Meng Lei and said puzzledly, "It's just different. I can't quite put my finger on why, but it just feels weird. You drank too much last night." Meng Lei smiled and changed the subject. "Let's go to the dean's office first and meet up with the dean and the others." When we arrived at the dean's office, Dean Fred, several vice deans and other school leaders were already waiting there, including Teacher Dirk. "Hello, Dean." "Hello, school leaders." "Hello, Teacher Dirk." The school leaders smiled and nodded, their eyes full of approval. Dean Fred suddenly stared at Meng Lei and asked in surprise, "Meng Lei, have you broken through to the Saint Realm?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at Meng Lei in unison, their eyes full of shock, disbelief, and incredulity. Especially Teacher Dirk and the fat man. They stared at Meng Lei as if they had seen a ghost, thinking, Meng Lei broke through the Holy Realm? After the battle yesterday, I made some gains and luckily broke through. Meng Lei admitted frankly that this matter could not be concealed. While the improvement in mental and magical power might be concealed, the breakthrough of the physical body into the Holy Realm could not be concealed at all. A seasoned Holy Realm expert like Dean Fred could spot the clues at a glance. Something unexpected? A lucky breakthrough? Dean Fred's mouth dropped open, stunned. Although he'd known that Meng Lei had mastered the laws and that breaking through to the Saint Realm was only a matter of time, who could have imagined he'd succeed so quickly? Didn't they say that his attributes had not yet been cultivated to their peak? Didn't they say it would take some time for him to cross the Holy Land? Why did he make a breakthrough after just one night? Has it really become a Holy Land? Meng Lei admitted it himself, and the school leaders, Teacher Dirk, Fatty and others were all shocked and horrified. Especially Teacher Dirk. The expression on his face was extremely complicated, with shock, disbelief and a wry smile. How long has it been? The kid who was a third-level magician has now become a sanctuary, but he, a ninth-level great magic teacher, is still stagnant. Can the gap between people be so huge? Although it's a little hard to believe, this is definitely a good thing. Dean Fred calmed himself down and exclaimed in praise, "With Meng Lei here, our Fire Dragon Magic Academy will definitely shine in this exchange competition and wipe out our previous shame." The Dean is right. In the previous exchange competitions, the players sent by our Fire Dragon Kingdom Academy were completely wiped out, ultimately ending in dismal defeat. This time, the school leaders were in high spirits, their faces flushed, and their eyes towards Meng Lei were full of admiration and expectation. Of course, there are also expressions of awe and flattery. Among the school leaders, only a few are strong people in the Holy Domain, and most of them are ninth-level masters. The strong men in the Holy Land admired Meng Lei very much, and the ninth-level strong ones can only look up. The contestants are arriving one after another. The shortlisted contestants from Fire Dragon Academy this time include 2 old students who postponed their graduation, 4 powerful people from society who joined temporarily, and 1 Meng Lei. Everyone is here. Follow me to the palace. Dean Fred waved his hand, and the school bus took off into the air, carrying Meng Lei and others to the palace. The Royal Palace is the largest, most extensive, and most luxurious building complex in Fire Dragon King City. It consists of hundreds of palaces, forming a huge palace complex. Lord Fred, please follow me. The school bus landed at the gate of the palace. A palace guard led them to a square where a huge statue of the Dragon God stood majestically, with extraordinary momentum. Dragon God is above. Dragon God is above. Dean Fred led the group in a prayer and salute before the Dragon God statue, then headed towards a corner of the square where King Philite 66 and Queen Diana were already waiting. shouting, "Greetings, your majesty, meet the queen. Everyone please stand up." At about the same time, people from other colleges also arrived one after another. "Everyone, the exchange competition is about to begin. You will represent your respective academies and our Fire Dragon Kingdom in the Imperial Exchange Competition. I hope you will perform well on the field and win honor for your academy and the kingdom." Felito 66 encouraged, "I hereby promise that all contestants who shine and achieve excellent results in the exchange competition will receive generous rewards. Come, read the king's decree." A minister stepped forward, holding a golden scroll and reading, "The king decrees, the top 3 in the exchange competition will be granted lifelong marquises, 100-mile fiefdom, and the right to choose 3 treasures from the kingdom's treasury. Those who make it into the top 10 will be made lifelong earls, awarded 50 miles of fiefdom, and can choose any treasure from the kingdom's treasury. Those who make it into the top 20 will be made viscounts for life and awarded a fiefdom of 10 miles. Those who make it into the top 50 will be made lifelong barons and awarded a fiefdom of 1 mile. After the reading was completed, the ministers withdrew. Philite 66 said with a broad smile, "Everyone, you are all young talents cultivated by the Fire Dragon Kingdom. I have high hopes for you. Please do not let me down. Long live the king. Glory be with me. Long live the king. Glory be with me." The contestants shouted in unison, their vows firm. Philite 66 nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, the rest of the matter will be left to you. I will wait for your good news in the royal city." "Yes, your majesty. There are 6 teachers leading the exchange competition, all of whom are deans, and Dean Fred is one of them. This time we're heading to the imperial capital. The journey is long and will take 5 days. We can choose to take the magic ship or the imperial train, but after discussing it with the old guys, we decided to take the air beast." Aerial beast? Menglei's heart moved. The floating beast is a 7th level wind attribute magical beast. Despite its huge size, it has a gentle personality and is easy to tame. In addition to their extremely strong endurance, they only need to eat once and can fly for a long time while carrying heavy objects. They are regarded as the best flying monsters for long-distance travel. Magic ships and imperial trains are certainly comfortable, but for us monks, traveling across the heavens and earth, sleeping in the open air, is the true practice. Traveling is practicing. Led by 6 deans, the group came to the floating square, where countless huge monsters stood there. They are 30 meters tall and an astonishing 70 meters long, with broad and flat backs. They are indeed floating beasts. In Monri's eyes, the floating beast looked very much like a whale on earth, a flat, round cylindrical body, a broad and fat back, and a whale-like tail. In one word, so similar. But the difference is that the whale has leaf-shaped fins on its belly, while the air beast has scaly wings covering the sky on its belly, and 6 elephant legs as thick as pillars. It is hard to imagine that such a huge creature is so docile that ordinary people can raise it. Of course, riding an air beast is far less comfortable than a magic ship or an imperial train, but this is exactly what the contestants like. After all, we were all 9th level warriors. Who wouldn't want to ride a magical beast and soar through the wind? Riding a magical ship or a special train, where was that kind of ambition? The group came to the rental company and quickly rented a floating beast. The staff quickly took action. More than an hour later, a huge building was fixed on the back of the floating beast, like a raised turtle shell. This air beast is our means of transportation. It has 60 rooms in total. You can choose any one of them. Excuse me, Dean. A ladder hangs down from the back of the air beast, leading directly to the ground. Guests can climb up along the ladder, but none of the contestants are willing to use the ladder. They lightly tapped their toes, transformed into streams of light, and instantly jumped onto the backs of the floating beasts. Each of them was free and easy, strolling leisurely in the garden, attracting everyone's attention. More than 50 level 9 warriors are the focus wherever they are, and when it is Menglei's turn, the sensation is even greater. He lifted his feet off the ground and slowly rose into the air. It seemed as if an invisible ladder was floating under his feet, and he climbed up to the top of the floating beast step by step. This scene shocked everyone. "Dean Fred, has this little guy made a breakthrough?" Dean Fred nodded complacently. The deans looked at Menglei's back and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. In just one night, Menglei had made a breakthrough? The contestants were stunned, their emotions mixed. After climbing onto the back of the floating beast, Menglei randomly chose a room. The room was much smaller than I imagined, only about 4 or 5 square meters. There was a wooden bed and a table inside, which were used for nothing except sleeping and eating. This environment is extremely simple and shabby, but there is nothing we can do about it. Because of its affordable price, the air beast is favored by small caravans, adventure groups, and mercenary groups, becoming a relatively cheap long-distance flight tool. Who among the truly wealthy would ride it? They would choose to take the magic ship or the imperial train. It's so shabby. Menglei shook his head, without any reluctance in his heart, and walked straight to the head of the floating beast, intending to enjoy the scenery first. There were many passengers who shared his idea, and many of them stood outside the house, waiting for the hovercraft to take off. "Dear passengers, please go into your rooms and fasten your seatbelts. We are taking off immediately." The trainer kindly reminded that they had signed a master-servant contract contract with the air beast and were able to control it, making them the drivers of this journey. Go ahead. The trainer didn't insist, having just witnessed the strength of the passengers and knew that they were all strong and no one would fall. He took out his whistle and blew it hard. The floating beast let out a long roar and slowly started moving. Its 6 huge claws like elephant legs stomped on the ground, and the rumbling sound was deafening. Meng Lei and others stood on its back and felt the violent shaking. The faster the floating beast ran, the more violent the shaking became. Finally, when the speed reached a certain level, the floating beast suddenly spread its huge wings that covered the sky and soared into the sky. It flew higher and higher, and the square gradually disappeared into the distance. After a few minutes, when it reached a certain height, the frequency of the floating beast's wings slowed down, vibrating only once every half a minute, and it entered an energy-saving gliding state. The strong wind blew in his face, and overlooking the shrinking earth, a sense of pride surged in Meng Lei's heart. He jumped off the back of the floating beast. Ha ha ha! Wild laughter rang out, and Meng Lei opened his arms and flew freely like a bird, sometimes sprinting forward quickly, sometimes swooping down, sometimes drawing circles in the air, happy as a bird, free as an eagle. This kid. The 16s looked at Meng Lei flying freely, shook their heads and chuckled, and couldn't help but recall their appearance when they broke through the Holy Realm that year, which was almost exactly the same. Fly high. Little did they know that Meng Lei was even more excited at this moment. As a native of Earth, Meng Lei knew that humans could not fly on their own. I can only look up at the sky again and again, envy the flying birds, and sigh helplessly. Shua shua shua. If only I had a pair of wings. And now, Meng Lei is flying himself. The feeling is hard to describe in words. Cheerful, exciting, thrilling. The great rock rises with the wind one day, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Drink white dew in the morning and sleep in the blue sky at night. That's what a man should do. Ha ha ha. It's so fucking awesome. Watching Meng Lei soaring freely in the sky, the other contestants were all envious and longed to fly as freely as him. It's a pity that I can only stare blankly. After flying for nearly half an hour, Meng Lei returned to the back of the air beast with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. Man Ray, come here. Dean Fred beckoned him over. Come, let me introduce you. This is Dean Zhanglong. This is... Meng Lei greeted everyone one by one. The 5 people responded with a smile. Before the breakthrough, Meng Lei was just a talented young student, and they might not take him seriously. But now, he has been promoted to the Holy Realm and stands on the same level as them, and must be treated as an equal. It has nothing to do with age. Heroes emerge from youth. Dean Zhanglong exclaimed. During yesterday's qualifying round, we thought you needed time to break through, but we didn't expect you to succeed last night. I really don't know how you did it. The other deans were equally amazed and confused. Thank you, deans. Monroe responded modestly. The air beast flies smoothly. Meng Lei and 16 sat on the back, admiring the mountains, rivers, and chatting about interesting stories. Meng Lei listened quietly and gained a lot. The youngest of the 6 deans is over 100 years old. They are all knowledgeable and experienced. It is truly priceless to be able to listen to them talk about life. Meng Lei, when you go to the Imperial capital this time, you might as well try to break into the Dragon God Tower. If you are lucky, you might get some valuable things. Dean Fred suddenly said with a smile. Dragon God Tower? Meng Lei frowned slightly, revealing a hint of doubt. The Dragon God Tower is the sacred treasure of our Dragon God Empire. Legend has it that it was forged specifically for the Empire by the great Dragon God after his ascension to godhood, Dean Zhanglong explained with a smile. It is located within the Dragon God Academy and has a total of 100 floors, each of which is an independent demi-dimensional world. Demi-plane world? Meng Lei repeated in confusion. Yes, it's a demi-dimensional world. Dean Zhanglong nodded. In these demi-dimensional worlds, the magical elements are extremely rich, and even the laws of heaven and earth are clearer than in the outside world. Cultivating in them can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is an excellent place for cultivation. This has led to many people eager to enter the Dragon God Tower for training. Unfortunately, only those under 30 years old and with a strength of level 8 or above are eligible to enter. Dean Zhanglong took over the conversation. So, there are actually only a handful of people who are truly qualified to enter the Dragon God Tower. What about this? Another point, the higher you go in the Dragon God Tower, the richer the magical elements become, and the clearer the laws of heaven and earth become. Dean Fred's eyes were filled with fascination. It is said that the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower even contains the secret to becoming a god. The secret of becoming a god? Meng Lei's whole body trembled slightly. This is just a legend. No one knows the details. Dean Fred nodded heavily. After all, the Dragon God Tower has existed for over 40,000 years, and no one has ever successfully reached the 100th floor. So, the truth of this legend remains difficult to verify. However, the Dragon God's occasional oracles have also hinted at similar implications. At the mention of the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower, the eyes of the 16s flickered with a mixture of fascination and regret. As powerful beings in the Holy Realm, few things in the world could move them. Only becoming a god was their unwavering dream and the goal they painstakingly pursued. food. Unfortunately, none of them meet the requirements to enter the Dragon God Tower, so naturally they cannot uncover the secret of the 100th floor. Deans, the Empire is full of talented people, and talented people are like crushing carp crossing the river. After so many years, is it true that no one has successfully reached the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower? Meng Lei frowned, his eyes full of confusion. You've never entered the Dragon God Tower, so naturally it's difficult to understand its horror. Dean Zhanlong smiled bitterly. As I said, each floor of the Dragon God Tower is a demi-dimensional world, extremely rich in magical elements and the laws of heaven and earth. Although this is a sacred place for cultivation, it is also extremely conducive to the survival of the demi-dimensional creatures. These indigenous creatures have lived here for years, absorbing the nourishment of magical elements and the laws of heaven and earth. They are extremely powerful, and the probability of them giving birth to powerful individuals far exceeds that of the Sky Continent. Moreover, these indigenous people are extremely xenophobic. Once outsiders enter, they are very likely to be attacked. If you don't have enough strength to rush in, you won't be able to practice, and even your life will be in trouble. For countless years, countless geniuses have fallen in the Dragon God Tower. Countless talented and evildoers have been buried there, stained with blood and tears. One dean lamented, if I hadn't been lucky, I would have died. The age limit of under 30 is indeed too harsh. Another dean sighed, a genius of this age, even if he breaks through the sky, can only reach the strength of the early stage of the Saint Realm. At most, he can only last until around the 50th floor. The early stage of the Holy Land can only last up to the 50th floor? Meng Lei was shocked. Then how strong will it take to reach the 100th floor? The limit of the sanctuary. Dean Fred said slowly. The limit of the Holy Land? Meng Lei asked again. Yes, the limit of the Holy Land, Dean Fred explained. The demiplane is called a demiplane because it is incomplete and the laws of heaven and earth are incomplete. In other words, the complete laws of heaven and earth do not exist in the demiplane. Do you understand what this means? This means that the strength of the indigenous creatures can only reach the limit of the holy domain and can never exceed it. Dean Fred smiled and said, you should understand that to enter the Holy Land, strength and understanding of the laws are closely related. The deeper one's understanding of the laws, the greater their strength. When a Saint Realm cultivator fully comprehends a law, they will naturally enter the demigod realm. However, the demiplane lacks the complete laws of heaven and earth, and therefore can never give birth to a demigod. The limit of the sanctuary is the highest realm these indigenous creatures can reach. Meng Lei suddenly understood, and after pondering for a long time, he said, so, as long as someone can achieve the limit of the holy domain before the age of 30, they will have the opportunity to enter the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower? The 16s nodded, then shook their heads in unison. But this is too difficult, it's simply impossible to achieve. So, what is the limit of the sanctuary? If you fully comprehend a law, you can become a demigod. The limit of the sanctuary refers to the acme of comprehension of a certain law. Only one step is left to completely master the realm of a law. Want to achieve the limit of the sanctuary at the age of 30? It takes years and months to comprehend the laws. It's possible to make no progress for hundreds or even thousands of years. 30 years is but the blink of an eye. Wanting to fully comprehend a law? It's simply impossible. Okay, it seems that I am short-sighted. Meng Lei nodded slowly and sighed inwardly. You have just entered the Holy Land and are extremely talented. It is completely understandable that you don't understand the difficulty of comprehending the laws. The 16s laughed in unison and said, once you are fully immersed in the ocean of laws, you will naturally understand the difficulties involved. Meng Lei nodded silently, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He then asked Deans, you have probably entered the Dragon God Tower before, right? What's the highest floor you've climbed to? Hearing this, the 16s looked at each other, with different expressions on their faces. Some were proud, some were embarrassed, and some looked a little unnatural. Meng Lei became more and more curious. Just as he was waiting for an answer, the floating beast sitting next to him suddenly trembled all over, staring at the void in front of it, growling continuously, and became extremely alert. Everyone was puzzled, and the Beastmaster urgently warned, oh no, there are human vulture bandits ahead. All passengers please be alert. Human vulture bandit? When everyone looked closely, they saw a dark cloud rolling in, covering the sky and the sun, and covering the whole sky. It's really a human vulture bandit. Dean Fred frowned and said, these dirty, greedy guys are like rats in a sewer. You can see them everywhere. Human vulture bandit? Meng Lei followed his sight and saw that the so-called dark clouds were actually a group of half-human, half-bird monsters. They have vulture heads, human bodies, vulture wings, and sharp claws. Bald head, dirty body, tattered clothes. They look disorganized and are just a bunch of rabble. Human vulture? Why not call him Vulture Man? Meng Lei felt doubtful. Dean Fred explained, generally speaking, creatures that are half-human, half-beast are called humans because they possess extremely high intelligence, just like humans. For example, minotaurs, tiger-headed people, and of course, us dragon people. But human vultures are different. Although these guys have human bodies, they are essentially a group of monsters in human skin. They like to attack humans, burn, kill, and loot, committing countless evil deeds. That's why they are called human vultures, not vulture men. They are not human at all, but just a group of beasts and robbers. There are so many human vultures, they are like a rolling black cloud, full of momentum and chilling. In fact, human vultures are not only awe-inspiring, their general strength is around level 6, and many even reach level 7. The king of human vultures is comparable to a level 9 warrior. Coupled with their huge numbers, the human vultures have become a nightmare for passing caravans and ordinary villagers. Once targeted, there is no way to survive. What's even more terrifying is that human vultures have no fixed habitat. They wander around like lonely ghosts, attacking anyone they catch. If you get caught, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. My lords, please return to your rooms and take your seats. We must take a detour immediately. Otherwise, if we are caught, we will be dead. The Beastmaster's voice trembled slightly, and the floating beast he was sitting on was shaking nonstop, full of fear. They were all frightened by the man-vulture's aura. You're just a vulture. What's there to be afraid of? Meng Lei chuckled and said, Deans, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. Meng Lei, these guys are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. There's no need for you, a saint, to take action. Just let them go. The 6 Deans laughed and pointed at the contestants. No need. They can't fly, and it would be quite troublesome. Meng Lei chuckled, and his body instantly rose into the air, turning into a stream of light and rushing straight towards the group of vultures. These are all money. How can he let others do it for him? The vultures flew at an extremely fast speed, making strange screams with sharp and shrill voices, in a chaotic manner, just like a group of screaming crows. Given their huge numbers, ordinary people would definitely be scared to death, but this time they are the ones who are unlucky. Meng Lei pointed into the air, and a fireball the size of an orange drew a bright line of fire and suddenly shot into the center of the vulture group. The fireball looked ordinary and did not cause any ripples, but just as it entered the group, it exploded with a loud bang. The violent shockwave instantly swept across an area of several miles, and all the people affected were blown into powder and turned into ashes before the vultures could even scream. Ding! Kill a human vulture and get 310,000 gold coins. Ding! Kill a human vulture and get 80,000 gold coins. Ding! Kill a human vulture and get 170,000 gold coins. The system notification sounds continued to rise, and the wealth value continued to rise. Meng Lei couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, this sound is the most pleasant. Crack! The remaining vultures were stunned by the sudden explosion. They flapped their wings and fled in panic away from the sea of fire, their eyes full of fear. What did I do? Unfortunately, no matter how fast they ran, they could not catch up with the speed of Meng Lei's fireball. Fireballs the size of oranges were shot out like machine guns and exploded one after another. Boom! Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, the entire sky was enveloped in a terrifying sea of fire, and the overwhelming group of human vulture bandits were completely engulfed in flames. After a few minutes, the smoke and dust cleared. The black mass of vulture bandits disappeared completely, without even a feather left. No magic core? Looking at the empty sky, Meng Lei was slightly stunned. The sea of fire just now was just an ordinary level 8 or 9 magic, which was not enough to burn the magic core. So, these human vultures don't have magic cores at all? What a waste of joy. Meng Lei was very disappointed. The Dragon God Empire is vast and rich in resources. It stretches across the eastern part of the sky continent, bordering the boundless deep sea to the east and the Warcraft Mountains to the west. It has 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities under its jurisdiction. These 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities are all located on the edge of the empire. As the guardian states of the Dragon God Empire, the most vast and richest lands are still under the direct jurisdiction of the empire. Due to the vast territory of the empire, flying from the Fire Dragon Kingdom to the imperial capital is a long journey, and the flight will take at least 5 days. Land travel takes longer, but for a practitioner like Meng Lei, 5 days is nothing. It is just a meditation, a short rest, or a retreat. He didn't waste this time either, sometimes picking up fallen balls of light, sometimes hunting down thieves and monsters he encountered. After 5 days, I gained a lot. We've finally arrived in the imperial capital. In the evening of the 5th day, the outline of the imperial capital gradually emerged. The 6 Deans looked at the magnificent city stretching across the land, with emotion on their faces. After many years, I finally set foot in the capital again. The last time I came to the imperial capital was 18 years ago. I never expected so many years to have passed in the blink of an eye. Ha, your Mohoe Academy has had dismal performance in recent years. As the dean, there's naturally no need for you to come to the imperial capital so often. Meng Lei and other contestants also stood on the back of the floating beast, looking at the imperial capital in the distance. Although it was far away, they could still see the outline of the imperial capital clearly. The imperial capital is like a crouching ancient beast, with roads extending from the city like blood vessels, leading to all corners of the empire. There stands a towering city wall outside the imperial capital, which is hundreds of feet high. The golden city wall is more majestic and magnificent than any city wall Meng Lei has ever seen. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on it, reflecting a dazzling light. Is this the imperial imperial capital? The contestants were whispering to each other and were all shocked. Meng Lei's attention was attracted by a giant tower that reached into the sky. The tower stood in the center of the imperial capital, like a tree reaching the sky, connecting heaven and earth. The top is barely visible. Meng Lei couldn't help but think of the Kylin Tower in Dragon Ball. This giant tower that soars into the clouds is indeed somewhat similar to the Kylin Tower. That's the Dragon God Tower. Dean Fred noticed Meng Lei's gaze, twirled his beard, and said with a hint of a smile, "This is the sacred weapon of our Dragon God Empire. You can try to challenge it during the exchange competition." Meng Lei nodded solemnly, full of interest in this giant tower. He really wanted to know which level he could reach. The sky above the imperial capital is a strict no-fly zone. Except for the sanctuary, no flying magic devices or flying mounts can fly. The floating beast could only land at the port outside the imperial capital. Meng Lei and others rented a magic car and drove towards the imperial capital. The city gate was taller and more majestic than any gate Monray had ever seen before. Guards in golden armor lined up to guard it, carefully examining every merchant and vehicle entering the city. The imperial capital was established 40,000 years ago. At that time, the rule of the Orc Empire began to collapse, and the Sky Continent fell into unprecedented turmoil. Various dormant races rose up one after another. Our dragon ancestors were not willing to lag behind. They led 3,000 dragons out of Dragon Island and embarked on a great journey to conquer the Sky Continent. Finally, under the leadership of His Majesty the founding Dragon Emperor, the great dragon ancestors overcame all obstacles and endured thousands of years of hard battles to establish the present Dragon God Empire. Sitting in the gorgeously decorated magic car, everyone looked around curiously. The streets are wider and smoother than those in the royal city. The shops are more numerous and prosperous. The buildings are taller and more majestic, and the population is more dense and complex than that in the royal city. Among the pedestrians coming and going, there are minotaurs with bull heads, half-elves with pointy ears, and even verbeegs several meters tall. Of course, the majority are humans and dragon people. The prosperity of the imperial capital is far beyond the reach of the royal city. More people. The strong are more concentrated. There are so many powerful people. If you turn your head casually, you might bump into an earl. So, during the exchange competition, you all should behave yourself and not cause trouble. Don't provoke the wrong people and bring shame to the six of us old guys. Yes, Dean. Listening to the Dean's instructions, Meng Lei was deeply moved. Ever since entering the imperial capital, the system's notifications hadn't stopped. Ding. Fusion successful. Physical fitness plus 116. Ding. Fusion successful. Wealth plus 1,290 gold coins. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtaining third level magic. He didn't know when it started, but Meng Lei had actually grown fond of the system's cold voice. Although it sounded mechanical, it gave him peace of mind. Whenever he couldn't hear it, he felt like something was missing. Listening to the constant notification sounds and watching the attributes jump one by one, he felt extremely satisfied and secretly thanked himself for coming here. As expected, he still had to go to such a large place, where the attribute rewards were numerous and generous. The harvest in a short time was equivalent to a whole day's harvest in other places. 3 hours later, the group arrived at the hotel and completed the check-in procedures. The deans began to lecture. Early tomorrow morning, we have to gather at Dragon God Academy. Let's all go to bed early tonight and meet in the lobby at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes, Dean. As soon as the dean finished speaking, the contestants went back to their rooms to rest, and Meng Lei also returned to his room. Lying on the soft swan silk quilt, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from the bedding, he rarely stopped meditating and fell into a deep sleep. I woke up the next day feeling refreshed and energetic. He went downstairs to the hall and found that the contestants had already gathered, so he found a place to sit down. Lord Meng Lei, when do you plan to challenge the Dragon God Tower? A dragon player with 2 horns on his head came over and asked cautiously. His name is Joel Elton. He is from a noble family and comes from the War Dragon Academy. He always likes to get close to Meng Lei along the way, obviously wanting to have a good relationship with him. Meng Lei knew what he was thinking. He glanced at him and replied calmly, "Aren't we going to gather at Dragon God Academy today? If you have time, you can go and see it. With Lord Meng Lei's strength, he will surely be listed on the Dragon God Genius list, shock the imperial capital, and become the pride of the kingdom." Joel patted Monroe's shoulder with a flattering look on his face. Dragon God Genius list? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. Lord Meng Lei, you don't even know about the Dragon God Genius list? Joel was stunned when he heard this, and then he quickly explained, "There is a magic light curtain on the Dragon God Tower. The names of the 1,000 people who enter the Dragon God Tower and have the best performance will be recorded on it. This is the so-called Dragon God Genius list. The higher you enter the Dragon God Tower and the longer you stay there, the higher your ranking on the leaderboard will naturally be. It can be said that the Dragon God Genius list records the top 1,000 geniuses in history over the past 40,000 years. Over 40,000 years, but only 1,000 people have been recorded?" Meng Lei was slightly stunned. "It's going to be quite difficult to make the list. Another contestant came over and added, because the Dragon God Genius list not only includes geniuses of our time, but also covers all geniuses in history. It's like all the geniuses in history are competing on the same list, so it's extremely difficult to make it onto the list. Therefore, anyone who makes it onto the list is a true genius whose name will go down in history. They are the pride of the kingdom and the honor of the academy. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, then asked curiously, do you know who is number 1 on the list? It must be Tamer Batten, known as the son of the dragon god. There is no doubt about it, a contestant answered without hesitation. Son of the dragon god? Tamer Batten? Timothy Mountbatten was a figure from 13,000 years ago, and he is the highest ranking being to ever enter the Dragon God Tower. He entered the Dragon God Tower at the age of 11, and by the time he was 25, in just 14 years, he had entered the Dragon God Tower 42 times, reaching as high as the 78th floor, with his longest stay being 8 months. It is said that Tamer Batten began training at the age of 9, reached the 8th level at the age of 11, and broke through to the Saint Realm at the age of 14. His talent is astonishing and unprecedented in history. Therefore, he is known as the son of the Dragon God and is the one with the greatest hope of reaching the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower, achieving the Saint Realm at the age of 14? The contestants couldn't help but gasp and cast astonished glances at Meng Lei. Isn't this even more outrageous than Master Meng Lei's? Meng Lei became a powerful saint at the age of 16. They were already shocked. They did not expect that there would be such a terrifying existence. It is true that there are mountains beyond mountains, and there are stronger ones among the strong. At the age of 25, Tamer Batten reached the 78th floor of the Dragon God Tower. Why didn't he continue climbing? Meng Lei couldn't help but ask questions. Because he's fallen. Joel smiled bitterly and said, the cause of the fall is unknown. The official statement of the Empire is also that it fell. As for the truth, we don't know. Fallen? Meng Lei was slightly stunned, his heart filled with regret. Such a genius, to have fallen? Yes, it's really regrettable. Joel sighed. He began practicing at the age of 9, attained sainthood at the age of 14, and died at the age of 25. Although his training career lasted only 16 years, the record he set was unprecedented and will never be surpassed. His legacy lives on in history and continues to this day. Therefore, Tamer Batten is known as the greatest genius in the history of the Dragon God Empire. The greatest genius in history, truly worthy of the title. Meng Lei nodded slowly, and the old man sighed. I never thought that after my death, such a stunning and extraordinary monster would appear in the Dragon God Empire. What a pity. Alas, it's really a pity. At this time, the 16s came down from upstairs, and the contestants nodded in response. Everyone is here. No one is missing. Great. Now that we're all here, let's go. Everyone boarded the magic car and drove towards the Dragon God Academy. Did you just hear you talking about Tamer Batten? On the way, Dean Fred suddenly asked Meng Lei. Timothy Mountbatten is indeed the most amazing genius in the history of our Dragon God Empire, and he is from our Fire Dragon Kingdom. It's a pity. God is jealous of such a talent. Dean Fred sighed with emotion. If he were still alive, he would have already broken through the Saint Realm or even the Demigod Realm and become a true god. From the Fire Dragon Kingdom? Even if we look at the entire Sky Continent, Dragon God Academy is still one of the top-ranked institutions of higher learning. Its profound heritage and powerful strength are far beyond the reach of Fire Dragon Academy and other academies. Is this the Dragon God Academy? A magic car stopped outside the gate of Dragon God Academy. Meng Lei and others slowly got out of the car and looked at the magnificent school gate in front of them, with shock in their eyes. The so-called school gate was actually guarded by 2 giant golden dragon statues, each 100 feet tall. They stared at each other, their claws tightly clasped together, as if about to flap their wings and take flight. The dragon scales are lifelike, the dragon claws are mighty and ferocious, the dragon horns are pointing to the sky, and the dragon mouth is wide open like a bloody abyss. Dean Fred, you're finally here. A middle-aged woman in a purple magic robe came up quickly, her face filled with a warm and joyful smile. Dorothy, long time no see. When Dean Fred saw her, a smile immediately broke out on his face and he came forward with a grin. After the greetings, Dean Fred pointed at her and introduced her. Let me introduce her to you. She is Dorothy Caesar, a dual-element wind and fire magician, and also the vice president of Dragon God Academy. She is also my disciple from the Fire Dragon School of Magic, and one of the few outstanding alumni of our Fire Dragon School. My Lord Dorothy, I have met you. The contestants were solemn and greeted respectfully. Hee, hello, fellow students. Dorothy responded with a smile, her eyes sweeping over each contestant in turn, a gratified smile on her face. Dean Fred, I see you have quite a few good contestants this year. There are quite a few promising youngsters. Ha ha ha, of course. Fred stroked his beard and laughed. We're determined to win this time. We won't give up until we're in the top 3. Ha ha, how dare you speak so arrogantly here. I see. A thunderous laugh rang out, and a burly old man with black horns on his head came striding over with a group of people. He had a face like an eagle and a sinister expression. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, Fred. The burly old man walked up to Fred, a look of contempt contempt on his face. Everyone knows that your Fire Dragon Kingdom always comes last year, and you still want to avenge your past? Are you kidding me? Dean Fred's face immediately darkened. Angus, stop mocking me. Your Black Dragon Academy isn't much better. Ha, it's a little better than your Fire Dragon Academy. The burly old man, Angus, smiled triumphantly. Fred, this year our Black Dragon Academy has produced a genius. I hope your players don't run into him in the exchange competition. Otherwise, they'll be beaten to tears. Ha ha ha. Oomph. Let's wait and see. Fred snorted coldly, a confident smile on his lips. Your academy has produced geniuses, don't we have any? He knew in his heart that no matter how powerful the so-called genius of Black Dragon Academy was, he was far inferior to Meng Lei. As a Saint Realm cultivator, Meng Lei was more than capable of showing off his skills in the exchange competition, and there were very few who could rival him. Fred, just keep talking. The burly old man, Angus, shook his head, chuckled, and then led everyone into the Dragon God Academy. Dean Fred watched them leave, cursing inwardly, just wait and see. This old Black Dragon is still so annoying. Dean Zhanlong couldn't help but mutter. The people of the Black Dragon Kingdom are all a bunch of dark-minded lunatics. Dean Fred shook his head. Let's go in too. People from the Black Dragon Kingdom. Ding. Fusion successful. Spirit plus 139. Ding. Fusion successful. Magic power plus 872. Ding. Fusion successful. Magic obtained. Walking on this ancient forest island, with the system prompt sound constantly ringing in his ears, Meng Lei was in a leisurely mood, quietly admiring the scenery of Dragon God Academy. Compared with the tall and majestic school gate outside, the interior of Longshan Academy appears particularly peaceful, filled with the vicissitudes of history and the accumulation of time. The sturdy Champs-Élysées trees are arranged in an orderly manner. The old stone slabs are covered with moss, and students meditating can be seen everywhere in the woods. Everything exudes a strong historical atmosphere, as expected of a 40,000-year-old institution. Meng Lei sighed inwardly. He followed the dean and the others to a tall faculty building and discovered that many contestants from other kingdoms had already gathered there. These players were divided into several camps, secretly observing each other but keeping a proper distance, not interfering with each other, and the atmosphere was subtle and complex. The contestants from the Storm Kingdom, Thunder Dragon Kingdom, Black Dragon Kingdom, and Earth Dragon Kingdom have all arrived. Together with our Fire Dragon Kingdom, these are the representatives of the 5 major kingdoms. Everyone will gather and report today. The official competition will begin tomorrow. All the contestants are here. I guess the contestants from the other 10 kingdoms will be here soon. You wait here first, we'll be back soon. After the 6 deans finished their instructions, they took Vice Dean Dorothy into the faculty building, leaving only Man Lei and the other 52 contestants waiting quietly. Over the next hour or so, contestants and their teachers from the other 10 kingdoms and principalities arrived one after another. The faculty building was instantly crowded with people, with nearly 2,000 contestants gathered there. All of them were level 9 warriors. The sheer size of the lineup alone was enough to put a heavy psychological strain on many players. Although Meng Lei didn't have a good understanding of the situation in other kingdoms, many players from the Fire Dragon Kingdom were already starting to get nervous. However, things are far from over. 10 minutes later, a group of about 3,000 people came slowly. They were a dark mass and had the momentum of a gangster, causing a commotion. They are. Everyone looked up and their faces changed. They are contestants from the Imperial Academy. What? An academy directly under the Empire? So strong. Meng Lei also looked up. Among the participants in the exchange competition, a small number came from 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities, while the vast majority represented the Dragon God Empire. This group of players are called players from the Imperial Academy, which means they are directly affiliated with the Academy of the Dragon God Empire. Obviously, the 3,000 people in front of him were them. These contestants were wearing various college uniforms and were obviously from different colleges, but when they glanced at the contestants from 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities including Monrei, their eyes were full of contempt and disdain. As students of an academy directly under the Empire, they have a high opinion of themselves and look down upon their rivals from kingdoms and principalities. In their eyes, the contestants from the kingdom and principality were just country folk and had no qualifications to compete with them. Are they the contestants from the 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies? They don't look that impressive. I see. They are just a bunch of rabble from the countryside. At every exchange competition, aren't they just making a cameo appearance, going through the motions? Which of the contestants who have made it here through the qualifying rounds of their respective kingdoms and principalities is not a proud and conceited person? How could they tolerate such humiliating provocation? He's just a student from the Imperial Academy. What's so great about him? If you're brave enough, just fight him one-on-one. A contestant from the Black Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but jump out and glared at the students from the Imperial Academy. That's right, a biting dog doesn't bark. If you have the guts, show us what you can really do. What's the point of just talking big? Could it be that this prestigious academy directly under the Empire has only produced a bunch of of guys who are good at talking? Players from other kingdoms and principalities responded one after another, completely enraged by the arrogance of the Imperial Academy. Seeing the excitement of the contestants from the kingdoms and principalities, the students from the academies directly under the Empire burst into laughter, as if they were seeing a group of angry dogs barking, which they found very funny. A student from the Imperial Academy sneered and said, "Country bumpkins, although I really want to tear your stinky mouths apart and let you taste the power of city people, I'm sorry." He pointed at his feet and said, "Do you know where this is? This is Dragon God Academy, the most noble, excellent, and greatest institution of learning in the Empire. This is not your country elementary school, nor is it a place where you can act wildly as you please. Dragon God Academy, private fighting is prohibited. Country bumpkins, don't worry if you want to be bullied. You'll have something fun to watch at tomorrow's exchange competition. Why wait until tomorrow? I'll show you how powerful I am today. Who wants to challenge me in a one-on-one fight?" The arrogance and contempt of the contestants from the Empire's academies completely enraged the contestants from the kingdoms and principalities. They all stood up, their aura majestic and their fighting spirit soaring to the sky. "Ha, am I afraid of you country folk?" The contestants from the Imperial Academy released their aura fearlessly, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. What do you want to do?" At this moment, a group of leading teachers walked out of the faculty building, and then a vast, majestic, and terrifying aura hit them in the face. The contestants seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, their faces turned pale and horror flashed in their eyes. Even Meng Lei, who was at the Saint Realm, felt his heart beating faster, because the teachers who had just walked out were all Saint Realm level strong men. Moreover, they are all holy places. There are hundreds of sanctuary masters. How terrifying is this power? What do you want to do? Behaving so recklessly here? A vice president of the Dragon God Academy said coldly, "Do you know what this place is? A bunch of bastards. The exchange competition officially starts tomorrow. No matter how angry you are, you have to hold it in until tomorrow to vent." The contestants lowered their heads, not daring to look them in the eye. It's always like this every year. As a result, most of the people are dead before the exchange competition is even over. The vice dean snorted coldly, his expression softening slightly. "After much discussion, the schedule for the exchange tournament has been finalized. We've decided to stick with the traditional round-by-round elimination system. Everyone must gather at the Dragon God Church before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Anyone who fails to arrive before 8 o'clock will be deemed to have automatically forfeited the competition. Did you hear that clearly?" The vice dean nodded slightly. "Now you can move freely. You can wander around the campus and try some delicious food outside the school. But you must gather before 8 o'clock tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the contestants from the Kingdom Principality suddenly lit up, and they all looked at their respective team leaders. Meng Lei and several others also looked at Dean Fred and his team. "You can move freely today, but be sure to return to the hotel before 9 o'clock this evening. Remember, don't cause trouble or do anything illegal." "Yes, Dean." The contestants, as if granted amnesty, dispersed in the blink of an eye. Contestants from 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities were all asking for the location of the Dragon God Tower, each wanting to challenge it, and Meng Lei was no exception. "Master Meng Lei, today is free. Do you want to go to the Dragon God Tower?" Joel Elton and several contestants came over and asked with smiles on their faces. Meng Lei nodded slightly. "Do you know how to get to the Dragon God Tower?" "I know. I've been to the Dragon God Academy before, and I've also been to the Dragon God Tower once." Joel nodded repeatedly. "Lead the way." The group ran towards the Dragon God Tower excitedly. After a while, they saw a towering tower that reached the sky. To Meng Lei's surprise, the Dragon God Tower did not have any features related to the Dragon God or the Dragon Clan, but its shape was extremely strange. The pitch-black tower is engraved with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, birds, beasts, insects, and fish, encompassing countless species. An ancient, vast, mysterious and majestic aura permeates the air, making people feel insignificant and shocked. Looking at this towering tower that reached into the clouds, with its top invisible, Meng Lei couldn't help but wonder, was this tower really built by the Dragon God? He was well aware of the Dragon Clan's aesthetic taste, but he found that the towering tower before him did not show any trace of the Dragon Clan at all. There is no gold color the dragons love, no dragon scales or dragon claws. There are no dragon horns or dragon heads. Is this tower really the Dragon God Tower? As expected of the Dragon God Tower, it is truly majestic and domineering. TSK. We can't even see the top of the tower at a glance. How high is it? At least 100 kilometers. The contestants who saw the Dragon God Tower for the first time were all shocked and expressed their admiration and emotion. "Lord Monray, look, that's the Dragon God Genius List," Joel said, pointing to a magic light curtain at the bottom of the tower. When Meng Lei looked, he saw a giant magic light curtain that was 100 feet high, with countless names densely recorded on it. At the very top, there is an extremely eye-catching name. First place, Tamer Batten, human, 25 years old, 78th floor. It's actually a human. Meng Lei couldn't help but look sideways, and then his eyes moved downwards. Second place, Augustine Crocker, human, 30 years old, 76th floor. Augustine Crocker. Monlay was startled. Croc? This last name seems familiar. That's our Crocker family name. Suddenly, an old man's voice came to his ears. Meng Lei turned around and saw the old man suddenly appeared with an excited expression. In other words, the second-ranked tough guy is from your Crocker family? Meng Lei was shocked. Augustine, it's my father. The old man's voice was deep and profound. Father? Father? Meng Lei opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief, Old Dean, second-place winner Augustine Crocker, is he really your father? That's right. It's my father. The old man's face was full of pride. I told you before, my father is a genius in the world of cultivation. He started training at the age of 10, was promoted to a 9th-level warrior at the age of 16, and successfully advanced to the Sate realm at the age of 26. Before that little fellow named Timon Batten showed up, my father was the most outstanding genius in the history of the Dragon God Empire. Awesome, my old Dean's dad. Chapter 145 Entering the Dragon God Tower. Quicksand World. Third place, Goblin Frederick, Golden Dragon, 29 years old, 75th floor. Fourth place, Horace Frederick, Golden Dragon, 30 years old, 75th floor. Fifth place, Alex Frederick, Golden Dragon, 30 years old, 75th floor. Browsing the list, except for the first and second place, the top 10 are almost all Golden Dragons of the Frederick family. It wasn't until the 11th place that a member of the Black Dragon clan appeared, and then the Golden Dragons of the Frederick family once again occupied the list. Frederick is the surname of the royal family of our Dragon God Empire, the old man explained. All the Golden Dragons on the list are members of the royal family. In the top 100, or even the top few hundred, more than half of the geniuses are actually Golden Dragons. It's unbelievable. Meng Lei stared at the list, his face full of confusion. The Dragon God Empire is so big, with countless geniuses. Could it be that all of them combined are still no match for these Golden Dragons? That's normal. The old man smiled and said, as the royal family of the Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon's talent is unmatched by other races. Looking across the entire Sky Continent, only a few races, such as the Titan Empire's Thunder Titans, the Orc Empire's Golden Behemoths, and the Elf Empire's Royal Elves, can contend with them. Although each generation of Golden Dragons is rare, each one possesses exceptional talent. After all, Golden Dragons are one of the very few species that reach the sanctuary upon reaching adulthood. Adulthood is the sanctuary? Meng Lei shook his head slightly and continued to browse the list. Dean, you're ranked 689th? Ha, my talent is average. After reading it once, Meng Lei had a general understanding of the list. 60% dragons, 30% of the dragon, 9% of other races, only 1% are human. Judging from the list, dragons have far more talent than humans and other races. 60% of dragons plus 30% of subdragons, a total of 90%. The gap is obvious. We humans are so miserable, we're not even at 1%. I see. That's for sure. Humans have the worst talent. Although they are the most numerous, there are only a few true geniuses. Some human players shook their heads and sighed. Are humans really that bad at talent? Meng Lei remained silent, but he harbored a lingering dissent. He knew that while the talent gap between humans and dragons existed, the true source of the disparity wasn't talent itself, but status. In the Dragon God Empire, the human race has the lowest status, and 99% of the human race has no chance to practice cultivation. Even if there are those with outstanding talents, no one knows about them. However, the dragons, which are rare in number, monopolize 99% of the cultivation resources, so it is reasonable for them to appear on the list. If humans can also obtain the opportunity to practice, this so-called Dragon God Genius list will definitely be earth-shaking. Meng Lei was in mixed emotions as he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Dragon God Tower, only to see a team of golden armored guards standing ready. At this moment, many contestants from kingdoms and principalities gathered at the entrance, all of them rubbing their hands and eager to give it a try. Is this all your first time entering the Dragon God Tower? A golden armored guard asked. Since this is the first time, I have to explain a few things to you. First, the Dragon God Tower is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you could end up dead. Be sure to be fully prepared before entering. Secondly, the magic circles leading to the next level are set up in places with the richest magical elements, and those are often where the most powerful indigenous creatures reside. So it's extremely dangerous, be sure to be careful. Third, try not to travel in groups. The larger the target, the more likely it is to be attacked by native creatures. Once besieged, the danger doubles. 3 questions in a row. Each one is closely related to danger. It can be seen that there is great danger hidden in this. However, the contestants were so excited that they just wanted to rush into the Dragon God God Tower immediately. Who would take the warning of the golden armored guards to heart? Seeing this, the golden armored guard shook his head slightly and said, entering the Dragon God Tower is no joke. You can lose your life if you're not careful. I've said everything I need to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, let them in. The entrance was wide open and the contestants couldn't wait and swarmed in like a swarm of crazy bees. These arrogant and ignorant fools just rushed in so recklessly? Don't they plan to prepare first? Just wait and see. They'll be crying their hearts out. Crying? That requires a chance. I'm afraid they'll stay in there forever and won't have a chance of coming out alive. That's right, they will pay a heavy price for their stupidity and arrogance. Everyone knows that the exchange competition is the time when the death toll is highest every year. How many people will die this time? Many students from the Dragon God Academy were pointing and talking as if they were watching a fun event, with a look of gloating on their faces, waiting to see the show. Joel, is the Dragon God Tower really that dangerous? One contestant asked nervously. Needless to say, the number of geniuses who die in the Dragon God Tower every year is like a river of crushing carp. This is no mere talk. Joel's face was serious. Be extremely careful when you go in. If you feel any danger, retreat immediately. No matter what, safety comes first. Now that you mention it, I'm a little hesitant to go in. Yeah, this is too scary. Actually, there's no need to be too scared. With our strength, the first 10 floors are still quite safe. Joel smiled and said, besides, we have to participate in the exchange competition tomorrow, so we can just go in and take a look today. We are here today to see. Several contestants nodded in agreement. Lord Menglei, let's go in together. Passing through the vortex-like magical light curtain, accompanied by a dizzying feeling, the environment in front of me suddenly changed drastically. The sky is full of yellow sand. What meets the eye is endless yellow sand. The sun is scorching above our heads. There is steam rising all around. The ground is covered with bones. This is a world full of quicksand. Is this the first floor of the Dragon God Tower? Menglei looked around and felt as if he was in a vast desert with the end out of reach. He wondered, was this also a demiplane? How was it different from the complete material plane? Where are Joel and the others? What surprised Menglei the most was that Joel and others who entered with him all disappeared, leaving him standing alone in this endless sea of sand. Behind him was a spiral portal. As long as he entered, he could leave the Dragon God Tower. Is it a random teleportation? Never mind. Let's go to the second floor first. Menglei soared into the air, carefully sensing the changes in the magic elements, and then turned into a stream of light and flew away. In the demiplane here, the earth magic elements are much richer than those in the outside world, and they are constantly changing with different locations. According to the Golden Armored Guard, the entrance to the second floor is where the magical elements are most concentrated, so all he had to do was head to the point where the earth element was strongest. Menglei wasn't very interested in the first few levels. He was more interested in exploring the higher levels and didn't want to waste time. He passed by like the wind, moving forward quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a sound of fierce fighting coming from the front. Menglei looked down and saw a strong man with silver horns on his head surrounded by a group of scorpions as big as African elephants. These scorpions were covered in hard shells and were sand yellow all over, except for their tails, which were raised high and were a strange blood red. There were about 20 of them. Level 7 magical beast, red-tailed scorpion? Menglei casually shot out a wind blade, which was extremely sharp and divided into 20 parts, accurately piercing into the body of each red-tailed scorpion. Ding! Kill a red-tailed scorpion and get 130,000 gold coins. Ding! Kill a red-tailed scorpion and get 120,000 gold coins. In just a short moment, the heads of 20 red-tailed scorpions were chopped off one after another, and fell heavily to the ground, and there was no movement. Oh, the besieged silver-horned man was completely confused. Ding! Kill a red-tailed scorpion and get 150,000 gold coins. Ding! Kill a giant swamp crocodile and get 190,000 gold coins. Ding! Kill a stormflame eagle and get 170,000 gold coins. The first level, the quicksand plane. The second level, the flood plane. The third level, the storm plane. The fourth level, the plane of fire. Menglei sprinted upwards without stopping, and in less than 3 hours, he reached the 11th floor of the Dragon God Tower. He immediately felt a noticeable change. The first 10 floors are filled with only a single elemental aura. By the 11th floor, the two magical elements of earth and water are intertwined in an extremely strong way. This is a demi-dimensional world full of mud, sand and swamps, with a foul stench and miasma, as if you are in a garbage dump. With his keen perception, Menglei could clearly sense that there were powerful auras lurking in the mud and swamps, which could launch an attack at any time. The first 10 floors are mostly level 7 monsters, with the occasional level 8 monster appearing. Level 9 monsters have begun to appear on this floor. Will there be holy beasts on the higher levels? He licked his lips and showed a greedy smile. Sure enough, the Dragon God Tower is the best place for me to practice and make money. Previously, he made a lot of money when resisting the ant tide in the Warcraft Mountains, and also made great progress in strength with the help of System Krypton Gold. But since then, his gold income has gradually decreased and his strength has stagnated, which makes Meng Lei anxious. If it weren't for participating in the exchange competition, he would have graduated and gone hunting for Warcraft long ago. Now, he has found a more profitable place, Dragon God Tower. There are 100 half-dimensional worlds in the Dragon God Tower, where countless monsters and indigenous creatures live. In the eyes of others, these monsters are obstacles on the road ahead, but in Meng Lei's eyes, they are all shining mountains of gold. The 8th level Warcraft can be sold for millions of gold coins. The price of a 9th level Warcraft is as high as tens of millions. As for the Holy Land monsters, there is no need to say more. Just one newly broken through crypt demon Spider King brought him 5.2 billion and 6.1 billion gold coins, a total of 11.3 billion in wealth. One can imagine what the Dragon God Tower means to Meng Lei. The system plus the Dragon God Tower, this is the real invincible cheat. Ha ha, from now on, the road to making money will be smooth and unobstructed. Gudong, Gudong. Just as Meng Lei was laughing triumphantly, a few bubbles emerged from a stinking swamp not far away. The next moment, a fishy stench hit me in the face. Meng Lei turned his head quickly and saw a black shadow flying towards him at an extremely fast speed, approaching in an instant. He pointed casually, and a lightning spear flashing with silver arcs appeared quietly, instantly piercing through the black shadow's big mouth. The black shadow froze in mid-air, its eyes filled with disbelief. It was clearly the one who launched the sneak attack, so why did this human strike first? Unfortunately, this question will never be answered. The lightning spear exploded, blowing its head to pieces. Ding! Killed a black water leech and earned 1.39 million gold coins. 1.39 million gold coins? Not bad. Meng Lei waved his hand, put the magic core of the black water leech into his pocket, then released the magic flying carpet and continued to move forward. Although he could fly, Meng Lei felt that in this environment, it would be better to keep a low profile and develop slowly. This would lure the hidden monsters to attack him. After all, making money is king. This was indeed the case. He rode the magic flying carpet like a piece of fat meat through the swamp, and countless monsters set their sights on him. Ding! Kill a black water leech and earn 1.36 million gold coins. Ding! Kill a six-tailed centipede and get 1.48 million gold coins. Ding! Kill a green-eyed golden toad and obtain 2.71 million gold coins. Meng Lei slew the monsters along the way, and level 8 monsters fell to his hands one after another. When he was about to reach the magic circle leading to the 12th floor, he finally encountered a level 9 monster. The monster was 50 meters tall, its body was snow white, its mane was like steel needles, each strand was standing upright, its muscles were bulging, and it burst out with astonishing power. It looks like a giant ape, but has 4 strange blood-red eyes, 2 hands and feet, and 2 pairs of fins. Level 9 magical beast blood-eyed water ape. Meng Lei was immediately delighted. The value of a 9th level monster was no joke. It started at tens of millions of gold coins. He could finally make some money. The blood-eyed water ape pounded its chest violently, making a thunderous sound like a war drum. Its bloody mouth opened wide, and it roared continuously. The next moment, it swung its huge palm and grabbed Meng Lei directly. I usually get to play with you, but I don't have time this time. Sorry. Meng Lei's figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he had appeared behind the blood-eyed water ape and punched out with a heavy punch. Crack! The back of the blood-eyed water ape's head was smashed to pieces by this violent blow. The powerful energy penetrated its body, instantly crushing its brain and killing it instantly. Ding! Kill a blood-eyed water ape and get 12 million gold coins. TSK TSK. Hunting level 9 monsters makes you money fast. Meng Lei grabbed the blood-eyed water ape's magic core with his hand and left happily. As for the corpse of this 9th level magical beast, let it be left for the local magical beasts of this plane to enjoy. He is no longer interested in it. The magic circle lit up, Meng Lei disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had arrived at the 12th floor of the Dragon God Tower. It is surrounded by lush primeval forests, with hundreds of feet tall trees everywhere, and the forest is vast. And right in the center of the forest stands a majestic mountain, with thick smoke constantly billowing from the top, like a wolf smoke rising into the sky. The mountain is covered with newly solidified black lava, and the whole mountain is covered with dust, lime, and gravel. This is an active volcano that may erupt at any time. The wood and fire elements in this world are unusually active. It seems this is a demiplane world dominated by the laws of wood and fire. Meng Lei released the magic flying carpet and slowly flew towards the place where the wood and fire elements were most concentrated. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a vine like a poisonous python shot out from the depths of the forest and rushed towards Meng Lei at lightning speed. Ambush me? Meng Lei chuckled, neither dodging nor fighting back, allowing the vines to wrap around him and then drag him to the ground. A moment later, Meng Lei was dragged to a strange tree that was so thick that it took more than 10 people to hug it. The tree was not tall, but countless vines hung down from its canopy, like a mess of hair. Vines with sharp thorns stretched out towards Meng Lei and stabbed his body fiercely, as if they wanted to penetrate into his body and then suck him dry into a mummy. Ding ding ding. However, the strange tree had a wrong idea. Its sharp thorns pierced Meng Lei, Lei, just like piercing steel and iron, and sparks flew. More importantly, Meng Lei was not hurt at all. Level 9 magical beast, man-eating tree ghost. Even if you stab me, you can't hurt me at all. Even if I give you thorns, you can't hurt me. Meng Lei sneered, and suddenly green vines emerged from his body, transforming into green pythons that coiled around the strange tree, piercing into the bark and madly absorbing nutrients. This is exactly the wood magic, life absorption. Meng Lei used his own method to retaliate. Since you want to suck me dry, I will suck you dry first. Gurgle, gurgle. Feeling its vitality being sucked away, the strange tree began to struggle frantically, its trunk shaking and its vines lashing out, desperately attacking the green pythons, trying to shake them off. But the green python rooted in its body was like a maggot on its tarsal bone. No matter how it struggled, it could not shake them at all. It could only watch its vitality being devoured. Woo woo. In the end, amid the strange tree's shrill roar, its vitality was completely sucked away, and it died with unwillingness and regret. Ding! Kill one man-eating tree ghost and get 17.3 million gold coins. TSK. 17 million gold coins in hand. Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction and dug out a translucent crystal the size of a durian, with a green luster and like a green jade from the strange tree. Is this the magic core of the man-eating tree ghost? The breath of life is so strong. This is a treasure. The old man's voice came into his mind. The magic core of the wood-type monster is also called the core of life. It contains enormous vitality and can bring back the dead. It can even save the seriously injured and dying. It is called a holy medicine for healing. Therefore, the value of a life core is several times or even dozens of times that of a magic core of the same level. The man-eating tree ghost is a 9th level magical beast, and its life core is extremely precious. If it were put up for auction, it would fetch at least 100 million yuan. 100 million? That's really quite a lot. Meng Lei's eyes lit up. He put away the core of life and continued to fly forward. Not long after he left, the surrounding trees that had been still suddenly stretched out vines pierced the body of the man-eating tree ghost and began to absorb the remaining vitality in it. Ding! Killed an emerald wood butterfly and earned 12.9 million gold coins. Ding! Kill a deadwood cicada and get 14.6 million gold coins. Ding! Fusion successful, physical fitness plus 3,870. Ding! Fusion successful, magic power plus 2,659. Going up all the way, unstoppable. When Meng Lei arrived at the magic circle leading to the 13th floor, he had already killed as many as 48 level 9 monsters. 48 level 9 monsters. This efficiency is amazing. You know, it has only been half an hour since he entered the 12th floor. With such speed and efficiency, even an old bachelor who has been single for thousands of years would have to admit defeat. Step into the magic circle. The world spun around and the surrounding environment changed again. Meng Lei came to a vast expanse of green grassland, with knee-high grass that was extremely lush. The wind was howling, and the weeds bowed their heads. Not far away, a tornado tens of meters high rolled up from the ground. Its roar was earth-shaking and the sky was dark. Wood element. Wind element. Extraordinarily rich. Is this the 13th floor of the Dragon God Tower? It's very suitable for practicing wind magic. Meng Lei sensed it as usual and then continued to move forward. Ding! Kill a storm-flying elephant and get 17 million gold coins. Ding! Kill a storm-flying elephant and get 18 million gold coins. Ding! Kill a cloud-stepping blue ox and obtain 16 million gold coins. Half an hour later, Meng Lei arrived at the 14th floor. Ding! Kill a golden-backed thunder mantis and get 19 million gold coins. Ding! Kill a three-winged thunder ant and get 18.6 million gold coins. Half an hour later, Meng Lei successfully reached the 21st floor. The environment changes suddenly. The icy world that was just covered with snow has now turned into a scorching hot place covered with volcanic lava. The sky was covered with thick red clouds, and purple lightning shuttled between the clouds, with a deafening roar. There is a river of boiling lava rushing across the earth. If ordinary creatures rashly enter it, they will be burned to a dry skin. The magical elements of fire, thunder, and darkness are extremely rich. From this level on, we should encounter sanctuary monsters, right? Meng Lei's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The crushing and hunting he had experienced before were merely appetizers. The high-level sanctuary warcraft was the feast he truly desired. Therefore, he flew here in one breath without hesitation. The magical elements over there are the most concentrated. Meng Lei identified the direction and flew over on the magic carpet. Half an hour later, the magic circle leading to the 22nd floor came into view. The strange thing was that he didn't see a single magical beast, not to mention any trace of a magical beast. There wasn't even a single hair of a beast. Is there no monster on this floor? That shouldn't be the case. Meng Lei hovered in the air, looking at the empty lava world, his eyes full of confusion. At this moment, a burst of hot air suddenly hit from behind. I saw a python made entirely of boiling magma suddenly rushing out and heading straight for Meng Lei, as if it wanted to swallow him in one bite. Meng Lei's ears moved slightly, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. The lava python missed its target and then exploded, sending lava flying everywhere. Meng Lei appeared strangely in another place, but his eyes were fixed on a lava lake nearby. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the lava python just now was shot out from this lava lake. Gudong, gudong. Bubbles rose from the lava lake, and a stone-like head slowly emerged. Surprisingly, this stone head has a single horn, a single eye and a single nose. Clatter. As the magma rolled, a giant creature made of red rocks and surrounded by blazing flames slowly emerged. It was 3 meters tall. Level 9 demonic beast, red rock fire demon. Meng Lei was stunned for a moment, then disappointed. Why is it still a level 9 monster? Where are the holy domain monsters hiding? Just as he was wondering, one red head after another emerged from the lava lake. They were all red in color, with flames wrapped around their bodies. They were all red rock fire demons, and there were far more than 100 of them. Crash! In a blink of an eye, they surrounded Meng Lei. The red rock fire demons roared in unison, opened their bloody mouths, and spewed out streams of scorching red magma. In an instant, boiling magma shot out from all directions, completely blocking Meng Lei's retreat. He had no way to escape and could only fight hard. 128 red rock fire demons. This is quite a fortune. Then I'll reluctantly accept you. Facing the onslaught of magma, Meng Lei remained calm and composed. At the moment the scorching magma was about to hit him, a layer of diamond-like crystals rose from his body, and he instantly turned into a diamond man. That is the 9th level magic holy armor of Earth Guardian. What is listing? Has it started charging? The boiling magma surged like a raging wave, instantly engulfing Meng Lei. The blazing heat burned him, attempting to melt the Earth Guardian armor and reduce him to ash. Upon seeing this, the red rock fire demons roared in triumph and prepared to retreat back to the lava lake to continue sleeping. In their view, Mon Lei was doomed, and there was no way he could survive their magma attack. After all, countless outsiders had died at their hands. However, the next moment, the Qian fire demons were completely shocked. Meng Lei was standing there unharmed, even his magic robe was brand new, without any damage at all. The Qian fire demons were extremely surprised. At this moment, Meng Lei turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Qian fire demons. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the continuous collision sounds, the heads of the red rock fire demons exploded like smashed watermelons. Gravel flew and magma splashed everywhere. Ding! Kill a red rock fire demon and get 64 million gold coins. Ding! Killed a red rock fire demon and earned 63.7 million gold coins. Ding! Killed a red rock fire demon and earned 62.9 million gold coins. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining red rock fire demons were horrified and jumped into the lava lake to try to avoid Meng Lei's attack, but it was useless. Meng Lei just snapped his fingers lightly. A huge rock with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly appeared in the air and then slammed into the lava lake. Amidst the earth-shaking roar, the huge rock slammed heavily into the center of the lava lake, causing a large amount of lava to splash, revealing the red rock fire demons lurking in it. The unlucky ones were crushed into meat patties, while those who were luckier were blown into the air by the huge force and then killed one by Meng Lei. Although he failed to encounter the Holy Land monsters, Meng Lei had to admit that these red rock fire demons occupying the 21st floor were indeed quite powerful and had the advantage of terrain. Even for a peak level 9 expert like Francis, facing them would be extremely dangerous and dangerous. If you are not careful, you may die on this floor. But Monroe is different. Even though the red rock fire demons had the advantage of location and numbers, in front of him, there were still a group of fragile leaks, ready for him to harvest at will. The waves of the lava lake gradually subsided, and the red rock fire demons that were raging and roaring just now were silent forever. They were all killed, no one was spared. 7.8 billion gold coins, pocketed. Meng Lei smiled, and a fist-sized fiery red crystal appeared in his hand. If you count the 128 red rock fire demons' magic cores, the 21st floor is definitely the floor with the most abundant harvests since I entered the Dragon God Tower. TSK, hunting monsters really makes money quickly. Well, keep going to the next floor. I hope to encounter a sacred beast. Meng Lei advanced unstoppably, clearing a level every half hour, an astonishing pace. 5 hours later, he had reached the 30th level. Boom, boom, boom. Meng Lei transformed into a flash of lightning, constantly moving and attacking. Around him were strange monsters made of mud and mud, shaped like earthworms and leeches. At first glance, they are so densely packed that you can't count them. It is the 9th level peak monster, the undead mud leech. Although the 9th level magical beasts were not particularly powerful, what made Meng Lei despair was that these undead mud leeches were like indestructible cockroaches. There is no way to kill them completely. Boy, you must find the weaknesses of the undead mud leeches before you can knock them down. Otherwise, they will gradually exhaust your physical strength and magic power, and eventually kill you. The old man reminded in time. I know I need to find its weaknesses, but does this thing really have any weaknesses? Meng Lei was also pondering this difficult problem in his mind. Starting from the 21st floor, instead of encountering any sanctuary monsters, they encountered a group of abnormal level 9 monsters. Not only were their numbers astonishing, but they were also extremely difficult to deal with. Either defend against the perverts or you can't kill them, or they have amazing vitality and can be resurrected immediately immediately after being killed. Either it is endless and can never be killed. These were all fine. Meng Lei patiently solved them one by one, but when he reached the 30th floor, this group of undead mud leeches gave him a headache. After being broken up, they can actually return to their original shape. A burst of magic, scorching, chopping. In just a few breaths, they acted as if nothing had happened. Physical attacks are ineffective. Immune to magic attacks. How the hell do you play this? If physical and magical attacks are ineffective, then try mental attacks, the old man warned. Every living creature has weaknesses, and the undead mudleech is no exception. I was just about to try this. Meng Lei nodded heavily, and his mental power surged out like a tide, bombarding the nearest undead mudleech. Boom boom boom. Meng Lei's mental power exploded to the limit, madly attacking the sea of consciousness of the immortal mudleeches. To his surprise, the minds of these immortal mudleeches were much more fragile than he had imagined. A small mental shock easily shattered the sea of consciousness of several undead mudleeches. Those undead mudleeches rolled their eyes and fell to the ground in an instant. Ding! Kill one undead mudleech and earn 94 million gold coins. Meng Lei was shocked and continued to attack. Puff, puff, puff. These undead mudleeches fell down in groups like harvested leeks, and soon all died. Ding! Kill one undead mudleech and earn 94.9 million gold coins. Ding! Kill one undead mudleech and earn 96.2 million gold coins. The system prompt sound continued to ring, and Meng Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the corpses of the undead mudleeches that were trapped in the quagmire. Old Dean, I now completely understand why everyone says that the Dragon God Tower is difficult to break into. The first 10 levels are easy. Starting from the 11th floor, 9th level monsters will appear, and the difficulty will gradually increase. On the 21st floor, the number of level 9 monsters has increased dramatically. They are becoming more and more abnormal and more difficult to deal with. The difficulty has increased exponentially. It's difficult for cultivators below the Saint Realm to even break through the 25th level. You just realized that? The old man chuckled. The first 10 levels are the easiest. Any genius can get through them with just a little effort. From the 11th floor onwards, the difficulty increases. 90% of the exchange competition players will be stuck on these 10 floors and unable to move forward. As for floors 21 to 30, especially the last 5, a level 9 expert would hardly be able to pass through. Faced with an astonishing number of extremely formidable level 9 monsters, even a pure-blooded dragon would have to kneel and admit defeat. Meng Lei nodded slightly. So, generally speaking, those who can pass the first 30 levels are mostly in the sanctuary, or have sanctuary-level combat power. The old man smiled and said, to have made it this far is enough to be listed on the Dragon God Genius list. Oh, Meng Lei was stunned and asked in surprise, so, my name is already on the list? Chapter 149 number 469, second in history. 7 or 8 hours after Meng Lei and others entered the Dragon God Tower, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The leading teachers were received by Longshan Academy, attended a welcoming banquet, and then began their free activities. Some leading teachers went straight to the Dragon God Tower, including Dean Fred and Dean Zhanlong. There wasn't much to see in previous years. After all, there were no truly outstanding talents, and it was boring for the audience to watch others perform. But this year is different. The atmosphere is full of anticipation. With Meng Lei's strength, as long as he's careful and cautious, he can pass the first 30 levels without any problem and make it onto the list. Not to mention the first 30 floors. As long as you can pass the 22nd floor, you have a chance of making the list. Francis really has great potential. Dean Fred and Dean Zhanlong talked as they walked, and soon they arrived in front of the Dragon God Tower. At this time, the tower was already crowded with people. Everyone was pointing and talking, and the atmosphere was very lively. The contestants from the 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities are truly amazing. Several of them actually made the list. That's right. The best one is ranked 487th in history. That's amazing. Wow. He's already passed the 30th floor. That's amazing. I remember they entered the Dragon God Tower less than 8 hours ago, right? It seems so. Listening to the discussions around them, Dean Fred and Dean Zhanlong looked at the giant magic light screen together, and then looked up along the list. Number 972, Francis Matthew, Frost Dragon, 28 years old, 23rd floor. See, Francis is on the list. Dean Fred smiled. This kid is really good. He didn't embarrass you. It's okay, but it's far inferior to Manrabai. Dean Zhanlong appeared modest, but a smile etched across his face. While 972nd place wasn't a high ranking, it was enough to demonstrate Francis' incredible talent. After all, the Dragon God Genius list is a list that all geniuses have competed for in the past 40,000 years. How fierce was the competition to select 1,000 people over 40,000 years? How many people tried their best but still couldn't make the list? Being on the list is a symbol of strength. Being on the list is synonymous with talent. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone who can make it to the list is a genius who will go down in history. Dean Fred smiled slightly and continued looking up. Hey, isn't that Fred and the War Dragon? A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Why is it that old guy again? The two men men frowned at the same time. They knew who the person was just by the voice. Who else could it be other than the annoying Black Dragon Academy Dean Angus? Are you two also paying attention to the Dragon God Genius list? Angus looked at the list and a smug smile immediately spread across his face. Isaiah didn't disappoint me after all. 692nd place, 28th floor. It's well worth my effort. Hearing this, Dean Fred and Dean Jianlong couldn't help but look at the 692nd position. Isaiah Thomas, Black Dragon, 26 years old, 28th floor. 26 years old, 28th floor. This guy is really talented. Dean Fred and the other man looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. To pass the 28th level, one must have at least the strength of the 9th level peak, and the power of heaven and earth must be fully developed. To reach such a level at the age of 26 is absolutely amazing. I heard your academy has produced several geniuses. I wonder if they made the list. Where are they ranked? How do they compare to our Isaiah? Angus asked with a smile. Your Fire Dragon Academy and War Dragon Academy have always been full of talented people since ancient times. I believe this class is no exception, right? Angus, don't get carried away here. Dean Fred was straightforward and snorted coldly. It's only 692nd place. What's so great about that? Yeah, it's really nothing special. Angus was not angry at all. He smiled and said, since you say so, there must be more outstanding talents in the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, right? Of course. Dean Fred snorted coldly and quickly glanced at the 487th place on the list. He believed that Monlay must be there, but the result disappointed him. Number 487, Derek, Golden Dragon Man, 30 years old, 31st floor. Not Monroe? Fred was completely bewildered. He had assumed that number 487 would be Monlay. After all, among all the geniuses from the 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities, Monlay was undoubtedly the best. So the ranking must be Meng Lei, but the fact is not so. What the hell is this kid doing? Dean Fred was a little flustered. At this moment, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise. Oh my god, that guy just shot up to 469th place. 469th? So fast? Did this guy take the Berserk Potion? 469? Upon hearing this, Dean Fred, Dean Jianlong and the burly old man Angus almost simultaneously turned their eyes to the 469th ranked contestant. When the three of them saw it, their reactions were different. Dean Fred let out a long breath and Dean Jianlong's face was full of admiration, as if he had expected it. The burly old man, Angus, gasped as if he had seen a ghost. 16 years old, 32 floors? Wait, 16 years old? How is that possible? The exclamations from the people around him were no less than his, and everyone who noticed the 469th place was so shocked that they were speechless. Number 469, Meng Lei, human, 16 years old, reached the 32nd level. To pass the 32nd floor of the Dragon God Tower, one must possess strength comparable to that of a Saint Realm cultivator. In other words, the 16-year-old child has already reached the Saint Realm level? 16? It's a monster, isn't it? I really don't understand where this pervert came from. He became a saint at the age of 16. He is definitely in the top 10, or even the top 3, in history. He must be from the 15th kingdom or the 48th duchy. Otherwise, one of the greatest geniuses in history would have already become famous throughout the world. How could he wait until today to challenge the Dragon God Tower? That's right, but I don't know which kingdom he comes from. Hearing everyone's exclamations, the burly old man Angus had a complicated expression on his face. I never thought that such a monster would appear in our 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities. It's unbelievable. 16-year-old sanctuary. Only Timon Batten, the number 1 in history, is slightly stronger. Definitely ranked 2nd in history. The second person in 40,000 years. How amazing. Hearing Angus's sigh, Dean Fred's face broke into a bright smile. This kid, Meng Lei, finally didn't let me down. He's ranked 469th on the 32nd floor. All my training is worth it. Although not as good as the geniuses from Black Dragon Academy, it's still pretty good. Dean Jianlong glanced at the burly old man Angus and said with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, the burly old man Angus's face froze. Fred, is this pervert number 469 from your Fire Dragon School of Magic? Yes, what's wrong? Dragon God Tower, 32nd floor. This is a vast silver plain. This place seemed like a forbidden zone for life. The wind was howling on the silver land, making sounds like ghosts and wolves howling. In the sky, roaring thunder shuttled between the clouds, rumbling and making a terrifying sound. This earth is actually made of metal. Meng Lei stood proudly between heaven and earth, gazing into this lonely world of wind and thunder, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. On the 31st floor, he encountered a sacred beast as he wished, a golden-backed bull scorpion. Although there was only one, it made him earn 9.8 billion gold coins. Add magic cores and your profits will double. I hope this level doesn't disappoint me either. Meng Lei licked his lips and flew towards the direction where the magical elements were the thickest. From the 31st floor onwards, he no longer used the magic carpet. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and he crossed the long distance silently, and finally came to the area with the most concentrated magical elements. A silver mountain came into view. This towering silver silver mountain, like the surrounding land, is made of silver metal. It is silver white all over and stands hundreds of meters high. Ha, ha, there are 2 caves halfway up the mountain. 2 thick tornadoes shot out from the caves, blowing towards the distant earth, making a howling sound. The sanctuary monster is hiding in a cave? Meng Lei landed in front of the cave, looked at the 2 almost identical caves, and made a provocative move. He casually threw a fireball, trying to lure out the sanctuary monster inside. The fireball exploded, the entire mountain shook, and a thick smoke spewed out of the cave. The next moment, something happened that shocked Meng Lei. Boom! Amid the roar, the mountain suddenly shook, the ground vibrated violently, and at the same time, bursts of roars were heard. Meng Lei realized that the situation was not good and stepped back suddenly. At the same time, he saw the mountain slowly standing up, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. What kind of mountain is this? It's clearly a metal giant. But isn't this giant too tall? A full 1,500 meters? Or 2,000 meters? Meng Lei was stunned. What kind of monster is this? This is the extremely rare diamond wind ape among the ape-like magical beasts. It belongs to the holy domain of the gold and wind dual elements. It is extremely powerful and extremely difficult to deal with. The old man's voice sounded. You have to be careful. If you can't defeat it, run away quickly. Don't let the diamond wind ape slap you to death. Golden steel wind ape? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. The golden steel wind ape glared angrily, his huge elephant-like eyes spurting out angry flames. Damn human, how dare you disturb Bradley's sweet dream? You're courting death. Before he finished speaking, it suddenly opened its huge mouth like a bus and spit out a tornado that was more than 10 meters thick. Facing the oncoming tornado, Meng Lei remained motionless, even a little dazed. At the moment when the golden steel wind ape launched the attack, several dazzling balls of light fell from it. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Is that even a question? Of course I pick it up. Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness plus 3038. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtaining the forbidden spell. Golden will reincarnation explosion. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtaining the forbidden spell. Dimensional blade. Ding! Fusion successful. A fragment of the wind element law obtained. Oh my god. Listening to the system prompt sounds constantly coming from his mind, Meng Lei suddenly became extremely excited. A fragment of the wind law. This time it was a real explosion. Never before had he encountered so many treasures when battling the sanctuary monsters. However, at this moment, the terrifying tornado completely engulfed Meng Lei, and countless sharp wind blades mercilessly cut his body. The magic robe did not last long before it was chopped into powder by countless wind blades. Even underwear was not spared. But the strange thing was that when these extremely sharp wind blades fell on Meng Lei, it was like cutting on a steel plate. Apart from splashing a series of sparks, it did not hurt the skin at all. Meng Lei seemed not to feel any pain, and remained motionless despite being chopped by the wind blade. The lightness, agility, and violence of the wind. When it's soft, it's like a gentle breeze on your face, but when it's explosive, it can destroy the world. Insights and information about the laws of wind flooded into Meng Lei's mind. He quickly browsed through them as if he was watching a movie, and quickly opened the door to the laws of wind. This is the wind. Meng Lei slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and then the whole person disappeared in the tornado. When he appeared again, he was already standing behind the golden steel wind ape. It is impolite not to return the favor. You should also taste my wind. Meng Lei opened his mouth and a stream of light and transparent air suddenly shot out from his mouth, shooting towards the back of the King Kong wind ape's head like lightning. As the light airflow touched the air, its speed suddenly increased, and it instantly turned into an extremely sharp wind blade, cutting fiercely on the back of the King Kong wind ape's head. Crack! Along with the sound of metal collision, a tiny crack was cut on the back of the King Kong wind ape's head, and a strange black blood gushed out. This crack was insignificant compared to its huge body, but it caused the King Kong wind ape to feel severe pain. It roared angrily, turned around suddenly, and slapped out, vowing to smash Meng Lei into pieces. Meng Lei disappeared in an instant, and then strangely reappeared on the shoulder of the golden steel wind ape. Big guy, your defense is good, but your speed is too slow. The golden steel wind ape quickly turned around and swung another slap. Although it was not slow, in Meng Lei's eyes, it was as slow as an 80-year-old woman. Too slow. Meng Lei dodged lightly and instantly jumped to the top of the golden steel wind ape's head. It was only then that the golden steel wind ape's giant palm hit his shoulder with a loud bang, and he staggered. Haha, idiot. Meng Lei couldn't help but laugh out loud. You put all your attribute points into size and defense, right? You're incredibly slow. Nonsense. If the golden steel wind ape was fast enough, how could it possibly be here? The old man snorted coldly, but to be honest, you're way too fast. Even the agile sanctuary warcraft can't match you. It's a wonder the golden steel wind ape could catch up to you. Ha ha. Of course. Meng Lei smiled complacently, thinking to himself, not only is my speed astonishingly fast, but my defense is also ridiculously strong. The god-slaying rat bloodline is definitely not in vain. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline 50%, flame demon bloodline 45%, golden godslaying ant bloodline Bloodline 10%, God-slaying rat bloodline 1%, Wealth 2.88 Law source crystal, Constitution, Sanctuary 110, 7255, 4516/100 billion, Spirit, 9th level Great Magician 178, 9871/1 billion, Magic Power, 9th level Great Magician 145 7391/1 billion, Law Comprehension, Fire Law 0.2%, Wind Law 0.1%. This is Meng Lei's personal attribute at this moment. Various data such as bloodline, wealth, physique, spirit, magic power and understanding of laws have undergone earth-shaking changes. Among them, the only reason that caused Meng Lei's physical condition to suddenly increase was the bloodline of the god-killing rat. This terrifying bloodline obtained through the paid function, infinite pickup, once integrated, made his physical fitness soar from 1 billion to 11 billion. It has increased by more than 10 times. Not only that, it also gave Meng Lei extremely strong speed and defense, and even opened up 2 magical talents, Wind and Dark. After fusing with the blood of the god-killing rat, Meng Lei benefited greatly, but the degree of blood fusion was only 1%. This is simply perverted. How terrifying is this bloodline? But Meng Lei looked at it as normal. The system told him that the god-killing rat was a god-level monster that was extremely perverted and extremely rare in the vast universe. Some of them are even too abnormal and are envied by the gods, so they are not allowed to form a tribe and can only survive alone in the world. You can imagine how perverted this creature is. So, after the fusion of blood, what does it matter if the physical body is improved tenfold? What's the big deal about gaining super defense and speed? What does it matter if the integration rate is only 1%? Meng Lei was indifferent to the old man's shock. Are you surprised now? This is just the beginning. When I make enough money, I will increase this 1% blood fusion degree. Then it won't be too late for you to be shocked. Don't get carried away. Quickly finish off this golden steel wind ape. The old man sighed. You don't have much time left. You have to participate in the exchange competition tomorrow morning. Meng Lei responded and decisively activated the forbidden spell. Sizzle. A translucent green wind blade that was hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared and shot towards the golden steel wind ape like lightning. The speed is so fast that no one can match it. What was even more shocking was that the wind blade passed by, and the void was directly cut open like cloth. That is the wind-type single-target forbidden spell, Dimensional Blade. The golden steel wind ape felt the fatal threat and immediately fled far away, trying to avoid the fatal blow. Can you escape? Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Are you okay? Sizzle. In the blink of an eye, the dimensional blade swept across a distance of 100 meters and appeared in front of the neck of the golden steel wind ape. Roar, roar, roar. At the critical moment, the King Kong wind ape hurriedly raised his hand to protect his neck. With a crisp swish sound, the dimensional blade easily slashed through his arm and cut into the depths of his neck for more than 10 meters before it dissipated with no power. A piece of the King Kong wind ape's arm fell heavily to the ground, like a towering tree tens of meters thick falling down, shaking the earth violently. Puff! Black blood splattered everywhere, staining the silver earth black. Severe pain attacked the nerves, and the golden steel wind ape let out a shrill scream. Goodbye, big guy. Meng Lei calmly walked behind the golden steel wind ape and then released another dimensional blade. Puff! This time, the King Kong wind ape was no longer able to resist, and the dimensional blade cut through his neck cleanly. It suddenly stiffened and didn't move at all, with thin lines of blood oozing from its neck. The next second, the head slid off and fell to the ground with a bang. Ding! Kill one King Kong wind ape and get 10.3 billion gold coins. The system prompt sounded on time. 10.3 billion gold coins in hand. Meng Lei smiled and glanced at the wealth column habitually. 3.91 law source crystals, equivalent to 39.1 billion gold coins. 39.1 billion gold coins. It's not enough. Not enough. He did not become complacent about this, and his eyes flashed with a more determined light. There are so many places to spend money. Not only does magic power and mental strength need to be improved urgently, but also the comprehension of laws, bloodline fusion, and infinite looting all require a lot of money. 39.1 billion gold coins. This is just a drop in the bucket. Meng Lei dug out the magic core of the golden steel wind ape and stared at its corpse with reluctance. He really wanted to take it away, but due to limited capacity, he had no choice but to leave the corpse where it was. This guy is a dual-element magic beast of gold and wind. I can't take its body away, but can I take away its gold magic talent? Meng Lei immediately contacted the system. System, can I use brutal plunder to seize the golden steel wind ape's gold magic talent? How much does it cost? Host, you need to pay 2 billion gold coins. 2 billion? Oh my god, that's damn expensive. Forget it, let's plunder. The wealth value instantly decreased by 2 billion. Ding, plunder successful. Would you like to merge? Very good, start fusion. Meng Lei has reached the 33rd floor. At the same time, shocked voices came from the outside world. The 33rd floor. This evildoer named Meng Lei has reached the 33rd floor of the Dragon God Tower. Abnormal. The floors above 31 are all guarded by sanctuary monsters, and he was able to pass through. How abnormal normal is that? Dragon God. This kind of monster actually came from 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities. It's unbelievable. The most incomprehensible thing is that he is actually a human. When has such a monster ever appeared in the human race? People stared at Meng Lei's name, exclaiming in amazement one after another, and were shocked beyond words by Meng Lei's strength. This is simply a miracle. Angus, is Mon Ray from our academy okay? Dean Fred looked at the burly old man Angus with a smile. Fred, stop showing off. Angus snorted coldly, his face flushed red. A monster like Meng Lei, one of the top few in history, is hard to come by once in 1,000 years. You guys at Fire Dragon Academy are just lucky. You're right. Our academy is indeed lucky, but Meng Lei is from our Fire Dragon Academy after all, not your Black Dragon Academy. Dean Fred retorted with a smile. You old Black Dragon, you are already very old, but you don't even understand such a simple truth that luck is also a part of strength. Dean Jianlong also took over to attack Angus. Angus's face was gloomy and he was speechless. 34th floor. Oh my god. He went up again. Why is it faster than the previous levels? The three were chatting when suddenly there were bursts of exclamations from the side. Meng Lei's ranking rose again. Number 438, Meng Lei, human, 16 years old, 34th floor. This kid Meng Lei is stronger than we expected. Fred and Dean Jianlong looked at each other with a complicated look in their eyes. They had known about Meng Lei's promotion for a long time, but the strength he showed at this moment was obviously much stronger than that of ordinary people who had just broken through the Holy Realm. After all, his clearance speed was really amazing. 31st floor, 32nd floor, 33rd floor, 34th floor. Each layer is faster than the last. How can this be so fast? Fred, have you noticed? Dean Jianlong suddenly asked, isn't Meng Lei a fire dragon? Why is he listed as a human on the list? Mon Ray does have the blood of a fire dragon in his body. I saw him transform into a dragon with my own eyes. Fred said slowly, if that's the case, then there's only one possibility. This little fellow has dual bloodlines like you. This is the only reasonable explanation. Dragon God Tower, 34th floor. The cold wind was howling and the snow was white. This is a world completely covered by ice and snow, and it is all white at a glance. There is thick snow under my feet, towering icebergs stand in the distance, and crystal snowflakes dance in the wind. A pear blossom overshadows a crabapple blossom. Thousands of pear trees are in full bloom. One word to describe it, beautiful. Meng Lei stepped on the waist-deep snow, making a crisp crackling sound, and lightly tapped his toes as he jumped on the snow. As a southerner who grew up by the sea, he had hardly seen much snow. Seeing such a beautiful snow scene at this moment, he felt both fresh and wonderful. Boy, have you never seen snow? The old man's teasing voice came from beside him. Well, I haven't seen it. Meng Lei replied with curiosity glittering in his eyes. Meng Lei leisurely enjoyed the snow scene in front of him. Our Fire Dragon Kingdom is warm all year round. Snow has been rare for thousands of years. It's normal that you haven't seen snow. The old man flew out of the space ring and looked out at the boundless snowfield, feeling overwhelmed. Come to think of it, I haven't seen snow in over 20,000 years. Looking at the snowflakes flying all over the sky, I can't help but think of many past events. Meng Lei smiled and said, Old Dean, you experienced the glacial disaster on Meteor Plain. Seeing snow now must be a different experience for you. That's right. At that time, the old man was in high spirits, and he spoke non-stop. Unfortunately, he was interrupted after only a few words. Boom! The earth suddenly shook, and a huge snow-white monster was crushing towards the side. Its body is covered with dense white mane like steel needles. It is as big as an elephant, but has a single horn on its head. It is 100 meters tall, and its two long fangs are crystal clear and shine like diamonds. This is the Holy Land monster, the Diamond Mammoth. The old man's eyes widened as he shouted, the Diamond Mammoth is a dual-element monster of ice and wind. Not only is it proficient in ice and wind magic, but its strength is also astonishing, and its defense is unparalleled. Compared to the Golden Wind Ape and Golden Bull Scorpion we encountered before, the Diamond Mammoth is much more difficult to deal with. Be careful, don't get hit to death. Ice-type monster? TSK. I finally encountered an ice-type monster. Meng Lei licked his lips. System, first plunder the Diamond Mammoth's ice magic talent. This is just a matter of 2 billion gold coins. I have plenty of money now. 2 billion? No big deal. Ding. Plundering the Diamond Mammoth's ice magic talent requires 23 billion gold coins. Do you want to plunder it? The system responded coldly. Is that even a question? Wait, 23 billion? Meng Lei's eyes widened. System, did I hear correctly? 23 billion gold coins? Are you kidding me? Previously, plundering the Golden Steel Wind Ape's gold magic talent only cost 2 billion gold coins, but now it costs 23 billion? What a joke. The Steel Wind Ape and the Diamond Mammoth are both Sanctuary Warcraft. Although there is a difference in strength, the price difference is too big, right? Host, the cost of using brutal plunder varies depending on the target and item being plundered. System explanation. The Steel Wind Ape is dead, making it easier to plunder. The Diamond Mammoth is alive and kicking, making it more difficult to plunder. Different levels of difficulty mean different costs. Meng Lei was speechless. else. Isn't this statement too extreme? Okay, then kill it and plunder it. Man Ray rushed towards the diamond mammoth. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of the diamond mammoth in an instant. With a thought, a green wind blade hundreds of meters long whizzed out. This is a single target forbidden spell of the wind element, Dimensional Blade. The Dimensional Blade has amazing cutting power, instantly cutting through the long hair on the surface of the diamond mammoth and cutting into the skin. But what shocked Meng Lei was that the blade stopped moving after penetrating several centimeters into the skin, slowly dissipated, and finally disappeared completely. It was actually blocked. Meng Lei secretly swallowed a breath. Dimensional Blade is known as the strongest single-target forbidden spell, but it can't even kill the diamond mammoth? Boy, you underestimate the diamond mammoth's defense. Do you know why it's called the diamond mammoth? Because their body defenses rival those of diamonds. Do you think the name diamond was chosen randomly? The old man said unhappily, of course, your strength is also limited. You are only a 9th level great mage. Although you can cast forbidden spells, your power is far from reaching its limit. The dimension blade in your hands is less than 1/10 its power. It's impossible for it to kill the diamond mammoth, which is known for its defense. That's easy. Meng Lei's brows relaxed. System, exchange 20 billion gold coins and add them evenly to my magic power reserves and mental strength. Wealth shrank by 20 billion in an instant. At the same time, Meng Lei's mental strength and magic power reserves skyrocketed like a rocket. 5 million, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, 500 million, 900 million. Both broke the 1 billion mark in an instant. A surging aura burst out from Meng Lei, sweeping around, as shocking as a nuclear bomb explosion. Seeing this scene, the old man's jaw almost dropped in shock. Holy mage? You actually broke through? Meng Lei ignored the old man and habitually stared at the attribute panel, admiring the data item by item. Wealth 3.03 Law Source Crystal. Constitution, Sanctuary, 110, 7255, 8583/100 billion. Spirit, Sanctuary, 10, 1718, 1553/100 billion. Magic, Sanctuary, 10, 1465, 5561/100 billion. 3 sanctuaries. This coordination is much better. Meng Lei smiled, feeling extremely satisfied. He had been reluctant to advance to the Saint Mage level these days, but today he finally got his wish. Sure enough, the Dragon God Tower is the best. Great place to make money. At this moment, the diamond mammoth suddenly pounced on Meng Lei frantically, his eyes bloodshot and completely out of control. Although the dimensional blade just now failed to kill it, it cut its skin and caused it to feel severe pain. The severe pain aroused the mammoth's ferocity, and it vowed to kill Meng Lei to vent its anger. Meng Lei was hanging in the air, staring at the attribute panel intently, giving the diamond mammoth an opportunity to take advantage of, and he ended up in trouble. 2 sharp diamond fangs, with the force of thunder, hit Meng Lei's butt. A piercing pain came over him, and Meng Lei immediately jumped 3 feet high, screaming in pain. He disappeared from the spot in an instant, touched his butt, and fortunately there was no bleeding, and no anal rape. Only 2 dimples appeared on her buttocks, but after a gentle rub, they became smooth, tender, translucent, and soft again. You evil beast, you deserve to die. Meng Lei was furious. With a wave of his hand, a wind blade flashing with green light quickly took shape and then shrank at a high speed. In an instant, the green wind blade shrank nearly 10 times, becoming more transparent and light, but its sharpness quietly increased by more than 10 times. Meng Lei shouted loudly, and the green wind blade disappeared instantly. The diamond mammoth sensed the fatal threat, and the ice and snow under its feet condensed into a solid ice armor that tightly wrapped it. The cyan wind blade slashed towards the ice armor, and with a puff, the ice armor was split in 2. Puff! The blue wind blade easily cut through the ice armor and penetrated into the body of the diamond mammoth. 0.01 seconds later, it flew out of the mammoth's body again, struck the snow on the ground, and cut a deep crack. The diamond mammoth froze in place, a thin line of blood appeared on its neck, and bright red blood gushed out like a spring, leaving mottled red spots on the silver-white snow. Ding! Kill a diamond mammoth and get 12.3 billion gold coins. The system prompt sounded, and only then did the mammoth's head separate from its body, falling to the ground with a bang, motionless. Meng Lei descended from the sky, landing next to the mammoth corpse and issuing an order. System, use brutal plunder to plunder the diamond mammoth's ice magic talent. The wealth value instantly shrank by 2.3 billion, and Meng Lei successfully obtained the ice magic talent. So far, I have 8 magical talents: thunder, earth, fire, wood, wind, dark, gold, and ice. Only water and light are left. Good. Keep up the good work. After digging out the mammoth demon core, Meng Lei stepped into the magic circle leading to the 35th floor without looking back. The world was spinning. The surrounding environment changed suddenly. This time, he came to the boundless ocean. Looking around, there is a vast ocean. The salty sea breeze blows, stirring up waves. Seabirds fly in the sky. The mist and waves are vast and boundless. Looking at the vast ocean, Meng Lei couldn't help but smile. His hometown is by the sea. It can be said that he grew up walking on sea sand, playing with shells and eating seafood. Even after he started working, he would still bring his wife and children to the beach to play every weekend. island. Looking at the vast ocean, his mood would always become peaceful in an instant. The sea is his home. Ha ha ha, let's go home. Meng Lei cheered, tore off his magic robe, jumped into the sea, and disappeared without a trace. After a long while, Meng Lei resurfaced. He was seen paddling with his hands, kicking the water with his feet, and slapping the water with his body rhythmically, like a nimble fish, quickly swimming in the water. First up is a wild freestyle, then a comfortable breaststroke. Finally, it's the easy and effortless backstroke. After swimming a circle, I felt relaxed all over. The wonderful feeling is hard to describe. Lying on his back on the sea, feeling the gentle caress of the water, Meng Lei felt more relaxed and more grounded than ever before. The sea is indeed the most beautiful. If I have the chance in the future, I might as well settle down by the sea, he thought comfortably in his heart. Suddenly, there was a strong impact in the water, and a black shadow quickly jumped out from the bottom of the water, opening its mouth and rushing towards him. You little jerk, you dare to disturb me? Meng Lei snorted, suddenly jumped up, and flew straight up out of the sea. The black shadow missed, but due to inertia, its huge body was carried out of the sea, revealing its true form, a strange fish with a body like a python but a shark's head. Its huge mouth opened, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Its body was covered with hard scales. Its body was astonishingly long, at least 20 meters, and each scale was as big as a watermelon. Level 8 magical beast python shark. Meng Lei glanced at the strange fish, and a white cold air suddenly burst out from his fingertips, instantly wrapping the python shark in ice. Ka ka ka. The python shark's body suddenly froze into ice, and within a few breaths, its mighty body turned into a lifelike giant ice sculpture. Meng Lei tapped the ice sculpture lightly. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered into pieces in an instant, and blood and broken flesh dyed the sea red. Looking at the sea polluted by blood, Meng Lei's interest suddenly disappeared. He put on his magic robe and flew towards the place where the magic elements were most concentrated. After more than 10 minutes, a small island floating on the sea gradually came into view. The island was not big, only about 10 kilometers long and wide. There are a few tropical plants scattered around the island, and the magic circle leading to the next level is located in the center of the island. On the beach, a huge golden turtle was lying quietly with its eyes closed. The giant turtle was motionless, and although it had no strong aura, its huge body gave people a strong sense of oppression. Even when lying still, the body is at least 100 meters tall. A creature of this size must belong to a sanctuary warcraft. Dean, what kind of monster is this giant turtle? Meng Lei asked. The Titan golden turtle is a sacred beast with dual attributes of water and gold. It's extremely powerful and best at defense, the old man explained. In terms of defense alone, it's even stronger than the diamond mammoth you encountered before. So the Titan turtle is very difficult to kill. Don't just fight it head on. Find its weakness and kill it with one blow, he warned. I understand. Meng Lei nodded slightly and then flew towards the island. As if sensing someone approaching, the Titan turtle lying on the beach slowly raised its head, its golden eyes staring at Meng Lei. Without any warning, the Titan golden turtle suddenly attacked. The sea surface next to it rolled violently, and several water dragons tens of meters long rose into the air and slammed into Meng Lei. 9th level magic water dragon blast. Meng Lei exclaimed. As expected of a sanctuary domain monster, it can cast 9th level magic effortlessly, almost instantly. But he suddenly disappeared from the spot, dodged several times, crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, and appeared in front of the Titan golden turtle. He grabbed with his right hand, and a golden ball of light appeared in his palm. Meng Lei's eyes were determined as he uttered each word slowly. Forbidden spell golden will reincarnation explosion. The golden light ball suddenly ejected a dazzling beam of light, turning into a dazzling golden light that struck the head of the Titan golden turtle. The golden will reincarnation explosion was extremely fast, but the Titan golden armored turtle was even better. It suddenly shrank its head and instantly retracted into its hard golden shell. The extremely sharp golden will exploded and slashed on the beach. With a swish sound, the beach was cut open, leaving a deep trench 2 or 3 miles long. As a forbidden spell of the gold system, the power of the golden will reincarnation explosion is unquestionable. Even if the Titan golden armored turtle has unparalleled defense, it will die if it is hit. Except for the turtle shell, of course. But this old turtle was extremely cunning. At the moment when the golden wheel exploded and fell, its glands quickly retracted and it cleverly avoided the attack. What a coward, he actually dodged it. Meng Lei couldn't help but marvel at it. At this time, the Titan golden turtle's glands poked out again, and it let out a low roar. Countless metal spikes flashing with cold light suddenly emerged, like a dense rain of swords, shooting towards Meng Lei. 9th level magic arrow rainstorm. Swish, swish, swish. Dense metal spikes pierced through the void and shot towards Meng Lei as fast as lightning. In an instant, they were close to him, as if they wanted to shoot him into a sieve. Child's play. Meng Lei shook his head contemptuously, and with a thought, the holy armor of Guardian of the Earth quietly appeared. He faced the sky full of spikes without fear and rushed towards the Titan golden turtle resolutely, completely ignoring the 9th level magic arrow rainstorm. Seeing this, the Titan turtle hurriedly retracted its head into its shell, leaving only a huge shell for Meng Lei. the same trick again? Can't we just have a head-on fight? Meng Lei muttered helplessly, it seems a tortoise will always be a tortoise. Even if it's covered in golden armor and given a domineering name, it can't change its nature of huddling and hiding. Forget it, since you like to be a coward, then don't come out again. Forbidden fire spell, meteor fall. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and a giant meteorite with a diameter of more than a kilometer and wrapped in black flames fell from the sky, smashing down with the momentum of destroying everything. Although the Titan turtle retracted its head, it still felt the deadly threat from the sky. It knew that if it was hit by the meteorite, it would be torn to pieces even if it didn't die. The Titan turtle panicked, and a dazzling golden shield appeared around its body, wrapping itself tightly. 9th level magic golden guardian. At the same time, several water dragons rose from the sea, surrounding its body and forming a thick water element shield. 9th level magic Poseidon's barrier. Seeing this scene, Meng Lei's mouth twitched. He was indeed a coward. With the golden guardian and the Poseidon barrier, are you ready to defend to the end? The black meteorite, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, slammed into the Titan golden turtle, easily tearing apart the sea god's barrier, then shattering the golden guardian, and finally hitting the hard turtle shell and stopped with a bang. At the last moment, the Titan turtle used its indestructible shell to block the violent impact of the falling meteorite. It roared, its head suddenly popped out of its shell, its eyes gleaming with pride, and it hummed, "Human, you want to kill me? You're still a little naive." Really? Meng Lei smiled, said nothing, and just pressed his hand lightly. Another black meteorite emerged from the crack and smashed down heavily. Instant forbidden spell? Who are you? The Titan golden turtle was so shocked that his eyes almost widened, and his heart was filled with extreme fear. It desperately released defensive magic, trying to protect itself and avoid being crushed to death. But this time, it miscalculated. Following the second meteorite, the third, fourth, and fifth arrived one after another. For black meteorites collided one after another like meteors chasing the moon, carrying tremendous destructive power, smashing onto the Titan golden turtle layer by layer. Violent crashes echoed one after another, shaking the island and causing clouds of dust and smoke to billow. Only the Titan turtle's screams echoed in the air for a long time. Ding! Kill a Titan golden turtle and get 13 billion gold coins. The system prompt sounded at the right time. You little brat, I can't deal with you. No matter how hard your shell is, you can't block my forbidden spell. Meng Lei snorted and decisively ordered, system, bypass the Titan golden turtle's water magic talent. Wealth value shrank by 3 billion. Water magic talent obtained. 9 elements, only the light element is missing. Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction, took out the magic core from the body of the Titan golden turtle, and walked into the magic circle leading to the 36th floor without looking back. Ding! Kill a two-hearted 7-colored scorpion and obtain 14.6 billion gold coins. Ding! Kill one 6-winged demon bug and get 16.1 billion gold coins. Ding! Kill one evil eye lord and get 17.3 billion gold coins. Ding! Kill a 2-headed earth lion and obtain 18.1 billion gold coins. Ding! Kill a golden-winged holy light tiger and obtain 19.6 billion gold coins. Golden-winged holy light tiger, a holy domain monster of the golden lightning and thunder elements. Thank God, I finally encountered a light element monster. System, plunder the golden-winged holy light tiger's light magic talent. I have all 10 magical talents. Now, I should be able to compete with that guy Adolf in terms of magical talent. However, this feeling is truly indescribable. Meng Lei could clearly sense the 10 magical elements between heaven and earth: golden gold, cyan wind, yellow earth, green wood, blue water, red fire, silver lightning, and black darkness. Each magical element is like a dancing elf. Some are smart, some are gentle, some are heavy, some are violent, some are indifferent, some are lively, and there are many more that are difficult to describe. The world of elements is truly amazing. If one day I could comprehend all 10 of these laws, what a staggering state would that be? Meng Lei shook his head and was about to step into the magic circle leading to the 41st floor when the old man's voice suddenly rang out. Stop for now. You've been in the Dragon God Tower for over 20 hours. Aren't you planning on participating in the exchange competition? More than 20 hours? Meng Lei was stunned. He took out his pocket watch and saw the time was 6:45. He couldn't help but wonder, is this evening, or the next morning? Nonsense. Of course it's the next morning. The old man rolled his eyes. Didn't you agree to meet at the Dragon God Church at 8 o'clock this morning? If you continue to challenge, you will miss the exchange competition. Meng Lei shook his head, still feeling a little reluctant. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. It's been so long in the blink of an eye. However, looking at his skyrocketing wealth, Meng Lei couldn't help laughing. The wealth showed 13.5 Losource crystals, converted into gold coins, 1350, 6894, 7455, 135 billion gold coins. In less than a day, I made so much money. If I could stay longer, how much more could I earn? Sure enough, the Dragon God Tower is my blessed place. Meng Lei suppressed the urge to laugh out loud and turned back. The return journey seemed much easier. He flew at the fastest speed and returned to the magic circle in just a few minutes. Back to the 39th floor. At this moment, a low roar came came into his ears. Meng Lei turned his head and saw a lion-like monster as big as a mountain staring at him fiercely, baring its teeth and flashing murderous eyes. Two-headed lion of the earth? Meng Lei was shocked. Didn't I kill it? How come it's still alive? He remembered very clearly that when he passed through the 39th floor, he clearly killed the holy beast guarding the magic circle, the earth two-headed lion, and even took out its magic core. It couldn't be deader. Now, how come he's alive again? This is basic operation. Don't be surprised, said the old man lightly. Basic operations? Meng Lei was confused. You mean, the two-headed earth lion that I killed can be resurrected? This is still a basic operation? You're really surprised by something you haven't seen before. The old dean laughed and shook his head. Let me ask you, if the monster you killed truly died, then over the past 40,000 years, wouldn't all the monsters in the Dragon God Tower have been completely annihilated? If all the monsters in the Dragon God Tower are dead, will there be any need for those who come later to challenge the tower? What's the point of the Dragon God Genius List then? Meng Lei was stunned. One last question. If everyone is like you, slaughtering everyone level by level along the way, then wouldn't it be effortless for those who follow you into the tower to reach your level? 3 questions in a row left Meng Lei speechless for a moment. Old Dean, what is going on? To be honest with you, all the indigenous creatures in the Dragon God Tower, and even the magical beasts, are actually immortal. In other words, they will indeed be killed, but will be resurrected in an instant and continue to guard this half of the plane. The old man sighed. It goes on, in an endless cycle. For generations, I have guarded this half of the plane, allowing others to hunt me. How could this happen? Meng Lei was shocked and unbelievable. You ask me? Who else can I ask? I only know that the creatures in the Dragon God Tower cannot die. As for how they were resurrected, that's beyond my comprehension. The old man shook his head and said, however, there are rumors that the Dragon God Tower can reverse time and resurrect all slain monsters. Reverse time? Time is a taboo that even gods cannot touch. No one knows whether the Dragon God Tower can really reverse time. The old man shook his head again. This secret may only be known to the creator of the Dragon God Tower, His Majesty the Dragon God. Meng Lei remained silent and couldn't help but look at the two-headed lion of the earth that bared its fangs at him. The holy domain monster that he had just cut in half with the dimensional blade was now standing there intact, without a drop of blood on the ground. Moreover, the two-headed lion of the earth looked at him without any fear or dread, but was still full of hostility and ferocity. This look was exactly the same as the one he saw when he first encountered it on the 39th floor. Reverse time? Meng Lei suddenly began to believe that the earth two-headed lion was resurrected by reversing time. The way it looked at him was as if it was seeing him for the first time, without any mistake. The next few holy domain monsters further confirmed this speculation. The evil eye lord on the 38th floor, the six-winged demon insect on the 37th floor, the 36th floor two-heart colorful scorpion, the 35th floor titan golden turtle, all resurrected. They were all there intact, as if they had never seen Monray before. That look can never lie. The Dragon God Tower can actually reverse time? All the way to the first floor, this question kept lingering in Meng Lei's mind and couldn't be shaken off. All the monsters he had killed before came back to life. The scene inside the demiplane was exactly the same as when he first entered, as if he had never been there. What an incredible artifact. Is this thing really forged by the Dragon God himself? Never mind. Isn't this good news for me? Meng Lei suppressed the doubts in his heart and walked out of the Dragon God Tower. He was greeted by countless eyes of amazement, shock, admiration, and jealousy. Only then did he realize that the Dragon God Tower was full of people, and everyone was staring at him with complicated and strange eyes, as if they were looking at an alien. Is he Meng Lei? He looks so small. I didn't expect it to be a human. It's hard to believe he's actually a human. Just in terms of talent, this guy is probably even more abnormal than Prince Barbarossa, the Golden Dragon Lion Sakan, the Thunder Giant Athur and others. His talent is indeed greater than that of Prince Barbarossa and others, but his strength is not necessarily the same. He is still too young. It's just dawn. Where do all these people come from? Meng Lei looked at his pocket watch. It was only 7:25, still very early. A familiar voice came. Meng Lei turned his head and saw Dean Fred and Dean Zhanlong looking at him with admiration, their eyes full of relief. Behind them were the contestants from the Fire Dragon Kingdom, including Joel and others who had entered the Dragon God Tower with him. Dean Fred, Dean Zhanlong. Meng Lei walked over to say hello. Good boy, you finally came out. I was worried that you would forget the time and miss the exchange competition. Dean Fred patted Meng Lei on the shoulder and said with a pleased smile, you have brought great honor to our school and the Fire Dragon Kingdom this time. Number 227, 16 years old, 40th floor. Dean Zhanlong exclaimed, to achieve such an achievement on my first visit to the Dragon God Tower is truly astonishing. 227? Meng Lei turned his head and looked at the giant magic light curtain, and sure enough, he saw his name at the 227th place. Number 227, Meng Lei, human, 16 years old, 40th floor. Is this the 227th place? Meng Lei was a little surprised. It's really fast. How about it? Are you shocked by your own results? Dean Fred laughed heartily. Ah, to be honest, we are all shocked by you. We all stayed up all night last night, standing here to witness your miracle. Guarded the whole night? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Is it necessary to be so crazy? Of course. How could it not be necessary? Dean Zhanglong said with a smile. You are now hailed as the second best person in history in the past 40,000 years, only slightly inferior to Taimanbatten, who was ranked first. Second in history? Meng Lei shook his head. He didn't care about these false titles at all. He felt that these were not as real as a few hundred gold coins. It's almost time to go to the Dragon God Church, Dean Fred said with a smile. Everyone then went to the Dragon God Church together. Along the way, everyone asked Meng Lei about the process of entering the tower. He patiently answered them one by one, and everyone was amazed. Especially those few who had entered the Dragon God Tower, such as Francis, found it unbelievable. This is really hard to get through. Especially starting from the 21st floor, groups of level 9 monsters arrive one after another. The higher you go, the more perverted and difficult it becomes. If you are not careful, you will die without a burial place. Francis understands this particularly well, but Meng Lei was different. He rushed all the way and climbed to the 40th floor easily. And from his tone, if he didn't want to participate in the exchange competition, he would want to continue to rush up. What kind of strength is this? Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the Dragon God Church. The Dragon God is the only true god in the hearts of hundreds of millions of people in the Dragon God Empire, and the Dragon God Church is the church of the Great Dragon God. The Dragon God Church is the headquarters of the Dragon God Church. The Dragon God Church is as white as snow, majestic and magnificent and extraordinary, square, solemn and dignified, solemn and sacred. It inspires awe. In front of the church stands an altar about 100 feet high, made entirely of gold. It is as huge as a mountain and looks like a pointed pyramid. On the top of the altar is a 1,000-foot-tall golden dragon statue, with dragon scales indistinguishable, claws sharp and ferocious, and eyes majestic and solemn. The golden light shines, the divine power is mighty, and it exudes an incomparable domineering aura, sacred and inviolable. This is the statue of the Dragon God. At this moment, the Dragon God statue was full of people, from the Emperor of the Dragon God Empire to the contestants. Everyone stood solemnly and prayed devoutly. Even Meng Lei, a wolf who lived among the wolves, could only pretend and recite the prayer silently. Ding! Fusion successful, physical fitness plus 10,086. Ding! Fusion successful, magic power plus 2,345. Ding! Fusion successful, wealth plus 6,666 gold coins. Ding! Fusion successful, obtaining the forbidden water spell, tsunami disaster. Ding! Fusion successful, obtaining the forbidden ice spell, absolute zero. Ding! Fusion successful, obtaining the forbidden thunder spell, 3,000 thunders. Ding! Fusion successful, obtaining the gold type forbidden spell, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Ding! Fusion successful, obtaining the forbidden wood spell, all things. Ding! Fusion successful, a fragment of the lightning law obtained. Ding! Fusion successful, obtaining the bloodline of the golden dragon. Do you want to fuse? The system prompt sounds that kept coming from his mind made Meng Lei very happy. He had come to the right place. From the moment I stepped into the Dragon God Church, the system's prompts never stopped. The colorful balls of light were as densely packed as soap bubbles, too numerous to count. Some are physical light balls. Some are magic light balls. Some are magical light balls. There are also gold coin light balls. Even several bloodline light balls and law fragment light balls were picked up. If the system upgrade had not allowed Meng Lei to choose whether to fuse his bloodlines, he would have been eager to fuse and transform into Ultraman. Too many sanctuaries came today. If not 1,000, at least 800. This power is simply devastating. The Dragon God Empire's background is truly terrifying. There were indeed many important people present today, including the Emperor, princes and princesses, members of the royal family, princes and ministers, powerful officials, college leaders, and teachers leading the team. Among this large crowd, there were countless saint-level experts. Although they didn't deliberately release their coercive power, the subtle aura emanating from these saint-level experts standing together silenced even the most unruly contestants. 10 minutes later, the prayer is over. Emperor Frederick XXXAI stood upright, and the court waiter immediately brought a chair, and Frederick XXXAI slowly sat down. The palace attendant shouted, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone saluted. The strong man of the sanctuary level bowed. The rest of the people knelt on one knee. Frederick XXXAI waved his hand slightly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Today marks the official opening of the quadrennial Imperial Elite Exchange Tournament. The talented individuals from various academies will be showcasing their talents on the field. This emperor is eagerly awaiting their arrival. Frederick XXXAI was a plump middle-aged man with a gentle voice and a kind expression. He looked like a good-tempered uncle next door. But if you really think so, you are totally wrong. Frederick XXXAI, whose full name is Howard Frederick, is a historical genius ranked 9th on the Dragon God Genius list, a pure-blooded golden dragon, and now a powerful figure in the Holy Land. It is no exaggeration exaggeration to say that beneath his calm appearance lies an unfathomable power. He looks like an ordinary person now. That's because the ruler of the empire has already reached the state of returning to nature. Only his contemporaries can truly understand his terror. A total of 7,848 contestants have registered for this exchange competition, a greater number than in previous years. This demonstrates the empire's wealth of talent and growing national strength. This is a source of great satisfaction to the emperor. King Frederick XXXII swept his gaze over the 7,000+ contestants. I hope you will excel in the upcoming competitions, winning glory for yourselves, your academy, your families, and even your respective kingdoms. Read out the emperor's will. His Majesty the Emperor has issued an order. A palace attendant took out a scroll and read aloud, "Anyone who reaches the top 50 in the exchange competition will be granted the title of Hereditary Viscount, a 50-li territory, 50 slaves, and a holy magic device. Those who make it into the top 20 will be granted the title of Hereditary Earl, a 100-li territory, 100 slaves, a holy magic device, and 10 kilograms of elemental crystals. Those who make it into the top 10 will be granted the title of Hereditary Marquis, a 500-li territory, 500 slaves, a holy magic device, a law source crystal, and 100 kilograms of elemental crystals. The top 3 will be granted the title of Hereditary Duke, a 1,000-mile territory, 1,000 slaves, 10 law source crystals, 1,000 kilograms of elemental crystals, and the right to reside on Dragon Island for 1 year." Although the waiter's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard throughout the venue, causing an uproar. Everyone looked at the contestants, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. This year's rewards are much more generous than ever before. In the past, only the champion could be awarded the title of Duke, but this year the top 3 can get it. In the past, only the top 3 could get the law source crystal, but this year the top 10 can get it, and there are a total of 10 of them. 10 law source crystals. What a great reward this is. What is the law source crystal? It is the key to the sanctuary. Just a small law source crystal can help a 9th level strongman open the door to the Holy Land, saving many years of hard training. It can be said that for any strong person who is stuck at the peak of the 9th level and cannot move forward, the law source crystal has a fatal temptation. They all wished they had a law source crystal to help them break through. Unfortunately, how can this thing be so easy to get? As for the right to reside on Dragon Island, it is not even something I dare to dream of. Dragon Island is the holy land of the Dragon Clan and even the Dragon God Empire. Historically, only pure-blooded dragons and holy dragon people can set foot on it. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter at all. In the past, even champions didn't receive such treatment. And this year, anyone who makes it into the top 3 will be able to enjoy 1 year of residency on Dragon Island. It's simply shocking. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Why is the reward so generous this year? Some people were so jealous that they almost exploded. Why wasn't there such a generous reward last time? What a loss, what a loss. If I had known this would happen, I would have participated in this exchange competition no matter what. However, this wasn't the end yet. The waiter continued, the champion will be crowned king. He will be granted a vast territory, 10,000 slaves, 100 law source crystals, 10,000 tons of elemental crystals, and permanent residency on Dragon Island. The whole audience suddenly boiled over. Even senior Saint Domain masters like the Prince and Princess and Dean Fred were shocked by the reward and looked towards the Emperor. Empire, how many years has it been since you appointed a king? 2,000 years? Or 3,000 years? That's not right. Everyone couldn't help but recall the past. The last time he was crowned king was probably more than 2,000 years ago, right? It was the last act of crowning a king that added a new principality to the Dragon God Empire, increasing the number of principalities from 47 to 48. Despite this, there are currently only 63 kings in the empire, controlling 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies. Apart from this, there is no other king. Can the emperor's son be made king? In the Dragon God Empire, the emperor's son is only a prince. No matter how outstanding he is, how powerful he is, or how much he is loved by the emperor, he is still just a prince and has nothing to do with the status of a king. The title of king has a special meaning in the Dragon God Empire, because it not only means that the empire has one more king, but also means the addition of a principality or even a kingdom. The territories of duchies and kingdoms are incomparable to those of other nobles. Even if the emperor wants to confer a title of king, he must first give up the corresponding territory. Otherwise, the title of king will only be in name only. Why does your Majesty suddenly want to be crowned king? Many ministers were thinking hard, trying to guess the emperor's intentions. Many were full of questions, but a few of the emperor's close ministers vaguely guessed the emperor's true intentions. His Majesty's sudden enthronement may be related to the 13th princess. The 13th princess is His Majesty's most beloved jewel. She is incredibly talented, even surpassing the most gifted Prince Barbarossa. She is the undisputed strongest of the younger generation in the empire. Unfortunately, Princess 13 is half human, destined to be unable to inherit the throne. So, your Majesty plans to settle for the next best thing and make her king? But the problem is that to be crowned a king one must have fiefdoms. Although the empire is vast, it has already been divided among various lords. Where will the fiefdoms come from? Just as everyone was speculating, Frederick XXXI stood up and said with a smile, I have good news for you all. 3 months ago, a team of adventurers discovered a lost continent in the southeastern waters of the endless deep sea. The lost continent? Everyone was shocked. This continent is isolated above the endless deep ocean, shrouded in clouds and mist, and therefore remained undiscovered until this adventuring team accidentally stumbled upon it. Frederick XXXI chuckled and said, according to the Imperial Survey Team, this continent is vast and rich in resources. It's over 5,000 kilometers from east to west, and over 6,000 kilometers from north to south, covering an area of 10 million square kilometers. Its territory alone is comparable to that of a principality. It can be said that this is another piece of land that the great dragon god has bestowed upon our dragon god empire. Thank you for your grace. Having said this, Frederick XXXI looked at the contestants, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. I hereby promise, whoever wins the exchange tournament will be crowned the first king of this lost continent. As soon as the words fell, the contestants' breathing immediately became rapid, their heartbeats accelerated, and their ambitions were instantly ignited by the emperor. 10 million square kilometers. What a vast territory this is. As long as you win the championship, you can become the king of this continent, and from then on you will be in charge of one side, ruling over thousands of miles, and become an existence on the same level as the Fire Dragon King, Frost Dragon King, and Black Dragon King. The temptation is too great. Even the usually calm Meng Lei was aroused to fight, not to mention those contestants who regarded the territory as their life. The champion is none other than me. No one can take it away from you. Many contestants had bloodshot eyes and were secretly mad in their hearts. Alright, the rest of the affairs will be handed over to you Dukes of Yutas. Emperor Frederick XXXI looked at a thin, middle-aged man on his left and smiled gently. Brother, I leave the full responsibility of the exchange competition to you. I will follow my brother's orders. Duke Yutas bowed, then turned to face the more than 7,000 contestants and announced loudly, I, on the orders of His Majesty, am hosting this exchange competition. I hope that all the deans, team leaders, relevant staff, and every contestant. Finally, this exchange competition is divided into 3 stages, the Lost Continent Elimination Tournament, the Half-Plane Arena Tournament, and the Ultimate Dragon God Mountain Challenge. The first stage, Lost Continent Elimination Round. Duke Yutas explained, the Lost Continent here is the newly discovered land that Your Majesty just introduced. After investigation, this continent is currently occupied by magical beasts, from Holy Realm magical beasts to level 1 magical beasts, everything is there. Your mission is to travel to the Lost Continent, hunt down magical beasts, collect magic cores, and use the magic cores to obtain corresponding points as rewards. Deadline, 1 month. Specific points rewards are as follows. Level 1 magic core rewards 1 point per piece. A second level magic core costs 5 points. Level 3 magic core, 10 points each. 9th level magic core, 1,000 points each. 10,000 points for each in the initial stage of the Holy Land. 20,000 points for one in the middle stage of the Holy Land. 50,000 points for one in the late sanctuary. The limit for the Holy Land is 100,000 points per piece. The 100 people with the highest points will advance. Those who die midway, give up midway, have insufficient points, or have not completed a month will all be eliminated. The contestants held their breath and listened quietly. Later, each person will be given a special communication magic device. If your life is in danger, you can use it to call for help, but this will be considered abandonment. Duke Judas said this and turned to the Emperor. Your Majesty, the rules of the game have been introduced. Do you have anything to add? Frederick XXXI stood up and said, I will just say a few words. You are all the genius elites of the Empire. The death of any one of you is a huge loss to the Empire. Therefore, the rules of the elimination tournament have been slightly adjusted. During the elimination tournament, you can seize the magic cores of others, but you are prohibited from hunting and killing others. Remember, all actions are under surveillance. Anyone who violates the rules and kills others without authorization will be eliminated immediately. Frederick XXXI sighed. I'm temporarily changing the rules because I hope you won't end up like in previous years, where not 1 out of 10 survived, causing the Empire to lose countless elites in vain. The contestants were shocked. The probability is really too low. There are 7,848 people in this class. If only 1 in 10 survives, not even 1,000 people will survive? Everyone has felt the cruelty of previous exchange competitions. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. The contestants were immediately moved to tears of gratitude. Frederick XXXI nodded slightly. Your Majesty is merciful. Considering the difficulty of your cultivation, he has specially adjusted the rules of the competition, but you still cannot be careless. Duke Yutas warned, there are countless magical beasts in the Lost Continent, and there are no less than hundreds of magical beasts in the Holy Land. Dangers are lurking on all sides. If you are not careful, you may die in the mouth of a magical beast and have no place to bury your body. You must take care of yourself. The contestants responded in unison. In 1 hour, the magic circle will activate and send you to the lost continent. If you have anything else to say, explain, or prepare, do it immediately. The contestants were immediately excited and rushed towards their respective teachers. Contestants from the Black Dragon Kingdom, come over here. The Frost Kingdom. Monray, Joel, Francis, and other 52 contestants from the Fire Dragon Kingdom were also called over by Dean Fred and 5 other deans. This year's competition format has changed suddenly, which we didn't expect. The 6 deans looked solemn. We've never heard of the lost continent before, but since His Majesty has chosen this as the venue, after giving them some instructions, they asked, "Do you have anything else to tell us or prepare? If so, please tell us so we can make arrangements." "Everything is ready." "Dean, do you have any extra space magic devices? Can you lend them to me? The more the better, the bigger the better. I need to store the monster corpses." The one who made this request was naturally Meng Lei. Among the 52 contestants from the Fire Dragon Kingdom, he was the only one who dared to speak up. "Borrow a space magic device? Pretend to be a Warcraft corpse?" The other contestants all stared at Meng Lei, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. They really wanted to punch this pretentious guy to death. Everyone was preparing to go to the lost continent with trepidation, fearing that they would be killed by monsters by accident. He actually thought of using the space magic device to store the corpse of the monster. He is simply possessed by the devil. "Monkey, monster corpses don't count towards points." Dean Fred shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's useless for you to collect more monster corpses." "Why not? I know Warcraft corpses don't count for points, but they can be sold for money. Think about it." Meng Lei smiled and said, "The corpse of a sanctuary Warcraft can be sold for tens of billions of gold coins. 10 would be hundreds of billions, and 100 would be trillions. If you throw it away, you deserve to be struck by lightning." 100 heads. Trillions. The 16's mouths twitched, thinking that your idea is really bold. "You even plan to collect the corpses of 100 holy domain monsters. Do you want to fly?" Although he thought so in his heart, Dean Fred still hesitated for a moment, and finally took out a space ring and handed it to Meng Lei. "Thank you, Dean." Meng Lei nodded repeatedly and said solemnly, "Dean Fred, please rest assured, as long as I am alive, this space ring will never be lost." "That's good." Fred nodded slightly. "This is my space ring, you can use it, and this one is mine too." Another teacher also handed over a ring. An hour passed quickly, and all the contestants gathered again, holding the distributed space rings and special communicators in their hands, and then walked into the teleportation magic circle one by one. The teleportation array flickered, and a group of people disappeared in an instant. Another flash, and the second group of people disappeared. 10 minutes later, all the contestants disappeared without a trace. Watching the contestants disappear one by one, the teacher sighed, "I hope we can bring back a few more. May the dragon god bless you." "May the dragon god bless you," everyone responded in unison. After everyone disappeared, the magic circle finally returned to calm. Dean Zhanlong turned to look at Fred and asked in a low voice, "Fred, if I'm not mistaken, the space ring you lent to Meng Lei just now is the spirit dragon ring, right?" Dean Fred glanced at him sideways. "Why? Is it not possible?" "You know, the spirit dragon ring is a semi-artifact you obtained in the ancient Crown Mage Tower. It contains a plain fragment with an astonishingly large space. It is your treasure." Dean Zhanlong couldn't help but sigh. "You usually wouldn't let anyone else touch it, and yet you lent it to him? You're really generous. Aren't you afraid that guy might lose it?" "I believe in Monroe," Fred said firmly. Inside the teleportation array, the sky was spinning and the earth was spun. In a flash of light, Meng Lei and others appeared on a small island. The island is extremely small, like a lonely reef, less than 1,000 meters long and wide, floating in the vast ocean. The sea breeze howled, and huge waves were raised, as if they were going to sweep away people and islands together. The sky was gray and there was thick fog all around. Visibility was extremely low and the farthest one could see was only 100 meters away. "Where is the lost continent?" The contestants turned around and looked around. "Look over there," someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a towering black shadow vaguely seen in the depths of the fog. The waves kept crashing against it, making a loud noise. "There is land over there," a contestant from the Blue Dragon Kingdom whispered, and then flew towards the direction of the black shadow. He tapped the sea surface with his toes, as if he could walk on the water, and disappeared in the thick fog in a few leaps. "Let's follow." Seeing this, the other contestants cast their own spells. Some flew on the wind, some walked on water, and some rode on magic flying carpets, and flew towards the black shadow together. "Lord Meng Lei, let's go over too," several contestants from the Fire Dragon Kingdom requested. Meng Lei nodded slightly and led the way forward. The distance of several hundred meters was reached in the blink of an eye, and the black shadow in the fog turned out to be a black cliff hundreds of feet high. Huge waves kept hitting the cliffs, splashing water everywhere, turning into strings of silver pearls that drifted away in the wind. The black cliffs were extremely steep, surrounded by jagged rocks and scattered stones, and it was obvious that no one had ever set foot there. "No, this should be the continent." Meng Lei smiled and flew over a 100-foot cliff. A completely different scene suddenly appeared in front of him. The forest is dense and birds are circling. The mountains are continuous and the roars of beasts echo. This place is primitive and ancient, yet full of vitality. Is this the lost continent? An old man walked out, gazing at the vast forest, and exclaimed, "I never thought such a piece of land would be hidden in the endless deep sea. The Creator's wonders are truly astonishing. Didn't you say that the sky continent was shattered by the gods, and many fragments floated on the endless deep sea?" Meng Lei pointed at the lost continent in front of him and said with a smile, "Perhaps this lost continent evolved from one of the fragments. The sky continent is surrounded by an endless ocean, which is the endless deep sea. There are countless terrifying marine monsters lurking in the endless deep sea. The sea is fraught with dangers and it is difficult for creatures on the mainland to gain a foothold in the ocean. Therefore, no one knows whether there are other continents in the endless deep sea, because no one dares to explore easily. Legends are just legends after all. No one can say for sure what the specific circumstances are." The old man sighed, "But now that this lost continent has been discovered, it must belong to our dragon god empire. Boy, work harder and strive to win the championship, establish a kingdom, become the true master of this continent, and restore the glory and splendor of our Crocker family." "Old Dean, are you really that optimistic about me?" Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. The old man rolled his eyes. "Your strength has increased inexplicably. Now you can even slaughter the holy domain monster golden-winged holy light tiger. In terms of perversion, who can compare to you? I'm almost embarrassed by your praise." Meng Lei smiled wickedly, "But that's not the case. I heard that there are many geniuses in this class, and they are definitely not easy to deal with. There are even several people who rank higher than me on the Dragon God Genius list. Facing so many abnormal opponents, I feel extremely stressed. You're under a lot of pressure. No matter how perverted they are, they can't be as perverted as you. Don't act cool in front of me." The old man cursed loudly. He comprehended the laws inexplicably, became a saint mage inexplicably, awakened a powerful bloodline inexplicably, and cast forbidden spells inexplicably. No matter how many breakthroughs, upgrades, or how much treasures others consume, they can't compare to your inexplicable and terrifying surge. You bastard, you're the only one showing off in front of me. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Go hunt monsters. The championship of this exchange tournament belongs to my Crocker family, no one else can snatch it away. I've already thought of a name for the principality for you. It's the Principality of Crocker. This lost continent will be called Crocker Continent from now on. Your title shall be King Crocker. Oh, and you too. You must also restore our Crocker family name. From today on, you must change your name to Monroe Crocker. I will appoint you as the current head of the Crocker family." "Old Dean, are you dreaming? Royal brother, have all the contestants entered the lost continent?" Emperor Frederick XXXII asked softly. "Yes, my royal brother." Duke Eudes replied respectfully, "All 7,848 contestants, without exception, have arrived at the lost continent. The first group has already penetrated dozens of miles." Frederick XXXII nodded with satisfaction. "Then let's take a look at the young heroes of the empire." Swish, swish, swish. Dazzling beams of light suddenly rose from all directions and converged in the sky, forming a huge magical light curtain that covered the sky and the sun. The magical light curtain was enormous, stretching across the sky and blocking out the sunlight. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw a world clearly appear on the magic screen. Mountains, hills, plains, and plateaus, lakes, rivers, and forest basins, desert Gobi, grassland wasteland, complex and diverse, everything is available. "Your Majesty, could this be the lost continent?" a minister asked excitedly. "That's right, this is the newly discovered lost continent." Frederick XXXI smiled faintly. "In the past 3 months, I have sent people to explore this lost continent and installed the magic crystal instrument in advance, so everything on the lost continent is under my control. You can get a bird's eye view of the entire continent, or zoom in and monitor a specific area. You can check any corner of the continent and observe any player. Your Majesty is wise." Everyone was amazed. The Empire already possessed magical technology and equipment for live broadcasting, but this time installing a magic crystal ball to monitor the entire lost continent was definitely an unprecedented move. How many magic crystal balls are needed? And it has to be completed in just 3 months. The amount of manpower, financial resources, and material resources consumed is simply unimaginable. Once this exchange competition is over and the champion is crowned, I will give the entire set of equipment to the champion free of charge, making it easier for him to manage and control the lost continent. Emperor Frederick XXXII continued. Everyone was slightly stunned and surprised. They spent such a huge amount of money to build a device that could monitor the entire continent and then gave it to the champion for free? His Majesty the Emperor is so generous and willing to spend so much. However, only a few close ministers who had guessed His Majesty's intentions thought this was perfectly normal. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the champion of this exchange competition would undoubtedly be Princess 13. His Majesty was simply gifting this equipment to his most beloved daughter, and there was no reason to be reluctant. My dear ministers, who are the seated players in this exchange? exchange competition? Feel free to tell us so that we can all take a look together. Frederick XXXII asked. Your Majesty, a total of 389 people from our Dragon God Academy are participating in this exchange competition this year, and 71 of them are listed on the Dragon God Genius List. A minister spoke first. The most outstanding among them is undoubtedly Prince Barbarossa, who ranks 148th on the Genius List. Everyone is looking forward to his amazing performance. Marquis Horace is right, another echoed. Prince Barbarossa is a leader among the younger generation, possessing exceptional talent and formidable strength. At only 26, he's already ranked 148th on the Dragon God talent list. He's sure to shine in this exchange competition. We all want to witness his brilliance. Since all my dear ministers want to see Barbarossa, let him appear. Frederick XXXII chuckled and nodded slightly to the court servant. The image on the giant magic light screen changed immediately, instantly reflecting a dense forest. A handsome young man wearing golden armor and with golden horns on his head came into view. This is none other than the 888th Prince Barbarossa Frederick. He is the 888th child of Frederick XXXII and the only pure-blooded golden dragon among his many princes. The Dragon God Empire places great emphasis on bloodlines, and only the golden dragon with the purest bloodline is qualified to inherit the throne. Whether you are a prince or a princess, as long as you are a pure-blooded golden dragon, you have the right to inherit the throne. In addition, no matter how amazing the talent, how strong the strength, or how outstanding the performance, one cannot have the right of inheritance. The 888th Prince Barbarossa was the only pure-blooded golden dragon among Frederick XXXII's more than 1,000 children. His future was already predetermined. That is to ascend the throne as emperor, become the supreme ruler of the empire. Therefore, facing the 888th Prince Barbarossa, many civil and military ministers naturally tried to please him, and no one wanted to offend the future emperor. It's brother Barbarossa. Look, my brother is here. Upon seeing Barbarossa, many princes and princesses exclaimed in surprise, and powerful ministers also cast admiring glances at him. Barbarossa exuded an unparalleled domineering aura. He stood on the golden giant sword and flew on it, showing his sharp edge. Swish, swish, swish. Golden light shot out all the way, and no monster was spared wherever it passed, as they were all penetrated by the golden light. Then those magic cores automatically gathered together and sank into Barbarossa's wrist, disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, a 9th-level monster rushed out. It was a 50-meter-tall giant lizard. Its roar shook the sky, and the sound waves rolled, shaking the grass and trees. However, Barbarossa just glanced at it lightly, and a golden light shot out, directly piercing through the monitor lizard's head and killing it. His every move was as if he was strolling in the garden, and his every gesture was calm and relaxed. Killing a level 9 monster is as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog. This is the style of Prince Barbarossa. Prince Barbarossa is truly remarkable. As expected of Prince Barbarossa, even a level 9 magical beast is no match for him. Everyone was amazed and praised it one after another. Your Majesty, Prince Barbarossa kills 9th-level monsters as easily as slaughtering pigs and dogs. His strength is almost at the middle stage of the Holy Realm. The Dean of the Dragon God Academy praised with a smile. That's about right. Frederick XXXII replied with a smile. Dean Luke, I've heard that this year's Dragon God Academy is brimming with talent, with many geniuses emerging, some even stronger than Barbarossa. I wonder who they are. Your Majesty, there is indeed no one stronger than Prince Barbarossa among his peers, but there are a few who are slightly older and slightly stronger than him. Dean Luke replied with a smile. Oh, who are they? I would like to see them with my own eyes. Frederick XXXII raised his eyebrows. They are the Golden Dragon Lion Sakhen, the Thunder Giant Athur, the Undead Elf Miriam, the Imperial Dawn Meredith, and the White Tiger Knight Mond Aston. This is a turquoise lake, like a pearl inlaid in the endless sea of forests. The lake water is crystal clear, the waves are rippling, and the breeze creates layers of ripples. The lake is surrounded by dense reeds, which form clumps and patches and block the view. Suddenly, a shrill roar of an animal pierced the air. I saw a 20-meter-long bull-like monster, covered with black steel hair, with 6 hooves and a python tail, and a single horn on its head. It was lying in the reeds, making mournful sounds. It is none other than the 9th-level magical beast, the black-eyed python bull. At this moment, the black-eyed python bull was in a very critical situation. Its python tail was bitten tightly by a giant armored crocodile that was trying to drag it into the lake. The black-eyed python bull struggled desperately. Even though its tail was bitten to pieces and the pain was excruciating, it still refused to give up. Moo, dragging and struggling at the same time. One side struggles hard for survival, while the other side holds on to its prey tightly, neither refusing to let go. The two sides are locked in a protracted stalemate, competing in endurance. Whoever holds on to the end will survive. However, a sudden change broke the deadlock. A green leaf came through the air, accurately pierced the black-eyed python bull's temple, and then penetrated out from the other side. The black-eyed python bull's wailing stopped abruptly, its eyes suddenly widened, and its struggle stopped instantly. Seeing this, the sky-splitting giant armored crocodile was overjoyed and took the opportunity to grab the black-eyed python bull and drag it into the lake. Could it be? Immediately afterwards, another leaf flew over and pierced the left eye of the sky-splitting giant armored crocodile. The sky-splitting giant armored crocodile suddenly stiffened, became motionless, and lost its breath of life. An indifferent voice sounded, and the magic cores of the black-eyed python bull and the sky-splitting giant armored crocodile broke out of their bodies at the same time and flew towards a big tree nearby. Standing on the big tree was a burly young man with blonde hair and as strong as a lion. He casually grabbed 2 9th-level magic cores in his hands. "Yes, Captain." The burly young man licked the fresh blood on the magic core, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared without a trace among the treetops. Only the corpses of 2 level 9 monsters lay quietly by the lake, silently telling the story of the brutal battle that had just taken place. As expected of the golden dragon lion Saken, he killed the 9th-level magical beasts, the black-eyed mad bull and the sky-splitting giant armored crocodile, with just 2 leaves. How extraordinary! In front of the Dragon God Church, everyone clearly witnessed the sturdy young man's heroic feat of killing 2 level 9 monsters. They were all excited and amazed. Flying flowers and picking leaves can actually kill a 9th-level monster. Emperor Frederick XXXII nodded slightly. This young man named Saken is indeed extraordinary. His understanding of the laws far surpasses that of Barbarossa. Your Majesty, you are too kind. The Dean of the Dragon God Academy said humbly, at this age, Prince Barbarossa's strength will surely surpass Saken. Perhaps so. Frederick XXXII remained non-committal. Dean Luke, it seems Saken isn't a pure human? Your Majesty has a keen eye. Dean Luke nodded with a smile. Saken possesses the bloodline of the Golden Dragon and Lion, and is a descendant of the Golden Dragon and Lion family. The Golden Dragon Lion family? Frederick XXXII was horrified. He's actually a descendant of the Golden Dragon Lion family. No wonder he's so outstanding. Seeing the Emperor's expression, some ministers whispered to each other in confusion, who on earth is the Golden Dragon Lion family to have moved His Majesty so much? The expressions of most of the powerful Saint Realm warriors changed slightly, with a complex emotion of shock and fear flashing in their eyes. It is difficult for those who are not in the know to understand the identity of the Golden Dragon and Lion family, but those who are in the know that it is a behemoth. That family had given birth to countless great beings. In terms of heritage, it is second only to the 4 ancient empires. Let's look at the others. Frederick XXXII turned to the magic light curtain. Yes, Your Majesty. The image on the giant magic light screen changed, and a towering mountain appeared. A 100-foot-high waterfall rushed out from the mountains and crashed down the cliff. Below the waterfall is a pool of water. At this time, a fierce battle was taking place by the pond. A giant snake with 6 heads roared continuously, and the 6 snake heads spewed out ice blades, water arrows, boulders and poison, frantically attacking the humans opposite. This human was no ordinary person either. He was 15 or 16 meters tall, with his upper body naked, revealing extremely strong muscles and exuding explosive power. Facing the continuous attacks from the 6 giant snakes, the giant let out a long roar and did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly rushed forward, ignoring the magical attacks flying from the sky, and attacked the 6 giant snakes arrogantly and unreasonably. The overwhelming magical attacks instantly surrounded the giant, but the next moment, lightning burst out all over his body, and all the magical attacks turned into powder in an instant. The giant rushed straight to the front of the 6 giant snakes. His fist, as huge as a watermelon, contained endless violent power and smashed hard into the biggest head among the 6 giant snakes. A powerful impact erupted, smashing the head into pieces, turning it into a pulp. The 6-headed snake screamed in pain, and the remaining 5 heads bit the giant frantically. The giant laughed loudly and let 4 of the snake heads bite his body fiercely, but he grabbed one of the heads and stuffed it directly into his mouth and began to chew it with a crunching sound, with extreme ferocity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 6 giant snakes hissed miserably, and the remaining 4 snake heads bit desperately, but the giant's skin was too thick and tough to be bitten through. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Realizing they could not win, the 6 snakes gave up biting, swung their tails and began to retreat, trying to escape back to the pool. The giant snorted coldly and swung his fists wildly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This battle was obviously unequal, and the outcome was already determined. The remaining 4 snake heads were eaten alive by the giant one by one. In the end, the 6 giant snakes died. Seeing this scene, everyone in front of the Dragon God Church felt a chill down their spines, as if their necks were being blown by a cold wind. Is this the little guy named Arthur? Frederick XXXII said with a wry smile. What a brutal brat. His fighting style is very much like those violent titans. Your Majesty is wise. Dean Luke smiled and responded. Arthur has awakened the bloodline of the Thunder Titan, and it's a deep awakening. In terms of bloodline purity, he is comparable to a first-generation sub-titan. Deep awakening? Not bad, little guy. Frederick XXXII nodded repeatedly. The Thunder Titan is a high-level race comparable to our golden dragons. If Arthur can complete his ultimate awakening, he will be able to rival a pure Thunder Titan. Yes, Your Majesty, Dean Luke added with a smile. This child has enormous potential and must be cultivated with great focus. In time, our dragon god empire may be able to give birth to a thunder titan family. Frederick XXXAI sighed. By then, that barbaric titan on the western continent will surely be driven mad with rage. Ha 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 ha. Your Majesty's heart is like the boundless ocean and the vast starry sky. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Dean Luke praised sincerely. The magic light screen kept changing. Following the golden dragon lion Saken and the thunder giant attire, more geniuses appeared one after another. Your Majesty, that's the undead elf Miriam. Miriam has successfully awakened her wood elf bloodline and has inherited almost all of its abilities perfectly. Not only does she possess an extremely high talent for wood magic, she also possesses exceptional vision. She is a wood magician and holy archer. This is Imperial Dawn Meredith. Meredith possesses a powerful angelic bloodline and displays unparalleled extraordinary talent in the law of light. At only 29 years old, her strength has already reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm. Many veteran Saint Realm masters dare not guarantee that they can defeat her. The one wearing animal skins and with white hair is the White Tiger Knight Mond Aston. Mond Aston is a rare dual bloodline owner. Both bloodlines are extremely powerful. One is the White Tiger bloodline of the Orcish royal family, decisive in killing and extremely ferocious. The other is the Nether White Tiger bloodline, a rare holy beast of both light and darkness, strange and unpredictable. Mond Aston, whose twin tiger bloodlines have awakened, not only possesses magical talents of light, dark, and gold, but also possesses a strong body and unparalleled speed. His strength is unquestionable. Golden Dragon Lion Saken, Thunder Giant Athur, Undead Elf Miriam, Imperial Dawn Meredith, White Tiger Knight Mond Aston. After listening to Dean Luke's introduction, Frederick XXXII was deeply moved. This class of geniuses is arguably the most outstanding in the past 100 years. Any one of them would have been a worthy champion in previous years, but so many have emerged this year. This makes your Majesty very pleased. This is all thanks to your Majesty's wise leadership. The endless emergence of geniuses and the growing prosperity of the empire are all due to your Majesty. Since your Majesty ascended the throne, all four quarters have submitted, and all races have come to you. First, the lost continent was discovered, and now so many geniuses have emerged. The ministers echoed the sentiment one after another, and their voices of praise were like the endless torrent of the river, just like the flooding of the Yellow River, unstoppable. Frederick XXXII waved his hand slightly. The emergence of numerous talented people is undoubtedly a blessing for the empire, but I heard that there are far more talented people in this class than just these. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the other deans, his questioning tone obvious. Your Majesty, our Royal Knight Academy has also trained several geniuses, the most outstanding of whom is the 13th Princess Annabella. Her Royal Highness is incredibly talented. At only 28 years old, she's already ranked 17th on the Dragon God Genius list. She's surpassed many young talents and has made numerous notable achievements in battles against sea monster attacks. Her strength puts even veterans like us to shame. Little 13 is truly extraordinary. Hearing the praise for Princess 13, Frederick XXXII's face immediately broke into a smile. Among more than 1,000 children, Princess 13 was undoubtedly his most beloved one. The ministers and many members of the Holy Land nodded in agreement. Princess 13 was recognized as the strongest among the younger generation. Her strength was unquestionable and she was deeply loved by His Majesty. If her bloodline wasn't impure, she would definitely be the best candidate for the next emperor. How could it be Prince Barbarossa's turn? Lost continent, deep in the forest. The aura of the Holy Land demonic beast is emanating from this Tienkung. A young man in a black magic robe walked to a massive cenote deep in the jungle. The cenote, 100 meters in diameter and unfathomable in depth, resembled the maw of a monster, ready to devour any creature that fell within. The inner wall of the sinkhole is covered with fine grass, lichens and mold, which completely blocks the entire pit entrance. If it were not for tracking the breath of the Holy Domain monster, it would be difficult to find it. Another Holy Domain monster is about to die. Meeting you is the worst possible luck for this guy. How pitiful. Old Dean, is it appropriate for you to speak like this? Did I say something wrong? No? Ha, are you planning to kill it? It was clearly staying in its nest just fine, but then disaster struck and you killed it out of nowhere. How can that not be considered bad luck? I guess so. Then I was right. I can't argue with you. The young man was none other than Meng Lei. He leaped into the Tianqing, a cold, damp smell mingled with the stench of decay hitting him in the face. As we went deeper, the temperature gradually dropped and the light became dimmer, but the aura of the Holy Domain monster lurking in the depths of the Tianqing became stronger and stronger. Meng Lei was very brave and ran very fast. After about 5 minutes, he finally reached the bottom of the Tianqing and saw a huge underground cave. There's a whole new world underneath this sinkhole. The light at the bottom of the pit was dim, but Meng Lei had extraordinary eyesight and could take in everything around him. This spacious cave before him seemed to have no end in sight, a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers could be found. Various remains of corpses were scattered on the ground. The largest skeleton was 100 meters tall, and one of its ribs was as high as a 10-story building. There were countless other skeletons. The concentration of methane here is extremely high. Even the slightest spark could cause an earth-shattering explosion. But where exactly is the sanctuary monster hiding? A strange buzzing sound was heard, and suddenly countless pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. Those blood-red eyes were cold and menacing, like the eyes of a demon from hell, making one shudder. At the same time, the sound of licking saliva was heard in the dark. It can be imagined that the owners of these blood-red eyeballs were staring at Meng Lei greedily with saliva flowing. It's true. Meng Lei clearly saw that in the dark cave opposite, there was a group of bat-like monsters hanging upside down. They were as big as yaks, with wings on their backs, heads like black wolves, blood-red eyes, and mouths full of fangs. Level 6 magical beast, shadow wolf-headed bat. I was actually treated as a meal by a group of level 6 monsters. Meng Lei raised a contemptuous arc at the corner of his mouth, snapped his fingers, and threw out a fireball the size of an orange. The methane gas at the bottom of the pit was ignited by the fireball. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, a chain of explosions broke out, and the scorching fire wave instantly engulfed everything at the bottom of the pit. Aha! Suddenly, bursts of shrill howls were heard all around, and a group of shadow wolf-headed bats flapped their wings and fled desperately, as if they were crazy and wished they had 2 more legs. Act recklessly. Meng Lei snorted lightly, and rushed into the flames rising into the sky without hesitation, following the breath of the holy domain monster. As for the tens of thousands of shadow wolf-headed bats surrounded by the sea of fire, he simply didn't bother to care. Let those who were burned to death burn to death. Those who cannot be burned to death will only suffer even more painful torture, and life will be worse than death. The deep hole underground is pitch black and bottomless. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, a vast underground pool suddenly appeared in front of us. The surface of the water was shrouded in white mist, the depth was unpredictable, and the width was boundless, just like a mysterious fairy spring. In the center of the pool lurked a bizarre creature resembling a giant salamander. Its entire body was milky white, as if carved from mutton-fat white jade. Its skin was smooth, delicate, crystal clear, and as tender as a lotus flower emerging from the water. The beauty of its skin makes countless celebrities and wealthy ladies feel ashamed, and makes countless beautiful ladies jealous and crazy. Oh my god, this giant salamander is huge! Meng Lei exclaimed in a low voice. It must be 70 or 80 meters long. It's amazing. Wow. Hearing the sound, the huge giant salamander-like monster turned around and looked at him in surprise. Calling it Wang is actually not quite accurate, because its eyes are closed tightly, which is obviously due to its degeneration in order to adapt to the dim environment underground. But it still sensed Meng Lei's presence. Wow. Wow. The giant salamander opened its mouth wide and made a sharp piercing sound, which sounded very much like a baby crying, and was creepy to hear. Old Dean, what kind of monster is this? Meng Lei asked with a shudder in his heart. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the long-extinct sacred beast from the Sky Continent, the split devil salamander, the old man said, with some surprise. The Lost Continent is truly a magical place. Many creatures here have long since disappeared from the Sky Continent. Split-body devil salamander? Why is this name so strange? Meng Lei was a little confused. Because this magical beast can split, the old man explained. When it suffers a fatal attack, it will split into many individuals to offset the damage. In other words, physical attacks have no effect on the split devil salamander. It can even split? Meng Lei was completely bewildered. This world is truly full of wonders. There's actually such a magical beast. Isn't this similar to the slug in Naruto? What kind of rare creature is this? The old man smiled faintly. You'd better be careful later. The split-body devil salamander may look cute, but it has a bad temper and is extremely aggressive. It's not called devil for nothing. I understand. Meng Lei turned his head and saw the split-body devil salamander grinning and growling, ready to attack. Wow wow. The next moment, countless silver water spears suddenly emerged from its body, flashing with cold light, and suddenly launched an attack. Swish, swish, swish. The silver water spear broke through the air, making a sharp and piercing sound, as if it was going to pierce Meng Lei into a sieve. Level 8 magic water judgment? Could it be underestimated? Meng Lei shook his head slightly and slowly uttered 4 words. Absolute zero. Ice elements from all directions quickly gathered together, turning into a surging white airflow, rushing straight towards the rift-body devil salamander. The split-body devil salamander let out a strange cry, but before it could react, it was completely submerged by the white airflow. Crack, crack. In an instant, the countless flying water spears were frozen. The split-body devil salamander was completely frozen. The pool of water where it was located also formed a solid layer of ice. Everything in the cave was frozen. In an instant, the damp and dark cave turned into a crystal-clear crystal palace. It was so cold that even a breath would instantly condense into white mist. The split-body devil salamander turned into a sculpture, and its body still maintained the same posture as before, just like a newly carved ice sculpture, lifelike and vivid. Ding! Kill one split devil salamander and get 10.4 billion gold coins. The system prompt sounded on time. Absolute zero is truly truly terrifying. But it's perfect for dealing with the split devil salamander. The old man took a deep breath, feeling a mixture of emotion. As for why Meng Lei could release the forbidden ice spell, he was not surprised at all. After all, Meng Lei had done a lot of strange things. Split? At absolute zero, it doesn't exist. Meng Lei chuckled and lightly tapped the ice sculpture. With a click, the huge split devil salamander shattered instantly and turned into ice powder on the ground. A magic core the size of a watermelon flew out. Meng Lei put it in his pocket and then returned to the jungle to continue hunting monsters. At Meng Lei's level, ordinary monsters are no longer in his eyes. His minimum goal is a 9th level monster, and his focus is still on the Holy Realm monsters. He would kill any low-level magical beasts of level 7 or 8 he encountered. It was a waste of time to go looking for them. Old Dean, have you sensed the Holy Domain monster? We haven't found any sanctuary monsters yet, but there's a pretty good level 9 monster in the southeast, about 50 or 60 kilometers. Since we haven't found the Holy Land monster, let's go over there first. Meng Lei was slightly disappointed and flew towards the direction of the 9th level monster. Unexpectedly, just when he was halfway through the flight, the old man called him. But, wait, you little brat. I sensed the presence of a Holy Domain monster in that direction. Northeast? Without hesitation, Meng Lei flew northeast at top speed. After incorporating the god-slaying rat's bloodline, his speed increased several times, and his flying speed was equally astonishing. His current speed far exceeds that of most mid-stage flying monsters in the Holy Domain. It is simply lightning fast. A streak of light flashed across the sky, covering 100 meters in an instant. A few minutes later, Meng Lei arrived at the place where the Holy Domain monster was, but saw that it was an extremely dangerous situation. The Holy Domain monster was actually under siege. A small team of 6 players surrounded it and were about to kill it. These 6 were clearly not good people. Their swords were sharp, their strength was fierce, their magic was precise, and every move was deadly. Even if the monsters were thick-skinned and tough, they would find it difficult to withstand the combined siege of 6 people. The besieged sanctuary monsters were exhausted and seriously injured, and they were in danger of dying at any time. Its entire body is a vibrant crimson, its scales are like rose petals, and it has a single horn on its head. This is none other than the Wood Element Sanctuary Warcraft Unicorn Rose Python. The old man smiled and said, the Unicorn Rose Python is the most beautiful python among all magical beasts. It is extremely rare in the Sky Continent. The most handsome guy? Is that all he looks like? Meng Lei rolled his eyes at him and cast his gaze towards the 6 people besieging the one-horned rose python. They're wearing Dragon God Academy uniforms. Are they from Dragon God Academy? Looking at their college attire, they should be right. The old man also agreed with Meng Lei's judgment. What a pity that a Holy Domain monster is about to be killed by them. Meng Lei shook his head and sighed. Stop pretending. Don't you have any idea? The old man said with disdain. Old Dean, you were so straightforward. I'm afraid you don't have many friends. Meng Lei curled his lips, dropped from the sky and jumped into the battle circle. What are you doing? Why are you hurting my mount? Meng Lei descended from the sky, as if stepping on a colorful cloud. The monkey that suddenly appeared scared everyone. Be careful, someone is trying to steal food. A woman wearing a golden magic robe, holding a golden staff, and with long golden wavy hair shouted, and the 6 people immediately stopped and stared at Meng Lei vigilantly. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. The blonde woman breathed a sigh of relief. Little devil, leave now and we'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Where did you come from, you wild boy? Get away from me. You even dare to steal our prey. You're courting death. The other 5 also stood up straight, lowered their guard, and looked at Meng Lei coldly, their eyes full of disdain. Meng Lei's face darkened. He pointed at the rose unicorn python behind him and said in a deep voice, this is clearly my mount, and you're actually treating it as prey? The 6 people were slightly stunned and looked at the unicorn rose python, but saw that the unicorn rose python was looking at Meng Lei with a confused expression. I am his mount? How come I don't know anything about this? Obviously, it doesn't know Meng Lei at all. The 6 people were immediately furious. Boy, you dare to play tricks on us? A strong man with a single horn on his head, wings on his back and a height of more than 2 meters roared and rushed towards Meng Lei like an angry bull. Marcus, be gentle, don't beat him to death or you'll be eliminated too. Someone kindly reminded. Beat him half to death is enough. Don't worry, I know my limits. The one-horned strong man Marcus grinned, raised the hammer in his right hand high, and smashed it down hard. Boy, this is not a place for you to come. Go back and drink your milk. It has to be said that Marcus' hammer was incredibly powerful. Even a 9th level monster would be smashed into a pulp in an instant, let alone Meng Lei, who was less than 1.7 meters tall and had a thin body. Just looking at their appearance, there is a huge difference between the two. However, facing the heavy hammer that was falling like a mountain, Meng Lei easily grabbed the hammer. With a little force, he made a hole in the hammer, and fine bone powder slipped out and drifted away with the wind. Marcus' eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. This hammer was made from the bones of the Holy Domain monster sea whale. I see. He actually caught it easily. He actually smashed it to pieces with just his hands. Is this still a human being? Before he could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Marcus looked down and saw that Monlay had appeared in front of him and punched him hard in the abdomen. Marcus opened his mouth to speak, but felt a huge force coming at him, and the whole person seemed to be hit by a speeding high-speed train and flew backwards. Oh, the 5 blonde men were all stunned, staring at Meng Lei blankly, as if they had seen a ghost. Although Marcus is not the strongest among them, as a black dragon, his strength is unmatched. Such a powerful Marcus was killed instantly by Meng Lei in one move, and even his proud whalebone hammer was easily crushed. What kind of power is this? What kind of strength is that? This unremarkable little ghost in front of me is definitely a sanctuary, and an extremely powerful sanctuary. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill Marcus in one blow. After realizing this, the 5 people were suddenly shocked. Shua shua shua. It's my mount, is there any problem? Monlay looked directly at the 5 blonde men. The 5 people were shocked. Although they are half a step into the holy realm, with the holy magic devices in their hands, the 6 of them can barely kill the early holy realm monsters together. But facing the terrifying sanctuary that can kill Marcus in seconds, they are no match at all. Nothing? Then let me ask again. Meng Lei raised an eyebrow. This unicorn rose python is my mount. Do you have any objections? Sir, it's yours. The corner of one of the blonde women's mouth twitched. Although she was extremely unwilling, she still wisely gave up the unicorn rose python. Facing an unfathomable holy domain, confronting it head-on and being tough to the end is definitely the stupidest choice. Meng Lei waved his hand. The 5 men carried Marcus and left quickly as if they were escaping for their lives, fearing that their slow movements would anger Meng Lei. Now, it's just us. Meng Lei turned his head and his eyes fell on the unicorn rose python covered with wounds, with a slight smile on his lips. I have to say that the appearance of this unicorn rose python is quite unique, as if it is made up of layers of rose petals. It is worthy of being the most handsome among python monsters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The unicorn rose python's eyes were filled with fear, and it growled in a low voice, what do you want to do? Seeing that it did not launch an attack immediately, Meng Lei nodded secretly. Not long after arriving in the Lost Continent, he noticed that the monsters here had a special feature: they didn't really hate humans. Perhaps because they have never actually seen humans, the monsters also regard humans as another kind of monsters. When faced with monsters that are far more powerful than themselves, they will feel fear, awe, and even surrender. Unlike the monsters in the Sky Continent, they are full of hatred, anger, unwillingness, and would rather die than surrender. I'm wondering, should I braise you, roast you, freeze you into a popsicle, or maybe make you into a snake skewer? Meng Lei pinched his chin and thought, but that's too bloody. How about cutting it into snake slices? Yes, snake slices. I've never seen snake slices before. And those rose scales all over your body. If you peel them off and arrange them into the shape of roses and use them to pick up girls, the effect will definitely be amazing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The unicorn rose python was shaking like a sieve, its eyes filled with fear. Master, please don't kill me. I'm just a young, naive little python. My meat is not tasty. It really is not tasty. Ha, you're still begging for mercy? Meng Lei was surprised and said, it's good that you know how to beg for mercy. I'll ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, I can consider letting you go. Please speak, sir. I will tell you everything I know. The unicorn rose python trembled and nodded repeatedly. Are you familiar with this continent? Monroe asked the first question. Familiar? Of course I'm familiar. The unicorn rose python nodded quickly. I have lived on this continent since I was a child and I am familiar with every corner here. Meng Lei's eyes gleamed, and he said happily, so, you know the locations of all the holy domain monsters on this continent? Yes, my lord. Although the unicorn rose python didn't quite understand, it still answered respectfully, all the holy beasts on this continent are my friends. I know the nests of every one of them. Very good, very good. Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction. One last question, do you want to live or die? Live. I want to live, sir. The unicorn rose python was almost scared to tears. If you want to live, then follow me. Meng Lei bared his fangs and said, take me to find your friends from the sanctuary Warcraft. Remember, every single one of them. What do you want with them, sir? The unicorn rose python blinked. Is that something you can ask? Meng Lei glared at him. Can I talk to them about life? Yes, yes, yes. Why? So what are you waiting for? Let's go. Meng Lei's figure flashed and landed on the head of the unicorn rose python. Yes, sir. From a hidden patch of grass, several heads slowly popped out, and they breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the thin young man stepping on the big snake and leaving. The scary guy finally left, but soon the relief in their eyes was replaced by hatred and anger. Damn little brat, how dare you steal our prey? When have we ever suffered such a big loss in our quest for dominance in the imperial capital? Damn it! I swear by the dragon god that I won't be called Karkasnod Slavkamabro until I've avenged this. Listening to her companion's curses and resentment, the blonde girl snorted coldly, revenge? This guy is unfathomable. Even if the 6 of us ambushed him secretly, we would never be his match. You still want revenge? Is that the end of it? If it was was Sakhen, Athur, Mond Aston, and the others who robbed me, I would have accepted it. But who is this brat? That's right. Who does he think he is to steal our prey? I just can't let this go. Shame. This is a huge shame. The blonde girl shook her head slightly. His strength is unfathomable. It's too difficult to take revenge. Just let it go like that? Forget it? Ha, you stole my Alice's prey. How can I just let it go like this? The blonde girl sneered. There are many ways to take revenge. Blindly fighting is the stupidest choice. Alice, do you have any ideas? Everyone looked at each other. Everyone's eyes lit up. I knew you were the smartest. We're not the only players coming to the lost continent, and there are many who can kill him. You mean, kill with a borrowed knife? The unicorn rose python carried Mang Lei over mountains and hills, and the first stop was at the foot of a big mountain. My lord, my first friend, Jimmy Frost, lives on that volcano. Mang Lei turned his head and looked. The lower half of the mountain was lush with vegetation, just like other mountains, but the upper half was bare and black, without a single blade of grass. It was obviously an active volcano. Let's go up. Mang Lei has already sensed the breath of the Holy Land demonic beast. Yes, sir. The one-horned rose python didn't hesitate, quickly taking off into the air and flying towards the mountaintop. As a magical beast in the early stages of the Holy Land, although its speed wasn't particularly fast, it was more than enough to fly. We quickly reached the summit, where a strong odor of sulfur filled our faces. Black smoke curled from the 10-acre square crater, and magma simmered, emitting scorching heat. Go! Call for help. Mang Lei patted the sitting python. Sir, this. The unicorn rose python hesitated for a moment, a hint of fear flashing in its eyes. Isn't it your old friend? Mang Lei frowned slightly. What's there to be afraid of when you come to see an old friend? Sir, but, if you say one more word of nonsense, do you believe I'll throw you into the volcanic lake and give you a hot bath? Mang Lei glared at it with impatience in his tone. Yes, sir. The unicorn rose python shuddered and then happily went. It was a wood-attributed monster, and was most afraid of fire. Being thrown into the boiling magma to bathe, it wasn't the dirt that was washed away, but its skin. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Jimmy Frost, here comes an old friend. The unicorn rose python roared, and its aura suddenly rose, rushing straight into the boiling magma lake and pressing down. A low roar followed. The next moment, the magma rolled, waves splashed, and a huge head slowly emerged from the magma lake. The head is hideous and ferocious, covered with fiery red scales, with a spiral horn on top, and eyes as big as watermelons. Mang Lei widened his eyes in surprise. This head clearly looks like a fire dragon. Could it really be a pure-blooded fire dragon? However, as the giant gradually emerged from the magma, its huge body gradually became apparent. A slender and sturdy body, fiery red and hard scales, shaped like a giant crocodile, with 4 short legs. Mang Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a fire dragon. If it was, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. In the Dragon God Empire, anything is allowed except slaying dragons, which is an absolute taboo. Becoming a dragon slayer comes at a high price. Old Dean, is this Yalong? It's just a lava dragon crocodile. The old man said disdainfully, although it has a trace of fire dragon blood, it is too thin to be considered a subdragon. Giant dragons are protective of their offspring and will never allow others to bully them. They are proud and extremely repulsive to creatures with thin bloodlines. Obviously, the old man is extremely disgusted with this lava dragon crocodile. It doesn't matter who it looks like, but it has to look like a fire dragon. If he doesn't reject you, who else should he reject? Clara, you piece of trash, how dare you trespass on my territory? Lava dragon crocodile Jimmy Frost glanced coldly at the one-horned rose python, his eyes full of disdain and dissatisfaction. Jimmy Frost, my old friend. The unicorn rose python was nervous, but pretended to be intimate. I'm free today, so I came to see you. Friends, you piece of shit? The lava dragon crocodile seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, and laughed wildly. The sound was like rumbling thunder, shaking the rocks and causing the magma to churn. After laughing enough, it stopped smiling, revealing its fangs, and sneered, if you offer me that vibrant core of life, I might consider accepting you as my friend. Jimmy Frost. After being repeatedly humiliated, the one-horned rose python couldn't help but become angry and said, our territories are adjacent, so we are old neighbors. Why are you so disrespectful to me? Ha ha ha. Do you really think you're that important? The lava dragon crocodile sneered, if you weren't lucky enough to be favored by the mother tree of life, would you have achieved the holy domain? In my eyes, you will always be just a level 6 python. Jimmy Frost. The unicorn rose python stamped its feet in anger, but there was nothing it could do. First, the lava dragon crocodile was telling the truth. Second, it was no match for the other one. I can't beat him, absolutely not. Ha, my friend, you are so arrogant. At this time, Mang Lei stood up and stared coldly at the lava dragon crocodile. The lava dragon crocodile glanced at Mang Lei. I'm a friend of the unicorn rose python. Mang Lei said calmly, you look down on my friend, and you look down on me. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I won't let you go. Getting mad? Bah! The lava dragon crocodile laughed heartily and said, who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Do you believe that I can swallow you whole? Ghoul? My friend, I've tried to persuade you kindly and be tolerant, but you've been so aggressive and acted like a villain. I can't stand it anymore and have no choice but to lose my temper. Meng Lei snorted coldly and shouted, 10,000 swords return to the sect. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst out from Meng Lei's body. The gold elements within a radius of several kilometers were strongly attracted and turned into countless sharp swords, surrounding him. The lava dragon crocodile was stunned by the golden light and was slow to react. Meng Lei said coldly, you damn villain, today I will be the protagonist of a novel and get rid of you, the devil, and rid the people of this harm. Swish, swish, swish. Countless golden swords turned and broke through the air, like an impenetrable sword net, swarming towards the lava dragon crocodile. There are so many of them, it's overwhelming. The momentum is so strong that even Xianba can hardly match it. Ah! Accompanied by the sound of tearing, shrill screams came one after another. The unicorn rose python looked over quickly, its whole body trembled, and a chill ran down its spine. Could this still be considered a lava dragon crocodile? This is clearly a pile of minced meat. Even if a monster at the great perfection level was kicked, its face would be completely disfigured. Its feet shouldn't be kicked into such a state, right? Ding! Kill a lava dragon crocodile and get 11.5 billion gold coins. Sir, you are truly amazing. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of a river, or like the overflowing yellow river, which is unstoppable. Stop talking nonsense. Just focus on driving. Meng Lei said helplessly, just now I heard that old crocodile say that before you achieved the holy domain, you were only a level 6 monster? Yes, my lord. The unicorn rose python didn't dare to hide it. 10 years ago, I was indeed only a level 6 magical beast rose python, but because I was lucky enough to obtain the fruit of the mother tree of life, I was able to be promoted to a holy beast. I thought that by becoming a sanctuary warcraft, I could stand on equal footing with those high-ranking veteran sanctuary warcraft, but who would have thought they would still look down on me? Meng Lei interrupted her rambling narration. You mean, in just 10 years, you advanced from a small 6th level monster to a holy domain monster? Yes, sir. The unicorn rose python looked puzzled. Is there any problem with this? The 6th level warcraft leaps into the holy realm. Isn't this a big problem? Not only Meng Lei, but even the old man was so shocked that he jumped out of the space ring. Meng Lei, ask it quickly. What exactly is the mother tree of life? Meng Lei took a deep breath and threw the question away. Clara's eyes immediately showed worship, like the look of a fanatical believer facing a god. The mother tree of life is the sacred tree of this continent and the spiritual faith of all living beings. Both plant life and animal life have a deep reverence for the mother tree and a devout faith in it. The mother tree will always protect us. The mother tree is so great? Meng Lei's eyes flashed. Then what is the fruit of the mother tree of life? The mother tree bears fruit once every 100 years, and only 9 fruits each time. When the fruits are ripe, the mother tree will send these 9 fruits to various parts of the continent for living beings to eat. The unicorn rose python said gratefully, as long as you are lucky enough, you can obtain the fruit. After taking it, you can gain great power in a very short time, just like me. A fruit that allowed you to become a sanctuary beast in just 10 years. The effect of this fruit. Meng Lei was incredulous. Old Dean, have you ever heard of this kind of fruit? Unheard of. The old man shook his head and sighed. There are many treasures in the sky continent that can break through boundaries and enhance strength, but nothing can compare to this magical fruit. This thing is even more perverted than the law source crystal. Meng Lei nodded heavily. The law source crystal contained the laws of heaven and earth, and could help a 9th level expert knock on the door of law and achieve the Holy Land, but it was only effective for 9th level experts. Below level 9, it's useless. But this fruit is obviously different. Level 6 Warcraft, 10 years to become a saint. This is simply a panacea for mass-producing the sanctuary. How can the law source crystal be compared with it? Find it. We must find this sacred tree. Meng Lei's eyes were burning with passion, and a dazzling light flashed in them. As long as I can take it for myself and enjoy the fruit of the sacred tree, it would be a great bargain. A fruit from the sacred tree is equivalent to a holy place. How valuable is this sacred tree? What's the big deal about having a mine at home? What does it matter if the house is demolished? What's the big deal about having a villa in the second ring road? Compared to the sacred tree, it's nothing. We have to look for it, but I'm worried we can't hold on. The old man's face was solemn and his eyes were complicated. Can't hold on? Meng Lei frowned in confusion. Do you still remember what the unicorn rose python said just now? The old man spoke slowly. All living things on this continent, whether plants or animals, deeply worship and believe in the mother tree of life. The old man said slowly. I know, what's wrong? Meng Lei was even more confused. I once asked myself, how do I become a god? The old man asked. My answer is to become a god through the laws, right? Meng Lei nodded. You said that gods are also called controllers of laws. As long as we can fully comprehend a law, we can become gods. Becoming a god through the law is one path. The old man slowly said, in fact, there is more than one way to become a god. There is also a common and simple way, yet extremely difficult. Meng Lei was stunned. It was so common and simple, yet it was also the most difficult? How could this sound so contradictory? Old Dean, this road you are talking about is is. Meng Lei was full of curiosity. Faith makes you a god. The old man spoke with a heavy tone. Becoming a god through faith? Meng Lei was shocked. As long as you have enough believers who sincerely believe in you and worship you, you don't have to do anything at all. Even if you just grill skewers and sleep all day, you can become a god. The old man smiled and explained, this is what faith leads to godhood. Don't you think it's simple? Meng Lei shook his head speechlessly. Becoming a god without doing anything? Isn't that too ridiculous? So, it's really easy to become a god through faith. Compared to comprehending the laws, it's like cheating. The old man changed the subject, but unfortunately, gaining enough believers is not easy at all, even extremely difficult. Take our sky continent for example. To the north is the Orc Empire. To the east is the Dragon God Empire. To the south is the Elf Empire. To the west is the Titan Empire. However, the four great empires each worship different gods. Even if the sky continent has billions of inhabitants, is it possible to snatch believers from these four empires? Meng Lei smiled bitterly. This was simply impossible, at least not at the moment. So, the path to godhood through faith is as difficult as ascending to heaven, because you simply can't find enough believers to offer their faith and help you become a god. The old man shook his head slightly. Therefore, all living beings on the sky continent can only honestly comprehend the laws and follow the path of becoming gods. Old Dean, you just said that it is common to become a god through faith. What does that mean? Meng Lei asked again. In our sky continent, it is indeed difficult to become a god through faith, but it may not be the case in other planes. The old man smiled and said, you may not know yet, but in this vast universe, there are countless planes. Our sky continent is just an ordinary material plane. Meng Lei pretended to be surprised. The old man rambled on, the planes are like bubbles. New planes are born every moment, and old planes disappear. Those newly created planes have no gods, no powerful beings, and life is primitive and backward. The creatures born in these planes are ignorant and reverent, and they easily develop a belief in supernatural phenomena or incomprehensible existences. For example, faith in a strong person, faith in a snake, faith in a fire, faith in a stone, and so on. This is the most primitive belief, primitive worship. Primitive worship? Mon Lei whispered to himself. To primitive life, primitive worship is nothing more than a simple belief, but to those who are believed in, it is a matter of great significance. Primitive worship is enough to make them become gods, and faith is the very foundation of creating gods. This is the true meaning of faith, becoming a god. The old man sighed and said, in the vast universe, new planes are born every moment, and old planes disappear. Thus, primitive worship has never ceased. Even in the early days of our sky continent, we went through a similar process. It was because of this that many gods were born. What a pity! With the development and prosperity of civilization, the religious resources on the sky continent have been gradually divided up, and there is no longer any fertile ground suitable for believing in and becoming a god. I see. Meng Lei nodded. So, Old Dean, are you worried that this mother tree of life will become a deity because of the faith of the people on the continent? It's unlikely that it will become a god. The old man shook his head slightly. No new gods have been born in the sky continent for over 10,000 years. It's unlikely that the mother tree of life will become a god. Then what are you worried about? Meng Lei frowned slightly. Although there are no signs of becoming a god, the possibility of being a demigod cannot be ruled out. The old man's face turned serious. Although a demigod is not a true god, he is equally powerful. If this mother tree of life, nourished by endless faith, becomes a demigod, can you still resist it? Meng Lei's heart tightened. The power of the demigod far exceeded the limit of the holy realm. He was no match at all. Old Dean, what should we do? Don't panic, and don't be afraid, the old man said in a deep voice. Whether the mother tree of life has become a demigod is just our guess at the moment. What you need to do now is to gather as much information as possible about the mother tree of life so that you can make a more accurate assessment. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. I understand. Meng Lei nodded and patted the unicorn rose python beside him. Clara, how much do you know about the mother tree of life? Sir, as Clara continued to speak, Meng Lei's understanding of the mother tree of life gradually deepened. According to the unicorn rose python, although the mother tree of life is a tree, it is completely different from ordinary trees. It has no fixed shape and no fixed location. It can appear in any corner of the continent and in any form. It is a tree, but not entirely a tree. No one has ever seen what it looks like. The only thing that is certain is that every 100 years, the voice of the mother tree of life will be transmitted into the minds of the creatures on the continent, informing everyone that the fruit is ripe. Apart from this, all living beings know nothing about the mother tree of life. After hearing this, the old man immediately said, this mother tree of life is definitely actively collecting the power of faith. The so-called fruit is just a tool to spread faith. The ability to actively gather faith is something ordinary creatures simply cannot do. Brat, you must be careful and cautious in your next actions. If you notice anything unusual, evacuate immediately. I understand, Old Dean. Meng Lei nodded seriously, but a trace of gloom rose in his heart. There is actually an unfathomable sacred tree lurking in the lost continent, and all the creatures on the continent have become believers believers of this sacred tree. What is he doing himself? Hunting down the believers of the sacred tree. Not only him, the other 7,847 contestants are also hunting these believers. Will the sacred tree sit idly by? The answer is obviously no. The Emperor has no idea of the true situation on the continent, yet he's sending us here to hunt monsters. How foolish. In the following time, Meng Lei's nerves were always tense. He didn't dare to slack off at all, for fear that the sacred tree would suddenly counterattack. As time went by, under the leadership of the traitor, the one-horned rose python, the 4 sacred beasts were killed one after another by Meng Lei. The sacred tree still has no reaction. It seems like it has been completely left alone. Gradually, Meng Lei's mentality began to change. Since the sacred tree doesn't care, then I won't be polite either. Sir, the basin in front is the territory of the multi-armed behemoth Sakas, Clara said as she flew to a basin. Multi-armed behemoth? Meng Lei looked puzzled. Behemoth knew that the royal family of the Orc Empire was none other than the Behemoth clan, and that the Golden Behemoth was comparable to the Golden Dragon and the Thunder Titan. In addition, there are 2 lower-level behemoths, Silver Behemoth and Bronze Behemoth. But who is the multi-armed behemoth? Young man, read more books. The old man snorted. The multi-armed behemoth is a mutant of the behemoth. It has 4 more arms than the ordinary behemoth, so it is also called the 6-armed behemoth. Behemoths are known as the kings of land warfare. In terms of strength alone, we dragons are no match for them. Behemoth's defense is amazing. Aside from forbidden magic, it's almost immune to all magical attacks. In a melee, a dragon of the same level is no match for Behemoth. TSK, that's amazing. Meng Lei couldn't help but admire him. The old man was a fire dragon man, with terrifying strength. Even he admitted that behemoths of the same level were stronger than dragons. This was enough to prove that behemoths were extraordinary. A multi-armed behemoth has 4 more arms than a normal behemoth. It's more powerful in melee combat and more difficult to deal with. You better be careful next time, the old man reminded. Soon, Meng Lei arrived at a basin. The basin was like a sunken bowl, thousands of kilometers below sea level. A dense forest of stone stood in the center of the basin. At first glance, the densely packed stone pillars stood like bamboo shoots in the mountains. Ha, ha! Not long after entering the stone forest, bursts of thunderous snoring came into my ears. At the same time, a terrifying pressure quickly spread out, making people's nerves tense. My lord, it is the multi-armed behemoth Sakas. The one-horned rose python pointed at a gray giant beast lying in the stone forest and said in a trembling voice, his eyes full of fear. It is a snake-type monster, and what it fears most are power-type monsters, not to mention power monsters like the multi-armed behemoth, which has several extra arms and is simply its nemesis. Wake it up! Meng Lei's eyes were fixed on the sleeping beast. Yes, sir. The unicorn rose python flew over with a mournful look on its face. Having followed Meng Lei for so long, it had already figured out Meng Lei's temperament and knew that if it dared to neglect him, the consequences would be absolutely embarrassing. Sakas, my old friend. The unicorn rose python didn't dare to get close and could only shout from a distance. The sleeping behemoth was awakened and roared angrily. Who dares to disturb Sakas's sweet dream? Don't you want to live? The roar of the multi-armed behemoth was earth-shaking, like thunder exploding. The surrounding stone forest shook, and huge rocks rolled down. Even Meng Lei felt his ears buzzing and hurting. Wow, what a loud voice. In a rage, the multi-armed behemoth stood up. It was 50 meters tall, covered with thick gray mane, and the muscles underneath were astonishingly strong. Hippo mouth, lion legs, crocodile back, giant ape body, and those heavy sloth claws. Its 6 sturdy arms hang on both sides of its knees, full of power, and its sharp-hooked claws are 2 meters long, which is chilling. Is this the legendary multi-armed behemoth? Who dares to disturb Sakas's sweet dreams? The multi-armed behemoth roared, the sound like rumbling thunder, shaking the void and making the eardrums buzz. Sakas, my old friend. The unicorn rose python's voice trembled, and he was panicking. I came to see you. Are you okay? Roar! Die, you lowly reptile. The multi-armed behemoth roared, grabbed a 10-meter-long giant stalagmite and threw it at the unicorn rose python without mercy, not caring about his friends at all. The stalagmites cut through the air, making a humming sound, like an intercontinental missile, powerful enough to smash through an E-100 tank. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The unicorn rose python was so frightened that it quickly swung its long tail and fled to the side. The boulder almost grazed its skin and hit Meng Lei instead. Sizzle. Meng Lei put his fingers together to form a sword, and with a light stroke, a golden sword light flashed, instantly splitting the giant stalagmite into 2 halves. Roar, roar, roar. The multi-armed behemoth, whose sweet dream was interrupted, was furious. He took a step with his strong legs and rushed forward violently. You lowly reptile, I will tear you to pieces. The earth shook and the stone forest swayed. Huge rocks rolled down and dust flew. The multi-armed behemoth, which was over 50 meters tall, moved at an astonishing speed. It crossed hundreds of meters in a few strides and arrived in front of the one-horned rose python. It suddenly grabbed it with its sharp barbed claws. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The unicorn rose python was scared out of its wits. Clara, back off, Monray shouted. Yes, sir. This sound was like heavenly music to the unicorn rose python. It quickly swung its long tail and quickly got behind Meng Lei. The king of land warfare? Let me see him for myself. Meng Lei licked his lips, and a dazzling golden light suddenly spurted out of his body, instantly enveloping him. The multi-armed behemoth's sharp claws suddenly grabbed down, and with a flash of golden light, he quietly appeared 100 meters away. At the same time, the gold elements within a radius of several kilometers gathered frantically. The golden light becomes more and more dazzling. The ball of light gradually expanded. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The golden ball of light bloomed with endless brilliance, like the sun across the sky, shining brightly and illuminating the earth. An arm shining with brilliant golden light stretched out from the ball of light. The whole arm was golden, as if it was made of gold. The golden tendons were bulging, the muscles were knotted, and it burst out with intense power. Then, the second, third, and fourth arms appeared one after another. In an instant, a golden giant with a height of 50 meters, 3 heads, and 6 arms, and shining golden light all over his body appeared from the ball of light, and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. A sharp, violent aura erupted from the golden giant, sweeping across the surrounding area. Rays of golden light shot out, instantly piercing the surrounding stalagmites like sieves. The multi-armed behemoth roared and rushed towards the golden giant, its ferocious blood-red eyes looking as if it wanted to tear its opponent to pieces. Good job. Meng Lei laughed loudly towards the sky and controlled the golden giant to meet the target. Boom boom boom. Two huge monsters more than 10 stories high were running, shaking the heaven and earth. The earth was shaking violently, and large stalagmites were rolling down, just like the mountain-shaking earthquake caused by the earthquake. The next moment, the multi-armed behemoth collided with the golden giant with a deafening sound. Sizzle. The sharp claws of the multi-armed behemoth drew several deep grooves on the golden giant's body, and the golden giant's 6 punches hit the multi-armed behemoth at the same time. Dang dang dang. The two giant beasts retreated at the same time, leaving behind wide and deep footprints and breaking several stalagmites. In the first confrontation, it was difficult to determine the winner. Roar, roar, roar. The multi-armed behemoth unleashed its ferocity and pounced on its opponent again. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. This basin has completely become a battlefield. The hard stalagmites crumble like tofu wherever the two giants pass by, and collapse as soon as they touch them. In less than 5 minutes, most of the stalagmites in the basin were shattered, as if they had been hit by a level 12 typhoon. The unicorn rose python, the sole witness of this hand-to-hand combat, was already stunned. It was shocked by the fierceness of the fight, and even more shocked by Meng Lei's choice. It was well aware of the power of the multi-armed behemoth. In this continent, there were hundreds of sanctuary warcraft, but only a few dared to fight the multi-armed behemoth head-on. This guy is known as the king of land warfare. He is extremely powerful. Wouldn't it be suicidal to fight him in close combat? However, Meng Lei transformed into a golden giant and confronted the enemy head-on. How strong must his head be? But the final result was beyond the unicorn rose python's expectations. Monroe wins. The multi-armed behemoth fell down. It had many scars on its body, was trembling slightly, gasping for breath, and couldn't even move a finger. On the other hand, the golden giant stood steadily, and the scars on his body were healing rapidly. After a few breaths, he was back to his original state, brand new. A sharp sword suddenly appeared in the hand of the golden giant. He pressed it against the throat of the multi-armed behemoth and uttered a thunderous voice. Sakas, I'm attracted to you. I'll give you 2 choices. First, die by my sword and have your head chopped off by me. Second, become my bootlicker and swear allegiance to me. The person who spoke was naturally Meng Lei, who originally planned to kill this multi-armed behemoth. But after a fierce battle, Mon Lei experienced firsthand the terror and strength of this behemoth. One word to describe it: violence. Unparalleled violence. If it hadn't encountered me, it would never have been defeated. The real reason for its fall was exhaustion. That's right, it was exhausted. Otherwise it would definitely be able to continue fighting. These scars are just superficial injuries, nothing serious. It would be a shame to kill such a ferocious beast. In that case, why not subdue it and make it your third wife's thug? I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Meng Lei's voice was as deafening as thunder. After 10 seconds, I want a clear answer. The multi-armed behemoth Sakas immediately fell into a painful struggle. Its pride was immense, and it would never allow itself to yield. After all, it was a proud behemoth, a powerful multi-armed behemoth. How could it possibly yield? However, the cruel reality lies before us. Failure to surrender means death. Don't give in, don't give in, time's up. Meng Lei's voice sounded again. What's the decision? I choose to surrender. The multi-armed behemoth finally lowered its noble head. You made a wise choice. There's a lot of noise over there. There must be a fierce battle going on. This is a great opportunity to get a bargain. Hurry up, don't let other bastards get there first. In the mountains and forests outside the basin, several streaks of light flashed by quickly, and in a few breaths, they had reached the edge of the basin. The entire stone forest has become like this? How fierce was the battle just now? Several people looked at each other, saw shock in each other's eyes, and then looked at a blonde young man. Carol, what now? Are you sure you want to get a bargain? The blonde young man Carol was obviously the core member of the team. He did not directly answer his companion's questions, but instead looked into the depths of the basin. After a moment, his pupils shrank, and then he burst into laughter. Of course, why not? Guys, we're going to make a fortune this time. The companions looked at each other in confusion. Don't ask too many questions, just go over there first. Suddenly, an earth dragon rose up from under their feet and carried Carol to the depths of the basin. Seeing this, the others chased after it. Swish, swish, swish. The group moved at great speed and soon reached the center of the basin. The scene before them shocked them. A 50-meter-tall behemoth was lying on its back in the stone forest, covered in wounds and blood, breathing rapidly and weakly, and was obviously dying. Behemoth. This is the behemoth. Dragon god. It's actually a behemoth. Several people exclaimed in shock. No, this is no ordinary behemoth. Carol swallowed hard. This is a sanctuary-level, multi-armed behemoth. Who could possibly beat a sanctuary-level, multi-armed behemoth into this state? In a moment, everyone's eyes almost simultaneously turned to Meng Lei, who was opposite the multi-armed behemoth. Meng Lei was lying on a huge rock, his face as pale as paper, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, looking like he was seriously injured and dying after a bloody battle. He and the multi-armed behemoth fought and both were injured. He was the one who injured the multi-armed behemoth? Are you kidding? It's actually a little devil? There's only him and the multi-armed behemoth here. There's no one else. Who else could it be if not him? Dragon god, is it really him? A sanctuary-level multi-armed behemoth is comparable to a golden behemoth, and its land combat capabilities even surpass those of a golden dragon. How could he possibly beat a multi-armed behemoth like this? Who is this brat? Do any of you know him? I don't know him. Never. I know all the contestants from the Imperial Academy, but I've never seen this kid. Apparently, he's from 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies. There are still such powerful people in the 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities? The blonde young man Carol stared at Monray, the fire of jealousy burning in his heart. This kid looks young, but he has the strength to compete with the multi-armed behemoth. His talent is truly amazing. He was born into a wealthy family, received the most rigorous education since childhood, and enjoyed the best training resources. Although he was over 29 years old, he was at most at the peak of level 9, only half a step into the Holy Realm. Asking him to confront the multi-armed behemoth head-on is simply courting death. Carol's jealousy grew stronger, and his eyes were deep. You guys, kill this behemoth. This brat, leave it to me. So exciting. This is the first time I've seen a multi-armed behemoth, and the first time I've killed a behemoth. Dragon god, I've managed to kill the multi-armed behemoth, known as the King of Land Warfare, in my lifetime. My blood is boiling. The others couldn't wait to rush towards the multi-armed behemoth, while the blonde young man Carol walked up to Monlay with a complicated look in his eyes. Little ghost, although I don't know you, but I can imagine that in your kingdom or principality, you must be the genius that everyone pays attention to, admired and worshipped by countless people, right? Meng Lei's face suddenly turned pale. Honestly, I envy you guys with such extraordinary talents. Regardless of your background, resources, or age, you can possess strength far beyond that of ordinary people just by relying on your talent, attracting everyone's attention and being sought after by everyone. What a pity. For many things, it's useless to just envy them. Carol's lips curled up slightly. I'm a good person in every way, but I just can't stand seeing others better than me, especially a brilliant and talented person like you. It makes me jealous to the point of going crazy. You, stop messing around. Meng Lei's face was filled with fear. The Emperor has ordered that hunting other contestants is prohibited. Otherwise, even if I am eliminated, you cannot kill me. Kill? Of course I won't kill you. Carol sneered, but I can destroy you. I can completely deprive you of that amazing talent and turn you into a useless person. As he spoke, he took out a test tube filled with blood-colored liquid from his space ring. The liquid was bright red, just like blood. This tube of blood is filled with soul-eating leeches. Do you know what soul-eating leeches are? Carol shook the test tube in her hand. This is a strange poisonous insect that parasitizes the blood of humans or monsters. It specializes in devouring fighting spirit, magic power, and mental strength. Once the soul-eating nether leech enters the body, even a Saint Realm expert will have no chance of removing it. I can only watch helplessly as my spiritual power, magic power, and fighting spirit are eaten away bit by them. In the end, the body dies and the Tao disappears. Carol smiled. Before the match, I specially prepared the soul-eating nether leech, just to deal with powerful and brilliant monsters like you. If possible, I really want to destroy all of you. And you are just the first one. As soon as she finished speaking, Carol pulled out the cork and was about to pour the blood mixed with soul-eating leeches on Meng Lei. Monroe couldn't bear it any longer. He turned over and grabbed Carol's hand, and took the test tube. Oh, Carol was stunned. You're so disgusting. Meng Lei's face turned pale. Not only did he want to steal my spoils, but he also used such a vicious thing to cripple me. What a fucking pervert. As he said that, he punched Carol in the stomach, almost knocking out all of Carol's overnight meal. You bastard, why don't you try this stuff yourself first. Monray squeezed and poured the blood in the test tube into Carol's mouth in one breath. Then he kicked up and smashed Carol's jaw hard, not even giving him a chance to vomit out the soul-eating leech. Woo woo woo. Carol fell to the ground, holding her stomach and screaming, feeling anxious, painful, and scared, and completely collapsed. On the other side, several people who were preparing to kill the multi-armed behemoth heard the noise and turned back with shock on their faces. Carol, birds of a feather, none of them are good at all. Menglay snorted coldly, snapped his fingers, and several golden rays shot out, instantly passing through the knees of several people. There were only crisp click sounds, and several people fell to the ground, their upper bodies falling to the ground, but they were still standing below the knees. Menglay rode on the shoulders of the multi-armed behemoth and headed towards the territory of the next sanctuary monster, while counting the harvest he had just had. 3 Holy Domain magic cores. 76 9th level magic cores. There are countless other magic cores. In less than half a day, you got so many magic cores? Monray didn't believe that these were hunted by Carol and his team. The only possibility was that they robbed other players just like they robbed himself. Only in this way could they collect so many magic cores in such a short time. There's robbery and fighting all the time, and people are disabled and seriously injured. This exchange competition is so cruel. Menglay sighed. Exchange competitions are inherently cruel. An old man's voice rang out. The strong are ruthless and cruel, while the weak can only huddle together for warmth. To win, the contestants resort to all means, using covert attacks and using borrowed knives to kill. Their schemes are endless and impossible to guard against. It's more of a killing competition than an exchange competition. Countless contestants die here every year. If you weren't so strong, you would have been killed long ago. Maybe, especially now that you're traveling with 2 Holy Domain monsters, you're too conspicuous, the old man kindly reminded. Take it easy, don't get yourself into trouble. Just as he said this, the old man laughed. See, I told you so. Boy, let's see how you handle it this time. Menglay raised his brows slightly and swept his spiritual power. A few kilometers away, in the bushes, a young girl lay in a pool of blood. Then what? What is this? A honey trap? Menglay shook his head slightly. Sakas, Clara, wait for me here. Yes, boss. Menglay took off into the air and quickly came to the girl. Save me. When the weak girl saw Menglay, she shouted hoarsely and anxiously as if she saw her savior. So powerful? She was obviously a magician, wearing a tattered magic robe that revealed a large area of snow-white skin. There was blood at the corners of her mouth and on her body, especially a spear that pierced her thigh, nailing her to the ground and unable to move. I was attacked. The girl's face turned pale. They stole all my magic cores and injured me. I can't move now. Can you save me? Of course. Menglay nodded repeatedly, looking like a lickspittle, begging for mercy. Can you help me pull out the spear from my leg? The girl pleaded with her eyes, looking pitiful. No problem. Menglay walked forward and grabbed the spear. However, the spear suddenly turned into a bloody little snake, opened its mouth and bit Menglay's hand. He cried out in pain, shook off the snake, and staggered back, pinching his bitten right hand. He. Upon seeing this, the delicate girl immediately let out a sweet and clear laugh, which was particularly piercing in the quiet forest, and she was completely different from her previous helplessness. You are playing tricks on me? Menglay's face turned pale and he stared at her angrily. At this moment, the girl was no longer in a mess. The blood on her body mysteriously disappeared, her tattered magic robe was restored to its original state, and the bloody little snake also crawled onto her hand. Playing tricks on you? You're just too stupid. The girl stroked the bloody little snake and said with a giggle, everyone has their own agenda at the exchange competition, and they're using every possible means. A fool like you won't survive the first day. She turned her gaze to Menglay's space ring, a smile appeared on her face, and she said in a sweet voice, give it to me. That's the magic core I hunted with great effort. How could I give it to you? Menglay's face was full of grief and anger, and he vowed to never obey. You won't give it to me? Then go to hell. The girl's face suddenly changed, and she became ferocious. Do you know what kind of snake this is? It's the blood-scale fiery sun snake, extremely poisonous. A bite from it would paralyze even a Saint Realm expert for a long time, let alone you. How can you be so cruel? Menglay was shocked and terrified. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to die, hand over the space ring immediately and I can give you the antidote. Otherwise, just wait to turn into a pool of pus. The girl threatened coldly. Menglay's face turned pale. After hesitating for a moment, he finally took off his space ring and threw it over. The girl took it, examined it carefully, and her face suddenly turned pale. 5 level 1 magic cores? This is what you hunted so hard for. Are you kidding me? Menglay's face turned grim. You don't believe it? So you're just a poor guy, wasting my time. The girl glared at him fiercely, her eyes as sharp as knives, as if she wanted to devour Menglay, then turned and left. Hey, where's the antidote? Menglay shouted. Go to hell, you damn poor bastard. The girl replied coldly and left without looking back. A light breeze blew by. Menglay suddenly appeared in front of her. The girl was shocked and stared at him in disbelief. Sister, you robbed me just now it's my turn to rob you. Menglay grinned, like like a completely different person. You're not poisoned. The girl reacted quickly, stepping back to a safe distance and glaring at Meng Lei. You're kidding me. Looking for. Before she could finish her words, Meng Lei's big foot appeared and kicked her hard in the face, kicking her out. Don't you know how to talk? Am I kidding you? Meng Lei snorted coldly. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Do you understand? Asshole. I'm going to kill you. Filled with shame and indignation, the girl suddenly jumped up from the ground and attacked like crazy. With the whistling sound of whoosh whoosh whoosh, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive. One by one, the vines turned into poisonous snakes and pythons, quickly surrounding Meng Lei from all directions, and then swarmed up and shot out. Playing with magic in front of me? You're really overestimating yourself. Meng Lei sneered and tapped his fingertips. Streams of white air burst out from between his fingers, fighting against the overwhelming venomous snakes and pythons. Crack, crack. As soon as the white airflow came into contact, the poisonous snakes and pythons were wrapped in a layer of white ice crystals and instantly froze in place. After a few breaths, all the poisonous snakes and pythons turned into lifelike ice sculptures, motionless. Meng Lei spat out a word coldly. The ice sculptures shattered instantly, turning into ice chips that scattered on the ground with a crisp crashing sound. The girl was terrified and quickly chanted a magic spell, preparing to release more powerful magic. Meng Lei appeared quietly and came to the girl. I am a kind, considerate and gentle man. I never hit a woman. You can rest assured about that. Meng Lei smiled gently. But I really want to feel the taste of beating a woman. Are you ready? Pa pa pa. Bang, bang, bang. 1 Holy Domain Magic Core. 38 9th level magic cores. There are countless other magic cores. A woman, acting alone. So many magic cores were collected in just half a day. How many unlucky souls were harmed by this? Meng Lei sighed with emotion. The world is changing. People's hearts are no longer as honest and kind as they used to be. There are not many players like me who are so honest and kind. Ha ha. The old man's mouth twitched. You are honest and kind? Then why did you pretend to be dead and rob Carol and the others? And why did you attack that little girl so cruelly? Honestly, you're too heartless. You have absolutely no sympathy for a woman. She's a good girl, but you beat her into a pig's head. How can she face people in the future? Ah, I'm doing this for her own good. Meng Lei explained with a smile. With her strength, she can't go far. Rather than being ruined by a pervert like Carol, it's better to quit early. Then why did you try to steal her space rings? All 3 of them were stolen, the old man asked with a squint. It's for her own good, so that she won't be targeted by others. Meng Lei said righteously and uprightly. I don't believe you. You are such a bad guy. The old man snorted softly. But I'm relieved. You're so cunning. The other contestants will just have bad luck if they run into you. As the two chatted, the warm sunlight shone on them. Meng Lei suddenly felt sleepy and said to the multi-armed behemoth and the unicorn rose python, you guys keep going. I'll take a nap first. Yes, boss. Yes, sir. The multi-armed behemoth had broad shoulders covered with dense long hair. Meng Lei squeezed out a nest and fell asleep comfortably. After a while, snoring sounds were heard everywhere. Sakas. Meng Lei fell into a deep sleep. The unicorn rose python approached the multi-armed behemoth and shouted in a low voice. What do you want me to do? The multi-armed behemoth glanced at him sideways. He's asleep, should we? The unicorn rose python moved its lips slightly and said the word slip. You want to betray the boss? The multi-armed behemoth's voice suddenly rose, surging with anger. Clara, you pythons really have no integrity. This shout almost gave the unicorn rose python a heart attack. Be quiet, brother, please. The multi-armed behemoth groaned. I was forced to come here by him. I didn't swear an oath of allegiance or sign a contract. How can I be considered a betrayal? The unicorn rose python lowered its voice and said, we are Sanctuary Warcraft, standing at the top of the continent's pyramid. We are the kings among Warcraft. We should be free and unrestrained, not like we are now, becoming his slaves and mounts. The multi-armed behemoth fell silent. The unicorn rose python mistakenly thought it had successfully persuaded the other party, and its voice became more and more excited. You should know that once our Sanctuary Warcraft falls asleep, it takes a long time to wake up. He's already asleep. Now is the best time to escape. Let's run away together. From now on, the sky is high and birds can fly freely, the sea is wide and fish can swim freely. Why should we continue to follow him and endure this humiliation? You can leave if you want, I won't leave. Faced with the temptation of the one-horned rose python, the multi-armed behemoth refused without hesitation. Since I have been defeated by him and sworn in submission, I will never break my promise. The proud behemoth never betrays its promises. Sakas, you. The unicorn rose python's heart was filled with anger. You are a multi-armed behemoth, a god of war on land, comparable to a golden behemoth. Are you willing to let him drive you around like this? Before he could finish his words, the unicorn rose python's body suddenly stiffened. He turned his head with difficulty and saw Meng Lei staring at him with a smile. Sir, I. The unicorn rose python trembled violently, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. You want to leave? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. No, I don't want to leave. The unicorn rose python shook its head repeatedly and said sincerely, I am willing to follow you forever. forever, until the sea dries up and the forest withers. If you want to leave, then go. Meng Lei said calmly, now that we have Sokka's leading the way, it would be redundant to take you along. I won't stop you if you want to leave. The unicorn rose python was a little confused for a moment. Sir, are you serious? Are you really willing to let me go? If you want to get out of here, hurry up. Meng Lei waved his hand impatiently. Sokka's, speed up. Yes, boss. The multi-armed behemoth responded, and its speed suddenly increased, and it flew hundreds of meters away in an instant, leaving only the unicorn rose python standing there stupidly. I'm free? I'm free. Free at last. A golden light suddenly flashed and instantly passed through the throat of the unicorn rose python. A bloodline quietly appeared, and the head gradually separated from the body. You really didn't let it go. The old man shook his head slightly. I told you long ago. How could you be so kind? If you don't kill it, someone else will. Meng Lei smiled faintly. With its strength, it won't live long. Rather than waiting for death, it's better for me to end it with my own hands. What an idiot. The old man sighed. The continent is now full of dangers, and there are experts hunting monsters everywhere. Especially the sanctuary monsters. They are the fat meat in the eyes of many contestants. Following you is relatively safe, but leaving? That would be courting death. It wants to destroy itself. Who can stop it? Meng Lei closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Half an hour later, they arrived at a cliff. The cliff was 1,000 feet high, with steep cliffs, extremely steep. The top of the cliff is covered with countless honeycomb-like holes of varying sizes and thicknesses. It's extremely lively here. As many as 50 or 60 contestants were attracted here, and were frantically hunting a kind of pure white bird-like monster. They have the body of an albatross, the mouth of a crocodile, claws as sharp as an eagle, a wingspan of more than 20 to 30 meters, and are covered with white feathers. This is none other than the social beast, the crocodile eagle albatross. As a wind-attributed magical beast, the alligator albatross is extremely powerful. Most of them possess the strength of a level 7 magical beast, a few reach level 8, the best are level 9, and the king is a sanctuary magical beast. It's no wonder that such a group of powerful and astonishingly large numbers of gregarious monsters attracted so many players. Kill them all. Protect the magician. Hurry up. Don't let them grab it all. The contestants' eyes were filled with murderous intent, and they hunted the crocodile eagles and albatrosses like crazy. Despite their large numbers, they were unable to stop the contestants. Each contestant possesses the strength of the peak level 9, and most of them are dragon people, practicing both magic and martial arts. The crocodile eagle and the albatross are no match for them. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. Dense wind blades whizzed past. The burning fire dragon soars into the sky. The thunderstorm roared with incredible power. The tornado ravaged everything. The surging waves, the vines spread all over the place. Explosions and roars came one after another. The collision and roar were deafening. The battle was so intense. This scene is even more shocking than any Hollywood special effects blockbuster. Meng Lei couldn't help but sigh. However, I can't just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits. I have to take action. Sokka's, hide first. I'll be there soon. Meng Lei turned into a stream of light and rushed into the battlefield. Swish, swish, swish. Ice blades shot out one after another, pointing directly at the crocodile eagle albatross in the sky. Although the ice blade was only a low-level magic, it was extremely powerful in Meng Lei's hands. Puff, 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 puff. This is. Amidst continuous light sounds, ice blades accurately pierced the heads of the crocodile eagle albatrosses, reaping their lives. Meng Lei is a bit cunning. He only targets those powerful crocodile eagle albatrosses such as level 9 and level 8, and does not take the weak ones seriously at all. Ding! Kill a crocodile albatross and get 19 million gold coins. Ding! Fusion successful, physical fitness plus 1987. Ding! Kill the crocodile albatross and earn 6.79 million gold coins. Ding! Fusion successful, magic power plus 498. Listening to the system's cold prompt tone, Meng Lei seemed to hear the sound of nature. He hummed the melody of the most dazzling national style and continued to release ice blades to the beat. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. What kind of rhythm is most? He was leisurely and fought as if he was strolling in the garden. It's a pity that the place is too chaotic, and Meng Lei, the tiger among dogs, is completely inconspicuous and no one noticed him. Boom, boom, boom. The slaughter continued, and a large number of crocodile eagle albatrosses died one after another. This action finally angered the crocodile eagle albatross king. A sharp, piercing scream suddenly rang out, nearly piercing my eardrums. Out burst the cavern, a giant albatross with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters and a golden crown on its head. Swish, swish, swish. Countless wind blades came overwhelmingly. Crocodile eagle albatross king. It's the alligator eagle albatross king. Everyone be careful. The crocodile albatross king is a sacred beast. We must work together to kill it first, and then we can slowly discuss how to divide the spoils. This is the only way. We must not be complacent when facing the sanctuary's monsters. Except for a few lone rangers like Monroe, the other 50 or 60 players were clearly divided into several teams. Once they communicated, they made decisions immediately. Then, rushed towards the Crocodile Eagle Albatross King together. The Dragon Warrior spreads his wings and flies high. The Magician chants spells and releases advanced magic. Boom boom boom. The overwhelming attack overwhelmed the Crocodile Eagle Albatross King. A brilliant golden light passed through it and passed through the head of the Crocodile Eagle Albatross King. Ding! Kill a Crocodile Albatross King and earn 11.7 billion gold coins. The Crocodile Eagle Albatross King suddenly froze in midair. His wings that covered the sky and the sun lost their strength, and then his head softened and fell heavily to the ground. Finally, it stopped moving. Oh, our attacks are so sharp that we can even kill sanctuary monsters with one strike? The contestants were confused, but reacted quickly and pounced on the Crocodile Eagle Albatross King like lightning. The magic core is mine. No one can take it away from me. A red light ignited in everyone's eyes. At this moment, something strange happened. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. A golden light flashed, and there was an extra person next to the Crocodile Eagle Albatross King. A head full of dazzling blonde hair, wearing golden armor. Two golden horns grew on the head, standing on a huge golden sword. This is handsome and domineering. He exudes unparalleled noble temperament and displays gentlemanly demeanor in every gesture. Both domineering and elegant, handsome and powerful. Barbarossa. It's Prince Barbarossa. All the contestants froze instantly and didn't dare to move forward. I want this holy domain demon core. Barbarossa had an expressionless face, his golden eyes scanning the entire audience. He said this lightly, then turned and flew towards the Crocodile Eagle Albatross King, completely ignoring everyone. This is... The contestants looked at each other, feeling aggrieved, but no one dared to stop them. Not to mention Prince Barbarossa's terrifying fighting ability. His identity alone makes everyone dare not act rashly. The powerful strength of being ranked 148th on the genius list. He is destined to ascend the throne as emperor. Who would go head to head with him just to fight for a holy domain magic core? I really can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. At the same time, His Majesty the Emperor and others who were thousands of miles away happened to see everything that happened here. To say just right is actually a bit of an understatement. The melee in front of the cliff was extremely fierce and had already attracted the attention of Frederick XXXII. He specially ordered people to switch to the magic light curtain here. Barbarossa's appearance was purely accidental and not a target of deliberate attention. However, when he saw Prince Barbarossa's amazing performance, the praises came one after another continuously. Kill the Sanctuary Warcraft Crocodile Eagle Albatross King with one sword. With just one casual remark, 50 or 60 contestants withdrew. Is this the power of Prince Barbarossa? As expected of Prince Barbarossa, the blessing of the Empire. Listening to the praise from his ministers, Frederick XXXII smiled slightly and prepared to have someone switch the light screen to see the situation of other contestants. Unexpectedly, an accident happened at this moment. Where did you come from? How dare you steal my magic core? A clear and peaceful voice suddenly rang out, and it was particularly clear in front of the silent cliff. Oh, all the contestants were stunned and looked at the owner of the voice in disbelief. Prince Barbarossa, who had just flown in front of the Crocodile Eagle Albatross King and was about to snatch the magic core, couldn't help but pause slightly. In an instant, 50 or 60 pairs of eyes focused on Meng Lei, and tens of thousands of eyes in front of the Dragon God Church also turned their attention to him. Who is this? Who the hell is he? Where did this little devil come from? Are you crazy? He dares to stand in the way of Prince Barbarossa? What a fool! The contestants looked at Meng Lei, speechless. They had thought he was a powerful character, but he turned out to be just an arrogant and ignorant boy. At the same time, there was a dead silence in front of the Dragon God Church. The Emperor, princes and princesses, powerful men from the Holy Land, and dignitaries all stared at the young man on the magic screen, their faces filled with astonishment. This kid. Dean Fred and Dean Jalon looked at each other and smiled bitterly. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Ding. Kill. This kid is too reckless. This time he's facing Prince Barbarossa. Let's not talk about his identity, just look at his strength. Dean Jalon shook his head slightly, his face full of solemnity. Dean Fred nodded silently, feeling uneasy. This holy domain magic core is mine. Do you have any objections? Barbarossa glanced at Monley coldly with an indifferent expression. You say yours is yours? Who do you think you are? Meng Lei raised a smile and said, then let me tell you, this space ring in your hand and the golden giant sword at your feet are also mine. Are you willing to give them to me? Barbarossa narrowed his eyes slightly. To know what happens next, please stay tuned for the next episode. Barbarossa narrowed his eyes slightly, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and a golden sword light burst out from his eyes like lightning, instantly slashing towards Meng Lei. A trifle. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, a sneer on his lips, and swayed slightly, easily dodging the sword light. Then he stepped on the ground and strangely appeared in front of Barbarossa, kneeling him. With a dull thud, the knee hit Barbarossa's abdomen. A huge force burst out instantly, and Barbarossa was blown away. Meng Lei tapped his toes and took Barbarossa's golden sword in his hand. It's quite heavy. It looks like it's made of pure gold. I guess it can sell for a lot of money. As soon as these words were spoken, the corners of the mouths of all the contestants and the people in front of the Dragon God Church twitched involuntarily, and they cursed in their hearts 1,000 times. Alpaca. This is Prince Barbarossa's weapon, the royal sword, a priceless holy magic weapon. Others would be eager to snatch it for collection, but you actually want to sell it? Are you out of your mind? This bastard. Dean Fred's face turned pale, and he looked cautiously at Emperor Frederick XXXII, but found that the emperor was not angry at all. Instead, he stared at Montlay with interest, as if he had discovered a new world. Fred couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Prince Barbarossa suddenly exploded, and a dazzling golden light bloomed around his body, like a burning golden flame. Ha! Did he transform into a Super Saiyan? Meng Lei's whole body was shocked. Super Saiyan 1 or 2? It can't be 3? The hair is not that long. At the same time, a surging, heart-pounding and terrifying aura gushed out from Barbarossa's body. You bastard, you deserve to die. Barbarossa's eyes were cold and murderous. The gold elements within a radius of several kilometers gathered together madly and instantly turned into countless golden spears. Countless golden spears received the order and flew towards Meng Lei. Amid the sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and the power was awe-inspiring. Seeing this, the contestants' faces suddenly changed, and they all fled into the distance. Prince Barbarossa, who was in the middle stage of the sanctuary realm, was now furious and was simply not someone they could approach. If you are not careful, you will become an innocent victim and lose your life in vain. Prince Barbarossa is enraged. This bastard will soon realize how stupid he has done. No one can withstand Barbarossa's wrath. In front of the Dragon God Church, many dignitaries and ministers were filled with excitement, their blood boiling. Only Dean Fred and his companions looked nervous, their hearts in their throats. Swish, swish, swish. With the sharp sound of breaking through the air, thousands of golden spears arrived in front of Meng Lei in just 1/10 of a second. The terrifying power and sharp golden light seemed to pierce Monray and nail him to the ground before it could calm Barbarossa's anger. 9th level gold dragon language magic, skylocking golden spear? Meng Lei shook his head slightly. The power is indeed terrifying, and the casting speed is fast enough, but it is useless to me. As soon as he finished speaking, an indifferent voice echoed around, and Meng Lei instantly turned into golden light and dissipated. Swish, swish, swish. The skylocking golden spear pierced through his body and nailed it to the ground. Dead? Is it pierced? Everyone widened their eyes. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing a ground riddled with holes, like a honeycomb, but Meng Lei disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace. There he is. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a giant fire cover with a diameter of 100 meters appearing in the air. White flames were burning fiercely and 9 fire dragons were circling in it. The huge wings covered the sky and roared towards the sky. The next moment, a fire shroud descended from the sky with a terrifying high temperature that could burn everything. Prince Barbarossa dodged only a few steps before being enveloped by it. Meng Lei slowly uttered a word. The giant fire cover began to shrink, rapidly shrinking from a diameter of 100 meters to a small flame bell less than 10 meters. As soon as he said it, the flaming bell exploded. Amid the earth-shaking blast, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the violent shockwave swept for miles in an instant. The earth trembled and smoke and dust billowed. The cliff broke and the rocks slid down. There was dead silence in front of the Dragon God Church. In other words, it's terribly quiet. The princes, princesses, and powerful ministers stared blankly at the magical light curtain shrouded by the mushroom cloud, their mouths dry and their minds blank. Only the strong ones in the Holy Land remained sober, but they were also extremely shocked in their hearts. Who knows this fire magic? I don't know him. Never. Unheard of. But the power is definitely a forbidden spell. I don't even know the name. Could it be a self-created forbidden spell? Self-created forbidden spell? The whole audience immediately gasped. How is Prince Barbarossa? Everyone came to their senses and stared at the magic light curtain, eager to know whether the prince was alive or dead. The contestants who retreated in the distance also stared intently at the center of the battlefield, their necks stretched out. Huff! The sea breeze blew, and the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The true face of the battlefield is revealed. Everyone gasped in shock. A huge pit with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters appeared on the ground, and the walls of the pit were flashing with colorful light. It is obvious that the high temperature at the moment of the explosion burned the sand, stone and soil into glass, and the glass reflected brilliant colors under the sunlight. Here we go again. How high was the temperature just now? Everyone swallowed and couldn't help looking at the bottom of the pit. At the bottom of the pit, a figure was half kneeling. Most of his dazzling golden hair was burnt, and the once dazzling golden armor had now turned black. What was even more shocking was that handsome, domineering and noble face was now blackened by smoke, and the noble temperament of the past was gone, and the elegance and dominance had long since disappeared without a trace. If I have to use one word to describe it, it would be embarrassing. Indeed, Prince Barbarossa was in a very miserable state at this time. His hair was burnt, his eyebrows were burnt, his handsome face was burnt, his armor was burnt, his whole body was almost burned beyond recognition. He looked just like a costume actor who sells everything he has just so he can play an extra role in a war movie. Is this Prince Barbarossa? Someone covered his mouth and exclaimed in disbelief. Even the audience finds it hard to accept, let alone the person involved. Suddenly, an angry and high-pitched dragon roar suddenly exploded, and a heart-pounding dragon power burst out from the bottom of the pit. At this moment, all the contestants present felt difficulty breathing, and their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by invisible hands, making them feel very suffocated. The wind is howling and the dust is flying. A huge golden figure rushed out from the deep pit and soared into the sky. Ferocious and sharp dragon horns, golden dragon scales shining, extremely sharp dragon claws, the surging dragon power, the loud and high-pitched dragon roar. All of this reveals the true identity of this behemoth. The gigantic creature hanging high in the sky at this moment, releasing its dragon might wantonly, is none other than the king of all dragons, the golden dragon, known as the overlord of the sky, standing at the top of the continent's pyramid. The golden dragon roared to the sky. Its 100-meter-long body was incomparably massive, its muscles were strong and powerful, and its claws were unparalleled in sharpness. Both domineering and beautiful. Strength and beauty coexist. Is this the legendary golden dragon? Meng Lei muttered to himself, it's truly majestic. If I had a mount like this, riding it would be so cool. The old man snorted coldly. How dare you think that? If others hear this, you're doomed. That's true. This is the Dragon God Empire after all. Meng Lei smiled awkwardly. Old Dean, this guy's strength shouldn't be as strong as yours, right? Why is it so much bigger than you? There's nothing strange about this, the old man explained. An average dragon is 20 to 30 meters long when fully grown. Once it enters the sanctuary, its size doubles to 50 to 60 meters. As the king of all dragons, the golden dragon is twice the size of an ordinary dragon. This guy is also at the sanctuary level, so it's normal for him to be larger than me. I see. Meng Lei nodded and licked his lips. However, despite its huge size, its strength is very average. If I weren't in the Dragon God Empire, I really want to kill it myself. You actually want to slay a dragon? The old man screamed in fear. You rebellious son, don't drag me down with you. And you dare to call yourself a dragon slayer? You're courting death. Hee hee, I just said it casually. Meng Lei smiled awkwardly. Boy, your idea is too dangerous. The old man took a cold breath. Listen to me, don't have such thoughts again. Otherwise, the Dragon God Empire will no longer tolerate your existence. I know. Meng Lei curled his lips. I'm not a fool. I was just saying it casually. Why are you so excited? There's no point in talking, the old man responded coldly. That's not true. Meng Lei chuckled, his gaze turning to the huge figure in the sky. Speaking of which, the golden dragon belongs to the imperial family. This guy's identity must be extraordinary, right? It's more than just difficult. The old man shook his head. The bloodline of the pure-blooded golden dragon has always been passed down from one person to another. Each emperor can only have one pure-blooded golden dragon offspring. This guy is so young, if I'm not mistaken, he should be the current emperor's only pure-blooded prince. A prince? This guy is the prince of the empire? Meng Lei was shocked, then suddenly realized, no wonder those contestants chose to swallow their anger after he stole their magic cores. It turns out he is a prince. Are you scared? The old man sneered. You are truly ignorant and fearless, the old man sneered. In the Dragon God Empire, the throne can only be inherited by a pure-blooded golden dragon. Do you know what this means? Meng Lei had expected it. That is to say, this guy will ascend the throne and become the future master of this empire. The old man had a gloating smile on his face. And you? You actually dared to beat up the future emperor. He. The future emperor? Isn't that the crown prince? Meng Lei was completely speechless. The first golden dragon I've ever encountered in my life is actually the crown prince of the Dragon God Empire? My luck is truly unmatched. Are you scared now? The old man chuckled and said, I advise you to honestly admit defeat, then stick your butt up immediately and let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince give you a good beating to vent your anger. Perhaps you still have a chance of survival. Give up? Stop dreaming. Meng Lei snorted coldly. What are you going to do? The old man raised his eyebrows. Since I'm destined to be hated, I might as well be completely resentful. This way, it won't be a loss. Meng Lei licked his lips and sneered. I was deliberately showing mercy just now. TSK. You're really awesome. The old man laughed. At this time, Barbarossa was finally ready to go. He flapped his wings, turned into a golden lightning, and rushed towards Meng Lei. The wind is howling and the dust is flying. Unparalleled power, mighty dragon. Since my debut, I have fought against various magical beasts, including holy beasts like the golden-winged holy light tiger. I have even subdued the king of land warfare, the Meng giant beast. Only the dragon has never been fought head-on. Meng Lei slowly rose into the air, his robe rustling, his long hair flying, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, and his blood boiling in his chest. Today, let me see for myself whether this guy who calls himself the overlord of the sky is truly worthy of his title. He also turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Oh, what? What is he going to do? You actually want to confront Prince Barbarossa head-on? Everyone looked at Meng Lei's actions and was confused. At this moment, giant, Barbarossa is 100 meters long, extremely huge, and extremely majestic. He is truly the overlord of the sky. Monlay is only 1.7 meters tall, with handsome features. Although he is quite suitable for the rich old lady Laonyo's taste, compared with Prince Barbarossa, he is like an elephant compared to an ant. With his physique, does he dare to confront Barbarossa head-on? Fred, what on earth does he want? Dean Jeanlong widened his eyes and asked in a low voice. You ask me, who should I ask? Dean Fred was speechless. He totally couldn't understand what Monroe was thinking. In his opinion, Monray's advantage is magic and his profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. He should keep his distance and use magic to attack Prince Barbarossa from a distance. But Meng Lei rushed forward like a moth to a flame. Isn't this just seeking death? What the hell is going on with this kid? A distance of hundreds of meters was just a moment for Monray and Barbarossa. Accompanied by a deafening thunder, the two suddenly collided with each other. The sky and earth roared, and the sound waves shook. The wind is raging and the smoke and dust are rolling. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. After the brutal collision, the two men actually retreated at the same time. Meng Lei retreated 20 or 30 meters. Barbarossa retreated 5 or 6 meters. At first glance, it seemed that Meng Lei had lost. But upon closer inspection, Meng Lei was unharmed, his face was calm, and his breathing was steady, while Barbarossa's dragon claws were dripping with golden dragon blood, and his face showed a look of pain. Is Prince Barbarossa injured? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even Emperor Frederick XXXII looked sideways with a look of surprise on his face. My dear ministers, does anyone know this young man? Which academy is he from? Ha ha ha. The princes, princesses, and powerful ministers all looked at the deans of each college and the teachers leading the teams. They were all very curious. Who is this genius who could actually stand up to Prince Barbarossa? I don't know him. Not from our college. Do any of you know him? All the deans and teachers in charge shook their heads, but Angus, the dean of Black Dragon College, couldn't help but look at Fred, with a deep jealousy flashing in his eyes. What's going on? Fred walked forward with a wry smile and said, Your Majesty, this is Meng Lei from our Fire Dragon Magic Academy. Fire Dragon Magic Academy? This boy is from the Fire Dragon Kingdom? Is there such a genius in the Fire Dragon Kingdom? Frederick XXXI said with a smile. Dean Fred, please tell me quickly, how old is Meng Lei this year? Has he ever made it through the Dragon God Tower? What is his strength? Yes, Your Majesty. Dean Fred cleared his throat and looked around the room. Your Majesty, Meng Lei just turned 16 this year and is a first-year student at our Fire Dragon Magic Academy. His magical talent is outstanding, and he can be said to be the greatest genius in our Fire Dragon Kingdom in 10,000 years. Before the exchange tournament, Meng Lei had never set foot in the imperial capital, and therefore had never made it past the Dragon God Tower. Yesterday, he finally made it to the Dragon God Tower, and this morning he was ranked 227th, reaching the 40th floor. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was deeply shocked by Meng Lei's achievements. Number 227. And it only took one day. What an amazing talent. How powerful and terrifying this strength is. To pass the 30th floor of the Dragon God Tower, one needs to possess Saint Realm combat power, and to pass the 40th floor, one must at least reach the Mid-Saint Realm. Frederick XXXII said in disbelief. A boy who just turned 16 actually possesses such strength. He is truly astonishingly talented and gifted. I see. Everyone nodded silently. Although they were dissatisfied, they could not refute it. Reaching the middle stage of the Saint Realm at the age of 16 was really hard to imagine how he cultivated. Dean Luke, what do you think of Monlay compared to Sakan, Attire, Mon Aston, and others from the Dragon God Academy? The Emperor asked the Dean of the Dragon God Academy with great interest. Well, Dean Luke glanced at Dean Fred and frowned slightly. In terms of talent alone, Sakan and Attire are indeed not as good as Monlay. But, he changed the subject and said firmly, in terms of strength, Sakan and Attire are definitely better than Monlay. After all, 16 years old is still too young. Frederick XXXII smiled slightly and did not comment immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Dean Fred. Dean Fred, what do you think? Well, I haven't seen them fight in person, so it's hard to judge. Dean Fred shook his head. But Meng Lei's talent in magic is extremely rare, and his understanding of the laws is also very deep. He should be able to fight. He has such strength at the age of 16. This boy's talent is really rare in 1,000 years. The Fire Dragon Kingdom is indeed a place where talented people emerge in large numbers. The Emperor praised sincerely. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Dean Fred showed a hint of pride on his face. But, Frederick XXXI stared at the magic screen and suddenly changed the subject. Since Meng Lei has such outstanding magical talent, why is his body also so incredibly strong? Could it be that he's not a pure-blooded human? The physical bodies of human magicians have always been fragile. Not to mention a head-on confrontation with a golden dragon like Barbarossa, even the physical body of an 8th-level warrior is far stronger than that of a human holy mage. And Monlay actually dared to confront Prince Barbarossa head-on. Why was his body so powerful? Your Majesty, you don't know. Dean Fred was prepared and and explained with a smile, Monlay is not a pure human, but a fire dragon. Fire dragon man? Everyone suddenly understood when they heard it. No wonder his body is so strong. It turns out he's a fire dragon man. Is the golden dragon's body definitely stronger than the fire dragon's? Is the physical body of a pure-blooded dragon necessarily stronger than that of a dragon man? Of course, these two propositions are wrong. One prerequisite must be added. Same level. At the same level, the physical body of a golden dragon is definitely stronger than that of a fire dragon, and the physical body of a pure-blooded dragon is definitely stronger than that of a dragon man. There is no doubt about this. But if the fire dragons and dragon people develop their bloodlines more deeply, their physical bodies may naturally surpass those of the golden dragons and pure-blooded dragons. Frederick XXXII naturally understood this, but he was still confused. Monray is only 16 years old, and his training time is extremely limited. In addition to practicing magic, he also needs to develop his fire dragon bloodline and temper his body. Where on earth will he find the time? Your Majesty is right. At only 16 years old, Meng Lei has to practice magic, comprehend the laws, develop his bloodline, and train his body. Where does he find the time? He possesses a profound understanding of the laws, and his physical strength rivals even that of Prince Barbarossa. If he were an older pure-blooded fire dragon, perhaps this would make sense, but at just 16, everyone was whispering among themselves, full of doubts. Meng Lei's talent has long surpassed the word monster and is so abnormal that it is unacceptable. It's like a 10-year-old child winning both the Nobel Prize in Physics and the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Dean Fred was suddenly speechless and couldn't say anything. Frederick XXXII showed a puzzled look on his face. Dean Fred, is there some unspeakable secret here? Your Majesty, I have something to say. At this time, Angus, the Dean of Black Dragon Academy, stepped forward. Frederick XXXII looked at him doubtfully. Dean Angus, please speak frankly. Your Majesty, I saw it with my own eyes when Meng Lei broke into the Dragon God Tower yesterday. The Dragon God Genius list clearly shows that Meng Lei is a human, not a fire dragon man. Angus said loudly. Isn't Meng Lei a fire dragon? People began to discuss in surprise. How could a simple human have such a strong body? Humans are naturally weak. How could they possibly possess such a strong body? Everyone started talking about it. Frederick XXXAI turned to look at Dean Fred. Dean Fred, what do you think of Dean Angus's words? This is... Dean Fred smiled faintly, his expression somewhat helpless. Your Majesty, I dare not make a hasty judgment, but I do have a question for Dean Angus. He looked at Angus and spoke slowly. The Dragon God Genius list shows that they are human. Does that mean that those who enter the tower must be human? Of course not. Those with dual bloodlines will also show up as human. Angus snorted and said sarcastically, Dean Fred, are you trying to say that Monlay, like you, the renowned fire dragon titan, also possesses two bloodlines? Why not? Fred asked calmly. Angus laughed heartily. Dean Fred, you're such a joke. Dual bloodline possession is extremely rare. Otherwise, how could your name, Dean Fred, be so famous throughout the continent? Rare doesn't mean non-existent, Fred responded calmly. A hint of uneasiness flashed through Fred's mind, but his gaze remained firm. Isn't Mond Aston, the White Tiger Knight of the Dragon God Academy, also of dual bloodline? Angus stared at Fred and continued to ask, since Monlay possesses two bloodlines, I want to know what his other bloodline is. What kind of bloodline could allow him to possess a body as powerful as Prince Barbarossa at the age of 16? Everyone turned their eyes to Dean Fred, their eyes full of curiosity. Even Frederick XXXII was no exception. Dean Fred smiled helplessly. I don't know what Meng Lei's other bloodline is. I only realized he has two bloodlines after seeing the display on the Dragon God Genius list yesterday. Angus said sarcastically, Fred, you don't even know the other bloodline of your Fire Dragon Academy student Meng Lei? Could it be that your genius disciple is truly a pure-blooded human? If so, he's truly a monster. Frederick XXXII frowned slightly. Monlay is a student of your Fire Dragon School of Magic. As the dean, you don't even know his other half of his bloodline. This is a bit unreasonable. Your Majesty, I truly don't know, Fred said quickly. But Monlay does possess the blood of the fire dragon. I can swear to that in front of the dragon god statue. I hope your Majesty will understand. A 16-year-old holy mage with a holy domain body is something even the most talented fire dragonborn can't achieve. Frederick XXXII tapped the dragon throne gently and said in a deep voice, after the exchange competition, it's time to ask this little fellow what his other bloodline is. Your Majesty is very discerning, Fred said respectfully. To put it bluntly, this meant an investigation. Fred knew full well that His Majesty had some suspicions about Monlay after all. After all, Meng Lei's performance was too outrageous to be accepted. If we didn't investigate clearly at this time, who could tell exactly where Meng Lei came from? Is he a demonic genius like Adolf? Or is he a spy sent from another dimension? Or is he the reincarnation of an evil god? No matter which one it was extremely disadvantageous to Meng Lei. After all, the Dragon God Empire couldn't even accommodate a pure human genius like Tamer, let alone something else? Just as Fred was racking his brain brain with thoughts. The battle between Man Ray and Prince Barbarossa had entered a white-hot stage. In this contest, Meng Lei did not use any magic but chose a pure head-on confrontation. His strong body was fully displayed at this moment, more perceptive than Barbarossa, more durable than Barbarossa. Even its weakest strength is almost as good as Barbarossa. After several collisions, Man Lei firmly gained the upper hand, his expression unchanged, his breathing steady, as if under no pressure at all. Meanwhile, Prince Barbarossa, who had returned to his original form, was panting and suffering from multiple injuries. It is clear who is strong and who is weak. You little brat, it's time to stop. He's a prince after all, you should at least give him some respect. The old man reminded him, besides, you've already behaved like a monster. If you continue like this, aren't you afraid of being caught and sliced up for research? Slice research? I'd like to see who has the guts. Meng Lei sneered, I'm from the imperial family, who dares to touch me? Royal family? Don't you have any idea? What bloodline have you awakened? The old man rolled his eyes. I'm telling you, once the golden god-slaying ant bloodline is exposed, you're finished. Your ending won't be much better than Adolf's. Don't worry, Dean. I'm not Adolf, and I never will be. Meng Lei smiled faintly, his expression indifferent. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but in the end, all I got in return was suspicion and jealousy. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. The old man looked confused. Meng Lei didn't say much. He had not intended to fuse this bloodline, but after the old man reminded him, he changed his mind. Be 10 times better than others and people will envy you. Be 100 times better than others and people will look up to you. But when your excellence is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, what you get is not only envy and admiration, but often endless suspicion and trouble. Meng Lei understands this principle to some extent. System, fuse the bloodline of the golden dragon. Yes, host. An unparalleled sharp and domineering aura suddenly gushed out from the body and exploded into dazzling golden light. In an instant, Meng Lei's whole body was surrounded by golden light, like a burning golden flame, and he directly transformed into a brilliant sun. An intense pain rushed through his limbs, nerve centers, and even every inch of his skin like a flood bursting through a dam. In the past, he would definitely scream in pain, but after practicing till now, this little pain is just a drizzle, child's play compared to the past. Puff puff amidst the piercing sounds of breaking flesh and bones, pieces of golden dragon scales stained with blood slowly emerged from his body like mushrooms after a rain. 1, 2, 3. Immediately afterwards, 2 dragon horns and a dragon tail appeared. Finally, there is a pair of golden bat wings shining with brilliant golden light. The brilliant golden flames continued to burn, instantly evaporating the blood on Meng Lei's body. He turned into a 2-meter-tall golden dragon. Man with golden horns on his head, golden wings on his back, a golden dragon tail on his tail, and golden dragon scales covering his body. A pure dragon might burst out from Meng Lei, sweeping in all directions. The faces of all those who felt this pure dragon might within a radius of several miles changed suddenly. The contestants on the scene were trembling all over. The people in front of the church were also stunned. Yellow, golden, dragon man? He is actually a golden dragon man? Angus, the dean of Black Dragon College, had an extremely complicated expression, a mixture of shock, disappointment, unwillingness, and disbelief. Man Ray's other bloodline is actually the bloodline of the golden dragon? Dragon god, this is truly astonishing. Dean Fred and Dean Zhanlong exchanged a look of shock. When they watched Meng Lei break into the Dragon God Tower yesterday, they had already guessed that Meng Lei possessed dual bloodlines. But unexpectedly, Meng Lei's other bloodline is the bloodline of the golden dragon, which is really unbelievable. But, this is great news, great news. After a brief moment of shock, Dean Fred was overjoyed. Meng Lei possesses the blood of a golden dragon. He is a member of the royal family of our Dragon God Empire. Who dares to question him? Thinking of this, Fred turned his gaze to Emperor Frederick XXXII, only to see that the Emperor was also obviously shocked by the news. No wonder this kid's body is so strong. It turns out he is truly a member of my royal family. This Emperor is very pleased. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This boy is incredibly gifted and talented, truly worthy of being a member of our empire's royal family. I've said it before, someone with such extraordinary talent could never be an ordinary human. Everyone's attitude changed instantly. Their suspicion and doubt turned into praise and admiration, a complete 180-degree turn. This is understandable. Before, they could still doubt and fabricate Meng Lei's identity, but now it's no longer possible. Meng Lei has revealed the blood of the Golden Dragon Man. As a pure royal family, how can he be talked about casually? Dean Angus, do you have anything else to say now? Dean Fred looked at Angus and said coldly, you just accused me of deceiving His Majesty. I want to ask, who is actually deceiving the Emperor? Angus's face suddenly became as gloomy as constipation, but he was speechless. As soon as Meng Lei revealed his golden dragon bloodline, all doubts became pale and powerless. A person with dual bloodline. Even if he was not a member of the royal family, the Emperor would be eager to establish a relationship with him, not to mention that Meng Lei had the blood of the golden dragon and was a true pure royal family. Dean Angus, your doubts are understandable. Frederick XXXII spoke up, but since you've raised this suspicion, you should investigate thoroughly and then report it to me. Otherwise, you'll be suspected of spreading rumors and slandering your colleagues. Remember your Majesty's teachings. Angus responded respectfully, then returned to his seat with a gloomy look on his face. Meanwhile, the lost continent. The improvement of the physical body has actually decreased a lot, which is an unexpected surprise. Staring at his attribute panel, Mang Lei felt slightly relieved. He originally thought that with his physical body reaching this level, the strengthening effect of an ordinary bloodline like the Golden Dragon would definitely be limited. After all, the Golden Dragon is a sacred beast and he himself is already a sacred body. How much can the Golden Dragon bloodline be strengthened? Unexpectedly, it improved a lot. Race, human, Fire Dragon bloodline less than 52%, Fire Demon bloodline less than 47%, Golden Godslaying Ant bloodline less than 10%, Godslaying Rat bloodline less than 1%, Golden Dragon bloodline less than 50%. Wealth value, 22.3 Law Source crystals. Constitution, Sanctuary, 120, 6385, 8705/100 billion. Spirit, Sanctuary, 10, 2830, 3785/100 billion. Magic, Sanctuary, 10, 2587, 7840/100 billion. Why? Laws of comprehension. Fire Law, 0.2%, Wind Law, 0.1%, Thunder Law, 0.1%, Gold Law, 0.1%, Light Law, 0.1%. From the attribute panel, it can be seen that this time, after fusing with the Golden Dragon bloodline, the physical fitness has increased from more than 11 billion to 12 billion, an increase of a full 900 million. This is definitely a considerable improvement. If converted using, to calculate wealth, it would require 9 billion gold coins, which is a huge fortune. Barbarossa was also shocked by Mon Lei's performance. He never expected that Mon Lei was actually a Golden Dragon man, and this aroused his anger even more. We are all members of the royal family. I am a Golden Dragon of the purest bloodline, and he's just a mixed-blooded bastard. Why is he stronger than me? This mentality is just like how ordinary people are not jealous of Jack Ma's wealth, but are jealous of their relatives and friends who are richer than themselves. Barbarossa was feeling this way at the moment. He was the only pure-blooded Golden Dragon among the younger generation of the Dragon God Empire, destined to ascend the throne and become the ruler of the empire. He could tolerate being suppressed by the 13th princess, but he couldn't accept the fact that this guy who appeared out of nowhere was so much stronger than him. Barbarossa roared angrily and suddenly crushed the pure gold pendant on his neck. Dazzling golden light suddenly burst out and instantly enveloped his whole body. He was like a bright golden sun, radiant and brilliant, illuminating all around. At the same time, the aura in Barbarossa's body soared rapidly as if injected with stimulants, becoming several times stronger in an instant. As the golden light slowly converged, his body expanded several times, his muscles became stronger and more powerful, his dragon horns and claws became sharper, and his 100-meter dragon body expanded to 300 or 400 meters. The most bizarre thing was that a thin layer of golden halo appeared around him, flowing and fluctuating endlessly. Old Dean, what's going on? Mang Lei was stunned. This guy's strength has increased again? It's obvious that the pendant contains 2 forbidden spells, the old man explained. If I'm not mistaken, they should be Golden Protection and Golden God's Blessing. Golden Guardian, a single target forbidden spell of gold-based defense. Golden God's Blessing, a forbidden spell with a single gold-type attack. Judging from their power, these 2 gold-type forbidden spells were cast by at least a late-stage Saint Realm, or even a Saint Realm limited gold-type Holy Mage. Their power is several times stronger than ordinary forbidden spells. You have to be careful. Golden Guardian, blessings from the Golden God, a forbidden spell from the late Sanctuary or even the ultimate level? Mang Lei licked his lips and sighed. This guy is really rich. He even has things like this. At the same time, the crowd in front of the Dragon God Church stared blankly at the magic light curtain and fell into a strange silence for a moment. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Prince Barbarossa had used a special magic device to increase his strength. Although the use of magic devices is not prohibited in the exchange competition, it is really unbecoming to openly use magic devices to improve strength in such a fair one-on-one duel. What's more, his opponent is also a member of the royal family. He actually used a magic device against a fellow royal. It's really a disgrace to the royal family. Frederick XXXI narrowed his eyes and said coldly, after the exchange competition, tell him to go back to the 10,000 Dragon's Nest and reflect on his actions. No one dared to interrupt. After all, His Majesty the Emperor could scold Prince Barbarossa at will, but they could not speak carelessly. I will never lose to you, a bastard. Barbarossa roared to the sky and turned into a golden stream of light and rushed forward. At this moment, he was like a wild horse wearing heavy armor, indestructible and unstoppable. You think I can't do anything to you just because you're wearing 2 layers of iron? Well, then I'll show you what a forbidden spell is. Mang Lei sneered and slowly uttered 4 words. Forbidden would spell all things in the universe. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, pure wood magic power suddenly burst out from Meng Lei's body, dyeing his entire body into a green sun. At the same time, the wood elements within a radius of several kilometers were pulled with great force and rushed towards Meng Lei frantically. Puff, puff. Amidst the strange, light sounds, the plants on the ground grew wildly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. The earth and rocks rolled, and giant trees rose from the ground. In just a few breaths, the battlefield in front of the cliff instantly turned into a forest. The towering trees turned into wooden dragons with high morale and shot towards Barbarossa in the sky. Barbarossa roared continuously, easily breaking one wooden dragon after another, and crashed into Meng Lei with the force of thunder. Ha, not bad. Meng Lei sneered. All things in the universe. 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 One has to admit that with the blessing of the two forbidden spells, Barbarossa's combat power skyrocketed, and both his speed and impact force increased several times. But unfortunately, he met Meng Lei, a pervert who could cast forbidden spells instantly and was not afraid of magic power consumption. 10 consecutive attacks of Sun Luo Wanxiang were launched simultaneously, and thousands of wooden dragons tightly wrapped around Barbarossa, completely submerging him. Is it 1,000? Or tens of thousands? Barbarossa's fate is no longer in doubt. As countless wooden dragons came one after another to entangle him, his speed became slower and slower. When he rushed to Meng Lei, he was already tightly bound by countless wooden dragons and could only watch Meng Lei. Do you know why Madara-sama couldn't defeat Hashirama? That's why. It was eerily quiet in front of the Dragon God Church. From princes and nobles to civil and military officials, everyone was shocked. No one had expected such an outcome. Prince Barbarossa crushed the golden pendant, and his strength increased several times, but he was still no match for Meng Lei. The gap between the two is so huge. The interval between each of these myriad phenomena is less than 3 seconds. Emperor Frederick XXXII said in astonishment, a 3-second interval is almost equivalent to an instantaneous forbidden spell. This little fellow's attainments in the law of wood are so profound. Ordinary magic can be cast instantly, and of course forbidden spells can be cast as well. However, in order to cast forbidden spells instantly, the caster must have an extremely high understanding of the laws of heaven and earth so that they can see through their essence at a glance. Ordinary holy mages simply cannot do this, and the fact that Meng Lei could actually do it was enough to show that his understanding of the law of wood had reached a terrifying level. Dean Fred couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dean Fred, was I wrong? Frederick XXXII looked puzzled. Your Majesty, to be honest, Dean Fred said helplessly, until just now, I didn't even know that Meng Lei had a talent for wood magic. You don't even know this? Frederick XXXII frowned slightly. Your Majesty, I only know that Meng Lei has magical talents in thunder, fire, and earth. As for the wood element, I'm really not sure. Dean Fred answered honestly. Thunder, fire, earth, and wood? Everyone was shocked. Meng Lei actually possesses 4 magical talents? Hiss. This is too scary. Too scary. He possesses the blood of both the golden dragon and the fire dragon, and possesses 4 magical talents. Great Dragon God, you are too partial to this fellow, aren't you? Everyone gasped, their minds and hearts shattered by Meng Lei's terrifying talent. Any one of these conditions is enough to drive people crazy with jealousy, let alone possessing them at the same time. Even the Dragon God's illegitimate son shouldn't be so perverted. Such talent is a rare royal prodigy that only appears once in 1,000 years. This emperor is deeply pleased. Frederick XXXII praised sincerely. Meanwhile, the lost continent. The battle finally came to an end, and no matter how reluctant Barbarossa was, he had to admit defeat. You lose, Your Highness, Meng Lei said meaningfully, and then ignored Barbarossa, who was almost furious and wanted to kill someone, and directly collected the body of the crocodile eagle albatross king and left the battlefield. This guy is finally gone. Too strong, too scary. Who knows him? Where did he come from? How come he is so strong? With this strength, I'm afraid he can compete with those 4 perverts in the academy. Boy, you're completely famous now. TSK. Beating up the prince. This is something I wanted to do but couldn't do back then. But speaking of which, when did you awaken the bloodline of the golden dragon? Why have I never heard you mention it? How many things have you been hiding from me? Meng Lei lay back on the multi-armed behemoth and continued on his way, while he chatted with the old man. About half an hour later, a huge canyon appeared in front of them and the multi-armed behemoth Salas stopped. Boss, the territory of the Golden Corpse Bug Clan is ahead, the Golden Corpse Canyon. Golden Corpse Canyon? Meng Lei looked at the deep, wide, rugged and winding canyon in confusion, which seemed to have no end in sight. The valley was filled with smoke and a pungent stench. The bottom of the canyon was littered with countless corpses and remains. Some had just rotted, crawling with mosquitoes, flies, and maggots. Others had long since turned into nothing but white bones. Before he even got close, Meng Lei felt his stomach churning and he almost vomited out the food he had eaten the night before. Salas, why did did you bring me to this kind of place? Meng Lei covered his nose, his face full of displeasure. Boss, aren't you looking for a sanctuary warcraft? The multi-armed behemoth Salus explained in a deep voice. The king of the Golden Corpse Worm clan is the closest sanctuary warcraft to us, and he lives in this Golden Corpse Canyon. Meng Lei wrinkled his nose and said, is there any way to lure the Golden Corpse Insect King out? I don't want to go into the canyon and be suffocated by the stench. Saroth grabbed a huge rock and threw it into the canyon, causing the valley walls to shake and rocks to roll down. Boris, you motherfucker, get out here now. I'm going to beat you so badly that your mother won't even recognize you. Salus slapped his chest and let out a deafening roar, the sound echoing in the canyon for a long time like thunder. Compared to Clara, Saroth is just way rougher. Meng Lei couldn't help laughing. He sent the unicorn Rose Python to call for help, but that guy was always timid, afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. It was really embarrassing to see him. In comparison, Saroth seemed much more violent. Buzz buzz buzz. A moment later, a buzzing sound broke through the air, and a golden cloud floated out from the canyon. With his sharp eyesight, Meng Lei could naturally see clearly that these were not golden clouds at all, but countless golden insect swarms gathered together, forming a scene like a swarm of locusts passing through. Densely packed, glittering with golden light, covering the sky and the earth. Boss, this is the Golden Corpse Bug. Saroth shrank his head. They're tiny, but their destructive power is incredible. They're such nasty bugs. What level of magical beast is the Golden Corpse Worm? Meng Lei stared at the shining golden cloud and couldn't help asking. Boss, a single Golden Corpse Worm is comparable to a 9th level magical beast, but their sharp mouthparts are enough to easily pierce the scales and skin of most 9th level or even holy level magical beasts. Saroth explained in a deep voice. Golden Corpse Worms swarm together and can devour a sanctuary beast in a matter of minutes, so they are extremely dangerous. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I will never step into this damn canyon and provoke these damn bugs. They are so scary. When I think of them crawling all over my body and getting into my fur, I can't help but shiver. Ha, look how scared you are. Meng Lei couldn't help laughing, but he was thinking in his heart, each Golden Corpse Worm is a 9th level magical beast. How much money can I make with so many Golden Corpse Worms? Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Meng Lei was daydreaming, the golden cloud formed by the Golden Corpse Worms finally flew over and then gathered into shape, transforming into a giant insect shadow. The giant insect was 100 meters tall, with a green face and fangs, like an enlarged version of a louse. Its body was golden, with wings on its back and covered in scales. It was extremely ferocious. Saras, how dare you break into my Golden Corpse Canyon? You're so brave. The giant insect spoke in human language, its voice roaring like thunder. Since you are here, I will devour you today and let you know that the Golden Corpse Canyon is not a place where a big guy like you can set foot. Little ones, swallow it. Buzz buzz buzz. The giant insect dissipated in an instant and turned into a golden cloud that pounced on Saroth. Saroth roared to the heavens, displaying the might of a tyrant, but he was powerless against the overwhelming swarm of Golden Corpse Worms. The Golden Corpse Worms would sometimes disperse, sometimes gather, and sometimes even transform into human form. In a blink of an eye, they had reached Saroth. Roar, roar, roar. Salus roared, waved his claws, and smashed the boulders. His strength was violent to the extreme, but at this moment he was like a tiger meeting a hedgehog, unable to bite. Facing this group of tiny insects, his violent strength seemed useless. It was about to be surrounded by the overwhelming swarm of Golden Corpse Worms, and like the corpses in the canyon, it would be devoured by them and then rot and stink, becoming food for mosquitoes, flies and maggots. At this moment, Meng Lei took action. Crack! A white cold current gushed out, instantly submerging the golden clouds in the sky. Accompanied by crisp crackling sounds, the golden clouds were frozen. At the same time, the white cold current continued to spread forward, covering the entire Golden Corpse Canyon. Wherever it passed, everything was frozen, and the stench and corpses in the air were not spared. A moment later, the former Golden Corpse Canyon no longer existed, replaced by a vast white glacier. Of course, there were also countless Golden Corpse Worms floating motionless in the air, frozen. Meng Lei was a little surprised because the system prompt sound did not sound, which meant that the Golden Corpse Worms that were completely frozen were not dead. Not a single one was frozen to death. This is magical. Meng Lei couldn't help but marvel at it. The Golden Corpse Worm is a dual-element gold and ice magical beast, almost immune to both gold and ice magic. The old man's voice rang out. Absolute Zero can't kill them at all. No wonder. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Since they are not afraid of Absolute Zero, what does it matter if the skyfire spreads all over the place? Boom boom boom. With a thought, large sheets of black flames poured down from the sky, instantly covering an area of 1 kilometer in radius. The entire Golden Corpse Canyon was shrouded in a sea of fire. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the black flames went, nothing was spared, not even the ice that emitted a biting cold. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The solid ice was burned by the flames, but instead of melting into water, it turned into fuel for the black flames, making the flames burn even more violently. Boom boom boom. The flames grew stronger and stronger, burning fiercely. Ding! Kill 1 Golden Corpse Bug and get 10 million gold coins. coins. Ding! Kill one golden corpse bug and get 10.01 million gold coins. The system prompt sounds continuously. That's right. Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction. Damn bastard. How dare you kill my children like this? You deserve to die. A shrill cry like a night owl was heard, and a fist-sized golden corpse worm suddenly flew out, glaring at Meng Lei and gritting its teeth. Boss, it's the golden corpse insect king Boris. The multi-armed behemoth gave a timely reminder. Golden corpse insect king? Meng Lei couldn't help but turn his head to look. Ordinary golden corpse worms are tiny, like a date pit, but this golden corpse worm is dozens or even hundreds of times larger than its peers, and is as big as a fist. Is this also a sacred beast? Meng Lei was surprised and said, a fist-sized sanctuary warcraft. This is probably the smallest sanctuary warcraft I have ever seen. At this moment, 2 golden light balls fell off the body of the golden corpse insect king. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Obtain 1 gold law fragment. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtaining the golden corpse insect king's bloodline. Do you want to fuse? Fuse the fragments of the gold law. Forget about the golden corpse insect king bloodline. Ever since he merged with the blood of the god-killing rat, Meng Lei's requirements for blood have become extremely harsh, and ordinary blood does not interest him at all. The fire dragon bloodline, the flame demon bloodline, and even the golden dragon bloodline that had just been fused were nothing but useless in his eyes. If given a choice, he wouldn't even want them. Therefore, Meng Lei had no interest in the bloodline of the golden corpse insect king that he had just picked up. Fuse the fragments of the gold law. In an instant, a stream of information about gold magic elements and the laws of gold quickly flooded into Meng Lei's mind, rapidly improving his understanding of gold. Gold, sharp, hard, and capable of killing. Gold represents restraint, austerity, and transformation. After a long time, Meng Lei slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his understanding of the law of gold had obviously reached a new level. Thank you for the golden law fragment. Meng Lei's gaze fell on the golden corpse insect king. To thank you, I will leave you with this intact corpse. Ice forbidden spell absolute 0. Forbidden would spell life punishment. This is, after 2 consecutive forbidden spells were blasted, the golden corpse insect king didn't even have a chance to escape and died. Ding! Kill a golden corpse insect king and get 11.8 billion gold coins. The corpse fell, and Meng Lei picked it up casually, sighing, if only all the corpses of the sanctuary's monsters were this small, there would be no problem of not being able to fit in. Saras, go find the next sanctuary monster. Yes, boss. The multi-armed behemoth set off again, and Meng Lei counted the harvest as usual. If he hadn't counted it, he really wouldn't know, and he was immediately shocked. The wealth value has skyrocketed so much? Meng Lei was surprised. 58.6 law source crystal. Converted into gold coins, it is a total of 586 billion. How much was it before? 22.3 law source crystals, 223 billion gold coins. Now, 58.6. A full 36.3 law source crystals have been added. Oh my god, why did it suddenly increase so much? Wait, let me calculate. 1 golden corpse worm is worth 10 million gold coins. 10 of them is 100 million gold coins. 36.3 law source crystals, equivalent to 363 billion gold coins. That's 36,300 golden corpse worms? 36,000 golden corpse worms? They're actually worth so many gold coins? Oh my god. Hunting level 9 monsters is more profitable than hunting sanctuary monsters? It took a long time for Meng Lei to calm down. He knew very well that it was not because the 9th level magical beasts were more valuable than the Holy Domain magical beasts, but because the number of golden corpse worms that had just been hunted was simply too large. Small amounts add up to big things, and quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. This earned him an astonishing fortune of 363 billion gold coins. I didn't expect that the golden corpse worm I just casually killed would bring such a rich reward. It seems that hunting social monsters is the most cost-effective way to make money. Meng Lei decisively issued an order. Salas, prioritize heading to the sanctuary monster territories with tribes. The bigger the tribe, the better. The stronger the better. Understood, boss. Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction, and his eyes fell on the huge wealth value again, 58.6 law source crystals. This amount of money is not small, and he has to plan carefully how to spend it. As he glanced at the attribute panel, an idea struck him. System, first increase the fusion degree of the god-killing rat's bloodline by 1%. Ding! Increase the fusion degree of the god-slaying rat bloodline by 1%. 10 law source crystals are required. Confirm the increase? The system's cold voice sounded. Meng Lei's face showed a hint of pain, but he still gave the order. He had already known the price, so it was no surprise. Increasing the degree of blood fusion by 1% would cost 100 billion gold coins, while increasing the comprehension of the laws by 1% would only cost 10 billion gold coins. In other words, using these 100 billion gold coins to improve your understanding of the rules can increase your score by 10 percentage points. A full 10th. It can be seen how high the cost of improving the bloodline of the god-killing rat is. But Meng Lei felt that the money money was worth it. Because the improvement in strength brought about by increasing the degree of fusion of the god-killing rat's bloodline is all round, especially the enhancement in speed and defense is extremely terrifying. In this lost continent teeming with dangers, the importance of speed and defense is self-evident, especially when facing the unknown sacred tree that is eyeing them covetously. These two abilities are even more crucial. The wealth value instantly shrank by 10 law source crystals. At the same time, a stream of black-green air suddenly burst out from deep within the blood vessels, quickly flowing through the limbs, bones, muscles, skin, and even every corner of the body, rapidly transforming and strengthening Meng Lei's body. This strengthening was accompanied by severe pain. The piercing pain hit his nerves like a tide, making Meng Lei feel heart-wrenching and burning inside. It was much more intense than when he had fused with the blood of the golden dragon before. He groaned and couldn't help but clutch at Sarath's mane. If he could faint, perhaps it would be easier. Unfortunately, his mental strength was so strong that he couldn't faint easily. "Boss, are you okay?" Sarath noticed something was wrong and couldn't help but ask with concern. "Don't worry about me, hurry up." Manlei growled, his voice filled with immense majesty, causing Sarath to shudder from the depths of his soul. He then silently lowered his head and continued on his journey without saying a word. The transformation process lasted about half an hour. Although it was painful, the rewards were huge. The blood fusion degree of the god-killing rat was successfully increased to 2%. The biggest change is that his physical fitness has doubled to a staggering 24.1 billion. It was 12 billion before. Now it has doubled to 24.1 billion. In other words, increasing the blood fusion degree of the god-killing rat by 1% will increase the physical fitness by 12 billion. If you use gold coins to purchase, these 12 billion physical fitness will cost 120 billion gold coins to exchange. Not to mention the speed and defense, there has definitely been a qualitative leap. It is no exaggeration to say that the actual benefits obtained by Meng Lei far exceeded 100 billion gold coins. To sum it up in one sentence, this 100 billion is extremely worthwhile. It's much better than just relying on Krypton gold. No need to spend money on physique anymore. If you want to spend money on the fusion of the god-slaying rat bloodline. It's much more cost-effective that way. It's just that the process is a bit painful. Meng Lei took a deep breath, wiped the sweat and blood off his body, and continued to stare at his personal attribute panel. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline less than 52%, fire demon bloodline less than 47%, golden god-slaying ant bloodline less than 10%, god-slaying rat bloodline less than 2%, golden dragon bloodline less than 50%. Wealth value, 48.6 law source crystals. Constitution, sanctuary, 241, 2460, 7410/100 billion. Spirit, sanctuary, 10, 2831, 4896/100 billion. Magic, sanctuary, 10, 2588, 8951/100 billion. Laws of comprehension, fire law, 0.2%, wind law, 0.1%, thunder law, 0.1%, gold law, 0.2%, light law, 0.1%. Hard power has improved. Next, let's get into the game. Meng Lei changed into a comfortable position and lay down, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. System, I want to activate the infinite pickup function. Ding. This function requires one law source crystal. Do you confirm to use it? The system's cold voice sounded. Yes, I have plenty of money. The wealth value immediately decreased by one law source crystal. A few seconds later, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Fusion successful. Wealth plus 1 million gold coins. Underscore. Meng Lei was stunned. Wealth plus 1 million gold coins? I spent 10 billion gold coins, but I only picked up 1 million gold coins? Damn it, damn it, damn it. What a huge loss. I really lost a lot this time. 10 billion gold coins, and this is all you picked up? I refuse to accept. Ding. This function requires one law source crystal. Do you want to continue using it? The wealth value has decreased by another law source crystal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a branch of the Tree of Life. The system notified indifferently. A branch of the Tree of Life? Meng Lei was confused and quickly took it out to look at it carefully. It was a piece of emerald green branch about 1 meter long. Suddenly, a strong vitality emanated from it, which lifted Meng Lei's spirits and swept away his previous fatigue. Sarath sensed it and immediately turned to look over. Smelly boy, where did you get this thing? The old man was also alarmed. He emerged from the space ring and stared at the green branch in Meng Lei's hand with surprise. Old Dean, do you recognize this thing? Meng Lei couldn't help but ask. Nonsense. If you don't even recognize this thing, wouldn't it be a waste for me to have lived for tens of thousands of years? The old man rolled his eyes, took a deep breath, and like an opium addict, an intoxicated and obsessed look immediately appeared on his face. Branches of the Tree of Life. It's definitely a branch of the Tree of Life. This is a top-grade treasure, containing astonishing vitality. Not only can it revive the dead, but it is also a treasure that restores magic power. With this branch, the effective meditation will be several times or even dozens of times greater than usual, and the recovery speed of the magic power in the body will also also increase exponentially. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. If it were put up for auction, how much would it fetch? Meng Lei asked repeatedly. This thing was a bit useless to him. He would rather exchange it for gold coins. After all, he spent 10 billion gold coins to pick it up. You want to sell it? It's a waste of money. The old man immediately started cursing. The tree of life is the sacred tree of the Elven Empire. No one else has the chance to see it, let alone obtain its branches. However, if this small branch were put up for auction, it would fetch at least tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions or even trillions? Not bad, not a loss. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief, put away the branches of the tree of life, and then connected to the system. You dog system, look at what you picked up for me. You, my good son, are such a jerk, aren't you? Host, infinite pickup is a random function. The quality of the items picked up depends entirely on luck. Random shit, Meng Lei said helplessly. Can't you pick up some good stuff for me? At least don't lose too much. The price of 10 billion gold coins at a time is too high. Forget it, I won't pick it up anymore. It's too bad. But, I really can't accept this. I've searched twice and didn't even find anything good. I feel so bad. How about one more time? Yeah, for the last time. System, try again. Ding. This function requires one law source crystal. Do you confirm the use? Stop talking nonsense. Last time. The wealth value is reduced by one law source crystal again. Stop cheating me. If you give me another piece of rubbish, I'm going to explode. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the hammer of destruction. This is a filthy swamp. Large areas of dead trees are rooted in the muddy shallows. The bark has long been peeled off, and the turbid and yellow lake water emits a foul odor. The entire swamp was like a dead place, desolate and silent, with no trace of any living creatures and not even a sound could be heard. A massive black shadow approached from afar, finally hovering over the swamp. Its thick mane and muscular figure was none other than the behemoth. Sarath. Boss, this is the territory of the Yenza red snake. Sarath turned and said, the Yenza red snake is an extremely powerful snake species in the Lost Continent, and their numbers are enormous. Roar, roar, roar. How strong is it? Their strengths vary. Some are level 6 or 7, some are level 8 or 9, and the Yenza Scarlet Snake King is a sacred beast. Generally speaking, the strength of the Yenza Red Snake clan is not inferior to the Golden Corpse Insect clan. Both are large, gregarious clans. Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand, saying, go, call out the Yenza Scarlet Snake King. Yes, boss. Sarath responded, then grabbed a piece of dead wood and threw it into the swamp, splashing water and churning mud. 2 minutes later, a 20-meter-long snake with reddish-brown markings slowly emerged from the swamp and crawled towards the side staggeringly. Boss, this is the Yenza Red Snake. Sarath stared at the snake and said in a deep voice, this clan is extremely greedy. They've already devoured every living thing in this swamp. So, the Yenza Red Snakes are always hungry. They will show up at the slightest sign of trouble. Look over there. Meng Lei looked in the direction he pointed and found that more Yenza red-bellied snakes of different sizes were emerging from the mud one after another. Their numbers were increasing rapidly, as if thousands of snakes were released from a cage. What a bunch of hungry ghosts. Meng Lei flicked his fingers, his movements as graceful as playing the piano, and sharp wind blades shot out quickly, heading towards these Yenza red snakes. Puff, puff, puff. Accompanied by continuous breaking sounds, the heads of the Yenza red-bellied snakes were cut off one after another, and they died one after another. Blood splattered everywhere and severed heads flew everywhere. In an instant, all the red snakes that crawled out of Yenza were killed. Dozens of places in the swamp were dyed red with blood, and a faint smell of blood slowly spread. As if attracted by the smell of blood, more and more Yenza red-bellied snakes emerged from the quagmire like mushrooms after a rain. 10, 50, hundreds. In less than a few breaths, the originally dead silent swamp suddenly became bustling with countless red snakes emerging from everywhere and crawling all over the swamp. At first glance, all you see are giant red snakes. All I could see were giant snakes rolling and swimming. TSK tisk, it's not even 10,000, but at least 8,000. Meng Lei exclaimed, just right, let's catch them all in one fell swoop. As a white cold current gushed out, it instantly covered an area of 10,000 meters. The sound of ice crackling rang out, and everything around froze at this moment. The crimson swamp instantly turned into a world of ice and snow, and all the red snakes within a radius of 10,000 meters instantly turned into vivid ice sculptures. Ding! Kill a Yenza red snake and get 13 million gold coins. Ding! Kill the Yenza red snake and obtain 3.97 million gold coins. Monley took off into the air and continued to fly deeper into the swamp. Salus followed closely behind with firm steps. In this way, the two men advanced and killed people along the way, leaving corpses and ice sculptures everywhere they passed. When they reached the center of the swamp, they saw a deep pool, like an ancient well, standing in the center of the swamp. The water was clear, emerald green, and unfathomable, completely different from the murky swamp water around it. A powerful pressure from a holy domain demon beast emanated from the deep pool, leaving no doubt that a huge and ferocious beast was lurking at the bottom of the pool. Sarath shouted out, yes, sir. Sarath grabbed a huge log and threw it into the deep pool, cursing loudly, "Albin, I'll fuck you, get out of here. Wah la la." I don't know whether it was the huge tree that startled the ferocious beast in the pool, or whether Sarath's curse worked. With a loud bang, the water surface broke, and a huge snake head suddenly jumped out, quickly opened its mouth, and pounced on Salas in the air. With its mouth wide open, a strong fishy smell hit his face. Salas was well prepared. The moment the snake's head pounced, he swung his sharp claws and grabbed it fiercely. However, just when the claws were about to touch the snake's head shook violently in an S shape, nimbly avoiding Sarath's claws and biting into his waist fiercely instead. Clatter! The next moment, the huge snake body quickly climbed up, as fast as lightning, and wrapped around Sarath, circle after circle, not even letting go of half a circle. As a ferocious behemoth, how could Sarath let the giant snake succeed so easily? He roared to the sky, and his 6 barbed claws, each over 2 meters long, suddenly grabbed the snake's body. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sharp claws were like iron hooks, and every grab left deep grooves on the snake's body. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the snake's body and the pool water red. The giant snake felt pain, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Sarath's neck fiercely. Its 2 sharp fangs flashed a dark green light in the sunlight, piercing his body. Seeing this, Manglay couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Sarath's body was incredibly strong, even forbidden spells couldn't shake it. How could a mere 2 fangs hurt him in the slightest? Puff! However, an unbelievable scene occurred. With a cracking sound, the fangs penetrated Sarath's skin and stabbed in fiercely. Gurgle! A large amount of venom was injected into his body and spread rapidly. Salas's body suddenly stiffened, and his claws, which were waving wildly, gradually slowed down. It was obvious that he had been poisoned by the snake. Manlay was stunned and rushed to the rescue. Salas was his most trusted and loyal general, and he could not bear to see his beloved general die from the snake venom. However, the situation suddenly changed. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out, and a green arrow shot out at an astonishing speed, instantly piercing the giant snake's vitals. The giant snake's eyes rolled back and its huge body froze in place instantly, obviously dying. The green arrow continued to fly towards Sarath's throat without losing its power as it passed through the giant snake's head. Manglay's heart tightened. The stray arrow was extremely lethal. He couldn't be sure whether it would go straight through Sarath's neck. He instantly increased the fusion degree of the god-killing rat's bloodline to 2%. His speed increased sharply, and he arrived beside Sarath in an instant. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Puff! The penetrating power of the green arrow was terrifying. It easily penetrated Sarath's indestructible defense and pierced into his throat. Blood splattered all over the sky. Salas let out a shrill wail, and the blood in his throat gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the thick mane on his chest red. Manglay almost went berserk, but he held on to the last bit of his rationality and did not kill the attacker. Instead, he immediately released the forbidden wood spell, Blessing of Life. The wood elements within a 10,000-meter radius converged frantically, forming a life funnel 100 meters in diameter, enveloping Sarath. The wood elements, imbued with powerful vitality, rapidly repaired the wound in his throat. With the Blessing of Life, the wound on Salas' throat healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few breaths, the bleeding gradually stopped and the wound was almost closed. Swallow it! Manglay took out a life core of a holy wood monster from his arms and stuffed it into Salas' mouth to continue to speed up the recovery of his injuries. Thanks, boss. The continuous blows made the strong behemoth look a little weak, and its voice was not as strong and powerful as before. I can only heal your wounds, but I can't cure the snake venom in your body. Manglay's face was solemn. Can you make it? Boss, don't worry. Sarath grinned, his voice weak but firm. This is just the venom of the Yenza Red Snake King. It can't harm me. We behemoths are immune to most snake venoms. I just need to rest for a while, and I'll be refreshed in no time. Manglay finally breathed a sigh of relief, his frown relaxed, and he patted Sarath's shoulder, comforting him. Have a good rest, I'll take care of the rest. Yes, boss. Manglay turned around, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and stared murderously in the direction where the green arrow had shot out. You cunning fellow, get out here. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar shook the sky, black flames fell from the sky, and endless flames instantly enveloped the jungle. Boom boom boom. The black flames were like the fire of Amaterasu. Wherever they passed, everything burned and turned into a blazing sea of fire. In an instant, the jungle turned into a black sea of fire. A green figure flew out from the sea of fire and lightly touched the air with the tip of its toes, like a green butterfly landing on the ground, agile and light, as if it were an otherworldly fairy. Pointed ears, slender figure, exquisite and beautiful face, skin as smooth as a baby's, and a pair of gentle and moving black eyes, as if they could speak. She was wearing emerald green armor that only covered her vital parts, leaving the rest of her skin exposed to the air. She looked pure and sexy, exuding endless temptation. Facing such a beauty, any man would be moved. Although Manglay was slightly stunned by her beauty, he was more filled with burning anger. You ambushed my prey and killed my mount? You're so brave. All the magical beasts on this continent are my prey, and these 2 holy beasts are no exception. The beauty opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was clear and pleasant, like a trickle of water flowing into my heart. Go away, they belong to me. He. Manglay Lei sneered, and the sinister laughter echoed over the swamp. What if I don't leave? I went to a traditional Chinese medicine hospital this morning and made an appointment with a Chinese doctor at the National Medical Center. I waited from 8 a.m. until 3 p.m. before I got the medicine. It was already 4 p.m. when I got home. After eating, I started writing, until now. I hope you understand. Sigh. The breeze blows gently, creating ripples. Above the deep pool, two figures faced each other from a distance. A man's eyes were fierce and murderous. The other person had an indifferent expression and looked superior. Leave? What if I don't leave? Meng Lei licked his lips and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't have time to waste with you. If you're not stupid enough, you should know what to do. The undead elf Miriam opened her red lips slightly and said in a clear and pleasant voice, otherwise, I can only help you with the arrow in my hand. Another self-righteous pretender. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. I've seen many people like you, and your ending is usually the same. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Meng Lei quietly disappeared from the spot, so fast that he left a series of afterimages on the ground. The afterimage follows, passing by at high speed. In the blink of an eye, Meng Lei appeared in front of Miriam and kicked her hard. The force of this kick was as still as a mountain and as powerful as thunder. Ordinary people could not react at all, not even the powerful Prince Barbarossa was no exception. But what Meng Lei didn't expect was that the undead elf Miriam reacted extremely quickly. A hint of anger flashed across her delicate jade-like face, and she was completely enraged. How dare you kick me, bastard? Without hesitation, she raised her hand and drew the bow. Her bow and arrow movements were smooth and extremely fast, even 3 points faster than Meng Lei. A green arrow shot out instantly, heading straight for Meng Lei's heart. The distance was so close that Meng Lei had no time to dodge. How is this possible? However, what shocked Miriam was that the green arrow hit Meng Lei's chest with only a dull sound, and then turned into a ball of green light and dissipated. Not only did it not hurt him at all, it couldn't even penetrate his skin. Dragon God is above. Miriam was horrified and completely stunned. As a holy archer, her arrows were powerful enough to penetrate most of the holy beasts, but they couldn't even pierce Meng Lei's skin. How strong is Meng Lei's defense? Is this still a human being? The duel between masters can decide the outcome in a few seconds. Just when Miriam lost consciousness, Meng Lei kicked over. He kicked her delicate face hard, and Miriam let out a shrill whine and flew backwards screaming. How wrong? Meng Lei had no intention of stopping. He used his fists and feet to attack repeatedly. His crazy offensive was as surging as a tide. One kick after another. One punch follows another. Bang, bang, bang. Pa pa pa. Boom boom boom. Having lost the initiative and with Monrei's incomparable violent attack, Miriam had no power to fight back and could only passively take the beating, becoming a punching bag at the mercy of others. Meng Lei was filled with rage and attacked without mercy, without a trace of pity for the woman. After all, she was not his wife, so how could he show any pity to her? After a few minutes of beating, Meng Lei's anger was finally released. When he looked at Miriam again, he felt that her appearance was horrible. It was as if she had been hit by the legendary spell of unrecognizable face and turned into a pig's head. Not to mention kissing her, just looking at her was nauseating. Has my unrecognizable face technique reached the highest level of perfection? Looking at the scene before him, Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction, finally venting the anger in his heart. You dare to plot against me. This is what you deserve. You. Miriam was furious and wanted to eat Meng Lei alive, drink his blood, cut him into pieces, and chop him into pieces. She is an immortal elf, one of the 4 evildoers of Dragon God Academy, the ice goddess admired by countless people. When had she ever been so humiliated? It's such a huge shame. What else do you dare to say? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't hand over the space ring on you, I'll beat you up again. Meng Lei snorted coldly. You are dressed so revealingly. You are not a decent person at first glance. People like you should just go to Yihanyuan. This is not a place for you. Miriam, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows and pointed casually. The deep pool below him instantly turned into ice, and Miriam fell heavily on the ice. He was worried that she might play tricks, so he immediately froze her hands and feet. Only then did he approach her with confidence and stripped her of everything. Then, turn around and run away. Thank you for my kindness, bitch. If killing wasn't prohibited in the exchange competition, you would have died long ago. I really doubt now whether you are a man. Such a beautiful woman, such a delicate face, amazing beauty, Shu Yu Yuyin, and you, not only remained indifferent, you even beat yourself up like a pig. Are you underdeveloped, or are you not a man at all? After leaving the Yenza Scarlet Snake Swamp, Meng Lei once again embarked on a journey to find the Holy Land monster. Along the way, the old man kept muttering and criticizing Meng Lei's evil deeds. Yes, it is evil. What was done to Miriam was a crime that was condemned by both humans and gods. How could a human being do such a beautiful woman being beaten into that state? He. Meng Lei didn't bother to pay attention to the old man and changed the subject. Salus, how is your snake venom recovery? Boss, I'm almost healed. Well, that's good, but I'm a little confused. Your defense is so strong. Why can the fangs of the Yenza Red Snake Snake King easily penetrate your skin. Boss, you may not know that the fangs of the Yenza Scarlet Snake King are comparable to semi-divine weapons. They are extremely sharp and indestructible, and can pierce through the scales of almost all sanctuary domain monsters. Next, Meng Lei continued to hunt monsters. Time passes day by day. Wealth accumulates rapidly. Apart from resting, eating, and occasionally spending money, Meng Lei spends almost all his time hunting Warcraft. Before I knew it, half a month had passed. On this day, Meng Lei came to the beach. The boundless ocean is still shrouded in thick fog. Apart from the sound of surging waves, the distance is hazy and the vision is limited. Meng Lei walked straight towards a bay. The water in the crescent-shaped bay was calm, blue, and clear, like a sapphire. Not far from the bay is a dense forest, and between the forest and the bay is a soft and delicate beach, shining with warm sunshine. Huge crabs are leisurely lying on the beach, blowing bubbles and basking in the sun, looking very comfortable and relaxed. Boss, this is the territory of the golden bread crabs, Golden Bay. Sarath pointed to the peaceful beach and introduced the golden bread crabs are domineering and brutal by nature, and generally very powerful. Most of them are level 8 or 9 magical beasts. Finally found a group of monsters that haven't been slaughtered yet. It's so hard for me. Meng Lei sighed softly. In just half a month, almost all the monsters on the Lost Continent have been killed. The Lost Continent is vast, covering an area of more than 10 million square kilometers, and is home to countless magical beasts. In the first few days after arriving in the Lost Continent, Meng Lei had a lot of fun, with an average daily profit of over 100 billion. As time went by, the number of monsters became increasingly scarce. The target monsters had either been completely slaughtered or were being hunted. Earnings began to decline sharply. Until today, he had traveled for a whole day before he found this undiscovered paradise and a group of unslaughtered monsters. The daily income is only tens of billions, and most of the time is spent on traveling. To sum up in one sentence, there are really fewer World of Warcraft. Actually, this is normal. 10 million square kilometers of land and 7 or 8,000 contestants. By conversion, with an average hunting area of less than 1,500 square kilometers per person, how can it withstand hunting for half a month? What's more, in the territories of many holy domain monsters, it is almost impossible to find a monster within hundreds of kilometers. Such a large area is like a vacuum zone. The non-holy realm monsters could not withstand the player's slaughter. After half a month, the monsters were almost slaughtered. This was completely reasonable. With no more monsters to hunt, large-scale fratricide will surely unfold over the next 2 weeks. Meng Lei was clear about this. In the Lost Continent elimination round, only the 100 people with the highest points will be selected, and the remaining 7,748 people will be eliminated. 78 to 1, the ratio is extremely low. He can fully imagine what will happen next. But what does this have to do with me? With World of Warcraft gone, the motivation to hunt has also dwindled significantly. Instead of running around the continent chasing down players, it's better to wait for others to come to you. Thinking of this, Meng Lei's eyes involuntarily turned to Golden Bay. The water there was crystal clear, the scenery was pleasant, the beach was white and soft, and the sunshine was gentle. It was suitable for both swimming and sunbathing. It was simply an excellent seaside resort. It seems that even God wants me to wait and see. Well, I'll just rest here for a few days. Meng Lei smacked his lips, and then a gust of wind blade whizzed out, and hundreds of golden bread crabs on the beach were killed instantly. Even the golden bread crab king was not spared. Let's transform the environment first. The sea water rolled, washing away the bloodstains on the beach. The vines spread quickly, weaving into lounge chairs and parasols. Aha, I'm here. Meng Lei jumped into the clear sea and swam leisurely. For the past half-month, he has been either hunting monsters or traveling. He is exhausted from the dust and the wind and sleeping in the open air. Now is the time to relax. After a pleasant swim, Meng Lei returned to the shore contentedly, lay on a green lounge chair, took out some wine, drinks, and fruits, and enjoyed them leisurely. Saras, it's time to fish. Whether you can attract fish to bite the bait depends on you. Boss, what do you mean? Sarath, who was swimming in the sea, looked confused and was scrubbing his body. Can you tell me later if you have something to say? Just let you be the bait. Don't say anything, just let out the air. Poof. I'm asking you to let out gas, not fart. A fierce melee broke out on the vast grassland. Kill them, and this King Kong bull will be ours. Those who dare to steal our magical beasts must be killed. The two groups of more than 10 contestants clashed fiercely, with swords flashing, magic overflowing, the earth shaking, and the sky and the earth dimmed. Crash. The only reason that triggered their fierce fight was the 50-meter-long, pitch-black giant bull next to them. That was none other than the sacred beast, the King Kong bull. King Kong bull looked at these contestants who ignored him, the Holy Land monster, and fought desperately instead, and his temper completely exploded. Okay, you are arrogant and want to hunt me, the old cow, but I am ready for a big fight. What happened? You guys started fighting among yourselves and left me alone. This is clearly a blatant act of ignoring others. Even a cow can tolerate it, but I, an old cow, can't. The King Kong bull roared and released its special skills directly. Swish, swish, swish. Swish! Sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and countless grass leaves instantly flew into the air, turning into overwhelming grass arrows, instantly shooting towards the enemy. That is a forbidden spell of wood element. Every tree and grass is an enemy. The forbidden spell was extremely powerful. By the time the contestants reacted, they were already overwhelmed by the overwhelming grass arrows. This guy, puff, puff. Shrill screams echoed throughout the air as contestants were knocked back one after another. Some were pierced through the forehead by grass arrows, dying instantly. Others were left with wounds all over their bodies from grass arrows, dying in horrible ways. Thousands of grass arrows shot past, leaving no one able to stand. The lucky ones died on the spot, while the unlucky ones were still hanging on. A bunch of trash. The King Kong bull delivered a few more vicious blows, then turned and walked away triumphantly. In recent days, someone had been coveting its life, wanting to seize its magic core. After a few days, countless contestants died at the hands of the King Kong bull, and the grassland was littered with corpses and blood. The King Kong bull gradually became tired of this meaningless fighting. It longed to leave here and find a safe place. Ha! At this moment, a whistling black wind blew in the face, and a burly man nearly 3 meters tall came quietly. The sturdy man was wearing a colorful tiger skin. His body was full of muscles. He was burly and powerful. His eyes were bright and sharp like an eagle. Another one. King Kong bull was not surprised at all when he saw this. Instead, he looked around as usual to see if there were any other people attacking. He had seen this kind of scene too many times. I haven't eaten beef in a long time. Today is the perfect time to satisfy my craving. The tiger-skinned burly man licked his lips, took a step, and instantly appeared in front of the King Kong bull, punching out with his casserole-like fist. Crack! With a crisp sound, the King Kong bull was punched through the head before he could even make a sound, and died on the spot. The sturdy man pulled back his fist and licked it, which was covered with white brain matter. His eyes showed intoxication. Sure enough, the taste of ox brain is the most charming. After that, the tiger-skinned man used brute force to pry open the bull's head while it was still hot, and devoured it bite by bite. In less than half an hour, he had eaten half of the bull's head clean. After eating and drinking his fill, the tiger-skinned man touched his bulging belly, took out the magic core of the King Kong bull, and left with satisfaction. As a powerful person in the Holy Land, he traveled very fast. In a short while, he flew over 100 kilometers and arrived in front of a big mountain. There are fewer and fewer monsters. It's been such a long time and I haven't encountered a single monster. The tiger-skinned burly man frowned slightly. Just as he was thinking, a faint breath came from afar. The breath of the holy beast. That's the direction. He followed the scent all the way and soon came to a beautiful bay. In the distance, he saw a behemoth beast that was over 50 meters tall. At the same time, in front of the Dragon God Church, everyone stared at the magic light curtain and was suddenly very excited. They cheered loudly, their blood boiling and their cheeks flushed red. Finally we met. These two perverts are finally going to fight. Oh my god, I'm so excited. A person with double bloodline and double holy domain. The other one also has dual bloodlines and dual sacred domains. They're finally going to face off. Now we're going to have a good show. From princes and princesses to dignitaries and nobles, everyone stared at the magic light curtain, eagerly anticipating the fierce battle that was to follow. Even Emperor Frederick XXXII was no exception. He smiled and asked, Dean Luke of Dean Fred, who do you think is better between these two? Dean Luke glanced at Dean Fred and said confidently, I admit that Meng Lei is extremely talented, rarely seen in a million years, but he is too young after all. Dean Luke means that Mon Lei is no match for the White Tiger Knight Mon Aston? Dean Fred smiled faintly. You and I both understand that for geniuses of their level, age is not a decisive factor. Talent can ignore everything. Dean Fred, you haven't personally met Mon Aston, so you don't understand how terrifying he is. He is definitely not an ordinary genius. Dean Luke said meaningfully, let's wait and see. He'll use his strength to tell us that no matter how strong a genius is, it takes time to grow, and Meng Lei is no exception. Ha, let the facts speak for themselves. Dean Fred was reluctant to say more. The facts will prove everything. Dean Luke said no more. A 16-year-old with the blood of both the fire dragon and the golden dragon, and a holy mage of the 4 elements of thunder, earth, fire, and wood. The other one is ranked 38th on the Dragon God Genius list. He possesses the bloodline of the White Tiger and the Netherworld White Tiger, and is also a holy mage of the light, dark, and gold element. A man of extraordinary talent. A truly amazing talent. The duel between these two is really a tit-for-tat, a clash of the strong. Frederick XXXII exclaimed sincerely, this is definitely one of the matches I'm most looking forward to in this exchange tournament. Your Majesty is absolutely right. 16-year-old Meng Lei and Mon Aston, ranked 38th on the Dragon God talent list, are both seeded players in this exchange tournament. We are extremely excited for their battle. I thought they would meet in the next game, but I didn't expect them to meet so soon. It's really exciting. Everyone stared at the magic light curtain. Ever since Meng Lei emerged as a rising star, everyone has been amazed by his strength and even more astonished by his magical talent. Everyone is eager to see him, even His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, shots of Meng Lei appeared frequently in the magic light curtain, almost as many as shots of the 13 14th princess, the golden dragon lion, the thunder giant and others. It was not until Monlay came to Golden Bay and entered the salted fish mode of waiting for opportunities that his shots were reduced. Even so, people would still turn their eyes back to look at him from time to time. So, when everyone saw this scenic bay, they immediately recognized that this was the Golden Bay where Monray had been waiting for his chance. This means that Mond Aston will soon face off against Monlay. Monray and Mond Aston, the two eccentrics named Meng, finally met. I wonder who will win. It's really a fight between dragons and tigers. On the white sand beach, the bonfire is burning. Floating above the bonfire was an extremely exaggerated hot pot with a diameter of 10 meters. The soup in the pot was boiling, the aroma was fragrant, and it was full of various seafood. Fresh and tender sea fish, crabs as big as a dustpan, lobsters as big as black pigs, plump abalone, and thick and slender geoducks. The aroma is overflowing. The color, flavor and taste are great. Menglay sat cross-legged beside the hot pot, holding two long chopsticks, eating meat and drinking wine, looking very happy. Gudong, the deflated multi-armed behemoth not far away, was staring at this sight eagerly, swallowing its saliva, full of greed. Are you hungry again? Menglay caught a lobster the size of a wild boar, ate the tender white shrimp meat, and glanced at the multi-armed behemoth. Sarath nodded repeatedly, his saliva almost flowing out. Menglay picked up a crab as big as a bison and threw it over. Salus was not afraid of the heat. He grabbed the red crab claws and put them into his mouth. With the sound of crunching, the crab as big as a bison didn't last long before it was swallowed by Salus, without even a shell left. Then, Salus looked at Menglay with eager eyes, swallowed his saliva, and his stomach began to rumble. Can you eat slower? You've eaten 19 crabs, 38 lobsters, 76 abalone, and 152 geoducks. Menglay was somewhat helpless. The way you eat it, no amount is enough. Seafood should be savored slowly, bite by bite, to appreciate its deliciousness. You're wasting it by swallowing it whole like this. Got it, boss. Sarath made a pitiful expression. But this hot pot is so delicious, so spicy, so strong. I can't help it. Of course, I've loved this taste since I was a kid. Menglay smiled proudly and threw out an abalone as big as a millstone. Abalone should be eaten slowly and savored carefully, understand? Got it, boss. Sarath quickly agreed, grabbed the abalone, swallowed it in one gulp, shell and meat included, and began to chew it. In the blink of an eye, he had eaten it all. Then he looked at Menglay eagerly again. Menglay lost his temper completely and pointed at the vast ocean, cursing, there's no food left. If you want to eat meat, go catch it yourself. Boss, if I catch it, will you help me do it? Nonsense. Cook it yourself. Sarath responded and strode towards the sea. Golden Bay was rich in products and a wide variety of food, especially after the extinction of the Golden King Crab clan. Finding some seafood ingredients is not difficult. Waves in the waves. Sarath was imagining delicious food while quickly searching for ingredients. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out, and Mond Aston appeared. It turned out to be a multi-armed behemoth. It's actually a behemoth with multiple arms. Mond Aston stared at Sarath standing in the sea, his eyes sparkling with excitement at his thick mane and strong body. A multi-armed behemoth, a giant behemoth comparable to a golden behemoth. If I could take it as my mount, it would be an incredible honor. Who wouldn't want a majestic and powerful mount? Mond Aston is no exception. Unfortunately, most monsters couldn't meet his standards. Coincidentally, this multi-armed behemoth was an exception. Darling, brother is here. Sarath seemed to notice something and turned his head suddenly, only to see a burly man wrapped in tiger skin looking at him with a smile on his face. Another fish I lured here? Sarath grinned and patted his chest. Boss, come and see. Another fool has taken the bait. Mond Aston was a little confused for a moment. How could this situation be so different from what he had expected? But it didn't matter. No matter what, the multi-armed behemoth before him couldn't be fake. Dobby-armed behemoth, I'm attracted to you. Mond Aston raised his chin slightly and said calmly, follow me obediently and be my mount. Upon hearing the word mount, Salus immediately revealed a ferocious look, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to teach the damn human in front of him a lesson. At this time, Menglay appeared. Without saying a word, he released absolute zero. A white cold current gushed out, accompanied by the crisp sound of ice cracking, instantly freezing Mond Aston. Idiot, you want me to be your mount? Dream on. I will always be the boss's most loyal little brother. Sarath spat, turned around, licked his face, and looked at Menglay like a loyal dog. Boss, look, I've hooked another fish, right? It secretly looked towards the hot pot, and its meaning was very clear. Go ahead, all the remaining seafood is yours. Menglay picked his teeth with a toothpick and said generously, there is not much meat in the pot, it's all leftovers, it's okay to give it to you. Wow, thanks, boss. Sarath was overjoyed and quickly ran towards the hot pot. His strong thighs stirred up the seawater, creating huge waves. Menglay chuckled, turned his head to look at the frozen Mond Aston, and said lightly, come out. This level of absolute zero can't seal you. Crack, crack. Cracks continued to appear on the surface of the hard ice, becoming more and more numerous, until it finally shattered into ice crystals all over the sky. I thought someone was attacking attacking me, but it turned out to be a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Mondastin raised his chin, his eyes gleaming with a defiant glint. Kid, immediately release the contract from that multi-armed behemoth. I can forgive your sneak attack and even let you go. How do you do that? Friend, do your parents know that you're showing off outside? Meng Lei sneered and replied calmly, hand over all the space rings on you, and I will not pursue the crime of pretending to be powerful in front of me, and I can also spare your life. How about it? He, ha 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 ha. Hearing Munley's words, Mondastin felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world and couldn't help laughing out loud. The laughter was like rolling thunder, deafening. The laughter stopped abruptly, and his face instantly became serious and cold. I, Mondastin, have been in power so far, and no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Meng Lei and looked directly into his eyes. Anyone who dares to talk to me like this has already gone to hell and thrown into the arms of death. Do you know that? Really? Then I'd be honored to be the only one alive. The two men looked at each other, only a few centimeters apart. Meng Lei could feel the terrifying murderous aura emanating from Mondastin, but he showed no fear. Alive? That may not be the case. Mondastin sneered. Since you are a little kid, I can let you make the first move, so that others won't accuse me of bullying the weak. In that case, I won't be polite. As soon as Meng Lei finished speaking, his voice was still echoing around, but his figure quietly disappeared, and his afterimage flashed by, and he suddenly rushed in front of Mondastin. Then, a punch was thrown. This punch almost reached the limit. Mondastin was unable to react in time and was hit hard in the abdomen. With a muffled sound, his face turned pale in an instant. How about it? My punch is pretty good, right? Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly and appeared behind Mondastin like a ghost, and hit him in the chin with a powerful roundhouse kick. Crack! Mondastin was knocked out hard. In midair, he felt a piercing pain in his abdomen and jaw, and was both shocked and angry. He finally realized that he had made a mistake. This seemingly harmless kid is definitely an unfathomable master. Both his speed and strength are far beyond the level of an ordinary saint. Where on earth did this brat come from? He's so perverted. Mondastin whispered through gritted teeth. Meng Lei did not stop at all and continued to launch attacks, punch after punch, kick after kick, launching wave after wave of surging attacks. After a series of combined punches, Mondastin had no power to fight back at all, as if he was crushed one-sidedly. How did it become like this? The people standing in front of the Dragon God Church looked at each other in bewilderment. Where was the anticipated clash of dragons and tigers? Where was the thrilling collision? Where was the tit-for-tat contest? It's all a joke. How could this be a fight between dragons and tigers? It was clearly a one-sided beating and crushing. Dean Luke, what do you think now? Fred looked at the Dean of Dragon God Academy proudly. Mondastin was careless and underestimated his opponent, losing the initiative and leading to the current situation. Dean Luke's face was gloomy. If he can adjust in time, the outcome is still uncertain. I'm afraid there's no chance of that happening. Fred shook his head and chuckled, his gaze still fixed on the magic screen. He knew that Dean Luke was right. As long as Mondastin adjusted, the situation could be reversed. Mondastin is truly extraordinary. Mondastin, who was hit repeatedly, finally exploded. His body underwent earth-shaking changes, his speed suddenly increased, and he escaped from Monlei's attack range in an instant. He stood proudly in the air, staring at Meng Lei with his eyes, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Meng Lei let out a light exclamation. The change in Mondastin was so great that he was like two completely different people. It has two wings growing out of its back, black and white, a pair of tiger ears on its head, a few tiger whiskers on its cheeks, a black and white mane covering its body, and a tiger tail at the end. He is 5 meters tall, his muscles bulge like rocks, and he exudes explosive power. Transformed. Mondastin has transformed. This is going to be a good show. Seeing the changes in Mondastin, the audience in front of the Dragon God Church cheered and were excited. They were unwilling to watch the one-sided crushing. They were even more dissatisfied when their own academy's genius was beaten by others. They like fierce competition, evenly matched opponents, desperate counterattacks, and they like to see their own geniuses turn defeat into victory and severely beat their opponents. Come on, Mondastin. Show us your strength and let this country bumpkin see how powerful you are. Mondastin. Mondastin. Many princes, princesses, and powerful ministers shouted in low voices, cheering for Mondastin, and the noise was huge. Dean Fred, what just happened was just a warm-up. The real battle is just beginning. Dean Luke said meaningfully. Maybe the battle will be over soon. Dean Fred smiled faintly. What kind of bloodline is this? Meng Lei asked with a little surprise as he looked at Mondastin, who had wings on his back and stood proudly in the air. It looks like the bloodline of the Netherworld White Tiger. The old man's voice rang out, but its power is even more terrifying than that of a pure Netherworld White Tiger. It's a bit strange. Bloodline of the Netherworld White Tiger. Meng Lei muttered to himself, these black and white markings make them look like a panda no matter how you look at them. Boy, I admit I underestimated you before. Mondastin's eyes were cold and fierce, and murderous intent flashed in his tiger eyes. But that's it. I will return the humiliation you just inflicted on me double. The wings behind him fluttered shuddered slightly, and a shadow quickly passed by. With a tiger roar, a punch suddenly struck out. The speed has increased so much. Meng Lei's heart tightened and he quickly retreated. Want to escape? There's nowhere to run. Mondastin grinned fiercely, and his speed increased again, breaking through several times the speed of sound, and punched Meng Lei in the face. This time, Meng Lei was unable to dodge and was hit hard. The severe pain came instantly and he was knocked out. Boy, accept my punishment. Mondastin roared, and his attacks poured down like a storm. This time, it was Mon Lei's turn to become a sandbag. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. This guy is so fast, even faster than me in my human form. It's unbelievable. Meng Lei was surprised. After the god-killing rat's bloodline fusion degree increased to 2%, his speed and defense reached an astonishing level. Even the speed-type Sanctuary Warcraft was far inferior to it. Unexpectedly, this guy who suddenly appeared was even faster than him, which was shocking. It's a pity that I can't transform into a god-killing rat. Otherwise, I will definitely be faster than him. In that case, let's continue to improve. System, increased the god-killing rat bloodline by 1%. The wealth suddenly shrank by 100 billion. The fusion degree of the god-killing rat's bloodline has risen to 3%, and the changes it brings are still all round. His physical fitness increased by tens of billions, reaching a staggering 34 billion, and his speed and defense also underwent earth-shaking changes. Meng Lei, the protagonist who was being beaten, felt this instantaneous change most clearly. Just now, when he faced Mondastin's powerful punch, he felt a piercing pain and his whole body seemed to be falling apart. Now, the severe pain has been greatly reduced and turned into ordinary pain, which is completely within the tolerable range. What does this indicate? Mondastin's attacks didn't decrease at all, but the pain decreased, which could only mean that Mon Lei became more resilient. Defense greatly improved. Speed, what level has it reached? Meng Lei's eyelids jumped, and he dodged nimbly the moment the fist came hitting him. With a flash of his body, he moved 100 meters away in an instant. Mondastin missed his attack, staggered and almost fell to the ground. He stared at Meng Lei who was 100 meters away, and his face suddenly changed. He actually dodged. I couldn't dodge it just now, but now I can dodge it easily. Your attack is very sharp, especially your speed. You are the fastest among all the opponents I have ever seen. Meng Lei stepped on the void, feeling the power surging in his body, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Too bad, I'm faster than you. The sound echoed in the void, a series of afterimages flashed by, and Meng Lei appeared behind Mondastin. Bend your arms, clench your fists, and punch out hard. The series of actions were so fast that Mondastin couldn't react at all, and a punch hit him directly in the abdomen. Mondastin spat out a mouthful of blood, his body suddenly bent like a shrimp, and he almost vomited out the cow brains he had just eaten. He was severely injured by one punch. Why did your strength increase so quickly? Mondastin was horrified and completely stunned. The audience in front of the Dragon God Church was almost on the verge of collapse. Was this a battle or a roller coaster? Could it be less capricious? My heart can't take it. Facing Mon Lei, whose strength and speed have greatly increased, Mondastin is destined to be beaten passively. Meng Lei appears and disappears like a ghost, his figure is like an afterimage, and he attacks continuously. One punch, two kicks, three elbows. After a series of combos, Mondastin became a meat bun and was beaten again by Meng Lei. This time, the situation is completely different from last time. He can never come back. Instead, he started to get injured, and the injuries are getting worse. Seeing Mondastin spitting blood and seriously injured, the audience in front of the church finally got what they wanted. This battle will no longer be full of twists and turns. But the audience couldn't be happy at all. Mondastin actually lost. Dragon God, is that guy a devil? He's only 16 years old, and even Mondastin is no match for him? Doesn't Mondastin possess dual bloodlines? The one he just transformed into was only one of them. He still has the other bloodline that he hasn't used yet. Why doesn't he release it? Upon hearing this, Dean Luke smiled bitterly. Mondastin indeed possessed two bloodlines, and the other White Tiger bloodline was even more powerful than the Netherworld White Tiger bloodline. But he was seriously injured at the moment, and even if he activated the White Tiger bloodline, he was no match for Meng Lei. Frederick XXXII sighed softly. Mondastin has already lost this battle. Your Majesty is wise. Dean Fred bowed slightly in greeting. Dean Fred, your Academy's Mon Lei is undoubtedly outstanding. Frederick XXXII exclaimed, then frowned, and asked in confusion, but I'm curious why his speed suddenly increased so dramatically just now. I'm not sure about that. Fred shook his head. Maybe he's hiding his strength, or maybe he's gained a deeper understanding of some law at a critical moment. Frederick XXXII frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with this explanation, but did not ask any further questions, and his eyes continued to fall on the magic light curtain. As he said, the winner is decided. After several rounds of confrontation, the seriously injured Mondastin could no longer organize an effective counterattack and eventually fell to the ground seriously injured. Finally solved. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, this guy is really tough. If I hadn't spent 10 Law Source crystals to increase the fusion degree of the god-killing rat's bloodline, I would probably have been tricked by him and beaten up by him. The Dragon God Empire is indeed a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Meng Lei was filled with emotion. I've already cheated, but there are still people who can beat me. The Dragon God Empire's background is truly unfathomable. All the contestants participating in the exchange competition are under 30 years old, but for the powerful people in the Holy Realm with long lifespans, 30 years old is just a short stage in life. These young people are so perverted. How powerful will those older monsters be? I'm still too weak. We have to spend a lot of money and keep working hard. Meng Lei stripped Mond Aston of all his space rings and then handed him over to his most trusted general. Saras, throw him away. Yes, boss. Afterwards, Meng Lei completely turned on the lazy mode. Swimming, fishing, sunbathing, eating seafood, and occasionally robbing a few unlucky guys. Life is a leisurely and comfortable life. The only regret was that, apart from the gradual increase in magic cores, there was almost no growth in wealth. Meng Lei couldn't help but miss the time when he hunted magic beasts in the Dragon God Tower. Compared to the Lost Continent, the Dragon God Tower is more suitable for me. This damn exchange competition, I really hope it will end soon. Time passed and the fishing yields dwindled. Today, Sarath had been defusing the bait from morning till night, but hadn't managed to lure a single person to the bait. It will be a month and 3 days. Then I'll be able to leave here. Meng Lei lay in the rocking chair, basking in the soft sunshine, looking at the rolling waves, thinking boredly in his heart. Suddenly, an old voice sounded like a trickle of water, slowly flowing into the depths of his soul. At this moment, Meng Lei felt a rare peace of mind. My children who believe in me devoutly, I am the spirit of the sacred tree, the creator and protector of this continent. This year's ripe fruits have been scattered all over the continent. May all the lucky children receive its blessing. Good luck to you. Meng Lei jumped up suddenly. Saras, did you hear that? But there was no response. Have no idea. He turned around and saw Sarath kneeling on the ground, looking into the distance excitedly, his eyes full of fanatical admiration. The sacred tree. It's the voice of the sacred tree. Great sacred tree, I am your child, Sarath. I sincerely offer my faith and pray for you with all my heart. Meng Lei remained silent, but quickly contacted the old dean. Old dean, did you hear that sound just now? The sacred tree. That was really the voice of the sacred tree. I heard it. The old dean's voice came. Not only did I hear it, I almost locked onto its location. What? You've located the sacred tree? Meng Lei was shocked. Old dean, where is it? The old man was silent for a moment before he whispered. It's not far from us, no more than 100 kilometers away. So close? Meng Lei was shocked and looked around nervously. Don't look blindly, you won't find it. The old man said in a low voice, Monray, I feel an indescribable uneasiness in my heart. Do you still remember what the one-horned rose python said? The old man said in a deep voice, about the fruit of the sacred tree? Remember, the one-horned rose python said that the sacred tree only bears fruit once every 100 years, and each time there are 9 fruits. When the fruits are ripe, the sacred tree will randomly send these 9 fruits to various parts of the continent for lucky creatures to eat. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly. I still remember that the fruit last ripened 25 years ago. It's a full 75 years away from the 100-year maturity period that the one-horned rose python mentioned. Old dean, why did the sacred tree's fruit suddenly ripen 75 years early? This seems completely unreasonable. That's what makes me uneasy. The old man said in a heavy voice, before we set foot on the lost continent, the fruit of the sacred tree had always ripened once every 100 years. But since we arrived, this cycle has been broken. I suspect the sacred tree is behind this intentionally. Perhaps there's some conspiracy. In short, this matter is extremely strange. Conspiracy? What kind of conspiracy could there be? Meng Lei said, puzzled. According to what you're saying, this sacred tree is most likely a noble demigod. With his status, he could easily destroy us. Why would he resort to any conspiracy? This is exactly what I can't figure out. The old man shook his head slightly. Also, you guys were frantically hunting monsters in the lost continent, almost wiping out all the monsters on this continent, and yet the sacred tree didn't react at all. It only started to move after the warcraft was extinct. It's so weird, so weird. Old dean, what do you mean? Meng Lei asked. My advice is to retreat. The old man whispered, don't you always say a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall? The sacred tree is acting abnormally now. Leaving now is the wisest choice. Meng Lei hesitated. The exchange competition hasn't ended yet. If I leave now, won't I be eliminated early? The old man sternly said, what's the point of an exchange competition? Saving your life is the top priority. I believe you have talent. Sooner or later, you will surpass me and reach a height that no one can reach. What can't be obtained then? Territory, wealth, power, status, women, you can have as much as you want. Why bother with a so-called champion? Listen to me, retreat first. No matter what, retreat to the teleportation magic circle first. If anything unexpected happens, you can retreat safely at the first opportunity. Old dean, I will listen to you. Meng Lei was finally persuaded and kicked Sarath's butt hard. Get up, let's go. At this moment, several golden rays of light suddenly shot out from a distance and flew in front of Meng Lei in a few breaths. 1, 2, 3. They turned turned out to be 5 golden fruits. Boom! A 10-foot wide waterfall cascades down from a 100-foot high cliff, stirring up a huge pool of water. The water in the pool rolls and the roar is deafening. Beside the pond, a team was setting up a bonfire and roasting monster meat. The edges of the golden roasted meat were slightly burnt, but they didn't seem to care. They stared at the golden fruit not far away, their eyes filled with surprise, excitement, curiosity, confusion, vigilance, and deep greed. Did you hear that? Could that voice just now be the mother tree of life that the giant crocodile beast mentioned? That should be correct. It said itself that it is the creator and protector of this continent. It must be the mother tree of life. In other words, this golden fruit in front of us is the fruit of the mother tree of life that giant crocodile beast mentioned? A magical fruit that can transform a low-level magical beast into a holy realm magical beast in a short period of time? That should be it. Almost. I feel absolutely right. Monsters can be eaten, but can humans be eaten? The team members suddenly fell silent, their eyes flickering, and no one knew what they were thinking. Brothers, the origin of this fruit is unknown. Don't be fooled by it. What if it is poison or something else toxic? If you eat it by mistake, wouldn't you be asking for trouble? A short man who looked shrewd and capable said in a deep voice, until we find out whether this fruit is real or fake, try not to get close to it, so as not to cause big trouble. That makes sense. I dare not eat something of unknown origin. Everything on this continent is weird, and this fruit is even weirder. It's best not to touch it. Put it away. Wait until I figure it out. The team members quickly reached a consensus and turned to walk towards the campfire, no longer paying attention to the golden fruit. Just as they walked to the campfire and sat down, preparing to eat meat, the short man who had spoken before suddenly flashed and rushed to the golden fruit. Brothers, the origin of this fruit is unknown. I don't know if it's poison or fruit. I'll sacrifice myself and try it first. The short man said this as he grabbed the golden fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. At this moment, a large hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbed his throat, and lifted him up. The shorter man roared, "Ned, what do you want? Miles, do you want to eat the fruit alone?" The burly man named Ned snorted coldly, took the fruit out of Miles' mouth, and wiped it casually on his body. "If anyone wants to try it, I should try it first. It's not your turn." After saying that, he also grabbed the fruit and put it into his mouth. Swoosh, swoosh. Several sword lights suddenly flashed and slashed towards Ned almost at the same time. Ned was prepared. He dodged the incoming sword and shouted angrily, "Frank, what are you doing?" "Ned, put down the fruit." The other team members looked serious. "We all found this fruit. We should discuss how to deal with it together. We can't let you keep it all to yourself." "Ned, put down the fruit and don't hurt the peace." "Ned, we've known each other for so many years. Is it worth it to ruin our friendship for an unknown fruit?" "You're right, I was wrong." Ned seemed to be persuaded and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, brothers. I was just mad at Miles and acted impulsively. I hope you don't take it to heart." As he said this, he bent down and prepared to put the fruit on the ground. However, the moment the fruit touched the ground, he grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at his companions. Then he leaped up and disappeared into a clump of grass nearby. "You want me to hand over the fruit? Dream on. This is my hope of entering the Holy Land." "Ned, you bastard. Chase. Catch up with him." Similar scenes are constantly being played out across the mainland, and some are even more tragic. The contestant's target has changed. It is no longer just the space ring in the magic core, but more importantly, the golden fruit. The golden fruit is like the legendary Tang monk's meat, containing infinite magic power, driving all the contestants crazy. These scenes were intuitively presented on the magic light screen, leaving all the audience confused. Are they all crazy? Why would you be so cruel to your own companion? What exactly is that golden fruit? The audience was talking about it. The leading teachers and the powerful men from the Holy Land all looked towards His Majesty the Emperor. He was the one who knew the lost continent best and should also know the secret of the golden fruit best. However, to everyone's surprise, Frederick XXXII also had a frown on his face and looked confused. This emperor once sent people to thoroughly investigate the lost continent, but never imagined there would be such a thing as golden fruit there. Frederick XXXII sighed. "So, I, too, know nothing about this golden fruit. Your Majesty doesn't know either?" The teachers in charge looked at each other in confusion. "Your Majesty, the contestants are out of control now. Not only are they grabbing the magic cores, they're also frantically snatching the golden fruits. I'm afraid this won't work." Dean Luke said, "Although we don't know the exact nature of this golden fruit, its fatal attraction to the contestants is sufficient to prove that it is extraordinary. If we allow the contestants to scramble for it recklessly, I'm afraid it will cause trouble." Dean Luke is right. The Dean of the Royal Knights Academy also nodded and said, "Furthermore, this fruit appeared too suddenly. It didn't appear earlier or later, but just now. I think it's very strange. What exactly is this fruit? Where does it come from? What is its use? Why did it suddenly appear? What is the purpose behind its appearance? We know nothing." Another dean spoke up. "This matter is extremely strange and must be treated with extreme caution. We must not cause unnecessary trouble." "My dear ministers, what you said is absolutely right." Frederick XXXII nodded slightly. "Immediately notify the royal palace paladins and closely monitor all movements on the lost continent. If any unusual signs are detected, ensure the safety of the contestants. I will obey His Majesty's command. What is the origin of this golden fruit? Frederick XXXII's eyes were solemn. To provoke a group of little guys with strength as high as the 9th level and half-step to the Saint Realm to tear each other apart and kill each other. This is really crazy. It's crazy. Standing on Salus's shoulder and overlooking the chaos on this continent, Monray felt a little headache. The entire continent was in complete chaos. To be more precise, the contestants had completely lost control. The golden fruit was like Tang Meng's flesh, making them scramble for it with jealous eyes and heartbeats. What shocked Meng Lei even more was that he discovered an astonishing fact. There are far more than 9 golden fruits. He held 5 fruits in his hand, but the contestants were fighting for far more than 4. All in all, there were definitely more than 9. I feel more and more that there is a conspiracy behind this, the old man said in a deep voice. Suddenly throwing out so many fruits and causing confusion among the contestants is obviously a carefully planned trap. Never mind, I'm leaving here soon anyway. Meng Lei shook his head. Wait until I return to the teleportation array. Stay put and wait and see what happens. If there's any danger, evacuate immediately and don't linger. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. The old man laughed. Only by living can you have a future. Your choice is wise. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of fierce fighting in the jungle below. The mountains shook and the earth trembled, and trees broke one after another. Meng Lei looked and saw 2 groups of people fighting fiercely. One group had 7 or 8 people, and the other had only 1 person. It was difficult to determine the winner. It's all crazy. Meng Lei didn't bother to pay attention. He had seen this kind of chaos many times and was already used to it. Suddenly, a loud and high-pitched dragon roar sounded, and dazzling golden light burst out from the depths of the forest, and the dragon's power surged. Golden dragon. Damn it, that's a golden dragon. Could she be Prince Barbarossa? No, she is not Prince Barbarossa. She is obviously a woman, and Prince Barbarossa is a man. I have seen Prince Barbarossa, and he does not look like this. Then who is she? Does His Majesty the Emperor have other pure-blood princes? It doesn't matter who she is. What matters is that she has a golden fruit on her body. We must seize this fruit. It is the key to our advancement to the Holy Realm. But she is a royal family. So what if they're from the royal family? During the exchange competition, everyone will compete fairly. As long as her life isn't in jeopardy, His Majesty the Emperor won't say anything. Indeed, we must get the golden fruit. I saw with my own eyes that Psychola successfully ascended to the Holy Realm after eating the golden fruit. That's mine. The golden fruit belongs to me. Everyone, come together. Another golden dragon? Meng Lei stopped Salus and said, Old Dean, did you see that? Another pure-blooded golden dragon. Each emperor usually only has 1 pure-blooded dragon offspring. It's almost impossible for 2 to appear at the same time. How come there is an extra one here? The old man looked down at the golden dragon in the grass and suddenly laughed. Obviously, it's not a pure-blooded one. Not pure blood? Meng Lei was stunned for a moment. Except for being slightly smaller, he's exactly the same as that Prince Barbarossa I beat up so badly. Body shape is the most powerful evidence. The Holy Land's golden dragons are hundreds of meters long, but this golden dragon is less than 50 meters long, yet its aura is comparable to that of a Holy Land monster. The old man shook his head and laughed. This is enough to prove that it is not a pure golden dragon, but the form of the Holy Domain golden dragon after its bloodline was purified and it transformed into a dragon. Meng Lei suddenly realized. However, to be able to develop the golden dragon bloodline in his body to this extent before the age of 30, this little fellow is truly remarkable. The old man sighed. Meng Lei nodded slightly, then looked puzzled again. However, for some reason, I always feel that the aura of this golden dragon is familiar. Deja vu? The old man was stunned for a moment, his eyes fixed on the golden dragon. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Oh my god, it's her! Facing the siege of 6 people, the 50-meter-long golden dragon roared, sometimes biting with its sharp teeth, sometimes spitting dragon breath, and sometimes waving its claws. It was majestic and powerful. Unfortunately, the 6 besiegers should not be underestimated either. Not only are they incredibly powerful, but their coordination is also exceptional, and they managed to suppress the golden dragon. Your Highness, please hand over the golden fruit. Just hand over the fruit, and we won't make things difficult for you. Your Highness, you are already in the Holy Land. The fruit is no longer useful to you. Just hand over the golden fruit and we will let you go immediately. The 6 people were besieging and persuading at the same time. In fact, they were under great pressure. After all, the golden dragon in front of them was the princess of the empire. If this wasn't an exchange competition, and if the golden fruit wasn't extremely important, who would dare to be so bold as to besiege the imperial princess? The golden dragon raised its head and roared, without any response at all. It spewed out golden dragon breath from its mouth and attacked the 6 besiegers frantically. Seeing this, the 6 people's faces turned cold. Your Highness, since you are so uncooperative, we will not be polite. Subdue her first. The fruit is ours. The 6 of them showed no mercy and unleashed unleashed their strongest killing moves one after another, with their attack power increasing several times more than before. This time, the golden dragon was clearly unable to withstand the attack, and was caught in a dilemma, surrounded by danger. In the end, countless green vines tightly wrapped around the golden dragon like iron chains, making it unable to move. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Jasmine, go get her space ring. A female besieger squatted down and began to search the golden dragon. After a while, she found 2 space rings. The 6 people showed joy on their faces and were preparing to retreat. You want to get away after beating someone up? How can such a thing happen so easily? At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and the 6 people's faces changed, and they immediately formed a defensive formation. One of the burly black dragon men, holding a giant sword, shouted sternly, "What's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? Get out here if you dare. You may not be very capable, but you have a big mouth." A young man fell from the sky, landing lightly like a leaf, with a calm expression on his face as he looked at the 6 people. The 6 besiegers were a little stunned. They didn't expect the newcomer to be so young, but they did not relax. The exchange competition has been going on for many days. The players who have survived until now are not easily bullied. The weaker ones have been eliminated long ago. At the same time, the golden dragon trapped in the vines trembled all over and looked at the boy in disbelief. It doesn't matter who I am. The young man was Meng Lei. He said calmly, the important thing is that you should understand why I'm here. So, I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Want to steal our magic core? Then it depends on whether you have the ability. The 6 men sneered, their aura surging as they prepared to fight. They were outnumbered and were not afraid of Meng Lei at all. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, grabbed the air, and 6 leaves appeared in his hand. He held the leaves and shook them gently. Go! The leaves suddenly became extremely sharp, cutting through the air with a sharp sound, and pointed directly at the 6 besiegers. A few leaves want to defeat us? That's really too much. The 6 men were enraged, feeling humiliated. How could they be underestimated by such a ferocious move? This is simply an insult. However, the speed of the leaves was far beyond their expectations, and they didn't even have time to react before they passed through their necks. A sharp pain came. The 6 people reached out and touched it, and their hands were stained with blood. They were horrified and stared at Meng Lei in horror, only to find that Meng Lei had disappeared without a trace and was nowhere to be found. Immediately afterwards, a muffled sound was heard. Meng Lei returned to his position lightly, while the 6 besiegers had all fallen to the ground, some holding their stomachs, some hugging their arms, and some covering their heads, howling in pain. It's so painful. Where is the arrogance from before? A bunch of trash. Meng Lei shook his head inside, no longer paying attention to the 6 miserable guys, and instead slowly walked towards the golden dragon. The golden dragon was slightly smaller than Prince Barbarossa, but still extremely huge. Meng Lei looked particularly small standing in front of her. This aura is definitely correct. Meng Lei stared at the golden dragon with a smile on his face. Although I don't know what you have experienced to suddenly become a sanctuary, but my intuition can't be wrong. Abe, long time no see. As soon as the words fell, wind blades flew out and quickly cut off the countless green vines wrapped around the golden dragon. The dragon's body trembled violently, a complex expression flashed in its eyes, and its body shrank rapidly, and soon returned to human form. Meng Lei was stunned. Tall and graceful figure, crystal clear skin, that exquisite and beautiful face, eyes as bright as stars. The noble and gorgeous dragon horns are accompanied by a refreshing body fragrance. This is a breathtakingly beautiful face. She is simply an uncontrollable beauty. Even though Meng Lei had seen countless naturally beautiful beauties in his previous life, whether they were natural, photoshopped, or had plastic surgery, he dared to assert that none of them could compare with the woman in front of him. She seemed like a noble elf out of a fairy tale, pure, flawless, noble, and absolutely beautiful. Describe it in one word: stunning. You, aren't you Abe? Meng Lei swallowed his saliva. Abe is a man. My name is Ash Abel. The beautiful woman opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was a little cold. Abe's voice? Meng Lei was a little confused. Who are you? I'm Abe. Abe sighed. Meng Lei, long time no see. Are you really Abe? But isn't Abe a man? Meng Lei was even more confused. And you look different too. You really are. Abe shook his head helplessly and took out an emerald necklace. The next moment, a wonderful scene appeared. A thin layer of mist appeared on the surface of her skin, and her originally beautiful face turned into an ordinary face. Meng Lei recognized this face. It was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. That was Abe's true face. It's Abe, Meng Lei said helplessly. Weren't you a man before? How did you suddenly become a woman? Which one is the real you? I am a girl. Abe explained softly. When I was studying at Fire Dragon Academy, I disguised myself as a man to avoid trouble. I see. No wonder you were so cold to me before. It turns out you are a woman. Meng Lei shook his head and continued. You are a golden dragon. Your bloodline has been developed to this extent. You must be the princess of the empire, right? Abe was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I am the 1001st child of my father. 1001. Princess? Meng Lei couldn't help but take a breath. His Majesty the Emperor is really fertile. He actually has so many brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters? Abe laughed at himself and said nothing more. But you're really good at pretending. We've been roommates for half a year, upstairs and downstairs. Although we don't talk much, I really didn't realize you were a woman, let alone a princess. Meng Lei sighed and said, if I had known you were a princess earlier, maybe I would have tried to curry favor with you. Fawning? Do you think I will believe it? Abe rolled his eyes. You are only focused on practicing. Even if you knew I was a princess, I'm afraid you wouldn't pay any attention to me. Ha, that's true. Meng Lei smiled and changed the subject. By the way, if I remember correctly, you were only a level 7 warrior a few months ago. Why now? Just 2 or 3 months ago, when Abe transformed into the Golden Dragon Man, she was still a level 7 warrior and was severely beaten by several subgiants. If I hadn't taken action, she would have died long ago. Now he can transform into a giant golden dragon and exude a holy aura. The change before and after is amazing. It's even more perverted than Meng Lei cheating himself. I've been to the Hualong Pond, Abe said simply, and after mentioning the 3 words Walunki, he said no more, obviously not wanting to explain further. Meng Lei had no choice but to ask the old dean beside him, Old Dean, what exactly is the Hualong Pond? The Dragon Transformation Pond is the sacred place of the Dragon Clan. The old man explained, it contains pure ancient dragon blood. As long as a subdragon enters it to cultivate, it will be able to greatly purify the dragon blood in its body and transform it into a dragon. However, generally speaking, only subdragons that have entered the Holy Land are qualified to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Subdragons below the Holy Land, even the children of the Emperor, are almost unable to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. I see. The old man said with some doubt, it's not that the dragon race is stingy, but because the Dragon Transformation Pool is extremely dangerous. Subdragons below the Holy Realm simply can't withstand the impact of the ancient dragon's blood essence. I really don't know how this little girl managed to make it through. That's right. Meng Lei was stunned and couldn't help but look at Abe deeply. What's wrong? Abe asked in confusion. It seems like you've been through a lot these past 2 months, but luckily, you managed to pull through. Meng Lei shook his head, slightly inside. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Where are you going next? Why don't you retreat with me? No, I will continue to look for the fruit of the sacred tree. If possible, I will also find the mother tree of life, kill it, and take away all its fruits. A determination gleamed in Abe's eyes. You are already in the Holy Land. Why are you still so obsessed with collecting the fruits of the sacred tree? Meng Lei asked in surprise. Because the golden fruit means a lot to me, Abe whispered. Before coming to this continent, I was only at the peak of level 9 and couldn't transform into a golden